his haunting and tranquil old soul's eyes, his decency and good manners, and his infallible insight into others. When she was with him, she knew that she was being seen attentively by an undistorting intelligence. He took her into account without passing judgment, without misunderstandings, quarrels, competition, domination, or crowding. She even liked his remote side, the side that left people alone and things unsaid. He never told you his troubles. And she liked his gentleman's hat that seemed to top off the ghosts of his respectability. In the spring of 1965 she gave a party in his honor that had all the elements of a cultural event. It was an incredible mingling of every New York scene, the Beats, the Flower Children, the famous and trying to be, the Warhol people, the eminent English novelist, the cliques and the claques, and the hostess's uptown friends, peering down their noses at the fringed jackets, bandanas, beads, and long flowing skirts. So many crashed that Punna Grady had to tell the doorman not to let anyone else in. It was then that Leroy Jones arrived and got into a tussle with the doorman, resulting in a broken arm. Accounts differed as to whose. Another footnote to literary history was that Norman Mailer went up to Anthony Burgess and said, "Burgess, your last book was shit." Burgess thought that, considering the amount of buggery in Mailer's novels, he was being paid a compliment. By the Edwardian mantelpiece in the music room stood the guest of honor, greeting well-wishers with uneffusive cordiality. Herbert Hunt complimented him on his new suit, and Burroughs said, "I'm going to leave very soon, I don't like parties. But Punna invited me and I felt I should put in an appearance." In the crowded main room there was a commotion. Word of mouth had it that an avant-garde poet had urinated in Mailer's jacket pocket. Punna Grady, who was by then a widow, entertained thoughts of marrying Burroughs. Just as some people want to marry into noble or royal families, she wanted to marry into Bohemia, at an appropriate level, and Burroughs was right up there. After all, he had been married before. She began to look for occasions to lure him, arranging dinners and parties as pretext. One evening, she invited him with Marshall McLuhan, Robert Lowell, and John Wayne. Carried away with the ambience of the evening and the excellent wine, Burroughs in appreciation said something about going to live in Chile with Punna, but she knew he wasn't serious. It was at this same dinner that Burroughs confronted John Wayne for writing a vicious review of Naked Lunch. The cornered reviewer muttered, "The principal character has no interest in scenery." "What do you mean?" Burroughs indignantly replied. "I am a connoisseur of scenery." Punna Grady continued to imagine a life together with Burroughs, where she could advance his career and become the Madame de Rambouillet of the counterculture, but Burroughs was evasive. Whenever togetherness was discussed, he pleaded tired blood. Herbert Hunt exploited her fondness for Burroughs by selling her information. He would tell her the latest Burroughs story, and she would slip him $50 or $100, depending on the quality of the information. She became known as such a soft touch when it came to Burroughs that she was called Pan of Gravy. Burroughs himself never took a penny from Punna, and his privately held conviction was that there is no more miserable specimen than a homosexual who marries a woman for her money. It was through Punna Grady that Burroughs met John Giorno, a young poet who would become a close friend and collaborator. In his own development, Giorno was a living artifact of the counterculture of the 60s. He came from an upper-middle-class family in Roslyn, Long Island, and after graduating from Columbia in 1958, he followed in the footsteps of his stockbroker father. He did the Wall Street trip for about 4 years and then met Andy Warhol and became his lover. Warhol was a foot fetishist who liked to lick Giorno's toes and feet, which Giorno thought was pretty dismal. Warhol wasn't famous yet, but was toying with the idea of making a movie. "Why don't people make great movies when there are so many great things?" he said with his customary profundity. He bought a Bolex and started to film Giorno sleeping. He would set the lights and camera up and Giorno would go to sleep, usually drunk, and he would shoot for an hour or two. It took months to get what he wanted, a 6-hour movie of Giorno asleep, a concept that made twisting and turning and snoring avant-garde. Thanks to his inert performance, a part, he could rightly say, in which there was absolutely no acting, Giorno was launched in the downtown New York scene. At the Pugnacgrady party for Burroughs, he met Brian Geeson, who thought he looked in profile like Piero della Francesca's portrait of the one-eyed Duke of Montefeltro. They became lovers and took about 14 acid trips together in the Chelsea Hotel. When Brian was awakened by the chatter of maids in the hall, he covered their mouths with dollar bills, telling them it was hush money. The acid trips were completely sexual, and opened Giorno's heart, so that he felt a deep emotional involvement. Brian was the first person who had ever given him a worldview, combining elements of esoteric knowledge, magic, and a beguilingly paranoid view of history. Giorno was hooked, totally enchanted. Every day was a learning process. He was the adept and Brian was the teacher, and his teaching was transmitted like an arrow, from the heart to the heart. Thinking he was in love with Brian, Giorno gave up his apartment on 9th Street between Avenue C and D and followed him to Tangier in 1965. It was a magical time, a time of enchanting conversations and daily visits with Paul and Jane Bowles, who lived in Brian's building. There was a theory that Jane had not had a stroke, but had been poisoned by her Moroccan friend Sharifa. One day in the fall of 1965, Paul stormed into Brian's apartment and said, "Do you know what just happened? The parrot died." Apparently, Jane had given the parrot some of her food and the parrot literally fell off its perch, legs up. Paul and Brian stood there facing each other and went through their poison routine. "Don't you notice how pale Jane is getting? Whiter than white." It was so convincing that Giorno found himself believing that Jane had been poisoned by a jealous Moroccan woman. He realized later that the poison theory was ludicrous, but at the time he was completely under Brian's influence. It took him years to discern that you couldn't take Brian with a grain of salt, you needed the entire shaker. Brian took Giorno to Fez, where they dropped acid before visiting the tomb of the Marinides kings. There was a big hole in the ground, and the soil was still fresh, and Brian said, "It's been looted." All the looters had left were the bones. Giorno gathered up some tiny bones and broken bits of tile and pottery and wrapped them in his handkerchief. He saw himself as a saint, although occasionally he would float down and be a king. But he thought, being a king is not nearly so good as being a saint. Brian got nervous because they were on the edge of a cliff and it was pitch black and a pack of howling dogs was coming closer. They stumbled down a path in the cliff, which was pockmarked with caves where bandits lived. Giorno was the Marinid king entering the royal city of Fez, past the dyers, knee-deep in their vats, their bodies stained with the colors of their dyes, past the silk merchants, arms extended, offering bolts of embroidered cloth, past the silversmiths embossing the metal with their points and hammers, past the desert and mountain people, sandaled and turbaned. That was the sort of endless magical thing that happened with Brian. Giorno thought it was wonderful, but after a while he saw that Brian was dissatisfied, which was his great fault. Nothing was ever good enough. Brian complained that Giorno was sponging off him, that he never talked about anything but money, and that he had arrived with 32 pieces of luggage, as if he was planning to stay forever. Also, it seemed to Giorno that any ongoing homosexual relationship was extremely difficult, and it was particularly so with Brian, who preferred Arab men. Giorno felt neglected. He had come to Tangier for a 6-month trial, and it hadn't worked out, so he left. In later years, when he thought of his affair with Brian, he thought of homosexual sex in general, and how the fag world had pioneered drugs and sex so that sex could be prolonged for hours, which led to multiple contacts and eventually to AIDS. As a Buddhist, Giorno had a theory that in the use of those sex drugs they had transgressed certain other realms, whose attendants had become angry, with a lethal anger from the spirit world. When Giorno returned to New York in 1966 he became the lover of Robert Rauschenberg, and after that the lover of Jasper Johns, in 1969. But at a time when the counterculture was exploding and the shrapnel was flying, Jasper Johns was interested only in painting. He wanted to live a domestic married life where you saw no one and talked only about food. He refused to take any drugs, and he was a scold. It was like the horrible 1950s. He wasn't interested in Woodstock and he wasn't interested in the Vietnam demonstrations, and when he and Giorno discussed the student protest at Berkeley, he said, "I disapprove of it because it's nothing but the transference of power." "But Jasper, that precludes everything from changing," Giorno said, and went his own way. His itinerary took him in an increasingly political direction. In 1969 he thought up Dial a Poem, which was launched at the Museum of Modern Art. There were 12 lines with 12 poets, and when you dialed you randomly got one of the 12, reading a 2.5-minute poem. It was so popular that the museum kept it going for 6 months. They were getting 20,000 calls a day. Giorno made it political. He put on Bobby Seale of the Black Panthers and Yippie leader Abbie Hoffman, and the beat writer Diane DiPrima, describing how to make a Molotov cocktail. A poem on how to make a bomb was read on the day a real bomb exploded in the IBM building, and the New York newspapers ran stories that you could call David Rockefeller's museum and find out how to build a bomb. The trustees panicked, and the program was discontinued. Giorno had presented a total of 30 poets, who had received a total of 800,000 calls. He often thought, imagine if he had patented Dial a Poem and collected royalties from the telephone company. As it was, they made millions copying his idea. They started a Dial a Something department, with everything from recipes to horoscopes. Giorno's next endeavor was as columnist for Culture Hero, a magazine edited by the conceptual artist Leigh Levine, which ran for 5 issues in 1969 and 1970. It was a distillation of the downtown scene, a mix of interviews and heard on the Rialto-type gossip. Giorno wrote a column called Vitamin G, in which he managed to offend almost everyone of note in the art world. His idea was that true art history, consisting of the talk exchanged among artists, was not being recorded. The way careers were being engineered, the reality of the artists' lives, were kept in the dark. So Giorno revealed very personal items about the artists. When something true about someone appeared in print, he felt, an invaluable moment was created. So Giorno told what they liked to do in bed, and listed the cock sizes of his best-known lovers, Geeson, Burroughs, Warhol, Johns, and Rauschenberg. He ran items such as this: Andy Warhol said to Jasper Johns, "Can I play with your cock as a work of art?" Jasper should let Andy do it. Andy is light-fingered, as opposed to heavy-handed. Leigh Levine told him, "You say things about people that even their worst enemies wouldn't say." Giorno's attempt to cut through the cant and pretense and preening self-importance of the New York art world brought him ostracism from his peers. He was identified as the enemy for reporting indiscretions. Feedback from the cock size column included the following from Brian Geeson: "Vitamin Giorno poison pills came in the mail. Since you last measured my cock with your big mouth, cortisone has shrunk it still further." Geeson was being treated with cortisone after a motorcycle accident. "Anything you like to print about my nipples or my anal sphincter now would not surprise me. You may yet be the peeps of the pariah set. If you cannot be the first, be the last, the very last." Burned in the art world, Giorno turned to political protest with Abbie Hoffman. They taped radio programs that they sent to Radio Hanoi, which broadcast them to the American soldiers in South Vietnam. The programs were a mix of country western, rock and roll, news, and anti-war messages. They made a total of 13 tapes, each 3 hours long. When the first tapes were broadcast in the spring of 1971, Vice President Spiro Agnew dubbed Giorno and Hoffman the Hanoi Hannas, would-be Tokyo Roses, and called for their arrest on charges of treason. Wow! Thought Giorno, no one had been arrested for treason since Aaron Burr, and here he was in direct line. His lawyer assured him that under the Logan Act, which specified that treason could be committed only in a war declared by Congress, he would not be charged. And yet he had an uneasy feeling that he was under surveillance. One day in October 1971, a package arrived, and when he opened it, 2 detectives who just happened to be there arrested him for possession of marijuana. He was jailed in the Tombs, where he slept on the floor in a cell with two spay junkies who had been there a month. The occupant of the adjacent cell had shoved a clothes hanger wire up his arm and bled to death. One thing sure to radicalize any human being, Giorno reflected, was to spend 24 hours in an American prison. The next day when Chamberlain raised his bail and Giorno was sprung. He left for India, where he stayed 6 months and became a Buddhist. In 1965, the year Burroughs spent in New York, Giorno knew him mainly through Brian Geeson. Burroughs and Geeson were collaborating on a book called The Third Mind, and Giorno often had dinner with them after a day's work. Burroughs also saw quite a lot of the painter David Budd, whom he had known in the Beat Hotel days. It was Budd who gave him a book called The Desperate Years, in which there was a passage quoting the strange stream of consciousness last words of the dying gangster Dutch Schultz. Fascinated by the text, which seemed to him a natural cut-up, Burroughs wrote a routine inspired by it. Punna Grady, still pursuing Burroughs and eager to be helpful, rented a theater where he could read his new work. She also arranged a meeting with Andy Warhol, who arrived at Burroughs' loft carrying several bags. "What is that?" Burroughs asked, as they prepared to go out to dinner. "Recording equipment," said Warhol. "Leave it there," Burroughs said. He and Warhol did not hit it off. They went to a Chinese restaurant, where an uncouth friend of Warhol's, as he finished his food, pushed his plates over onto another table where some Chinese people were eating. One thing Burroughs had no patience with was rude behavior, and he got up in the middle of dinner and walked out, with Punna Grady following. Missing from the scene during Burroughs' first months in New York was Allen Ginsberg, who was traveling in Europe and was that May deported from Czechoslovakia. One fine spring evening, Allen was strolling in the streets of Prague with a young couple when a man came up to him, shouted "Buzerant Ferry," and knocked him down. Allen ran down the street, but the man knocked him down again, and suddenly 5 policemen were standing over him with lifted clubs. "Oh," Allen thought, "now I'm going to get it," and started humming the mantra Hari Om to the pavement. But instead of hitting him, they took him to the police station. The man who had approached him was obviously a provocateur. After he was released, he noticed that one of his notebooks was missing. The next day, plainclothesmen found him in a restaurant and asked him to come to the station and get his notebook back. When he signed a paper identifying it as his, their faces went blank and they said, "And now we must inform you that we are turning your notebook over to the public prosecutor for closer examination, as a rapid survey of the contents indicates illegal writings." Allen wondered what he might have written that might qualify as illegal writing. Maybe it was the line, "I lie in bed with teenage boys afraid of the Red Police." A few days later he was detained again and told, "Due to many complaints about your presence in Prague from parents and educators who disapprove of your sexual theories, we are shortening your visa and you will leave Czechoslovakia today." Detectives took him to his hotel, watched him pack, and put him on a plane to London. When Allen got back to New York he told Burroughs about his adventures. Burroughs reflected that Czechoslovakia was not that different from New York, where there seemed to be rampant drug hysteria. You could get arrested just for talking about drugs. He began to feel uncomfortable, particularly after Hunk reported that a narcotics agent had approached him, asking him to set up Burroughs and Ginsberg. Allen went straight to Mayor John Lindsay and complained that distinguished writers were the victims of a police conspiracy. Also, the political scene was oppressive, with the "why not bomb peaking now" sort of thing. Burroughs wrote Ian Somerville on July 28, "I have missed you a great deal. Life in America is really a bore. Nothing here really, I just stay in my loft and work." He decided in August that the New York climate was ungenial and that he had better head back to Europe. He had a lease on the Center Street loft, but a young painter friend, David Prentice, promised to look after it in his absence and find a sublet. Just before he left, who should show up but Paul and Jane Bowles on one of their rare visits to the United States. They had been in Florida visiting Jane's mother and stepfather, and reported that it was a terrible place, giving the impression of predigested existence. Everything was softened up and decayed, including the people. It was a land of sprinklers, lawns, and fancy trees. When a car went by, it had a boat trailing after it. It was all too obvious to Burroughs that Jane was not well. Her speech was halting and she dragged her feet, and the two of them were infuriatingly indecisive. It took them half an hour of soul-searching to get out of their room in the Chelsea and reach the bar for a drink. Paul saw himself at the center of an ordered universe, Burroughs reflected, and never blamed himself for anything. When Jane had her stroke, he agreed to shock therapy, which should never be given if there was any suspicion of organic brain damage. But Paul had said, "You pay doctors to tell you what to do and you have to do it then, don't you?" Paul was a genius at keeping his actual motivations concealed from everyone else, and Burroughs was convinced that one of his motivations, on a conscious level, was the ruination of Jane. But all this he kept to himself as he watched them that evening, Paul impassive and solicitous, and Jane clearly brain-damaged, a blurred and impoverished travesty of her true self. At Gatwick Airport in early September 1965, Burroughs again had trouble at customs. They wanted to limit his stay to 1 month instead of the usual 3. He went to Lord Goodman, who personally took his passport to the Home Secretary to have it amended, and who told him, "Of course, dear boy, come as often as you like and stay as long as you please." London was grey, and Burroughs was busy taping street sounds and doctoring the tapes and playing them back on location. Hearing from David Prentice that Hunk was interested in renting his loft with a painter friend, Burroughs wrote, "There are no more undesirable tenants than Hunk or anyone he plans to live with, and for your own protection and mine lock him out and bar the door. If he gets a foothold you will have the law in bugging everyone. He is not only a junkie but a thief, strong both against the deed, in the words of the immortal bard. The raven himself is harsh who croaks the fatal entrance of Hunk under my battlement." Forced to leave England at the end of 3 months because of his visa, Burroughs spent the holiday season in Tangier, taking an apartment on the Calle Goya. On Christmas Day, Brian Geeson dropped by with his Moroccan friend Targisti and a load of wood for his fireplace. "Heard the Christmas news?" Brian asked. "Jay Hazelwood just dropped dead at the parade." The owner of the Parade Bar, the genial Kentuckian, the Tangier fixture everyone liked, had died of a heart attack. Burroughs went to the funeral on December 30th at St. Andrew's Church. It was quite a turnout, the tout Tangier, with all the cooks and waiters who had worked for him over the years, and the old biddies that Jay used to have lunch with, and the patrons of the parade, from the beau monde to the naughty boys, and the shameless moochers who were always cadging drinks. "This man was loved by people in all walks of life," said the minister. Apparently, Burroughs was told at the funeral, Hazelwood had come out of the bathroom with sweat streaming down his face, lain down on the floor in front of the bar, and died. One of the shameless moochers had taken advantage of the confusion to steal some money out of someone's purse, the very same one who at the funeral came up to him and said, "Oh, Bill, it's so nice to see you. Could you lend me 1,000 francs? As they followed the coffin to the grave, Burroughs reflected that it was the end of an era. Gone with Jay Hazelwood was the old Tangier, with its colorful characters and live and let live attitude. Now it was like every other place the government had both feet in your business. That evening, Burroughs went to Paul Bowles's for dinner. Paul had missed the funeral. He was looking after Jane, whose anxiety and depression had been aggravated by the news of Hazelwood's death. She was under a lot of medication and drinking too much, a dangerous combination. Burroughs arrived immaculately dressed, all in black with a tightly furled umbrella. As he peeled off his gloves, he said, "Well, Paul, you missed a very enjoyable funeral." Paul wondered how he should take the remark. Was it said seriously, in the sense that some funerals were better than others, or was it black humor, or was it we were happy to see the end of that one? One never knew with Bill. By the end of 1965, Burroughs had finished what he called his mythology for the space age, a trilogy of books made up mainly of overflow material from Naked Lunch, with quite a lot of cut-up material thrown in. The Soft Machine was published by Olympia in 1961 and by Grove in 1966. The Ticket That Exploded was brought out in 1962 by Olympia and in 1967 by Grove, which also published Nova Express in 1964, Olympia having by then gone out of business. All three books were concerned with the struggle between controllers and those who want to throw off control. The virus power is still entrenched. The consumer is an addict. The old mythologies have broken down and we are dealing here with a space-age war between the Nova Police and the Nova Mob. The Nova Mob is a band of aliens from outer space who control human beings by assuming the form of a parasitic virus. They are fought by the Nova Police, the good guys, who disappear once their task is done, unlike other police forces. All of this draws heavily from Burroughs' reading in science fiction, but is filtered through his various preoccupations, such as the Mayan civilization, Scientology, and a Reichian view of sex, as well as through his addiction and past experiences in Tangier and South America. The result is a fantasy world peopled with cartoon figures rather than characters, and dreamlike episodes rather than a plot, but lacking the compression and urgency of Naked Lunch. After all, this was material left over from Naked Lunch, and it has a bit of that warmed-over flavor. Like any sequel, it doesn't have the shock value the original had. The first man to jump off the Empire State Building in a parachute makes the 6 o'clock news. The second man walks away unnoticed, and can't even get himself arrested. Other problems were the numerous patches of cut-up writing, breaking the compact of intelligibility with the reader, and obsessively repetitive homoerotic passages. Allen Ginsberg asked Burroughs, "Well, how can you expect anybody to read through all of this if you don't make big, categorical distinctions? It's like reading one large series of prose poems that have no end." "No, no," Burroughs said, "it's quite comprehensible and as accessible as any book you pick up at the airport. People are demanding less and less in the way of plot and structure, I find. So I don't think there's any difficulty in understanding. In fact, all three books demand a degree of concentration hard to sustain. The Soft Machine, which consists of 17 routines, opens with autobiographical reminiscences of junkie days, as a way of grounding the narrative in memory, Burroughs rolling drunks on the subway with Phil White, the sailor. Scenes of small-time pushing. Then the scene shifts to Morocco, got up and fixed in the sick dawn flutes of Ramadan. Hearing of Bill Garver's death in Mexico, the consul would give me no information other than place of burial in the American cemetery. He gave me an alarm clock ran for a year after his death. Kiki's death in Madrid, this frantic Cuban fruit finds Kiki with a novia and stabs him with a kitchen knife in the heart. The Demerol cure in the Jewish hospital in Tangier. There follows a passage in which it is made abundantly clear that sex is dirty, made it 3 times slow fuck on knees in the stink sewage looking at the black water. Sex is also a way to occupy and take over someone's body. Then we have the track reservation, track means thank you in Danish, a satire on capitalist consumer societies, and the introduction of Bradley Martin, inventor of the double cross and leader of the Nova Mob, who says, "Don't care myself if the whole fucking shithouse goes up in chunks, I've sat out novas before I was born in a nova." In The Mayan Caper, Burroughs shows how the Mayan priest rulers controlled the masses through the calendar, and describes the transfer operation, a way of moving into someone else's body during an orgasm by hanging scene. The book ends with its best passage, Burroughs' version of the creation myth, called Cross the Wounded Galaxies. This is not the biblical Genesis, with its reassuring deity creating order out of chaos, but creation as it actually must have felt to the first upright beings, a thing of total fear, life as disorder. Millions of years of evolution are compressed in a few pages of powerful images. Torn we crawled out of the mud. Faces and bodies covered with purple sex flesh. When we came out of the mud we had names. Man discovers language, the talking sickness. Man discovers the need of others, and the other did not want to touch me because of the white worm thing inside, but no one could refuse if I wanted, and ate the fear softness in other men. Man discovers war. Once we caught one of the hairy men with our vine nets and tied him over a slow fire and left him there until he died. Man discovers methods of survival. Sitting naked at the bottom of a well, the cool mud of evening touched our rectums. We share a piece of armadillo gristle, eating it out of each other's mouths. Above us a dry husk of insect bodies along the stone well wall, and thistles over the well mouth against green evening sky. The situation is one of permanent horror, but there is always the possibility of escape to another planet, migrants of ape in gasoline crack of history, explosive bio-advance out of space to neon. Cross the Wounded Galaxies is so strong that it gives the impression of having been written by a man in a trance, who saw beyond what the rest of us see. Like the soft machine, the ticket that exploded opens with an autobiographical sequence, a reminiscence of Burroughs' trip to South America with Eugene Allerton, but Allerton has now become an enemy, underlining the futility of love. Basically, he was completely hard and self-seeking and thought entirely in terms of position and advantage, an effective but severely limited intelligence. But then who am I to be critical? Few things in my own past I'd just as soon forget. This is followed by a parody of love done through popular song titles. Who's sorry now? Do I love you? You were meant for me. The nature of the Nova conspiracy is finally described: always create as many insoluble conflicts as possible and always aggravate existing conflicts. This is done by dumping on the same planet life forms with incompatible conditions of existence. One of these incompatible forms, being, of course, the opposite sex. Burroughs postulates Operation Other Half, which imprisons human life in conflict and duality, and counters it with Operation Rewrite, in which binary thinking is dismantled. Such is the power of writing, he says, that it can change the conditions of our lives. He rejects the conventional solution: why don't I work for your uncle's company? Work for a company, and what do they give you? Member of the country club. House and garden. A wife. Heart attack at 55. No thanks. And yet Burroughs has gone to the other extreme and become someone who sees nothing but the menace of life, an apocalyptic chronicler, a soured utopian. The book ends with nostalgia for a lost childhood, stale dreams. Billy. Boy, I was who never would be now. I lost him long ago. In Nova Express, the most didactic of the three books, Burroughs has a tendency to lecture the reader: who monopolized immortality? Who monopolized cosmic consciousness? Who monopolized love, sex and dreams? Who monopolized lifetime and fortune? Who took from you what is yours? In other words, the battle between the Nova mob and the Nova police is analogous to the battle men should be waging to regain their freedom from control groups. The purpose of my writing is to expose and arrest Nova criminals. To retake their universe of fear, death, and monopoly. Women as a controlling force are again excoriated. You cunts constitute a disposal problem in the worst form there is and raise the nastiest whine ever heard anywhere. Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Why don't you go back to Venus and fertilize a forest? The cut-up passages are more frequent here, sometimes as a parody of news writing, with its claim to objectivity and just the facts. Ma'am. Attorney General for Fear announced yesterday the discovery that cries of nepotism might form a new mineral damaging to the president. Police juice and the law are no cure for widespread public petting in chow lines, the Soviet Union said yesterday. Another purpose of the cut UPS is to show that nobody owns the language, and there are many references to the words of other authors, among them E. E. Cummings and T.S. Eliot. As usual, the reviews were a mixed bag. Reviewers who were themselves writers of talent tended to appreciate Burroughs more than literary critics. Nor were people at Grove Press too happy at the direction his work was taking. After Naked Lunch, sales slumped badly because the trilogy was inaccessible to the general reader, and appealed only to unconditional Burroughs fans. Dick Seaver, his editor, tried to tell him as gently as possible that it was madness to perpetuate the cup-up method, that it was hurting his sales and his reputation, that his writing was too good to get stuck in an arbitrary groove. But Burroughs could theorize for hours on the validity of cut UPS, how they went back to the surrealist tradition, and how he was convinced that there were many important connections he could not make in the linear method of writing, which he could only find in juxtaposition and happenstance. "Sure, it's interesting," Seaver said, "but don't think of it as a life's work." "Anyone can use scissors," Burroughs replied, "but some can use them better than others. It takes a master." Seaver could not help thinking that that kind of narrow and obsessive focus was related to drugs. It was like Alex Trocchi, doing nothing for years but carving tiny wooden sculptures. Making cut UPS was just another aspect of the drugged state of mind. Also, he had this mountain of material that he didn't know what to do with, so he cut it up and recycled it. And yet the feeling at Grove was that they would continue to publish what he wrote, for he was one of their flagships. It would be a mistake to turn him down. All they could do was try and steer him away from the cut-up method. 17. The London Years. 1966 to 1973. When Burroughs returned to London in January 1966, there was a murder on the train from Gatwick Airport, which he saw as an ominous sign. He settled into the Hotel Rushmore, at 11 Trebover Road, Earl's Court. He was reading Truman Capote's In Cold Blood, and wondered how it could be a bestseller. My God, what a bore it was, with its dull victims, their church suppers and 4-H clubs, and even duller killers. It must be that someone pressed a button somewhere and people bought any tripe at all. He was glad to see a full page of disfavor in the Observer, which said that Capote had deliberately let the killers hang, refusing to pull strings and release psychiatric testimony, in order to sell his crappy book. In Burroughs' absence, Ian Somerville, now 26, had taken up with a younger man from his hometown of Darlington, Alan Watson, whose parents were pastry cooks. Alan was small and blonde and swishy, and liked to camp it up. He worked in the canteen at Scotland Yard, where, if bought enough pints, he would dance on the tables. When he walked down Jermyn Street, where they were building the Cavendish Hotel, he sashayed past the construction crews in the scaffolding with one hand on his hip, blowing kisses with his other hand, and laughing at their jibes. Burroughs considered himself the victim of a classic case of alienation of affection. It was entirely his fault for not having taken Ian to New York. He had relinquished and then tried to reclaim, and had no grounds to reclaim. While he was away, Ian had found someone he was attracted to, and it was futile for Burroughs to protest, or show his jealousy. He was in the humiliating position of having to put up with Watson, and hoping it would blow over. Sexual desire was so fleeting. There was a time, in Tangier, when Ian had wanted him but he wasn't interested. And now that Burroughs wanted Ian, Ian didn't respond. It happened very seldom that both wanted it, it just didn't coincide. Sexually, Burroughs reflected, he had always got it wrong. Ian was riding high, having met the Beatles, who set him up in a recording studio. Paul McCartney wanted to launch a spoken word label, which would release a monthly record, like an avant-garde monthly magazine, with bits of poetry, interviews, and experimental music. Ringo Starr had an empty flat on Montague Square, a nouveau-riche sort of place with purple silk wallpaper, where Ian kept the expensive Beatle-bought equipment. Ian operated the studio like a crusty governess, with little supervision from the Beatles, who had their own problems. Burroughs was at first glad that Ian had something to do, and a chance to make money. He marveled at the studio, which had equipment to rival the BBC's. He went by a few times and met Paul, who played the acetate of the Rubber Soul album for him. Burroughs just sat there nodding and not saying anything, and McCartney thought he hadn't liked it. What was bothering Burroughs was not the music, but that he had begun to see the recording studio as a conspiracy to alienate Ian from him even further. Now, whenever he asked Ian to record something for him, Ian did it grudgingly and reluctantly. and Miss Allen Watson was always swishing around the studio, spraying perfume and fixing her hair, and fleeing with her bird brain to cunt headquarters. He had to face the fact, Ian was married to a cunt. In May, when Ian and Alan went to Paris for a holiday, he told himself that he had never been so glad to see two people walk out of his life. He would refuse to see Ian again as long as he had a wife sticking to him like a barnacle. The trouble with Ian was that he had a snobbish, celebrity-loving side that Alan Watson brought out. Miss Watson was an exaggerated version of Ian's worst traits, the flighty side, easily impressed by names. In July, Burroughs moved into a flat in Anthony Balch's building, at 8 Duke Street, a good location, near Piccadilly Circus on one side and Pall Mall on the other. Ian and Alan were broke, the largesse of the Beatles having come to an end, and in August asked if they could move in. Alan would do the cooking. Burroughs, out of weakness, agreed, initiating living conditions that were sure to make him miserable. He had no sympathy with his own behavior. He knew perfectly well that he would find it difficult to live in close quarters on a day-to-day basis with Miss Watson while holding back his hostility. He was disgusted with himself. He felt that he was rolling around in his weakness like a dog rolling in manure. He had completely lost the upper hand. Brian Geeson told him, "Well, if you're going to let someone walk all over you." Which was exactly what he was doing. He should have said, "If it's Alan you want, take him and get out of here." But he was too devoted to Ian to do that. Brian had always told him that the barking of dogs had a meaning, and on a short trip to Tangier he listened to the dogs and heard them bark, "Boss, bosses, Boss Bill." The dogs were reminding him that he had lost the boss position. Not that it was all bad. Alan was cordial and flexible, and cooked some excellent meals. But he played Maria Callas records from morning to night. "There goes that graveyard howl again," Burroughs said. Alan could tell when Burroughs was annoyed. He would make a nervous gesture through his hair and purse his mouth disdainfully. Then he would lock himself up in his room. Nor did it seem to Alan that Ian and Burroughs got along all that well. They were like an old married couple, either bickering or silent. Ian was high-strung, overreacting to little things. When Burroughs knocked over a teacup, Ian said, "Oh, really, William, that's too much." Ian complained that Burroughs was a creature of habit. He had to have his first drink at 6, and then he was drunk by 8. Ian did not think that was the way for an important writer to live, and told Alan, "I am not going to waste the rest of my young life on that old drunk." And yet when Burroughs went on the wagon, Ian stayed away. It was as though he was put out at having lost his major reason for complaint. One sunny September day, Alan Watson went to Hampton Court and took some cassettes along. As he sat on a bench sunning himself, he played one of the cassettes and was horrified to hear his own voice being mimicked by Burroughs, saying things he often said. It was so spooky that he took the cassette off the machine and flung it into the canal. Burroughs had put a curse on Alan Watson, hoping it would make him leave. Later, when he thought about it, Burroughs told himself that no curse originating in lust and anger could ever work. The only curses that worked were those that were done with real detachment. What he had done to Miss Watson was rotten weeds. Utterly indefensible. In September 1966, Burroughs' attention was distracted from the Ian Allen situation when he got the news that Billy had vanished. On his return from Tangier in 1964, Billy had struck his Palm Beach friends as completely changed. His closest female friend, Bertiana Barnum, found him hurt and bitter and withdrawn. He was hurt, she surmised, because in Tangier he had realized that his father was unable to take care of him. While this had remained untested, there was still hope. But now that he had actually gone and tried it, the illusion was lost. Billy became so difficult that his grandparents sent him to boarding school in the fall of 1964. About the only place that would have him was the Green Valley School, in Central Florida, outside Orange City, home of pure water. Occupying an old monastery, the school was run by the Reverend George von Hilsheimer, a tall, clean-cut, energetic fellow with what the Army calls command presence. Hilsheimer was a licensed Baptist minister with a doctorate in philosophy from the Humanistic Psychology Institute in San Francisco. A disciple of A.S. Neil Summerhill, he founded Green Valley as one of those noble educational experiments of the 60s, a school that kids would regard as a great experience rather than a prison sentence. He told the students not to call him sir, so they called him George the Bear and Revy Baby. In his office there was a framed statement called Winners and Losers. A winner always has a program. A loser always has an excuse. A winner says let me do it for you. A loser says that's not my job. And so on. There was a gap between aspiration and reality, however, and Green Valley soon came to be known as a school of last resort for messed up kids, dopers, hippies, and out crazies. When Billy arrived there in the fall of 1964, he struck the Reverend von Hilsheimer as a mature-looking 17-year-old you wouldn't card him at a bar. In turn, Billy found von Hilsheimer larger than life and compassionate. Billy was popular with girls, and one day von Hilsheimer told him, "God damn it, Burroughs, I started this school so I could get laid, not you." His general attitude to students having affairs was, "If I know about it, it becomes my business, so be discreet. As far as I'm concerned, privacy is the basis of all morality." It did not take Billy long to realize that some of the Green Valley students were seriously disturbed. Around Easter of 1965, an 18-year-old boy named Nigel, recently released from a mental hospital, broke into the gun locker, removed a 9mm pistol, wrapped himself up in a sleeping bag, put the pistol in his mouth, and blew his brains out. Assigned to clean Nigel's room the next morning, Billy saw a piece of skull with hairs attached to it that was stuck to the wall, and the splattered crater the bullet had made next to it. Billy had this on his conscience, the night in January 1965 when Laura called to tell him that Maud was dead, her husband, his father's father. He did not go at once to the school superintendent and say he needed a car, right away. It would have taken him 4 hours to be at her side. Crippled by inertia, he hadn't bothered. With Maud dead, Laura at 77 was short of money. She didn't see how she was going to pay for Billy's tuition. But this time Burroughs was able to help, and his grateful mother wrote, "I never had to worry about money before, and now all I want is to get Billy educated." Maud always managed the family finances, and I suppose he tried to keep me from worrying. Maud and I always talked things over, and it is hard to plan alone. Billy started his second year at Green Valley in the fall of 1965, and it was not long afterward that he started taking drugs. One day the school's business manager came to see the headmaster, Ron Nowicki, and said, "We have an unusually large bill from the pharmacy this month." They asked for an itemized bill, which listed numerous purchases of a drug containing paregoric. It turned out that Billy's roommate had been to see a doctor for an ear infection and had obtained a prescription for a painkiller. Every week Billy and his roommate duplicated the prescription, going to the pharmacy in Orange City, charging the medicine to the school, cooking it up in their room, and shooting the paregoric. They were signing a staff member's name to the scripts, but Nowicki obtained their descriptions from the pharmacist and had their room searched. The syringes were found in the tone arm of their record player. Billy was not dismissed from the school. Von Hilsheimer believed in giving kids a second chance and did not want to lose any tuition-paying students. That summer of 1966, having graduated from Green Valley, and hanging around Palm Beach, with his grandmother increasingly lost in a world of her own, he started taking speed. In mid-September, he told Laura he was going on a camping trip, and vanished. On September 19, Burroughs' brother, Mort, wrote him that Laura was in a panic. She would not eat or sleep or leave the house, she just sat by the phone waiting. This was a new low in irresponsibility. Obviously, Billy could no longer live with his grandmother. At the same time, he was 19 and not ready for the world. He should go to his father in London, who should get him started in life. Not being wanted was a large part of his present trouble. Billy had hitchhiked to New York, where he showed a real propensity for trouble, managing to get himself busted twice in 2 weeks. The first time, at the end of September, he was taking speed with friends in a hotel when detectives crashed in, waving guns, and made him stand against the wall with his hands up. He was taken to the Brooklyn House of Detention, where he killed time in his cell, as the guards did their rounds, yelling on the gate, meaning that the inmates had to stand at the front of their cells. He called Allen Ginsberg, who posted bail. The bondsman brought him 2 hot dogs and a glass of milk. When he went by Allen's to say thanks, Allen said, "For God's sake, be careful." Billy paid no attention, and went out looking for more speed. At his first court hearing, Allen provided a lawyer, and he was released on grounds of illegal search and seizure. Then, on October 8, 1966, he was arrested with 6 others in a Bleecker Street pad where police found opium, marijuana, barbiturates, and guns. It was pure bad luck, thought Billy. Too embarrassed to call Allen again, he was taken to the Tombs, where a cellmate told him, "When the cart comes, grab the meat out of a couple of sandwiches and stick it in yours. They don't watch so good." Allen found out where he was and again bailed him out, asking, "Why don't you have the sense to stay out of places like that?" And again he was released for illegal search and seizure. He wrote his father asking for $300 to pay the lawyer, adding, "These fiascos are part of an education for me. Because of many things in the past, I've had to see just a bit of despair, and to experience a lot of mental fuck-up. All this, not in any attempt to be like you, but rather to become able to understand my father. In Tangier, I was too afraid and had to leave." And yet it seemed that Billy was copying his father's drug-taking and criminality, but without his father's core of discipline and sense of survival. Perhaps it was a role model situation. If your father was Pete Rose, you were likely to take up baseball, and if your father was William Burroughs, you were likely to take up drugs. Allen Ginsberg didn't know what to make of Billy. He had Joan's dome forehead and Bill's gray eyes and grayish complexion and very fine brown hair. There was no trace of Whitey that he could see. For there were those who said that Joan's gangster lover Whitey was Billy's real father. He was intelligent but vague, and usually in need of a bath. He had called Allen to be rescued, and then he had disappeared, and then he had called to be rescued again, and then he had disappeared again. Allen tracked him down to a grungy place on Avenue B, and urged him to leave town before he got arrested a 3rd time. Burroughs agreed with his brother that Billy should join him in London, and plans were made to that effect. He had no idea what he would do with Billy, or how he would fit into the already complicated menage with Ian and Alan Watson. Matters had improved in that department, however. His silly jealousy had evaporated, and he found himself actually liking Alan, who was tidy and willing and who fixed his breakfast each morning, and made elaborate dinners such as wild duck à l'orange. If Billy arrived, he would try to find another flat for Ian and Alan in the building. But each time Billy was set to fly to London, something came up. One time he said he was sick from Benzedrine withdrawal. The next time he had a really bad tooth. Then, in mid-November, he was arrested in West Palm Beach as he was leaving Henry's drugstore, where he had tried to fill a forged script for Desoxyn, which was prescribed as an antidepressant. The police found some pills under the front seat of his car. As Billy put it, "When you want speed, you're ready to walk 10 miles and pose for skin pics." Mort wrote Burroughs that their poor mother was at her wit's end. It was going to be a pretty messy thing for a lone old lady to handle. If they didn't get Billy away from her, it was going to kill her. She had aged years in the last few months. Billy had been arraigned and was out on bail, and his trial was set for August 1967. Mort was afraid Billy would be in another jam before August, and then things would be twice as bad. "I think the issue is clear," Mort said. "Either take care of him or write him off. Without help he will never make it." What was wrong with his son, Burroughs wondered. My God, 3 busts in a few months was too much. I am convinced, he wrote his mother, it is the difficulty of young men today, arising from the fact that he does not have anything to do or any goals which have meaning for him. I am ready to give any amount of time and effort to find something for him to do. In fact, however, Burroughs was equivocating. He did not want to go to Palm Beach. He would do almost anything to avoid it, writing his mother on November 25, the classic example of mealy-mouthed reasoning. I feel that for me to come to Palm Beach at this point would be unwise for several reasons. First, of course, is the question of expenses. Airfare plus living, it means $1,000 more or less. That much less money to provide for Billy. For that amount Billy could be treated for a week in a nursing home with the best care. What concerns me is that, because of my past record, I am not a suitable guardian for Billy. In short, my presence in Palm Beach might do more harm than good to Billy's case. Whereas if I am not there, questions are less likely to arise. Does Mort know about the situation? If he could come down for a few days, that would be much more to the point. The last time Mort had come down for a few days was when Burroughs had shot his wife and he had gone to Mexico to retrieve Billy. Mort now made it clear that he was through pulling his brother's chestnuts out of the fire. Not that I doubt my own ability to make a good impression on any unprejudiced person, Burroughs continued. However, the narcotics department is completely prejudiced. They say once an addict always an addict, and they discount the possibility of cure. I will almost certainly have trouble with them if I return. They told me when I came in last time I was subject to fine and imprisonment for not registering with the department when I left the U.S. His son was bereft, facing criminal charges and a jail sentence in a state that treated drug users harshly, needing a father's presence and assistance, and here was Burroughs hemming and hawing and ducking his responsibility. He did not give the real reason for his reluctance, which was that he had a habit. If he went to Palm Beach, where what he needed was not obtainable, he would go through withdrawal. But as repeated pleas arrived from his mother and his brother, he had to bite the bullet. Billy was depressed, his mother was unable to cope, and Mort was unwilling to be a surrogate father. Burroughs finally decided to go to Palm Beach over Christmas 1966 and do what he could. He arrived in the midst of a situation that was far from merry. Billy's prospects were as bad as could be. There were 3 felony counts, and he could not leave the country without posting some outrageous bond. His case was coming up before one of the most severe judges in Florida, Russell McIntosh, who automatically handed down the maximum sentence to everyone who appeared before him. His mother was hallucinating and calling the police, saying she heard voices. She was driving him round the bend with her continual fretting and loss of memory. He had to explain some points to her 50 times. Friends of the family had faded into thin air. There were no servants and no car. The house was in a state of unbelievable disorder and, Burroughs was sure, quite literally haunted. On New Year's Day, 1967, his mother fell and broke her wrist. Burroughs called Dr. Murphy, the family doctor, who was in trouble for having prescribed Benzedrine to Billy, and he wouldn't give Laura an injection, so Burroughs had to take her to the hospital. Burroughs wasn't feeling that great himself, having arrived with the tail end of a tincture of opium habit plus various other disabilities, pain and tension in the back of the neck, swelling in the glands at the side of the neck with a high fever, and swelling in the groin. Which did not improve his mood, nor did Billy's incredible carelessness, for Burroughs found empty paregoric bottles and syringes all over the house. "You're no help at all," he exploded. "And mother is calling me Mort, and asking me to move things that aren't there, and calling me by any name that comes to mind. And I can't get a decent night's sleep in that back room, and when I do, it's all nightmares. All this on top of those stupid cops is frustrating." Billy, however, found his father a pleasure to have around. He'd been there. He understood. He gave Billy the gospel according to Burroughs: dress well, be punctual, speak when spoken to. Be attentive and not impatient. If a small mind with power began to feel inferior, there would be all hell to pay. Above all, There was no such thing as a nice cop. The cop mentality was, if you're not guilty, how come you're bleeding? Burroughs went to see the lawyer his mother had found, and saw himself through the lawyer's eyes, this seedy, shifty, addict father. No wonder the son. He heard the lawyer say, quite distinctly, lousy father. The lawyer, however, thought there might be a way to get the charges dropped. He knew someone in the district attorney's office who was willing to make a deal. The deal was that they would place Billy on probation if he agreed to take the cure at the federal hospital in Lexington, Kentucky. Judge McIntosh went along, imposing 4 years probation, with every restriction in the book. But it was certainly better than standing trial, particularly since Billy, though off speed, was still taking paregoric, morphine, and Dilaudid. In early February, 1967, Burroughs took Billy to Lexington. They flew together as far as Atlanta, but Billy, who was afraid of planes, was in a panic, despite a large dose of tranquilizers, and rented a car the rest of the way. Billy told himself that he had to get over this fixation about flying, but there was nothing down there but air, man, and what if the pilot didn't get laid last night and decides to take the whole shitload with him? As he waited in his hotel room for Billy to arrive, Burroughs was overcome with sadness. Tears streamed from his eyes. He saw Billy's future spread out before him, like a canvas covered with meaningless scratches, and he knew that it would end in tragedy, and that he was powerless to change it. He dried his eyes, thinking, crying is nothing to be ashamed of. The next day, when he and Billy presented themselves at the hospital, the admittance clerk looked at father and son and asked, "Which one of you is checking in here?" He knew an old junkie when he saw one. By mid-March, Burroughs was back in London, relieved to have escaped from all the family horrors. He was even glad to see Alan Watson. He started a new novel, The Wild Boys, but the flat was too crowded to work, and in May he left for Marrakesh, where he stayed with a friend from Memphis, Bill Willis, who was decorating a house for John Paul Getty, Jr. The only trouble was that Getty's checks kept bouncing. Marrakesh he found confining. The social circuit was too small. You kept seeing the same people over and over. The poverty and the begging were more obtrusive. The heat was oppressive. You had to close the shutters in the morning to keep the cool air in. When Willis sent the servant girl out to buy potatoes at 1:30 in the afternoon, she refused to go. What kind of respect did they expect from their servants, when they dragged in every boy off the streets? The only thing he liked about Marrakesh was Mr. Very Good, who came to the door each day with his hashish cookies. After a month, he moved to Tangier, riding through from 10 a.m. to dinner time in his room in the Atlas Hotel, copiously supplied with Mayjown, and making notes while he ate dinner. From London there were occasional communications from Ian, a postcard that said "Gloom Doom Spoon Moon Love Ian," and a note reporting that the city makes its own weather is confirmed. Clouds hang heavy and low over London. We carry on. Returning to London in July, Burroughs was greeted with another crisis, but one that mercifully did not require his presence in Palm Beach. His mother, it was clear, was losing her mind. She had appeared to be the stronger of his parents, while actually her degree of reliance on Mode had been complete, and without his steadying hand she was distressed and alone. Billy was back at Green Valley, and she constantly worried over whether he was complying with the conditions of his probation. Her Palm Beach fair-weather friends had deserted her. Ellis, the black gardener, would come in for tea out of kindness and sit there with a little white cup in his huge hand, finding her alone on the pink couch, white as whalebone, thin as a blade, one-breasted from cancer, talking about ghosts. When Ellis left she drank cocktails and hallucinated, seeing drunken gauchos playing cards in her living room. She saw men coming out of the television set and sitting on her bed. She didn't understand how the men got in and out, disappearing so quickly. She called the police, asking them to chase the little people out, and blaming her neighbors for sending them around. Several times a day, she called Mort and Miggy in St. Louis. Dr. Murphy said it was hardening of the arteries. The house was up for sale, but Bob Bissett, the real estate man, called Mort to say he couldn't possibly sell it as long as she was in it, because when he was showing clients around they were very definitely put off by her remarks about the little people in the corner playing bingo. The only solution, Mort and Mickey wrote Burroughs, was to move her to St. Louis and put her in a nursing home. But Mort didn't have the guts to do it unless she was willing, and one day she thought it was a good idea and the next day she changed her mind. You had to plan ahead to get into these places, however, and Mort put her name on the waiting list. The cost was rather high, but no worse than living alone, and her condition was bound to improve in a place where she could talk to real people instead of imaginary ones for a change. In the fall of 1967, Mort and Mickey moved her to a St. Louis nursing home at $25 a day. Mort wrote Burroughs that he would pay for it but wanted Burroughs to handle Billy's financial needs, for Billy had begun to call him from Green Valley to beg for money. Billy was back at Green Valley as a teacher's assistant, that school for kooks where maybe you could get some schooling if you were enterprising enough to hunt up a teacher and ask for it. Mort couldn't help him, he didn't even like the kid. Finally the house was sold, and Laura was barely able to sign the deed. Mort had to guide her hand. When the check arrived she couldn't sign it and Mort had to forge her name on it to cash it. Laura's mind was deteriorating rapidly, and she rarely recognized Mort when he came to visit. The whole thing was a nightmare, and as usual, Mort had to handle it while his brother was off living the good life in London. Not long after Laura Burroughs had entered the nursing home, Billy was sent to Alaska, where Green Valley ran a fishing camp in keeping with the Reverend von Hilsheimer's strenuous life approach to education. On his way to Halibut Cove, as the place was called, Billy stopped off in St. Louis to see his grandmother. The nursing home was on a dirt road behind a Piggly Wiggly supermarket. Old eyes in rocking chairs on the porch watched him approach. "She may not know you," the nurse said. Laura was in a pink robe, strapped to a chair. "She removes her clothing," the nurse explained. Billy found her purse and took the money out of it. He needed it more than she did. It was a long way to Alaska. The nurse came in and said, "Your time is up." "No, lady, not mine," Billy said. He started to cry, and Laura looked up from the chair where she was strapped and asked, "Billy, what's wrong, lamb?" Billy returned from Alaska to the Green Valley School at the start of 1968 and promptly fell for a bright and vivacious 17-year-old girl named Karen Perry, the daughter of an entomologist who worked for the government in Savannah. Karen hooked him like he'd never been hooked before. At first, she was timid in bed, but then, oh God. The Reverend von Hilsheimer remembers Karen as the distillation of the Jewish American princess. She was gorgeous, but did she have a mouth on her, and did she have a temper? The last week of July, Billy wrote his father, "I'm 21 years old now, and in order to lead the fullest possible life before the bomb comes and grinds against me, I'm getting married. How'd you like to bounce a diuretic runny-nosed grandson on your knee?" Cut to close-up of Burroughs, shaking his head and grimacing. "I have found a fine, complex, exciting evil cunt whom I'm ready to devote a portion of my life to. She is Karen, she is 5'2", enormously brown-eyed, sexual, and I love her for the thrust and parry, yin-yang, cosmic ping-pong of the whole thing." The idea was that they would get married in Savannah and live there, but Billy had to convince his probation officer, William J. Kane, to let him leave Florida. Kane called Karen in and told her, "This here paper is Bill's probation order. This is Bill's Bible. This little piece of paper is all that stands between Bill and the penitentiary." Billy and Karen were married in August 1968 in the Perry's backyard by a justice of the peace with a wart on his nose. The rabbi wouldn't officiate because Billy wasn't Jewish. Billy thought his in-laws must be saying, "What is our gefilte daughter doing with this goyish writer?" But in spite of everything they were friendly and welcoming. Al Perry, kind though mildly skeptical, and his tiny wife, Libby, who clapped her hands when she was impatient. Billy had wanted a red cummerbund with his rented tux, but that was too flamboyant for the Perrys. He shook hands with people he didn't know, who said, "It was lovely, it really was." As he left with Karen, he thought they were throwing the rice in his face and on his neck just a bit harder than necessary. His father did not attend but wondered from London how his son was going to support a family when he couldn't support himself. They rented a 2-bedroom house behind a Japanese restaurant in Savannah Beach, which was known for its strip bars and nightclubs. Billy was writing and Karen was a cocktail waitress, first at the Angle, then at Kitten's Corner, then at the Black Lace, a strip joint. Billy came by and drank free beer in the lounge. He had started drinking in Alaska and alcohol had become a very good friend. He struck up conversations with customers. He talked to a man who was so far right he'd been blackballed by the John Birch Society. Once a guerrilla in the Philippines, he'd brought back a recipe for Jap suey. The Black Lace was a raunchy place. One of the strippers had an act where she took a maraschino cherry from a customer's drink, put it up her snatch, and shot it out at the audience like a tiny red cannonball. At first, the ass-grabbing drunks provoked Karen to tears. "Hey baby, watch her got under there." But she wised up fast, and soon developed the authority of a cop. As for Billy, he was full of plans. He was going to attend the state college. He was going down on the docks to get a job on one of the shrimp boats. He bought a book called Bargain Paradises of the World, and was thinking of going to Australia when he was off probation. For Billy the thought was the deed. Whenever he did accomplish something, it invariably went wrong. He bought an old Mustang and drove it to Denver, where he got a tattoo at Frenchie's tattoo parlor, from Frenchie himself, a huge fat man wearing only overalls. It was a snake curled around a rose, but the rose got infected, turning into a huge scab, which he had to soak hourly in Listerine. Then he traded the Mustang for $200 and a shotgun, and the new owner took off with the car after paying $50. Billy sawed off the shotgun, making it unusable, and traded it in a bar for a six-pack. From a car to a six-pack. He was glad that Karen put up with him, loony as he was, even though, with his drinking having passed the gusto stage, his sex life had begun to droop. At this time, he wrote in his diary, "I begin to fit into my role as a traveling exercise in other people's patience." While Billy was falling in love and getting married, Burroughs was in London, where he heard from Alan that February of 1968 that Neil Cassidy had died, a few days short of his 42nd birthday. Alan had seen it coming. Too much booze and drugs. A few months before, he and Neil had driven down from Bellingham, Washington, to San Francisco, and spent the night together in a motel on Van Ness. Neil's skin had been cold, sweaty, and corpse-like the chemical cast of amphetamines. It was the first time Alan had ever gotten out of bed with Neil voluntarily, and in despair he walked the streets, pondering the deathly fate that had overtaken the miracle of his youthful romance. In February, Neil had gone to the Mexican town of San Miguel de Allende. On February 3, passing the door of a wedding party, he was invited in. The next morning he was found collapsed by the railroad tracks outside town, and he died later that day in the hospital. Burroughs lamented the loss of another member of the core group, and remembered their days together in East Texas. At that time, however, he was consumed by a new passion: Scientology. The teaching of L. Ron Hubbard attracted him as a fresh area of psychic investigation, which also might help him where psychoanalysis had failed. Hubbard's basic premise was that words heard in an unconscious or semi-conscious state, a state induced by infantile trauma, anesthesia, or drunkenness, were recorded by the subject. These recorded words he called engrams, which loaded you down with emotionally crippling although suppressed memories. For instance, words heard during an operation would, when repeated, cause pain and anxiety. The system of therapy was for the subject to be audited on an e-meter, a machine like a lie detector that measured galvanic skin response, when psychic stress created changes in the electrical resistance of the skin. The needle moved when there was a reading, which indicated anxiety in response to a question. When you came to a painful incident, you kept running it, repeating the question, until you got a floating needle, showing that the subject was no longer disturbed by the incident. In other words, you repeated the material until it lost its emotional charge and became neutral. Still suffering from a childhood trauma that he had never been able to unravel, Burroughs thought Scientology auditing was of great benefit. It could do more in 10 hours than psychoanalysis could do in 10 years. After taking the beginner's course at the London headquarters, 37 Fitzroy Street, he took the clear course in mid-January 1968 at St. Hill, a fortress-like compound lacking only a moat and drawbridge, in East Grinstead, about 50 miles from London. This was a 2-month solo audit course, 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. It was as grueling as a full-time job. At the end you were supposed to be clear, that is, rid of your engrams. The auditing sessions were so emotionally charged that at the first one, Burroughs blacked out. It started rather formally, with the male auditor facing the subject saying, "Pick up the cans, please. This is the session." As he held the 2 metal cans, the auditor asked questions and watched for movements of the needle. If you were talking to an army colonel, what would you talk about? I couldn't talk to any army colonel I ever saw. Fine, thank you. All right. If you were talking to an army colonel about that, what would you say exactly? I would tell him he is too stupid to find his own balls. Fine, thank you. And if you were talking to the president, what would you talk about? Drug hysteria. Fine, thank you. And what would you say, exactly? What are you trying to do, turn America into a nation of rats? Our pioneer ancestors would piss in their graves. And if you were talking to the Pope, what would you talk about? Birth control. Fine, thank you. And what would you say exactly? Sure as shit, they will multiply their assholes into the polluted seas. That's it, we'll take a break now, the auditor said, giving him an orange drink. He said that Scientology had the answers he was looking for. Step by step he could become an operating thetan, a higher degree of clear. After the break, they began an exercise called overts and withholds. Burroughs talked about Kiki, his 10-year boy, and said that when Kiki went away, he felt dead. The auditor asked him to return to the incident and tell him everything, like what Kiki was wearing. Burroughs got as far as it was when the room went dark and he lost consciousness. The last thing he felt was the hair on the back of his neck rising like a cat's. The needle was slamming around on the machine. When he came to, he heard the auditor say, "A Roxy slam, a strong reaction." As Burroughs continued the sessions, he saw that sometimes there were release points to readings that neither he nor the auditor understood. They were things buried in his unconscious that he didn't know he knew, but when they surfaced the auditor got a floating needle. When the auditor got a read on a question about hieroglyphs and asked what it meant, Burroughs said, "The emerald beginning and end of word," and the auditor got a floating needle. On another reading, the release point was the phrase, "Why, it's just an old movie." Yet another release point was Scobie, the character in the Graham Greene novel The Heart of the Matter, with his rusty handcuffs on the wall. As rewarding as the auditing process was, Burroughs was distressed by other aspects of Scientology. L. Ron Hubbard, whom no one ever saw, was idolized, particularly by the young female members, who came on at breakfast with thinly disguised sexual dreams about the great non-presence, like young nuns dreaming about their bridegroom Jesus Christ. Burroughs was sharing a house with 7 other Scientologists, and they would all pile into a car in the morning and drive like hell, because if you were late you would be put into a condition of liability, which meant that you had to wear a gray armband and you were not allowed to wash or shave. You had to go around collecting signatures to be absolved of liability. Also, the attitude toward non-Scientologists was militantly hostile. They were seen as the enemy, and were referred to by Hubbard in his taped lectures as WOGs, the old colonial acronym for Worthy Oriental Gentlemen. What most disgusted Burroughs, however, were the secretary checks, a sort of Orwellian thought police. You would be called in for a sec check and be asked the following questions on the e-meter: are you here for any other reason than what you say you are? Do you have any doubts about Scientology? Are you connected to a suppressive person, anyone in disagreement with Scientology? Do you harbor any unkind thoughts about L. Ron Hubbard? Burroughs got a reading on that one, and when the question was repeated, he weaseled out of it by saying, "Yes, I can't help resenting his perfection." You learned to say the right thing. But it was humiliating, like a return to kindergarten, and going to secretary checks reminded him of a line in Celine: all this time I felt my self-respect slipping away from me, and finally completely gone, as if officially removed. Returning to Duke Street on weekends, he used postcard photographs of L. Ron Hubbard as targets for his air pistol, but while cocking the pistol the hammer snapped on his thumb and nearly broke it. Boy, oh, L. Ron was spittin' back the curse. Ian and Alan Watson were still in the flat, but Ian had found a job in computers and was in a much better frame of mind. In June, as one of those under suspicion of harboring unkind thoughts about L. Ron Hubbard, Burroughs took the dreaded Yoberg, a series of 104 questions about every conceivable form of criminal activity. Each question had to be cleared, floating needle, and it took 3 weeks and 80 hours of auditing, because there were too few auditors and too many applicants. Burroughs ran all the material flat until there wasn't a tick left. Of course, on a question like "did you ever fuck your mother," you got a protest read, and then if you got a second read they would ask you what that meant, and you might say, "Well, I've had this fantasy." You worked through that, and if you still got a read, it started to look bad. Burroughs was asked, "Have you ever concealed a body?" "Of course not." "There's a read here." Burroughs saw himself hiding a body in an alley in some sort of ancient Egyptian setting. "I think it's whole track all past lives," he said. The auditor rephrased the question, "In this life, have you ever concealed a body?" "No." "That is clear." "Did you ever commit forgery?" the auditor asked. He said he had not. "There's a read," the auditor said. He suddenly remembered that he'd forged narcotics prescriptions. The machine knew things the mind had forgotten. After taking the advanced clearing course in Edinburgh, Burroughs left Scientology, impressed by the auditing techniques but disgusted by the authoritarian organization and the stupidly fascistic utterances of L. Ron Hubbard. The aim of Scientology, complete freedom from past conditioning, was perverted to become a new form of conditioning. He had hoped to find a method of personal emancipation and had found instead another control system. Scientology roped you in and bound you. It was like a state, with its own courts and its own police, its own rewards and penalties, and its own ludicrous jargon. Returning to his Duke Street flat in July 1968, Burroughs was pleased to find that Alan Watson had left for the south of France with some rich queen. What a relief it was to find him gone. You didn't know how someone dragged on you until he wasn't around. The trouble was that Ian had moved out, too, to a mean overpriced hovel in the heart of London's smogland, at 55 Red Lion Street Way on the wrong side of the British Museum. Burroughs wondered what he could do to get Ian back. It was the sexual attraction between Alan and Ian that made it difficult, like interfering in a boy-girl affair. For Ian, Scientology was the last straw. Burroughs was on an auditing binge. He wanted to round up people in the street and chain them to e-meters. It was all he could talk about. He put a sign up in the Indica bookshop, around the corner from Duke Street, which was run by Ian's friend Barry Miles, offering to do free audits. When he tried to audit Ian, Ian fled, telling Miles, "When Bill turns that operating Thetan glare on me, I just know it's time to leave." It made his skin crawl to have Bill fixing him with this weird luck. He hated the whole Scientology movement, it was spurious and tacky, and Bill's intelligence was being wasted. Bill claimed he was just investigating it, but in fact he was hooked. Since he couldn't audit Ian, he audited Harold Norse, who was spending a few months in London. Norse told him, I'm lonely. Burroughs kept running it on the e-meter and discovered that loneliness was a cover, and his real problem was that his boyfriend didn't want to sleep with him. Burroughs was cultivating people like John McMasters, who had originated many of the Scientology techniques but had broken with Hubbard. He was a compelling speaker who had traveled the world making thousands of converts to Scientology, and he described himself as the happiest man alive. Once Burroughs and McMasters went out to dinner at a restaurant on Greek Street called La Cucaracha. They had quite a bit to drink, and Burroughs gave the waiter a pound to sing La Cucaracha, which brought back fond memories of his days as an exterminator. When the song was over, McMasters leaned over close to Burroughs, as though intent on imparting a deep secret, and said, "Did I ever tell you that in my previous incarnation I was Rudolph Valentino?" Burroughs pursed his lips and said, "Really, John? Most interesting." The auditing sessions were interrupted that August by an offer he couldn't refuse. Esquire wanted him to cover the Democratic Convention in Chicago, along with Terry Southern and Jean Genet. A hard-hitting troika, thought Burroughs, delighted to get out of London. The political situation in America was that after the Tet Offensive in January and Eugene McCarthy's success in the early primaries on an anti-war platform, President Johnson had decided in March not to run. Robert Kennedy's bid ended in tragedy on June 5. The delegates at the Chicago Convention would have to choose between McCarthy and Johnson's vice president, Hubert Horatio Humphrey. Quite another story, however, was taking place outside the convention hall, in the streets of Chicago, which was like the site of a medieval engagement, like Agincourt or Poitiers, where two opposing armies gathered in formation on a designated field of battle. 10,000 demonstrators, mostly young, represented a coalition of protest groups including Yippies, Black Panthers, and Students for a Democratic Society. They were outnumbered and outgunned by 16,000 Chicago police officers, 4,000 state police, and 4,000 National Guard troops in full battle dress, armed with machine guns, bazookas, and tanks. When Burroughs landed at O'Hare on August 24, on his first visit to Chicago in 26 years, the customs official touched his cassette recorder and said, "The tools of your trade." He was staying at the Sheraton, there being no room at the Hilton, the center of the action, where Yippies had exploded a stink bomb in the lobby. At the hotel he met Jean Genet, dressed in old corduroys and an open-necked shirt, his pink and dimpled face reminding Burroughs of a bald, clean-shaven Santa. Genet told him that because he was a convicted criminal, he had been unable to obtain a visa, and had gone to Canada, where a group of Quebec separatists had smuggled him across the border. He had been walking past police lines, he said, and had seen bloodlust in the blue-helmeted cop's eyes. One cop had stared at him but Genet did not lower his eyes. He heard the cop's inner voice saying very distinctly, "There is the enemy." Michigan Avenue was chaotic. Sandwiched between the police lines were hippies with flutes and finger cymbals, clergymen and other protesting elders, including Dr. Spock, girls with long earrings labeled Eugene, and long-haired young men carrying placards that said "Welcome to Fort Daly," in honor of Chicago's 200-pound, 5'8" mayor, Richard J. Daley, and "There can be no peace in the U.S. until there is peace in Vietnam." Cars in traffic honked the rhythm of "Hell no, we won't go." The next day, August 25, Burroughs went to the airport to catch the arrival of Gene McCarthy. There he was, smiling broadly, and surrounded by his young, scrubbed supporters, who should all have been wearing name tags reading "Righteous Idealist," and who were shouting, "The GOP will cry in its beer, for here is a man who will change the scene." Gene. That evening came the outbreak in hostilities, when the Yippies defied a mayoral decree that Lincoln Park had to be cleared by 11 p.m. Burroughs was there, having linked up with Allen Ginsberg and his Sense Derangement crew, who were passing around honey spiked with acid. Campfires flickered, voices were raised in song in the summer night, hash pipes were aglow, and Ginsberg was leading his troops in mantras. The scene reminded Terry Southern, who was drinking tequila and taking an occasional hit of Panama Red with his fellow Esquire correspondents, of an updated Courier and Ives print. At midnight, prowl cars entered the park, and a megaphone voice said, "All persons will leave this park at once. This is an order from the mayor of Chicago and from the Chicago police." Terry Southern saw someone step out and throw a brick at the windshield of a police car. The searchlights flashed on, and the cops burst out of the woods, riot sticks in hand, clubbing at random. The kids retaliated with rocks and bottles. Then came the tear gas, the sting of which no mantra could relieve. Kids rubbed Vaseline on their cheeks to keep it from burning their skins and tied wet handkerchiefs over their noses and mouths. One cop came up to Allen Ginsberg, who sat there quietly in the lotus position, and said, "Go in peace, brother," and the cop held back his arm, muttering something about crazy hippies. It was later alleged by Terry Southern and Abby Hoffman that the man who had thrown the brick was an FBI provocateur. Norman Mailer, also covering the convention and also in Lincoln Park that night, ran into Burroughs and Jennett, who had the determined miserable look of infantrymen trudging to the front. Jennett, large as Mickey Rooney, angelic in appearance, glanced at him with that hauteur it takes French intellectuals 2 decades to acquire. Burroughs merely nodded. Nothing surprised him favorably or unfavorably. Actually, Burroughs was surprised. He could not believe that this was taking place in America. At the same time, he reflected, it was history as theater, which had existed from the Stone Age to the present. He had managed not to tangle with the cops by making himself el hombre invisible. But when he saw the kids being clubbed, he thought that there were no innocent bystanders. Jean Jennett later told him that, pursued by the police, he had run into an apartment building and knocked on a door at random, saying, "C'est Monsieur Jennett." The occupant of the apartment, it turned out, was a graduate student who was writing a thesis on him. Then, on August 28, there was a rally around the Grant Park band shell. They were going to march, 10,000 strong, down Michigan Avenue to the Hilton. Burroughs had agreed to march in the second row with Allen Ginsberg and Jean Jennett, in an impulsive display of participatory journalism, but was feeling uneasy about the whole enterprise. He was hoping he wouldn't have to march, not being ready for martyrdom, and fearing that his splendid record of never having had a cop lay a violent hand on him in all his brushes with the law might now be compromised. There was no way out, however, for the organizers were giving instructions: link arms. Keep 5 feet between rows. Keep your cool. You can obtain tear gas rags from the medics. Down Michigan Avenue they started, with Burroughs calm and impassive under his gray fedora, all the while thinking, "I hope to God we stop." In the distance, a solid phalanx of police came into focus. It would be madness, thought Burroughs, to try to force their way through. Thankfully, the organizers did not want violence, and neither did the cops, and the marchers stopped and dispersed. Although not a movement person, being ambivalent even about his affiliation with the Beats, Burroughs found Chicago a heady experience. He felt that the seeds that he and Alan and Jack had planted years ago were bearing magnificent fruit. These young people challenging the political establishment and battling the Chicago police were in a sense the spiritual offspring of On the Road, Howl, and Naked Lunch. He had really dug the Chicago scene, by comparison with stodgy old London. When you saw 10,000 people in front of Buckingham Palace screaming "Bugger the Queen," there would be hope for England. But that day would never come. Chicago made Burroughs realize that he could accomplish more in the United States than he could sitting on the God-forsaken island like a 19th-century queen. In New York, Burroughs and Jennett checked into the Hotel Delmonico to write their stories. Jennett had a row with Esquire editor Harold Hayes, objecting to the magazine's cover photograph, which showed the 3 correspondents standing over what was meant to be the body of a demonstrator. He refused to pose with this faux mort unless his fee was increased. Hayes called him a thief, and Jennett said, "Mais bien entendu, monsieur, well, of course." Before sneaking back across the Canadian border, Jennett got $3,800 out of Esquire, and told Burroughs that Chicago had been one of the great experiences of his life. In town to tape the William F. Buckley program firing line was Jack Kerouac, who dropped in on Burroughs at the Delmonico with 3 buddies from his hometown of Lowell. One ran a bar, one ran a liquor store, and one was a boxer. Jack was drunk, and ordered more drinks from room service. His friends told Burroughs that he was always that way now. Every morning when he woke up he drank a wine glass full of whiskey. He was throwing away his talent and his life, but there was nothing they could do. Jack wanted Burroughs to accompany him to the studio, but Burroughs said, "No, Jack, don't go, you're not in any condition to go." In spite of his condition, Jack came off as far more genuine and witty than the supercilious Buckley. When Buckley tried to pin him down on Vietnam, Jack said the war was a conspiracy by North and South Vietnam to acquire American jeeps. He also said that the hippies were a continuation of the Beats. "The hippies are good kids," he said. "They're better than the Beats." In October, when Burroughs was back at Duke Street, his enthusiasm for the United States cooled down. His flat was quiet and conducive to work, and he did not think it was beneficial to maintain the state of excitability he had felt in Chicago. A period of calm was in order. Another factor was that he had met a young man in a bar who had moved in with him. John Culverwell was a dilly boy, as the Piccadilly Circus hustlers were called. He was very childlike and well-intentioned, a little like Mikey Portman without any of Mikey's sloppy habits. And to top it off, he could cook. Burroughs was well aware of the dangers of domesticity. It was always a dubious decision to bring someone in, because then they were on your hands, and you could get yourself into nightmare situations. It was a very old story, and you could almost predict the stages it would go through. At first they were full of enthusiasm, they wanted to clean everything and cook 7-course meals. Then things began to slacken, and they didn't want to go near the kitchen or touch a broom. There was the same slackening process with sex. At first it was "you're the love of my life and it's so great," then 3 months later it wasn't so great anymore. It became more and more mechanical, and then it came to a complete halt. What could you do? Son cosas de la vida. Still, it was a risk worth taking, because he needed someone, and Ian had broken away. He had a job and was living his own life, though Burroughs still saw him often. In any case, Culverwell seemed placid and eager to please, and Burroughs tried to teach him the secrets of keeping a place clean. For instance, every time you walk into a room you clean something up or straighten something. But Culverwell was naturally messy, and every time he entered a room he added to the mess. Burroughs saw after a few months that it wasn't working out, and tried to set him up on his own. He encouraged Culverwell to join the Merchant Marine, and he did make one trip. But then he was back on his doorstep. It was hopeless, because boys like Culverwell were used to the easy life, drinks, and money just for putting out. When they could make £5 or £6 a night whoring, they weren't going to do any other kind of work for less money. The bottom line was that they were bone lazy. Burroughs finally had to tell Culverwell, "So long, it's been good to know you." In 1969, at the time of Culverwell's residence, Burroughs was working on The Wild Boys and the Last Words of Dutch Schultz. In his spare time, he played with his e-meter. When Ian called in March saying that a burst water main had caused traffic to be diverted in front of his building, making an unrelenting deafening roar, Burroughs told him to run it through the e-meter. The next day Ian told him the traffic had been redirected. Burroughs had great faith in the powers of the e-meter. 1,000 blacks with e-meters, he wrote Brian Geeson, could integrate the Bible Belt. Brian reported that in Tangier, it was a very rainy spring. Children in ragged bands ran through the streets chanting "Ya Latif, that's enough." His novel, The Process, had been published by Doubleday, who were, Brian wrote, passing on hate-filled reviews from the American heartland. Brian was convinced there was a conspiracy to muffle the book, writing that it was a dead duck returned by the booksellers. It can be kept on ice for a few more days and must, then, go back to the pulpers before it rots in their storage space. This is because there has not been one single review anywhere. Can they do it to me next time? If they can and will, there is not much use in doing what I am doing, is there? That Brian could assert in the same letter that there were hate-filled reviews and not a single review was an example of his charming inconsistency. Then, in April, coming back one night from the little restaurant at the Caves of Hercules, on the back of a motorcycle driven by the young American writer John Hopkins, they sideswiped a truck, and 2 of Brian's toes were lopped off. From the Spanish hospital, Brian wrote that Hopkins, a blonde and handsome Princeton graduate with an independent income, was utterly indifferent to his plight. The idea of going to the law in Tangier was unthinkable. He had no useful allies or accomplices. The affluent expatriates on the mountain had abandoned him, singing, "Let's all be millionaires together, we don't want to know." Hopkins had once told him, "The nice thing about money is that you can shit on anybody and tell them to fuck off." Brian now felt that he was on the receiving end of that philosophy with his 3-toed foot. Hopkins left for Amsterdam to see his Dutch girlfriend and asked Brian, in that flat, semi-amused way he had, "What can I bring back, a Rembrandt, a diamond?" Hopkins hadn't just fucked up Brian's foot and his summer, he had fucked up his head with worry and anxiety. Burroughs did not want to interrupt his work to visit Brian, but sent him £200 in August. When Hopkins got back, he agreed to pay Brian $1,500 plus medical expenses. But Brian still felt that Hopkins had acted like a cold-hearted bully. And yet, Brian thought, it was his own fault for not having made a clean break with him that night of the straw vote on the 1968 election, at the American consulate, when he had voted for Wallace. Nothing was going right for Brian. His manservant and lover, Salah, a tall, mustached, Ethiopian-looking Moroccan, was stealing money from him. When Brian entertained, Salah also stole from the purses of the women guests. Salah had 2 wives, who were always clamoring for money. Brian did not know what to do about it. The arrival in September 1969 of Jean Genet, mysterious and leprechaun-like, was a welcome relief. He came by every day to cheer Brian up. Brian asked the author thief, "Do you think Salah finds it more fun to steal than to wheedle it out of me like all the others do?" Genet shrugged. He had his own problems, among them a serious nembutal habit that kept him in drugged slumber 16 hours out of 24. In October, the cast came off Brian's foot. The doctor had done a good job with skin grafts, and he was able to walk without any trace of a limp. But the motorcycle accident was the start of a long period of physical decline. October 22, 1969, was one of those grey London days, when the city seems ghostly and forlorn, like an attic full of mildewed trunks. Sitting at his desk, Burroughs felt terrible waves of depression pass through his body. He felt so low that he forgot to put the laundry out. The smell of stale flowers and hospitals filled the flat. Then a friend came by with the news that Jack Kerouac had died. Jack had moved to St. Petersburg with Mimir and his 3rd wife, Stella. On October 20, Stella had heard him groaning in the bathroom. She found him on his knees, vomiting blood. He was taken to the hospital, where he died the next day, after 26 blood transfusions. It was the classic drunkard's death. The cirrhotic liver had rejected the blood that was supposed to flow through it. The backed-up blood broke through the weakest veins, the little veins in the esophagus. He had drowned in his own blood, at the age of 47. Burroughs wondered what had caused that kind of relentless drinking. Could it be his sick attachment to his mother, from whom he had never been able to free himself, or was it the penalty of success, when everyone wanted a piece of you? He preferred to remember Jack in the early days at Columbia, acting out a scene from Gide's The Counterfeiters in a bowler hat on Morningside Heights, trying to pick up girls in Times Square on VJ Day, arm wrestling with Lucien Carr in one of the booths in the West End. It took a while for Burroughs to shake off the depression that came with Jack's death, which was compounded by the feeling that he was stagnating in London. He wasn't a part of the petty and incestuous literary scene. They were all on short rations, and it was, "You write a preface to my book and I'll write a favorable review of yours." He occasionally went to Sonia Orwell's, where he once ran into Stephen Spender, his adversary at the Edinburgh conference, looking very hangdog because it had recently come out that the CIA was backing his magazine, Encounter. Burroughs had known it for years, but everyone said he was paranoid. He also went to the home of Punna Grady, who had moved to London with the poet Charles Olson and continued to entertain in lavish and dramatic fashion. Dramatic because at one of her parties two poets got into a fight, and at another the police arrived, and Punna asked one of her guests, the distinguished author of 7 Types of Ambiguity, William Empson, who was in a reasonably sober state, to go to the door and make the proper English noises. When Olson died in 1970, at the age of 60, she married Philip O'Connor, author of Memoirs of a Public Baby, and a reputed enfant terrible. He would introduce himself as Punna Grady's terrible husband. Once, when he consulted Burroughs about a cure for alcoholism, he said, sizing him up, "You're bourgeois, aren't you?" And Burroughs replied, "Yes, I am bourgeois." For O'Connor, much of whose work was a critique of modern literature, Burroughs' remark was a key to the understanding of his writing. Much of avant-garde writing, he thought, was done by ideologically conservative authors, James Joyce and Beckett, and Burroughs among them. What was Burroughs' position in the culture? He was a man in whom the tenderness had been warped, and so he attempted to convey meaning without humanity. Celine was a writer in a similar situation. It was human to hate humanity, but to ignore it was impossible. So that for O'Connor, Burroughs' work was a shell, at best a raincoat in bad weather. And what was Burroughs' position as an artist? O'Connor asked himself. He was the anti-bourgeois provided by the bourgeoisie, ideologically bankrupt, writing out of emotional disappointment. What would his shocking novelties become but wrapping paper for yesterday's toys? His work left no lasting impression in the end. He was a blower of bubbles. In the end, the reader said, "There is no fun in the relish of destruction." In Burroughs there was an old-fashioned man, an authoritarian individualist, who tried to escape from his own narcissism through various out-of-the-body strategies. Burroughs might remain, but O'Connor doubted it, for as Gorky had said, some things are too disgusting to write about. But the truth was not disgusting, and shit was not food. O'Connor's remarks were a distress signal, an SOS at the state of postmodern literature in general. Burroughs wrote as a postmodern artist, post-Marx, post-Freud, and post-Baum, in an era when God was dead and literature was exhausted, when at any moment the planet might go off like a firecracker. What was the point of writing a coherent beginning, middle, and narrative, with its tripartite structure reminiscent of the Trinity, when history itself was incoherent, with its own tripartite progression from ancient to medieval to modern, offering cold comfort in the nuclear age? Life no longer seemed grounded, the former certainties no longer served. The word itself was suspect as a method of control, and Burroughs used cut UPS and fragmented episodes as a way to avoid manipulating the reader. The writing became very much like the nervous, distraught, uncertain quality of contemporary life, where the center cannot hold, and mere anarchy is loosed upon the world. To call it a raincoat in bad weather was to wish for the good old days when the sun was always out. Aside from the odd social occasion, Burroughs sometimes received admirers. He had a number of rock stars among his fans. David Bowie told him that his songs owed a lot to the cut-up method. Mick Jagger invited him to his wedding to Bianca. He would be flown to the south of France on a chartered plane with the other famous guests. But it wasn't his scene. He didn't want to be sitting on a hot terrace through an interminable wedding lunch, squeezed between the Begum and Marianne Faithfull. Mick was offended it was lèse majesté. He did go to Mick's farewell party outside London, but he hated it. He had never mastered the art of talking in the bedlam of a noisy party, and wondered how some people could do it day after day. From time to time he traveled, mostly to Tangier. In the summer of 1970 he spent a couple of months in New York. His painter friend David Budd had some movie people interested in the last words of Dutch Schultz, and he went over to work on the script, but it came to nothing. Returning to London made him think, wouldn't I rather be in New York where any hour of the day or night there's a place to eat? What the hell am I doing in London? Culverwell was gone and he had not found a replacement. Alan Watson cleaned his flat once, but Burroughs decided that once was enough when he discovered that Alan was helping himself to his tincture of cannabis. The news about his mother was not good. She had regressed to a childlike condition and was under sedation. At least she no longer took off her clothes and tore them into shreds. She would talk coherently for a moment and then drift off into nonsense. When Miggy came to visit, she would say, "Oh, this is the lady that does my laundry." On October 20, 1970, a telegram arrived that said mother dead. She was 82. For a moment, he felt nothing at all, and then it came, like a kick in the stomach. Burroughs thought of her in the nursing home, her hair cut very short, clutching her pink robe, her bare feet blue-veined. No doubt about it, he had her physique, thin and long-boned, and the leaf forehead, high and straight up and down. She had a special ephemeral quality, and she was psychic. She had dreamed that Mort, his face covered with blood, had come to the door and said, "Mother, we've had an accident," and Mort had in fact been in an accident and suffered minor cuts. Once, long ago, she had said, "Suppose I was very sick? Would you come to see me? Look after me? Care for me? I'm counting on that." He had promised that he would, but in the last years of her life, when she was in the nursing home, hallucinating and wandering around naked, he had never once gone to see her, even though he had been in the United States several times. All he did was send mawkish cards on Mother's Day. And now she was gone. Mistakes too monstrous for remorse. His life in London was increasingly dreary. Nothing was happening. There were no surprises. He had no amigo. Ian was now a highly paid computer programmer, busy with his work. Mikey Portman was out of the picture with an alternate junk and alcohol habit. He had the record for apomorphine cures, averaging one every 2 months. Then, in May 1971, there was a flurry of activity over a film version of Naked Lunch. Brian Geeson wrote a script and Anthony Balch wanted to direct. Mick Jagger was interested, but when he came to the Duke Street flat, Burroughs could see it wasn't going to work. Mick did not want Balch as director. He didn't like him. He thought Balch was coming onto him sexually, and in any case he didn't have a reputation as a director in the industry. He wasn't bankable. Balch had formed Friendly Films for the Naked Lunch project, and Burroughs thought it was an education to see Mick's palace favorites go into action and sign him up for a different film part. It was just as well. Mick was inseparable from his groupies and his Nicaraguan bride. In October 1971, Burroughs was offered a teaching appointment in Switzerland. Al de Grazia, a political scientist and the brother of Ed de Grazia, who had handled the Naked Lunch obscenity trial for Grove Press, had founded the University of the New World in the Alpine village of Hotnandez. It was intended as an alternative to the overstructured American colleges, where young people could learn in an untrammeled spirit of inquiry, without regulations or dean's offices. Instead of classes, there were studios and rapport groups. The students wore T-shirts that said, "No classes, no grades, no exams." They could have added, "No tuition," since very few of them were paid up. Al de Grazia had hit on the novel scheme of printing his own currency, with bills called cows, since they had a picture of a heifer on both sides. On the first business day of any month, it was stated on the bills, "The university will pay to the bearer, in exchange for this coupon, its face value in Swiss francs. A 2% premium will be added. Not valid unless stamped with official University of the New World seal." There was, however, some resistance on the part of local shopkeepers to accepting cows as legal tender. Burroughs was looking forward to 3 months of light teaching in the clean mountain air. The brochure showed a lovely campus of Swiss chalets nestled in pine groves at 4,000 feet, with mountain peaks in the background. But when he took a taxi at the train station and asked for the University of the New World, he was taken to a broken-down shack in the middle of a field. No one seemed to be around. He walked to the village and found a hotel, where a room had been reserved in his name. At least he had a roof over his head. But where was everybody? He finally ran into a couple of students who clued him in. The school had attracted the drifters and dropouts on the international hippie circuit, and the prim Swiss were up in arms over the open use of drugs in their little town. In addition, some black musicians from the music studio had begun dating local girls, a practice that was frowned on by the elders. Burroughs saw the University of the New World disintegrating before his eyes. He knew he would not be paid, and he hoped he would not get stuck with the bill at the Hotel Montcalm, where he had been put up. If he got his fare back to London, it would be a miracle. What a mess! As for the clean mountain air, after London, it had incapacitated him with a racking cough. The nearest drugstore was 15 miles away, but he managed to get a batch of codeine pills and took to his bed with a pile of science fiction novels. When he felt better, he gave a couple of lectures. But stupidity was rampant among the students. One asked, the heat in the radiators, where does it come from? Another remarked that Tangier must be very hot because it was in Africa, while a third asserted that big planes were safer than small planes because they were bigger. My God, thought Burroughs, this university is pas sérieux. He was practically the only teacher who had shown up. The instructor who was supposed to teach the film course had taken off with the only projector. For once, Burroughs was genuinely glad to get back to London. Anything was better than this madness with the hippies and the cows. And yet he continued to feel the need to move, and thought about Afghanistan and southern Morocco. He had a conversation with his imaginary godfather. My books aren't selling and soon I shall have no money. What shall I do? I suppose you have thought of cutting expenses, going to live in Tangier perhaps, and writing another novel perhaps in a more popular vein. Well, that would be the logical thing to do. And how many times have I told you that when you are in difficulties the logical thing to do is always wrong, since it is just this logic that has put you in your present difficulties. Things happened more often because of the unexpected than because of logic. In April 1972, an invitation arrived from Terry Southern, who had established himself as a screenwriter with Dr. Strangelove and Easy Rider, to come to Hollywood. The deal was this: Chuck Barris, a producer who had made a fortune with a television program called The Dating Game, was interested in making a movie of Naked Lunch. Why this clean living, teetotaling, vegetarian king of the game shows was drawn to an avant-garde novel that had been banned for obscenity was not theirs to reason why. Burroughs and Southern were met at the Los Angeles airport by a chauffeured Daimler and driven to their hotel on Sunset Boulevard. The next day, Barris invited them to his house in Bel Air, but this time the car that came to get them was a Toyota. There had, it seemed, been a sharp decline in status. The car was a two-seater with a driver, so that Burroughs practically had to sit in Terry's lap. Moreover, when they were dropped off at the house, Barris was not there. Not like old Chuck to do a thing like this, Terry said. I hate to tell you, Burroughs replied, but he don't like the script and we'd better get out of here before he refuses to pay the hotel bill. He'd obviously done this on purpose to put them in their place. Burroughs wondered what possible misconception could have led to such a fiasco, and how they were going to get back to their hotel. Luckily Terry had friends a block away, and they called a cab. Barris had left instructions at the hotel that he would pay for the rooms but not for room service. Reflecting on such recent events as the University of the New World and the Chuck Barris experience, it seemed to Burroughs that life was one humiliation after the other. In New York his spirits picked up when he went to X-rated gay movies. He felt a small stirring of pride that he had played a role in the whittling down of censorship. Now these blue movies would put him out of business. Who was going to read the Wild Boys when they could see Jerry, Audrey, Johnny, Allie, and Jimmy do it all on the screen? It was a one-way street. Once you had seen the fuck films, you could not go back to the semi-clad. Sex was everything. Sex was time made solid enough to fuck. That was another drawback to London. No blue movies. England now seemed to him a gloomy, cold, unlighted sinking ship that would disappear with a spectral cough. After the top men had split the take, there wasn't enough left to pay a living wage. Burroughs had been hoping that marriage would help Billy settle down, but trouble seemed to hound the boy. In 1970 he and Karen had returned to the Green Valley School as junior staff, a category that the Reverend von Hilsheimer had thought up for former students who couldn't make it on the outside. Karen ran the kitchen and Billy did odd jobs, picking up supplies and driving students to the doctor. To Ron Nowicki, the headmaster, Billy's face already showed the ravages of drinking. It reminded him of a map of the Middle East. And the way he dressed. As though Helen Keller had picked out his wardrobe. Once, while driving from Orlando to Orange City, Billy had bent over to light a cigarette, taking both hands off the wheel, and driven into a culvert. The car flipped over and was totaled, but he was unhurt. Now, in October 1972, Billy wrote his father, "Disaster. Wife leaving me. Or rather, I'm informed that my absence is required. I desperately need about $250 to hustle my ass back out west and try to make a start. I've got to go, and I've got to go soon. It's bad, Bill, it's very bad when a 6-year investment in another person comes to bankruptcy. In fact, it was 4 years." Burroughs was unable to express any sympathy for his son's distress. His attitude was, "We all have to take our lumps. I've taken mine, and you have to take yours." He seemed incapable of normal human compassion toward a son who he knew from past experience had a fragile sense of himself. "I never know what to say when someone tells me his wife is leaving him," he replied on October 30th. "Son cosas de la vida, hombre." He did, however, respond to Billy's desperate need, enclosing a check for $500. At about the time that Billy and Karen were breaking up, Burroughs met another dilly boy, a short, strong, black-haired young man named John Brady, the son of Irish farmers. He was a bad-tempered drinker, but Burroughs asked him to move in, because he was lonely. He was tired of eating dinner by himself every night. How many evenings had he sat alone at the Angus steakhouse with his steak, his baked potato, his half-bottle of Beaujolais, and only the Italian waiter for company. He knew it was a mistake, but sometimes mistakes had to be made. Boys like John Brady had no education, and you could tell yourself that you were going to help them, but very often you succeeded only in giving them a little glimpse of something beyond Piccadilly, beyond their way of life, and then they were left stranded. You could take them so far and no further, and they were better off not being taken at all, because it made them feel out of place, disoriented. Even so, John Brady was not stupid. He had the natural savoir-faire of the Irish. John Brady did have one trait that Burroughs prized highly: he talked in his sleep, and the words that came out of his mouth were natural cut ups, which Burroughs wrote down and collected in a scrapbook. "Balls, you get nothing. Nothing. What about her up in the sky? Where's it go? Into her sleeping drawers. Prince's gold is only old cock. Load of monkeys." And many more disjointed observations. So that in spite of the difficulties Brady created, Burroughs the writer got his pound of flesh. In January 1973, he took John Brady to Morocco, where he had a magazine assignment. In a mountain village south of Tangier called Jaujika, reached over a twisting dirt road that reminded Burroughs of a Missouri country road in the 1920s, there lived a group of musicians known as the Pipers of Penn. These men were a special caste who traced their lineage to pre-Christian times. Down the generations for more than 2,000 years their music had been passed on from father to son, without written notation. Exempted from farm work by the Moroccan government, they did nothing but play from birth, learning the arduous breathing technique on the raïta, Moroccan oboe, that allowed them to sustain notes for what seemed like interminable periods. These master musicians of Jiaojika were secretive, and seldom played outside their village, which was little known and hard to reach. They were more on the order of a religious brotherhood than a tourist attraction. Brian Geeson, in his quest for all things Moroccan, had discovered them through his painter friend Hamri. Brian had taken the Rolling Stones to hear them play, and Brian Jones had been so impressed that he returned with a sound engineer and recorded their music. But by the time the record was issued, Brian Jones was dead. What a cheap shit guy he had been, thought Geeson. He never paid his bills, and the musicians never got a penny. He had been as slippery as they come. When he brushed the bangs out of his forehead, you saw two hard beady little eyes. Once a year in Jiaojika there occurred the feast of Bujalaud, the goat god, and this was the event that Burroughs had come to cover. An added attraction was that the great jazz saxophonist Ornette Coleman would be there to study the master musicians' techniques and perhaps play along with them. Arriving in the village of thatch-roofed houses with cactus-lined lanes, Burroughs was greeted by Hamri, who had appointed himself the master musician's manager. Eyes and smile flashing, large head on short body, Hamri had prepared food for 50 people, pinchitos, meat on a skewer, chicken, fish, all what you like. It was chilly in the January air, and Burroughs donned a brown jalaba, which he thought made him look like a walking tent. That evening, the 30-odd musicians, all wearing white robes and brown wool turbans, began to play, raitas and drums standing next to one another in a single line in the village square. It was a continuous, sinuous rope of music, uncoiling at an ear-splitting volume, ancient and yet contemporary. When Ornette Coleman played, building up counter-harmonies, it seemed to Burroughs that he was listening to a 2,000-year-old rock and roll band. When the two forms met, this music from Punic times and modern jazz, it created a new frontier of sound. Suddenly, screaming women ran into the village green, and the musicians stepped up the tempo. The women were being pursued by Bujalaud, Pan the goat god, master of skins and master of fear. Covered with black goat skins, his head hidden under a furry animal headdress, the athletic young villager playing Bujalaud jumped high in the air, chased the women, and flailed them with switches. They scattered, caught in the reality of the moment, feeling real fear. The master of skins was making them jump out of their skins. They were acting out an ancient mating rite, as the women sang the song of Crazy Aisha, who lures the goat god to the village to impregnate them, the song balancing the music of Bujalaud, marking the old balance of power between male and female forces. We will give you cross-eyed Aisha, the women sang, and we will give you humpbacked Zara, and Bujalaud was enticed by this promise of womanhood, for he was sexuality itself. A bonfire was lit, and Burroughs saw Bujalaud throw himself into it and roll around in the hot coals, emerging with coals sticking to his bare feet. And through it all the music continued, this unbroken blast of pipes and drums, this anthem of a lost civilization. It was a shattering experience, and Burroughs could only agree with the little Moroccan drummer who kept repeating what were probably the only English words he knew, very good everything. Odysseid. Back in London, Burroughs continued with his psychic experiments. He was interested in out-of-the-body experiences, the idea that with the right techniques it was possible to leave one's body and then go back into it. Flying dreams, it was said, were a form of out-of-the-body experience. He took a course called Mind Dimensions to achieve deep relaxation in a waking state. In May, he attended a workshop given by a reputed healer, Major Bruce McManaway. A regular Army officer, McManaway had discovered his healing powers during World War II, when his unit was cut off without medical kits and he found that he could relieve the pain of his wounded men by laying on hands. The Navy later used him to locate German submarines in the North Atlantic. McManaway was a level-headed, feet-on-the-ground sort of person who just happened to have psychic powers. But when he said he had seen group concentration lift a grand piano, Burroughs said to himself, "I'm from the show-me state, and I'd sure like to see it." At the workshop they studied visualization techniques. Burroughs was given a name and an address and was asked to visualize the person's ailment. He saw swollen veins. It turned out that the person had varicose veins. Then they sat in a circle, about 20 of them, and Major Bruce said, "There is a pillar of light in the middle of the circle, and I want you all to go up through the pillar of light. And then you will come to a plateau and you will see men in white robes." Burroughs could feel himself climbing up the pillar of light, he could feel himself up there. But a couple of the others in the circle couldn't get back down. They were sitting there in a deep trance and Major Bruce had to coax them gently in. That August of 1973 Burroughs heard from his son, who was in Savannah, reunited with Karen. Billy's book Speed, an autobiographical account of his New York bust, was out, and Burroughs wrote him that he had found it hypnotically readable. Billy had a small advance on a second book, but found it hard to get cranked up. "What I want to do," he said, "is write to change the way people feel in their hearts." He couldn't make a living writing, however, and needed to find some form of gainful employment. He asked his father to lend him $1,000 so he could take a 6-week trucking school course in Atlanta. 10 trucking companies hired from the school, and he could make $15,000 a year driving heavy equipment long distance. This was no last-ditch thing, he emphasized, but something he'd been thinking about for years. But the move to Atlanta led to another breakup with Karen, this one final. In deep depression, Billy went to Boulder, Colorado, and drank himself out from under hangovers at the Coors plant, where the 3.2 beer flowed free. "How about the knowledge of what a god-awful mess you are," he wrote his father, "that knowledge sitting on your shoulders with the full weight of every fuck-up you managed as far back as fractured memory serves. You're a long way from the ocean but you know it's deep." He went to Santa Cruz and met a diminutive blonde flower child named Georgette Laroy, who was into astrology, acupuncture, the effects of colors on your psyche, the rainbow gathering of the tribes. She was also addicted to helping castaways. Billy moved in with her and tried to write more and drink less. He was given a checkup at the welfare clinic, and the doctor put him down as a borderline psychopath, in other words, thought Billy, someone who doesn't learn from unpleasant experiences. There wasn't much that Burroughs could do for Billy, except send him money from time to time. At the age of 59, he was himself at a point of crisis, certain that he had to leave England. Prices had doubled and the whole island was going downhill. Anywhere but here, he thought, Ireland, which had no tax on artists, or Costa Rica. He wanted to see some sun and water, other than rain, and do some fishing and walking, and cut wood. Is London Foundering, was the name of a TV program. People were less pleasant and showed their worst side when a country started to decline. One woman on the program said, "I don't want to bring children up in this country." Burroughs fumed at what he was paying for his hole-in-the-wall apartment with a closet for a kitchen. And the rent was only the beginning, because you had to pay something called rates. And instead of central heating they had storage heaters that didn't work, and the only person allowed to fix them had to come from the electricity board. And when he finally came over he fiddled around and said, "We don't have the elements, this is an old heater." For 6 weeks that winter he froze, sometimes staying in bed all day under the covers, and he finally told the janitor, "Get this goddamn thing out of here," and started using a plug-in electric heater. Burroughs began to feel that he was in enemy territory, and in a situation like that you had to defend yourself. There was a Soho espresso joint, the Mocha Bar, at 29 Frith Street, where on several occasions a snarling counterman had treated him with outrageous and unprovoked discourtesy, and served him poisonous cheesecake that made him sick. He decided to retaliate by putting a curse on the place. On August 3, 1973, he took pictures and made recordings, in plain sight of the horrible old proprietor, his frizzy-haired wife, and his slack-jawed son. Then he strolled over to the Brewer Street Market and recorded a 3-card Monte game. Now you see it, now you don't. He came back to the Mocha Bar several days later to make new tapes over the first tapes and take more pictures. The idea was to place the mocha bar out of time. You played back a tape that had taken place 2 days ago and you superimposed it on what was happening now, which pulled them out of their time position. When the mocha bar closed down on October 30th and was replaced by the Queen's snack bar, Burroughs was sure that his curse had worked. Was London foundering? The answer was yes. Every day in London gave him a sense of utter hopelessness, in the smallest things, as when the man at Fortnum and Mason slighted him, "Are you next, sir?" Then he pretended not to find what Burroughs was pointing at. "You mean this, sir? Or this? Or that?" It was a weary time. Every day just hanging on some hideous insult or humiliation. The change without thanks. "We don't sell it by the stalk, sir." Not being let into rules because the friend he was with was wearing a leather jacket. And then, when they did let you in, you had to tip the guy that carved the meat. Guy Fawkes had the right idea: blow the whole shithouse sky high. More than London, however, his low spirits could be traced to John Brady, who was a mean drunk. All the other dilly boys were scared of him. Johnny started bringing strange Irish girls around to Duke Street. In the morning, Burroughs would be making his cup of tea when a girl with no top on would rush by on her way to the bathroom. Burroughs was horrified. Once, he had to post bail for one of Johnny's girls, who had been arrested for soliciting. In addition, Johnny started to steal. Every day Burroughs gave him £5 and a bottle of whiskey, but it wasn't enough. He would say, "Johnny, I was going to give you £5 out of my wallet, but I seem to be short £5. He didn't even bother to deny it, just looked insolent. When Burroughs pressed him, he said, "Well, put yourself in my shoes." That's very difficult, Burroughs thought to himself. Several times, Burroughs told him he would have to leave, which made him even sulkier and more hostile. Then one day he insolently, deliberately, threw ashes on the floor. "Pick up those ashes," Burroughs said, and Johnny went into the kitchen and came out, not with a dustpan but with a meat cleaver. Burroughs was sitting at his desk and Johnny slammed the meat cleaver down thunk an inch away from his hand. Then, with a wild look in his eyes, he said, "Light my cigarette." Burroughs lit it with a steady hand and calmed him down until he was smiling. "How about a cup of coffee?" he asked Johnny. The danger was past. He told Anthony Balch what had happened, and Balch said, "You'd better get rid of that boy as quick as you can before he kills you. Don't you know he once threatened his mother with an axe?" Burroughs had seen it too many times, the deterioration of the impeccable boy. Balch was a loyal friend, living in the same building, and picking Burroughs up for dinner each evening, and listening patiently as he went down his list of grievances. At the top of the list was Ian Somerville, who had moved to Bath, where he had a good computer job. Burroughs wished he had tried to convince him to stay in London. But he had said nothing to hold him back. Then he would start in on what he didn't like about London: the pub life, the underground system, the VAT tax, where they had you constantly filling out forms, and you had to write down the cost of every cab ride. It was diabolical. He had no friends, he had no social life, he wasn't part of the literary scene, he never gave a reading, because all they offered you was a glass of sherry. All he did was work, 8 days a week. Burroughs needed money to escape from England, and the possibility arose that he might sell his archives. The idea came from Brian, who had kept a trunk filled with Burroughs material all these many years. They got Barry Miles of the Indica bookstore to help them catalog it, and spent months going over it. They approached Andreas Brown of the Gotham Book Mart in New York, who said Columbia University, which already had the Allen Ginsberg deposit, was interested. But then Brian brought in another dealer, Richard Aaron, who said he had a buyer who would pay cash on delivery. They broke their written agreement with Andreas Brown, who was not pleased. Aaron's buyer was a mysterious financier in Liechtenstein, Roberto Altman, who had dreams of building a library and museum, and who believed the Burroughs archive would be a promising start for his collection. In August 1973, with the archive indexed and catalogued, Burroughs took it to Vaduz, the capital of Liechtenstein, with Brian Geeson and Richard Aaron. Burroughs lived through what seemed to be one of the scenes in the thrillers he had written as a boy. In his vaulted and paneled office, the mysterious financier took possession of the archive. When he snapped his fingers, in came Igor, a feature of every Liechtenstein transaction, the holder of the cash. He counted it in their presence, flipping the bills with incredible speed and dexterity, and packed the banded sheaves into a briefcase. They spent the night in the financier's house, under the passive surveillance of Rembrandt portraits, and Burroughs thought that he should perhaps establish himself in Vaduz, close to his archives. But the billionaires who were packed into the tiny principality seemed to cry out with one voice, "You can't come in here. There simply isn't room." The next day they drove to Richard Aaron's bank in Switzerland in a blinding rain. When they stopped for a bite to eat, Burroughs never loosened his hold on the briefcase, to which he was shackled with imaginary handcuffs. In the banker's outer office, he saw a portly black man with tribal marks on his face, holding a briefcase just like his. He was led into a little private room, where, as he waited, he spotted on the banker's desk a card from the foreign minister of Ghana. Then the banker arrived, exuding good cheer, and when Burroughs asked about moving the money out if he needed it, the banker said, "Ilny pas de problème." After Richard Aaron's commission and Miles's fee, Burroughs and Brian split the rest, and Burroughs was left with a little nest egg to hatch him out of England. With the archive sold, the opportunity now existed for escape, thanks to Allen Ginsberg, who had a way of showing up whenever Burroughs needed a push in the right direction. Allen had seen Burroughs while passing through London, and had found him depressed and drinking too much, repeating himself, sodden and self-pitying and lacking the old brilliance. Working behind the scenes in New York, Allen had contacted Leo Hamilian, director of the creative writing program at City College, who told Edward Quinn, chairman of the English department, that Burroughs was available for teaching. City College had just launched a 3-month course taught by distinguished writers, which had been kicked off in 1973 by Anthony Burgess. In November 1973, Burroughs was invited to teach the 1974 course from February to May, for a fee of $7,000, and he accepted. Out of the blue had come this letter full of promise, at a time when he'd just about given up. No matter how depressed he was, no matter how grim London seemed, no matter how friendless and alone he felt, there was one thing that Burroughs always managed to do, and that was write. To sit down at his desk and peck away at his typewriter in a drugged or trance-like state was more than a professional activity. It was a lifeline, an absolute necessity, a way of connecting with the world, a way of fleeing from the world into fantasy, and a way of reconstructing the world according to Burroughs. Roughly half his characters and scenes came from dreams. A light sleeper, he kept a pen and notebook on a bedside table, writing them down as they occurred. If he didn't, by morning he forgot them. Sometimes they were precognitive dreams. In one, a landlady showed him a room with 5 beds and he protested that he did not want 4 roommates. Several weeks later he was shown a room with 5 beds. Other dreams, as recorded in his dream notes, had to do with people he knew. Paul and Jane came in and ordered some expensive dessert that looked like a house made of cake. I had just been in a boxing match where I felt I had lost on points. I was working in a glass factory. The key to my mailbox had broken. Samuel Beckett had a key-making shop opposite the factory. But I went to another shop next door, not wishing to ask him to make the key. Then he was driving me home to Price Road in a bus, driving very fast. We finally came to a sort of inn. Terrible quarrel with Joan, who wouldn't let me alone to go to the toilet. I scream, "I hate you." She is rubbing something on me like green fairy stone. Words, she said. Fairy stone was a greasy pink cake people used to rub on for sunburn. Burroughs' comment on his late wife's appearance was, as Hoagy Carmichael sang, "Talking is a woman, listening is a man." Most of the dreams, however, were scenes that he could convert directly into his books, such as a young boy was doused with gasoline and burned to death, or a tall youth with red hair grins and dances, swinging a sort of bucket. Another source of material was what Burroughs took from other writers. Bad writers borrow, the saying goes, good writers steal, that is, what they take they make their own. In the margins of passages he liked, Burroughs would write gets, which meant good enough to steal, as in this sentence from A Country Love Story, by Jean Stafford, sometimes she had to push away the dense sleep as if it were a door. That sentence or one very like it would turn up in one of his books. During the London years, Burroughs produced 4 books. It did not embarrass him to hear them praised as landmarks marking the end of history they might otherwise deserve to go down in. At the same time, he had to compete with himself, with the albatross of Naked Lunch, for there were those who said, well, that was a great book, but nothing since has come close. In 1970, Grove Press brought out The Job, a sort of The Author Explains Himself book in the form of a long interview with a French admirer, Daniel Odier. The title came from the 10-year-old son of his friends Sanche and Nancy de Grammont, Gabriel, who said, as he was leaving for school, I have to go to my job. In the book, Burroughs tirelessly rode his various hobby horses. On the prophetic nature of cut UPS, he had written about J. Paul Getty, it's a bad thing to sue your own father. 3 years later Getty's son sued him. His struggle against control systems, the Mayans had the perfect control system through their calendar, which was a monopoly of the priestly caste, and which told the population what to do on a daily basis. In our society, Burroughs was combating the encroachment of the family and the nation. Children should be raised in communes, away from their parents. The nation was a bankrupt political form, you draw a line around a piece of ground and say this is a nation. Then you have to have police, customs control, armies, and eventually trouble with the people on the other side of the line. On his critics, Wright Morris had called Naked Lunch a hemorrhage of the imagination. Burroughs wasn't sure that was a compliment, but in any case had no idea who Wright Morris was. In Encounter, George Steiner, expressing his repulsion for Burroughs' explicit sex scenes, said, in the name of human privacy, enough. In whose name, Burroughs wondered, was privacy being evoked? In the name of the CIA, which secretly subsidized Encounter. In the name of the FBI, which had bugged Martin Luther King's bedroom. The breakdown of privacy was officially sanctioned at the highest government levels. On the Beat movement, I don't associate with it at all, and never have, either with their objectives or their literary style. I have some close personal friends. But we're not doing at all the same thing, either in writing or in outlook. Burroughs owed a lot to his reputation as a beat chieftain, but preferred to position himself as the lone gunman. His misogyny, fueled by Brian Geeson, had not mellowed with the years. In the words of one of the great misogynists, plain Mr. Jones in Joseph Conrad's Victory, women are a perfect curse. I think they were a basic mistake, and the whole dualistic universe evolved from this error. American women are possibly one of the worst expressions of the female sex because they've been allowed to go further. America is a matriarchal, white supremacist country. There seems to be a definite link between matriarchy and white supremacy. All in all, it was a stimulating performance, by turns brilliant and cranky, mundane and apocalyptic. The job to be done, of course, was the elimination of traditional thought patterns and the creation of some new way of living. Also first published in 1970, The Last Words of Dutch Schultz was written in the form of a screenplay. In October 1935 in Newark's Palace Chop House, Arthur Flegenheimer, alias Dutch Schultz, then considered New York's leading gangster, was gunned down by 3 rival mobsters. He survived for 2 days, in a guarded hospital room, where a police stenographer at his bedside took down his stream of consciousness last words, a fevered rumination mixing the present and the past, which seemed to Burroughs a ready-made cut-up. Burroughs reconstructed the spirit of the time, the gang wars, the double crosses, the continuously threatened lives of the mob bosses. He used many of the strange phrases taken down by the stenographers, which were remarkably like his own cut-up compositions. "Come on, open the soap ducats. The chimney sweeps take to the sword. A boy has never wept or dashed 1,000 kim. My gilt-edged stuff and those dirty rats have tuned in." Publishers Weekly described the book as a gruesome, hallucinatory exposition. An empirical brevity keeps the poetry of brutality from becoming unendurably tiresome. Published by Grove in 1971, The Wild Boys was a turning point for Burroughs, in that it was based on new material, and in that it returned to straight narrative after the lengthy period of experimentation with cut UPS. The Wild Boys were homosexual warrior packs, originating in Marrakesh in 1969, who had spread all over the world, setting up their own tribal society, and speaking their own language. The first ones were born of woman and removed to communes after birth so that they never saw a woman's face or heard a woman's voice. When they grew up they devised a method of cloning, so that they became self-generating. They took drugs, they were violent, and they spent an immoderate amount of time having sex. It was Burroughs' utopian vision of an alternative society, and, like all his writing, a search for a way to escape social conditioning, time, and his own body. One of Burroughs' sources for The Wild Boys was a science fiction work by Poul Anderson called The Twilight World. The way he adapted other writers' materials can be seen in the following example. Twilight World, the boy was small for his 14 years, lean and ragged. Under ruffled brown hair his face was thin, straight-lined, and delicately cut, but the huge blue eyes were vacant. Wild Boys, a dead leaf caught in Audrey's ruffled brown hair. Twilight World, the point of origin was named as St. Louis, Missouri, and the date was just prior to that recorded for the outbreak of the final war. Wild Boys, the old broken point of origin, St. Louis, Missouri. The Wild Boys also saw the introduction of Audrey Carson's, a largely autobiographical character. Gone is the hard-boiled, cynical authorial voice of Naked Lunch, the narrator William Lee. He has been replaced by a self-conscious boy, a misfit, who is painfully aware of being unwholesome, and who will drag his unwholesomeness through most of Burroughs' next books. On the theory that what is rejected in the final typescript is often as good or better than what goes in, Burroughs took the leftover material from Wild Boys and turned it into another novel called Port of Saints, which might also be called The Further Adventures of the Wild Boys, or Wild Boys Redux. This time the Wild Boys have time-traveled back to 1845, and are acting as advisors to black guerrillas in the West Indies, who are fighting the combined colonial powers of England and Portugal. They triumph thanks to the invention of an advanced grenade. All the leftover boys are on hand, up to their old tricks: karate boys, circus boys, elephant boys, shaman boys, music boys, green boys, and snake boys. Sex has replaced drugs as the form of addiction. The Wild Boys will learn that sex is power, that ejaculation is a magical phenomenon charged with multiple meanings. They will learn to conceive plans at the moment of orgasm, enhancing their chance of success. Port of Saints jumps all over the place in what appears to be a series of randomly connected scenes. A man named Kelly goes to see the American consul to recover his dead brother's passport. Then we are in Los Alamos, your old radioactive alma mater. Then Burroughs' room on Duke Street extends and opens at the sides and he is in Mexico. His lawyer, Burnaby Gerardo, makes an appearance. With the reappearance of Audrey Carson's, Burroughs introduces autobiographical reminiscing. He recalls Harbor Beach, where as a boy he spent the summers with his parents, a cold clear day, wind from the lake. I had walked onto the railroad bridge to fish in the deep pool underneath it. Too cold to sit still, I gave up the idea of fishing and wound my line back onto a spool which I wrapped in oilcloth and shoved into my hip pocket. Audrey Carson's already possessed the writer's self-knowledge and self-disgust, and the God-guilt all writers feel in creation. Audrey dreamed of adventure. No one wanted him anywhere. What he hoped most of all was to escape from his tainted flesh through some heroic act. A key scene from Burroughs' childhood, when the Los Alamos school director, Mr. Connell, came to see him in St. Louis, is reenacted and embroidered upon. His parents are out, and Jerry, another alter ego, is sitting in the living room with the director, feeling very ill at ease. The director suddenly says, "I'd like to see you stripped, Jerry." In what follows, Burroughs reproduces the actual incident of Connell's watching him strip, during which he experiences an embarrassing erection, but takes it further by having Connell remark, "Your little pecker is getting hard." To which Burroughs/Jerry replies, "Well, I touch it sometimes." The actual scene, which is more ambiguous since Connell contents himself with watching the boy strip, is changed in Burroughs' imagination into an overt seduction, when Connell, with caressing fingers touches the crown of Jerry's cock. As his fingers touch, Jerry feels the wet dream in his tight nuts gasping head back, he goes off. Writing in the New Yorker, John Updike said that Port of Saints is claptrap, but since it is murderous claptrap we feel we owe it some respect. We would like to dismiss this book but cannot, quite. A weird wit and integrity beyond corruption shine through its savage workings, and a genuine personal melancholy. The net effect Burroughs achieves is to convince us that he has seen and done things sad beyond description. The bard of the mundane had acknowledged the poet of extreme experience. In 1973, Exterminator was published by Viking, Burroughs having left Grove Press with his editor, Richard Seaver. A collection of short pieces, many of them previously published in magazines, Exterminator was somewhat disingenuously presented as a novel. In one of the pieces, The Discipline of Do Easy, which had to do with the right technique for doing everything correctly, Burroughs' Puritan WASP background came out of the closet. His thesis was that carelessness in small things would be repeated in large ones. In small daily occurrences lay the potential for disaster. Therefore, there was a correct technique for every activity. Guide a dustpan lightly to the floor as if you were landing a plane. Don't pull or tug at a zipper. Guide the little metal teeth smoothly along, feeling the sinuous ripple of cloth and flexible metal. Replacing the cap on a tube of toothpaste. Let the very tips of your fingers protrude beyond the cap, contacting the end of the tube, guiding the cap into place. If you throw a match at a wastebasket and miss, get right up and put that match in the wastebasket. Had he continued in this vein, Burroughs could have made a reputation for himself in the self-improvement field. What he was saying, and felt deeply, was that spilling something or breaking something was not just a moment of clumsiness but a symptom of a larger disorder. Who or what, Burroughs asked, was this opponent that makes you spill, drop and fumble, slip and fall? Grodek had called it the IT, a built-in self-destructive mechanism. Hubbard called it the reactive mind. Burroughs had suffered its tragic consequence when the gun he had aimed at a glass had fired low. He now applied great care to every small task. He believed, was helpful in all areas of life. What were illness and disability but questions of neglect? Wyatt Earp had been a practitioner of when he had said, "It's not the first shot that counts. It's the first shot that hits. Point is to draw, aim and fire and deliver the slug an inch from the belt buckle." Still sensitive about reviews, Burroughs nursed his resentment of the hired scribes who dismissed his work. One in particular he came to detest, because although he had an obvious aversion to his books, he repeatedly insisted on reviewing them, until it got to be like a vendetta. This was Anatole Broyard of the New York Times, who reviewed Exterminator on August 23, 1973. Since Burroughs was the grand guru of the fictive put-on, Broyard said, he would search his soul for telltale signs of archaic preconceptions, uptightness, or heterosexual chauvinism. Every word in Exterminator must be given the benefit of the doubt, lest I fall into the dread solecism of mistaking what Mr. Burroughs seems to be doing for what he is really up to. Mr. Burroughs is such a portentous figure by now that it's one establishment attacking another, a bit like two middle-aged businessmen wrestling on the floor of the Century Club. Broyard found the book to be a stale replay of Dr. Strangelove. It was too bad that Burroughs had not included from his last book the last words of Dutch Schultz, which would have introduced an all too invidious comparison with his own deteriorating prose style. Referring to the final episode in Exterminator, which was called Cold Lost Marbles, Burroughs noted an air of sincerity in the last lines, adding, "I hope it consoles him for losing his marbles." Burroughs dearly wanted to shoot it out with Burroughs at 20 paces with .45s, but a duel between an author and a reviewer was hopelessly one-sided, in that only the reviewer was armed. What, Burroughs wondered, if food critics were as devoid of consensual criteria as book critics? What if one Michelin inspector said of a restaurant, food superlative, service impeccable, kitchen spotless, while another Michelin inspector said of the same restaurant, food abominable, service atrocious, kitchen filthy? He wondered whether there was any way a writer could settle a score with a reviewer. 18. New York. 1974 to 1976. Burroughs returned to New York in February 1974, at about the time of his 60th birthday, to take up his teaching duties at City College. Except for visits, he had been living out of the country for more than 24 years. He was glad to be back in post-60s America, a country which he felt owed something of its evolution to the writing and lifestyle of himself and his friends, particularly among the young people. One of these young people was about to enter his life, ostensibly as a secretary, but in fact, over years, as much more. Being the secretary of an important writer sounds glamorous, but is often drudgery. Alan Anson complained that when he worked for Auden, all he did was make travel arrangements. Alan Searle had to put up with Somerset Maugham's cross moods and remarks about his laziness and stupidity. For James Grauer-Haltz, a 21-year-old from Coffeyville, Kansas, meeting Burroughs was the turning point of his life. It was also a turning point for Burroughs, who at last found someone willing to devote himself to managing his life, in much the same way that an impresario manages an opera singer. James became that impresario, that manager, that partner, as in partner of a law firm. His life became so intertwined with Burroughs that he could say what Burroughs was about to say before he said it, as though there had been a role reversal between the ventriloquist and his dummy. James came from two families of early Kansas settlers, the Polks and the Grauer-Haltzes. His mother, Zelda, and his father, Alvin, were the first in their respective families to attend college, and met at the University of Kansas. Alvin became a lawyer and politician in Coffeyville, where James was born in 1952. His parents did not get along, and James grew up unhappy and alienated from his peers. He became so withdrawn that when he was 10 his father sent him to the Menninger Clinic in Topeka for evaluation. After a 5-day battery of tests, the diagnosis was that he was a gifted child, but disassociated, with suicidal tendencies. The following year, he was sent to the Spofford Home for Emotionally Disturbed Children in Kansas City. There he saw that he was not alone. The other children were also cases. He also realized that he was homosexual, which caused him no anguish beyond the anguish of frustration, although for the moment he concealed it. Back in Coffeyville in 1967, he gravitated toward the offbeat and the antisocial. The counterculture was in full bloom, offering alternatives to conventional behavior. James read Howl and On the Road and Naked Lunch. He sniffed glue, ate nutmeg and morning glory seeds, and took LSD. He was a child of his time. James arrived at the University of Kansas in Lawrence in the fall of 1969, the year of Woodstock. 2 years before that had occurred the Summer of Love in Haight-Ashbury. Slowly, the style and substance of those events filtered into the heartland. James dropped acid about 20 times but did not join any of the revolutionary groups that were forming on campus. He felt disdain for the self-styled revolutionaries who read Regis Debray and the thoughts of Chairman Mao. He was majoring in Oriental philosophy, writing poetry, and playing guitar in a band. James wrote Allen Ginsberg, who replied with a request for a photograph. James sent him one short flaxen hair, long, narrow, high-browed face, blue eyes behind thick glasses, a thoughtful, almost valedictorian expression, a large mouth, and a sallow complexion. Alan wrote James to call him if he ever came to New York. James also wrote Burroughs in London, wanting to write an article about his early years. "Must say no to early years article," Burroughs replied. In any case, writers don't really have biographies unless they are Hemingway's, whose work suffered from his determination to act out the least interesting aspects of his writing. "Mostly my life has been solitary and uneventful except in an inner direction." In May 1973, having dropped out of school, James drove from Kansas City straight to the Lower East Side of Manhattan, and took a room in a flea bag, the Valencia Hotel. As he walked down St. Mark's Place, an old bum called out, "Hey, you young beatnik, got a quarter?" That was exactly James's fantasy, that he was a young beatnik following in the footsteps of Ginsberg and Kerouac and Burroughs, and here it was confirmed as soon as he hit the city streets, which was worth a quarter. He went to see Alan, who was on his way to a radio interview at WBAI, and asked him to come along. Here I am, thought James, the cute new boy at Alan's side. But when Alan tried to get him into bed, he resisted. Alan was giving him a meditation lesson and said, "It's mote comfortable if you open the buttons of your jeans." James went back to Lawrence, but in the fall of 1973 he moved to Kansas City and took a job running the machines that develop rolls of film. It was total drudgery, watching thousands upon thousands of pimply-faced high school graduates, coming by on belts through the bath and the dryer, in different sizes, 8 by 10, 5 by 7, and wallet-sized. He worked until 1 in the morning, and to stay awake, he would wonder what was going on in the minds behind the faces. He had a room near the Club Royale, a country western strip joint with a big flashing neon sign. As he lay in bed, listening to the drunk and raucous crowd pour out of the Royale, while the neon sign lit up his wall with a flickering pattern, he had the same train of thought night after night that he must somehow get to New York. And yet he was frightened by his grandfather's stories that it was a place where people were killed for no reason. Where would he find a job? How would he get by? He began to sob, overcome by the fear of life. Then suddenly he stopped, opened his eyes, looked at the ceiling, and said to himself, "Anything is better than this." That was the beginning of courage, the thought that I'm going to New York, and the worst that can happen to me is that I'll die there. His father staked him to $800, and co-signed a loan on a Volkswagen van, and James made his move in February 1974. He loaded his guitar and stereo and books in the van and drove to Pineapple Street in Brooklyn Heights, where a friend put him up. He called Alan, who said, "You're in luck, Burroughs just arrived in New York. He's here all spring, teaching at City College, and he needs a secretary, so here's his number. Call him." A kid out of nowhere meeting his heroes, James thought. Burroughs invited James to the loft he was subletting at 452 Broadway. James knocked on a big metal door, and there he stood, having just turned 60, a bit stooped, the hair thinning and graying, and those searching gray-blue eyes, that uneffusively courteous manner, a system of defense, thought James, like someone parachuted behind enemy lines who must escape detection. They drank Dewar's and soda, and Burroughs talked about the class he had just started teaching. He was getting very little feedback from his students. They seemed to be in a state of total apathy. He wondered why some of them had signed up for the class, since they sat through it reading comic books. He felt that he was revealing secrets to an unreceptive audience, like a man giving away $100 bills that no one wanted. He would have liked to put all of them off the career of writing. Be a plumber instead, he felt like shouting, and keep your fucking king-size refrigerators full of Vienna sausage and Malvern spring water. Or be a proctologist, you won't have to worry that next year there'll be a shortage of assholes. They went out to dinner to a place in Little Italy, with gold-specked mirrors and formica tables, ordering more drinks and getting sloshed. A cold wind was blowing down Broadway as they walked back to the loft, and Burroughs said, "The wind that blew between the worlds, it cut him like a knife, A line from Rudyard Kipling. In the loft, a drunken Burroughs reached out and put his hand on James and asked him to stay the night. Even though James was gay, he was completely lacking in experience, and he said very gently, "Mr. Burroughs, I just moved to New York 2 days ago, and I just met you, and I have no objection in principle to what you're talking about, but right now it's just too much, I'm on sensory overload. I can't do it." A few days later James returned, and they got drunk together, and this time when Burroughs made a pass he was not rejected. James was not physically attracted to him, he had no predilection for older men, but he admired him deeply, and if that was what he wanted he would give it to him. It wasn't, "Hey, I've got a handle on this old geezer," it was more like an offering. Burroughs asked James to move in with him and work as his secretary. James also had a part-time job at the Gotham Book Mart. It was a tribute to James's natural gift for diplomacy that he was able quite quickly to make the transition from lover to friend. The sex was awkward, and it seemed to James that Burroughs was deeply repressed and could only overcome his innate primness when drunk. He was uncomfortable with sex, and it was rarely satisfactory. Burroughs and James were lovers for only a few weeks, for when James started working at the Gotham in March he met a 20-year-old boy named Danny Bloom, name changed, with large brown eyes and long curly hair and a lost waif look. Bloom felt that James was using his connection with Burroughs as a bait to attract young men he was interested in, but he did admire Burroughs, and wanted to meet him, and came to lunch. Burroughs was barely polite, and gave off strong jealousy vibrations. "Don't bring him around again," he told James. But James started staying over with Bloom, and there was a difficult transitional phase, when Burroughs was sulking and slamming doors and having little outbursts. To Burroughs, it was Ian Somerville and Alan Watson all over again, another case of alienation of affection. No sooner did he find an amigo than he was stolen away. James had inherited from his lawyer-politician father a concept of service, and he saw that if he could get over this awkward time he could continue to serve Burroughs. Finally James confronted him, saying, "William, we can't go on being lovers and living together, we just can't. But if you'll just get over this, we can be great friends. I love you with all my heart and we can be a really powerful partnership." And so it was that Burroughs realized that James was more valuable as a secretary than as a lover, and that he must not be jealous of his attachments to young men his own age, and that on those terms the partnership could thrive. For Burroughs it was a sea change. He had left the old world and the influence of Brian Geeson, who believed that success depended on appeasing the gods. He had arrived in the new world, and through the good offices of Allen Ginsberg, who was forever fine-tuning the lives of his friends, he had been put in touch with one of its young denizens, a Kansas boy whose great-grandfather had run the Cherokee Strip, and who, despite his adoption of the counterculture lifestyle, retained the old Midwestern values. Someone was dropped into his life who was too young to have formed the notion that success and failure depended on favorable or unfavorable conspiracies, who believed in the marketplace rather than in magic, who did not think that being unintelligible was the necessary path to wisdom, and who, despite his admiration for Burroughs' dark vision, was basically positive and constructive. James believed in improvement, he had a can-do attitude. He carried with him his Midwestern heritage of common sense and the value of hard work and a good reputation. Although he did not yet know it, James was indispensable to Burroughs. For even though he was off hard drugs, Burroughs still had the junkie mentality of sitting and staring at his big toe and never wanting anything. If you gave him a bottle of vodka and some grass and some frozen peas and a steak, he was happy, or at least in a state of approximate equilibrium. The one thing he did was right. So he badly needed someone to take care of the nuts and bolts of life. Someone to bring people around, for on his own Burroughs would rarely make the effort, someone to arrange his schedule, to get his career moving again, someone to be an energy source, someone to contribute enthusiasm. All these things James could do, and did. When in school he had read the history of royal courts, he had not seen himself as the king but as the power behind the throne. And now he came to believe that he could form and shape and elevate this great person into a counterculture Louis XIV, and of course if Burroughs was Louis XIV, James would be Richelieu, standing behind the king and whispering in the king's ear. Burroughs was happy to let James do it, for it was beneficial to both of them. There was a curious dynamic at work when you delegated authority, a curious increase in power. For James too it was a sea change, for he was with great suddenness thrust into the New York art scene of the 70s, with its odd acceptance rights and pecking order. He had to keep a rein on himself so as not to seem too much the wide-eyed country boy. A few days after his arrival he drove Allen Ginsberg to a show at the Whitney Museum. Frank O'Hara, a poet among painters. Allen was off mingling, and James was left to himself, the new kid in town, wearing a red flannel shirt and sneakers, thrown into the cultural pond. A 50-ish queen introduced himself as Herbert Mackayes and asked, "Well, where have you been all my life?" "In Kansas," James straightforwardly replied, which had Mackayes breathless with laughter. He thought it was a bon mot. He had to work at not being goggle-eyed when he met famous people, as when Allen brought Yoko Ono over to meet Burroughs. One February morning he slogged through the snow with Michael Baylog, the painter whose loft Burroughs was subletting, to visit Robert Rauschenberg, who had a place at Lafayette and Great Jones. The smell of breakfast was in the air, and Cy Twombly was there, and a big limo waited outside, ready to leave for Philadelphia for the opening of Twombly's retrospective. No one paid any attention to James, who felt like a Visigoth among the Romans. So he left, but then decided to go back and just hang out and soak up the scene. And when he returned, Rauschenberg said, "Is that what you do? You just come and go?" Feeling humiliated, and realizing that even though he had entree into a world of fame and talent, acceptance was not automatic, James said, "No, I work for William Burroughs." He needed Burroughs to validate him. His parents, in the meantime, didn't know what to think. What was he up to in New York, and who was this writer he was mixed up with? His father had a rich friend he wanted James to meet, but James wrote back, "I have much better friends than he, who though not as rich are much more wealthy. Don't write me any more letters designed, intentionally or unintentionally, to try and make me feel guilty or demand that I be more dependent." Although he was not capable of being the traditional good son to his parents, James's filial feelings were transferred to Burroughs, now that the brief lover episode had passed. James genuinely wanted to be the good son to Burroughs, who was completely non-judgmental and who approved of the one thing his parents so feared, his homosexuality. When Billy turned up in March, James immediately understood that the father-son relationship was cursed, and that by comparison he was and always would be the good son. Billy was a drain on his father, while James was a help. James got things done, while Billy frittered his life away. James was a provider, while Billy was a depleter, always asking for handouts. James could see how awkward it was between father and son, how guarded their conversation was, how difficult it was for them to show affection. By any objective standard, he thought, Burroughs as a father was just an abject miserable failure. First of all he had killed the boy's mother, and then he had been unable to take charge of the boy. One part of James wanted to say, "This is utterly reprehensible," but another part of him said, "Well, this is just how it is, some relationships are doomed." James also saw that Billy's manner of responding to his father was based on a misconception. Billy, wanting to be like his father so that his father would approve of him, tried to show him that he was a beatnik, too. But the image he had of his father was inaccurate. Burroughs, for all his lapses, was a careful, tidy man, who believed in keeping his passport in his inside jacket pocket, and in not opening his mouth at the wrong time, whereas Billy was careless and garrulous, which did not please his father at all. Brimming over with goodwill, James wanted to be best friends with Billy, even though he looked like a hobo. He went along when Billy was looking for some loft on the Bowery where a girl he used to know lived, and they walked down Canal and up the Bowery in this fruitless search, while Billy raved about finding this girl, and he came across to James as manic and disconnected and impractical. So James started seeing himself as the anti-Billy. Billy was trying to reach his father on a symbolic level by saying, "I can be just as irresponsible as you," which was a mistake, while James, by showing himself to be practical and responsible, was much closer to what Burroughs wanted. Burroughs began to think of his return to New York as a rebirth. The more he saw of James, the more he thought of the old song, "He is the best there is, I can use him in my biz." The teaching gig had been a lesson in never again. You were giving out all this energy and nothing was coming back. His best student wasn't even enrolled but kept showing up at lectures. A frail-looking, small-boned, slightly pixie-ish 26-year-old, Stuart Meyer had discovered his writer's vocation under the wheels of a truck, which had come within inches of squashing his head. When he got out of the hospital, he said to himself, "Fuck this shit, I'm going to be a writer." When he read Burroughs, he saw the product of a highly evolved criminal mind, autonomous and willing to be wrong. Here was someone who would do his own thinking no matter what the price. Here was a mind that came along every 100 years. Here was a conservative anarchist, who believed along with Emerson that the stronger the state the weaker the individual. When he heard that Burroughs was teaching, he went up there and introduced himself. He agreed with everything Burroughs said so eagerly that Burroughs got annoyed and muttered, "What do you think, I got some kind of answers or something?" Stuart Meyer called Burroughs the doctor, and started the habit of taking pages to the doctor. Nobody could teach you to write, but proximity to a master sure as shit didn't hurt. Stuart Meyer became a member of a small band, somewhat akin to Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's Baker Street Irregulars, which might be called the Unconditional Burroughsians. When the course was over in May, Burroughs had an offer to teach a semester at the University of Buffalo for $15,000, but he didn't think he could work with the head of the English department, the critic Leslie Fiedler, whom he sized up as a bit of a martinet. In any case, thanks to James, he now had an alternative to teaching, which was readings. Why be pinned down in an awful place like Buffalo when you could be giving readings at $1,000 a crack in sunnier climes? Burroughs had come to New York to test the waters and had found them temperate. Now that he had James and a burgeoning career in readings, he decided to stay. A quick trip to London was required to close down his Duke Street flat and get rid of Johnny Brady, who proved to be a bit of a headache. Every day he called Anthony Balch for money to keep him alive. He said he was an alcoholic and could not live without booze. Balch kept giving him small sums until the amount added up to £100. Then he gave him £10 to put an ad in the Times asking for a position with a suitable gentleman of means, but the ad never appeared. Then, when he came around to ask for 2 weeks' rent in advance for a room, Balch told him he would pay his fortnight's rent if he could produce a letter of employment. Alternatively, he would buy him an airplane ticket back to Ireland. Balch felt sorry for him, but some people you just couldn't help. Burroughs had also been sending Johnny money, but decided that enough was enough, and wrote him a stern letter, which said, "Hope you can get yourself organized and get a job. Keep in touch." No more was heard from John Brady, though Burroughs did get a rather touching letter from his other dilly boy, John Culverwell, who was in Stoke-on-Trent, Staffordshire. "Would you like to see me again, Bill? Mind you, I've changed, I'm more settled in my ways now, thank goodness. Bill, I wish you would send me a ticket so I could come to you even if it was for just a few weeks. We could have a lovely time together, Bill, I know it. Wouldn't it be good, Bill, you and I together again? I learned a lot from the last time, Bill, I learned the true value of a real friend. I'm just keeping my fingers crossed now, Bill." James did not start out with any specific strategy on the readings, although he knew in his heart that Burroughs must go over the heads of the critics and straight to the people. When the news got out that he was back in New York, this mythical figure that few had ever seen, invitations began to come in. In April, through John Giorno, he was asked to read at St. Mark's Church in the village, which had a well-attended poetry program. It happened that Brian Geeson was in New York at the time, and he clearly wanted to read with Burroughs, but Giorno did not invite him, so that the reading became a symbolic changing of the guard. Brian was excluded. He was part of the old world setup that had come to an end. The new world setup was based on Burroughs reaching out to his fans and finding new fans through the readings, under the benevolent guidance of John Giorno and James Grauer-Haltz. Burroughs was deeply touched when after the first reading James told him, "I was so proud of you." Burroughs was a natural performer, with a natural presence. He had, thought Giorno, the ability to project an inner power and grab the audience's heart. He also made the audience laugh, with the dry delivery of his outlandish routines. James quickly realized that he must take a showbiz approach. People expected a mysterious, rather awesome figure, and you didn't want to give them a toothless Dracula. Every detail of the performance had to be worked out, the sound and the lighting, the table at which to read, the way he dressed. It had to be professional and theatrical, a performance and not a lecture. James found a lecture bureau, new line presentations, which took a 30% commission but guaranteed a minimum of $850. Many of the readings he arranged himself when colleges started asking for Burroughs. He was invited to conservative establishments like Notre Dame by the student union or someone in the English department who liked his work. The Notre Dame faculty might frown on the event, but could not prevent it. Although he had never been overtly political, Burroughs came across as a living symbol of rebelliousness that many college students could identify with. He had maintained his visionary/anarchist position through all the cultural changes of the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and was now becoming, thanks to age and consistency, the grand old man of the counterculture. After the isolation of London, the readings energized and rejuvenated him. Once again, he walked with a spring in his step. He took great pains over his performances, rehearsing and timing them to the second, and he took pleasure in the audience response. Those great waves of appreciation were as invigorating and beneficial as a massage. He was carrying his words across the country, sometimes into the very citadels of his foes, and there was always a warm welcome and a cluster of admirers. As he wrote a friend, "I have become a traveling performer, giving readings all over the USA." Burroughs later estimated that between 1974 and 1984 he had done 150 readings, at an average fee of $500, for a total income of $75,000. It was ironic, because for years, Burroughs had said, "I don't see any point in people reading their work." And now people were coming up to him and saying they'd never really understood his work until they'd heard him read it. James was both manager and bodyguard, dealing with hecklers and unreliable promoters. In Washington, D.C., a punk rock singer known as Dog started screaming "Fuck William Burroughs" and had to be led away. When a promoter in San Francisco canceled a reading, owing James $750, James called him and was told that he couldn't get blood from a stone. "What makes you think you are made of stone?" James asked. In Washington in 1975, Burroughs and Allen Ginsberg read at the Corcoran Gallery and stayed with a famous Washington hostess, Amy Huntington Block. She gave a dinner for 40 in their honor, to which important government figures came, including Supreme Court justices and members of the cabinet. It was a vindication of sorts for Burroughs the pariah, who had trouble just getting through customs in his own country, to be introduced to these men. "Mr. Burroughs, I would like to present Supreme Court Justice Potter Stewart." Well, he thought, if someone is presented to me, it means I'm the one. He looked around the table at the men from the State Department and the Pentagon, who had told him they had read his books, and thought, my moles, all my moles. Burroughs often read on programs with other writers. At New York University in 1981 he read with that other master of the macabre, Stephen King, and at Notre Dame in 1977 he read with Tennessee Williams. He often read with John Giorno as a warm-up act. In Grand Forks, North Dakota, in 1977, he read with Eudora Welty, Leroy Jones, Ring Lardner, Jr., and John Ashbery. After the reading, they all went to the hotel cocktail lounge, where a stage hypnotist called for volunteers from the audience. Ashbery, winner of many poetry prizes and a painfully reticent man, was in a congenial mood that night, chatting with James, and they both got up on the tiny stage with two other volunteers. The hypnotist told them they were the Beatles. Ashbery was John Lennon and James was Ringo. When he played the song She Loves You, James started beating the air with imaginary drumsticks, as Ashbery pranced around, playing air guitar. Then the hypnotist told them they were strippers and gave them all women's names. Ashbery was Bubbles. He put on some Minsky music, and to James's surprise, the normally prim Ashbery started undressing. He took off his jacket and tie, he unbuttoned his shirt and took that off, as he smiled seductively and fluttered his eyelashes, and he would have taken it all off, thought James, had not the hypnotist stopped him. After the strip, the hypnotist gave each volunteer a post-hypnotic command, something to say and do when the show was over. James was told to bark like a dog when he heard the cue, "Has anyone seen my dog Rover?" Just as the show was ending, Burroughs arrived in the cocktail lounge with Ring Lardner, Jr., author of Mas*H, and called James over to introduce him. At that moment the hypnotist said, "Has anyone seen my dog Rover?" and James shook Ring Lardner's hand and said, "ARF ARF." Lardner quickly departed. The constant traveling placed a strain on James's relationship with Danny Bloom. When James was back in New York, he and Danny fell to bickering. One night over dinner at Phoebe's on the Bowery, they started arguing about who was a better friend to Burroughs. "I been a better friend to William than you, man, and don't you ever, man, insult my integrity," Danny said. So saying, he swept the vodka tonic off the table and into 1,000 splinters, and stalked off. The waitress came over to clean up the mess and said, "Violent, huh?" It seemed that whatever they chose to talk about turned bitter. Once it was conceptual art. "You're full of shit," Danny said, "to have such dogmatic opinions about conceptual art which you know absolutely nothing about." "What ya mean?" James said. "I can name 10 conceptual artists right this minute." "That's it, names, you're so hung up on names and celebrities, but what's their work about, huh?" "It's about nothing, God damn it," James said. Then Danny, who had a job waiting tables, would say, as if to cap the argument, "I work for a living," meaning that being Burroughs' secretary was not work. By May of 1974, Burroughs had moved to a loft at 77 Franklin Street, up 3 steep flights of stairs. It was spacious but needed work, and one of the first jobs Burroughs had done was to ask his painter-carpenter friend David Prentice to build him an argon box. Prentice made a luxury model, with rabbit fur draped over the iron lining, which Burroughs sat in contentedly almost every day. "Maybe I'm as crazy as Reich was," he said, "but I do think there is something here." He had tried a great many methods in his search for a clear starting point, but always with a grain of salt, among them psychoanalysis, Scientology, est, group meditation, mind dimension, general semantics, acupuncture, the Alexander method, and out-of-the-body experience. In all cases, the words of his jiu-jitsu master came back, "If your trick no work, you better run." He had not found the answer but many answers. His current psychic interest was Carlos Castañeda and the teachings of Don Juan. There was, he devoutly believed, a world of magical will and intention. Nothing happened unless someone willed it to happen. If someone fell down the stairs or ran his car into a tree, on some level he intended to do just that. If he was unable to contact the level of intention, he said it was just an accident, from which there could be derived the definition of an accident, an event over which one has no conscious control. In his own case, the death of his wife was to the best of his conscious knowledge an accident, but on some other level, which he still did not fully understand, it was intended. From the attention he was getting, from the solicitations, from all the people who wanted a piece of him, including the practical jokers, it was clear that Burroughs had become a certified public figure, a celebrity, just by returning to his own country. He was ambivalent about the attention, for he felt that his celebrity, or notoriety, was based on an image that had nothing to do with him, an image arbitrarily assigned. But at the same time he was pleased and wrote Alan Anson, "America holding up well, that is better than most other places. I shocked the hairless cubs by saying America is now the freest country in the world." America was holding up, and he was holding up, but across the pond, two of his close friends were in a bad way. Something was very wrong with Anthony Balch. None of the doctors he went to were able to diagnose the nature of his illness. But he knew he was sick, and the anxiety was such that he had a nervous breakdown. It would be some time before the doctors discovered that he had an inoperable cancer of the stomach. Burroughs thought of him in better days, when at parties he did his little number, "I'm going to do the impossible," and he juggled 3 oranges, the immoral, he swallowed 2 codeine pills, and the illegal, he burned a pound note. And now one had to add, the inoperable. Balch would die in 1980. And then, in December 1974, Brian Geeson was operated on for a cancer of the colon at the Royal Free Hospital in Hempstead. He had known for some time that something was wrong, ever since the day in Tangier when he had gone to lunch at the home of those old mountain social climbers Sanch and Nancy de Graymont. After lunch, he was sitting on a couch covered in pale blue linen, having coffee, and when he got up, a round blood stain the size of a saucer had soaked through the linen. But it was months before Brian could be persuaded to seek medical help, and by that time he had to have a colostomy. "Well, they got me, they really got me," Brian wrote Burroughs. "Every foolish word I ever said about my interest in pain has been paid out several thousand-fold." In February 1975, upon hearing that he would have to undergo 3 more operations, Brian tried to kill himself. Tearing off his bandages, he was about to smash the window of his hospital room with a chair so he could jump out, when he caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror and decided that he needed towels to protect his face from the jagged glass. During that moment of delay, a nurse who had befriended him came in and stopped him. After the operation, Brian wrote Burroughs, "I am now but a Gruyere cheese, a man full of holes weighing about 120 pounds. They took out my asshole and destroyed what sex impulses I had left after the cobalt bomb, which destroyed all tissues to the cellular level. I had 3 operations in 3 weeks and there ain't much left of Brian. They tell me I'll get used to a sack of shit on my knees. I've decided to come back and finish my life's work. Like the old Chinese painter, I intend to work on to the point where I can bow 3 times and disappear into my picture." There was however a bright side. The National Health would pay his bill, which ran into the thousands of pounds. So vain of his appearance, Brian now had to face life with a bag attached to his middle. Who would ever want him sexually again, he wondered. He felt like a rotten old pumpkin. His toilette to keep fresh and dainty took up an hour or 2 a day. By mid-April of 1975 he was back in Paris, spinning down into the depths of depression and then struggling back up for air. His paranoia was still functioning, and he worried that people had dropped him since his operation. Why wasn't Burroughs keeping him abreast? Was it true that John Giorno was knocking him with the New York galleries? "Am I such a shit?" he asked Burroughs. At the end of June, he had a show at the Germain Gallery. He was pleased at the turnout. At least 200 people showed up for the vernissage. But all they talked about was where they were going for the summer, and the next day they went. No sales were rung up. "When we come back," they said. Burroughs at the start of 1975 was also experiencing difficulties, although they were literary rather than medical. Perhaps as a result of his outside activities, his teaching job and his readings, his creativity had suffered. He felt depleted. To call it by its name, he had a severe writer's block, resulting in a paralyzing depression. The act of writing had become almost unendurable. He dreamed that Venusian doctors were torturing him by burning his hands and breaking his fingers. And this just at the time when he was starting on a new novel called Cities of the Red Night. The solution to Burroughs' block lay in a chance meeting with another unconditional Burroughsian. Stephen Lowe, lean and angular, with lively brown eyes, had recently arrived in New York from Miami, where his father ran a chain of funeral homes and was a member of the Association of Flying Morticians. He had grown up in a funereal atmosphere, where everything was dark and air-conditioned and sealed, and where, from time to time, a hurricane sent the caskets flying. Stephen Lowe had a job writing novels for a mafia-controlled porn sweatshop. A goon with a cigar who could barely speak English would bring around some illustrations, and Steve would write the plot around them. This too was a result of the breakdown of censorship, that the mafia, a bunch of Sicilian illiterates, had moved into the book business, competing with legitimate porno publishers like Gyro Diaz. The mafia porn people had their own set of rules. You couldn't use the words Christ or God because the reader would be offended. You couldn't have depressing death scenes, but it was okay to torture women. You could have businessmen chasing cunt, but no drugs could be mentioned. Steve had signed a contract for a book a week at $600 per book, and he never left his loft. He was at it all day long, trying to come up with his 188 pages a week, and it was affecting his health. Then all of a sudden the company went into Chapter 11. Who had ever heard of a mafia bankruptcy? An ardent Burroughs fan, Steve Lowe knew many details of his life. He knew, for instance, that in 1965 Burroughs had lived in a loft at 210 Center Street where there was a sign that said Atomic Machinery. At this point in his life, when the porn outfit had collapsed, he was walking one day past 210 Center Street when he recognized Burroughs on the opposite sidewalk. The coincidence was too good to pass up, and he went over and introduced himself. Burroughs invited him to Franklin Street, and in the course of their conversation, Steve mentioned his interest in pirates. It turned out that one of the principal themes of Cities of the Red Night was an 18th-century libertarian colony of gay pirates on the island of Madagascar. It was agreed that Steve would help Burroughs with the pirate research, and that they would be collaborators on the book, and soon Steve was digging up pirate material, and holding daily meetings with Burroughs, and writing great chunks of prose. Steve Lowe fit right into the Burroughs inner circle, and he and his wife, Bonnie, often invited Burroughs and James to dinner. At one memorable dinner in 1975, the guest of honor was Christopher Isherwood, author of I Am a Camera, friend of W. H. Auden, now settled in Santa Monica. Small and dapper, well-mannered and reserved, Isherwood fell into the category of high homosexual. He told Virginia Woolf stories, in itself a sign of invisible precedence, for there were not many left who could how when she smoked she made extended sweeps with her cigarette as if holding the rest of the world at arm's length. Allen Ginsberg called to ask if he and Peter Orlovsky could come over, and Steve said there wasn't enough food, but Allen said they'd eaten. When they arrived, they sucked on the bones of 2 fresh chickens Steve had bought, with the heads and feet still on. As Isherwood was leaving, Allen fell to his knees and kissed his feet, saying, "Master, Master." A look of profound distaste crossed Isherwood's face. His English sense of decorum had been offended. Another dinner Burroughs went to at that time was given in his small apartment in the Dakota by Charles Henry Ford, who was the brother of the actress Ruth Ford and who had written a homosexual novel published by Gyro Diaz, called The Young and the Evil. Ford had moved to Kathmandu, and was going on about an exhibit he had organized called the Kathmandu Experience, which featured what looked to Burroughs like sculptures of the sort you might expect in an arts and crafts show in the World Trade Center. On top of that, no liquor was served, and the food was an inedible curry full of splintered chicken bones, which, had he been a dog, would have killed him. Never again. At yet another party he met Janet Flanner, lesbian author of The New Yorker's Letter from Paris, beak-nosed and white-haired, who was now retired, and deaf as a post, and who kept saying, rather flatteringly, he thought, "Speak up, young man, don't mutter." His writer's block was momentarily forgotten in a blur of other activities. He had the readings coming up, 4 of them in Chicago with Allen Ginsberg. Who should turn up at one Chicago reading but his old friend from his exterminator days, Ray Masterson, who was now making stained glass and dealing in antique furniture. Running into the occasional pal of bygone days was a fringe benefit. In spite of the readings, money was tight, and that April of 1975 Burroughs got the first grant of his life, at age 61, a $4,000 New York State CAPS, Creative Artist Public Service, award. News of the grant provoked an outcry in the Soho Weekly News by Susanna Coiler, who wondered why the heir to the Burroughs millions was awarded a grant. Burroughs asked her on April 10 to lay to rest for all time the myth of the Burroughs millions, which has plagued me for many years. One reviewer has even gone so far as to describe me as the world's richest ex-junkie, at a time when I had less than $1,000 in the bank. My grandfather, who invented the hydraulic device on which the adding machine is based, like many inventors received a very small share of the company stock, and my father sold the few shares in his possession in the 1920s. My last bequest from the Burroughs estate on the death of my mother in 1970 was the sum of $10,000. To further supplement his income, Burroughs began writing a column for Crawdaddy magazine, which led him into occasional forays in the world of rock and roll. He was an icon of sorts among these young musicians, who had adopted the drug culture of which he was the granddaddy. Several groups derived their name from his writing: Steely Dan, Soft Machine, Naked Lunch. Although the rock musicians adopted Burroughs as one of their own, he had absolutely no interest in their music and would go to considerable lengths to avoid listening to it. James, who had played guitar in several bands, encouraged meetings between Burroughs and rock musicians, one of whom told him, "You sit on your ass writing I could be torn to pieces by me fans," but when they came around, he had to be there to explain who they were and what they were about, like the cardinal whispering in the Pope's ear the name of the next supplicant. "Oh, yes, my dear friend the Bishop of Khartoum," and briefing Burroughs on the appropriate remark, "I understand you use 60 cycle tones in your music." In any case, they came around to pay homage: Frank Zappa, the Talking Heads, Chris Stein and Debbie Harry of Blondie, Patti Smith, Iggy Pop, David Bowie, and various members of the Rolling Stones. Burroughs tried to answer their sometimes inane questions, and was flattered by their interest, which kept him current in the rock and punk counterculture of the 70s. When the surly and bovine Lou Reed of the Velvet Underground came by, every word he said was obnoxious. "I'm surrounded by assholes," he asserted at one point. "Even these people with me are assholes." To which Stu Meyer replied, "There are some assholes who give assholes a bad name." In May 1975, Burroughs had a change of scene when he was invited to lecture at the Naropa Institute in Boulder, Colorado. Naropa was an interesting graft of Tibetan Buddhism on the American counterculture. Its founder, a Buddhist monk named Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche, was a product of the Tibetan diaspora of the 50s. From Scotland and Canada, Trungpa had moved to Vermont, where he set up a Tibetan meditation center. He saw himself as a healer, treating problems of spiritual health. He advocated crazy wisdom, and cutting through spiritual materialism. Having recruited the poet N. Waldman, he moved to Boulder, founded Naropa, and became one of the more prosperous transplanted Buddhist gurus. Within Naropa, N. Waldman and Allen Ginsberg founded the Jack Kerouac School of Disembodied Poetics, which became a magnet and forum for counterculture alumni. The veterans of the Beat movement and the Black Mountain School and the San Francisco Renaissance and all the other anti-establishment literary factions could gather there and lecture and teach and feel at ease. So that when Burroughs and James Grauerholtz and Stephen Lowe arrived in May of 1975, they found, already in attendance, Allen Ginsberg, who was suffering from a partial paralysis of the face, which made his smile look twisted, Gregory Corso, typecast as the all-licensed fool, the poet Philip Whalen, an ordained Zen monk, Buddha-like in his girth and smooth-headedness and serenity, the Buddhist poet Gary Snyder, and the poet Robert Bly, who one afternoon came by Burroughs' apartment, which had become the center for gatherings, and told the story of how a tribe of Australian Aborigines had reacted to their first experience with a battery-operated radio. The first thing they heard was news from Sydney: 2 women were killed this morning and 2 others were badly burned in a fire that destroyed a rooming house for the elderly. Disturbed by the plight of these distant people, the Aborigines gathered food and blankets to take to the survivors. Only with difficulty were they convinced that there was nothing they could do to help. After that, gradually, they began to lose their ability to react to the human and social needs around their village. "So the medicine man breaks a leg," said Bly, "and they figure, oh well, it's just another broadcast from Sydney." Burroughs found Naropa congenial, and the teaching was not arduous, but he wondered about Trungpa, the smiling Tibetan with the soft reedy voice and the Oxford accent, whom he called the Whiskey Lama, after observing him imbibe heroic quantities of alcoholic beverages. On one occasion His Holiness got so drunk he fell down the stairs and suffered a severe concussion. He said it was his karma, which prompted Burroughs to think, "Oh excellent foppery of the world! As if we were fools and drunkards by heavenly compulsion." Trungpa did not appear to be a model of ascetic behavior, with his drinking, his chain-smoking, and his habit of asking his female devotees to become his concubines. His English wife, Diana, was an equestrienne, an expert in dressage. He had a squad of guards, and a car and a driver, and seemed to run his operation along monarchical rather than democratic lines. Was Trungpa simply indoctrinating and fleecing the gullible children of the middle class? Burroughs thought that at the very least Naropa had the merit of bringing together like-minded people who could exchange ideas. He had little interest in Buddhism, and told James one evening after dinner that in 3,000 years the Buddhists have not come up with the answer to this question: what is the real nature of the word? Burroughs was a bit of a holdout when it came to Buddhism, to which many of his writer and poet friends were drawn. The attractive feature of Buddhism was that it had no gods. It was not a religion like Christianity or Islam or Judaism. There was no bearded authority figure threatening you with eternal damnation if you did not confess your sins. There was no powerful institutional church with its mosques and cathedrals and its army of priests. There was in Buddhism, with its teaching that existence was suffering, an existential postmodern dimension that appealed to the counterculture. Buddhism was flexible and formless enough, and had enough different branches, to appeal to men as different as Jack Kerouac, Allen Ginsberg, Gary Snyder, and John Giorno. Kerouac tirelessly quoted the Diamond Sutra's injunction to discard all arbitrary conceptions and also endorsed the doctrine of non-attachment. For Gary Snyder, who had studied Zen during his 12-year residence in Japan, Buddhism tied into his mystical view of nature and his conviction that the healthy growth of society began with the healthy growth of the self. For Allen Ginsberg, who had become a Buddhist after a stay in India, Buddhism provided a model in the person of the Bodhisattva, the perfected being who postpones entry into nirvana until all others are similarly enlightened. For John Giorno, Buddhism was originally connected to the first acid trips he had taken in 1965, when he glimpsed another reality he could not quite reach, and which he came to understand better through strenuous meditation. Buddhism helped him to explore the nature of mind and the nature of emptiness. At Naropa, thanks to Trungpa and Anne Waldman, Buddhism and the counterculture were in formal alliance. As for Trungpa, the stories about him were endless. One night he had gathered the student body in the converted basketball gym that served as an auditorium and told them to go home, cut their hair, and find normal jobs like bakers and printers. In a drinking bout with one of the long-haired students, he had drunk the student under the table and then cut his hair off at the neck with a hunting knife. The most talked about incident, however, occurred in November 1975 at the seminar Trungpa conducted in the Colorado Rockies, near Aspen, at the Snowmass Ski Resort. At a Halloween party, Trungpa stripped off his clothes and urged the other guests to do the same. One of the guests, the poet W.S. Merwin, slipped away with his Hawaiian girlfriend to escape what he considered an imposition. Trungpa ordered his guards to seize them in their room and bring them back. Merwin had locked his door, which the guards broke down. They subdued him forcibly when he tried to defend himself with a broken beer bottle. Then Trungpa had them forcibly stripped, explaining that he was teaching the stripping away of neuroses. Merwin described the scene as Buddhist fascism. It gave a bad name to the gurus who were supposed to be bringing to the West the spiritual secrets of the Himalayas. News of this unpleasant event soon spread among the faithful. Allen Ginsberg feared that the publicity would cause Naropa to lose a $4,000 grant from the National Endowment, and he was right. The grant was turned down. He saw the incident as a case of sexual rivalry between Merwin and Trungpa for the beautiful Hawaiian girl. It was, thought Allen, like a Burroughs routine. "You Oriental slick cunt, why are you hanging around with this honky?" But Trungpa explained to Allen that it had nothing to do with sex, that stripping was a traditional Buddhist practice that he had done with his teacher. In the Western context, the timing was appropriate, because it was Halloween, when you blow your top and get rid of constraints. The principle, said Trungpa, was that once Merwin had agreed to attend the seminar he should have conformed to its usages. He was like a man who signs up for cooking school and then goes on a hunger strike. It was the rational liberal mind refusing to take part in cleansing symbolic ceremonies. This Merwin story has been batted around so many times with so many different versions, Burroughs wrote a friend, that it is getting to be the local Rashomon. One fact emerges, that the only person injured was one of the guards. These things happen when people drink too much. The whole Buddhist position, that anything wrong with anybody comes from his own psyche and not from the outside, is of course a handy thing for any mind controllers. As I told Allen, you could say the same thing to a rat in a maze. I am not much interested in Buddhism myself. The course I teach in the summer consists of 3 lectures on writing and literature. Although Burroughs was not a joiner of religions, and kept his skepticism intact about Buddhism, he decided in November to spend 2 weeks in Barnet, Vermont, at a Trungpa-conducted retreat. The idea was complete isolation. You went into yourself and you saw what happened. James drove him up and accompanied him to his small wooden hut in a rickety tractor-drawn cart, and left him standing in front of the hut, dressed in khaki trousers and shirt, staring at the blade of grass in his fingers as though a bit embarrassed by what he was doing. Trungpa said no typewriter, that would be like a carpenter taking along his tools. A carpenter could always carpenter, thought Burroughs, but a writer had to take it as it came. A glimpse once lost might never come again. That was the trouble with Buddhists, they didn't understand writers. Show me a good Buddhist novelist, he thought. When Aldous Huxley became a Buddhist, he stopped writing novels and began to write tracts. He conceded the typewriter but not pen and paper, because he wanted to jot down his dream notes. The first thing Burroughs did in his retreat hut was make a fly's water out of an old whisk broom. The second thing he did was kill a brown spider that he found on the shelf above his bed. It might be a highly poisonous brown recluse, he thought, and he didn't want it on his face while he slept. In the woodshed he found a piece of cardboard on which the previous occupant had written, "How can I please myself when I have no self to please?" Sorry, young man, thought Burroughs, I think you are kidding yourself. As long as you talk to yourself, you have a self. The self is a pimping, blackmailing chauffeur who gets you from here to there on word lines. Burroughs found that the time sped by, and he was never bored or lonely. He took long walks, and was joined at night by the characters in his dreams. In one dream, Allen and I open restaurant. Citation from the board on beef stew. Inspector, well, I hope I can get you off with a fine, but I dunno. Preliminary tests show definitive contamination. You're lucky I got here before the customers, or you'd be up for manslaughter. Didn't eat any yourself, did you? Well, oh no, I'm sort of a vegetarian. That stew would make a vegetarian out of anybody. Was the stew a metaphor for writing? Burroughs had no idea. His only complaint when the 2 weeks were up was that there had been no shaving mirror, but he was able to shave daily by using a pen as a reflector. The retreat was a success. Although no more of a Buddhist than before, he had found the solitude appealing. Back in New York in late November, Burroughs moved to an apartment in John Giorno's building, a converted YMCA at 222 Bowery, which had been bought by the furniture store next door, whose owner rented space to artists. The small basketball gym had once been Mark Rothko's studio. Burroughs had a large but windowless concrete space that had been the locker room. In the bathroom stood two high white porcelain urinals. The light of day never reached his apartment, which became known as the bunker, but he didn't mind. He liked the privacy and the quiet and the safety. There were 3 locked doors between himself and the street. On the mezzanine, bunker level landing, there was a design in the linoleum that showed the letters XRM in a 4-foot circle, which stood for X-ray manufacturing, for after it had been a YMCA, but before it was rented by artists, the building had been used to make X-ray tubes and equipment. Burroughs had the bunker painted white, floors and ceilings, and walls, which he hung with paintings by Brian Geeson, so it didn't look gloomy. An added advantage, he liked to say, were the heavy psychic traces of countless naked boys. But the best part of the deal was the rent, $250 a month. Burroughs was content in the bunker, where James joined him to live and work. At the start of 1976, things were going reasonably well. There was only one person he missed from the London days, and that was Ian Somerville, to whom he wrote that he was accepting reading and speaking engagements which have proven both rewarding and enjoyable, standing ovations, transportation and hotel paid for, even lovers. For a 5-minute reading on New Year's Day I spent 3 hours rehearsing. Ian was now living in Bath, working as a computer programmer for a manufacturer of pork pies. In his 1975 Christmas card, Ian had written, "Been working on computers again for last few months, blue suit and briefcase, that kind of thing. Keeping the wolves at the door plus body and soul firmly apart. How's Abu to you?" February 5, 1976, was Burroughs' 62nd birthday, and he received the following wire from Ian: "Happy birthday. Lots of love. Lots of promise, no realization." This last phrase Burroughs took to refer to Ian's efforts to find a job in America. Later in the day another telegram arrived, this one from Anthony Balch, and it said, "Ian Somerville killed in car accident February 5. Funeral February 12, Bath." Ian, who was 35, had recently learned to drive and had bought a little Morris, which was his pride and joy. Shortly after sending Burroughs the birthday telegram from the Bath post office, he had been hit by a car coming the other way that had signaled a right turn but made a left turn. A card was found on his body donating his kidneys for transplants, and later that year, when Billy had a transplant operation, Burroughs saw a certain symmetry between Ian donating his kidneys and Billy receiving a liver. Shortly before his accident, Ian had called Brian Geeson in Paris, to tell him how proud he was of his new car. Driving was the one worthwhile thing he had ever learned, he said. During their conversation, Brian passed on some news that made Ian extremely distraught. The latest issue of a magazine called The Fanatic had come out that day, with a scurrilous article about Ian. It happened that the editor of The Fanatic, Bill Levy, a Baltimore-born counterculture figure who lived in Amsterdam, had a grudge against Ian. Bill Levy's Dutch girlfriend had recently stayed with Ian in Bath, and she seduced him. It was the first time he had slept with a woman. In retaliation, Levy wrote an article entitled "Electric Ian: A Tawdry Brief Life," in which he accused Ian of having a deformed penis and of being an electric razor queen who shaves his genitals. Burroughs writes only to get boys. Levy quoted Ian as telling the Dutch girl, to which she sensibly replied, "You were one of them." He spent his 20s as kept lover and literary policeman to William Burroughs, wrote Levy. His next employment was in the computer industry. As the Grateful Dead sing, all that could not sink or swim was just left there to float. This characteristically disconnected period in his life was marked by a fascination with rough trade. He would take home younger punks only to wake up in the morning to find his tape recorder stolen. Lo and behold, at the age of 34, after a lifetime of misogyny, he made love with a woman. Ian was so upset by what Brian told him that when Brian heard about the accident, he thought it must be suicide. But then he thought, I am the living proof that those who go on about suicide don't get around to it. Ian was not an experienced driver, and his attention must have been on Bill Levy's attack rather than on the road. As for Burroughs, in all his life he had rarely been more furious than he was about the article on Ian. It was meant to kill, he thought. Who in his right mind would want all his most horrible characteristics, words, actions, and deformities publicized? What if some creep published all the sloppy drunken things Burroughs had said 10 years ago? He could not accept the rationale that hell, just get it all said, every disgusting thing you can think of and wallow around in it. Why not? We're all a bunch of shits anyway. Burroughs was not motivated to disclose the worst traits of his friends, he wanted to see their best, not their worst. It was as if he should select his worst writing and present it as his magnum opus. It could become a contest to see who could write the most driveling, stupid, boring book. It was Burroughs' opinion that Bill Levy was responsible for Ian's death. It was a terrible blow, coming on his birthday as it had. At night, before going to sleep, Burroughs saw Ian's sad, accusing face. He had not been comfortable on earth. He had not been in his element. Many were the nights when Ian appeared in his dreams. Often they were back on the Calle Larache, with the neighbor problem. Someone was pounding on the door and Burroughs told Ian, give him some money, send him away. What a horrible interlude that had been. Invariably Burroughs dreamed of Ian on his birthday, June 3, Ian asking him if he wanted to be cured. Ian recommending a sound textbook on economics. In this manner, Ian remained a vivid presence in Burroughs' life. Now that Ian was gone, thank God he had James. But in the spring of 1976, having been with Burroughs 2 years, James took stock of his situation. He had not intended to spend his life as the secretary of a famous writer, and sometimes he felt that he had made the Faustian pact that in exchange for being introduced to a world of fame, he had lost his soul. He had always told himself that he would have a destiny, but now that destiny was to be second fiddle. And he would argue with himself that he wasn't just second fiddle, that he was someone on his own. William was the famous one and got the applause, but without making the arrangements and organizing the readings and bringing in the income, none of it would work. And yet, even knowing that, a sense of frustration was built into the job, for he felt that he was running out of time in terms of making a career for himself. As for their life together, it had its ups and downs. Burroughs was easier to get along with than he must have been in England, when he was doing e-meters 8 hours a day, and James tried to imagine being audited and having his personality ripped to shreds. He couldn't have stood that. Once Burroughs did scare him by standing over him in the middle of the night and telling him that he had to get ready at once to leave the planet. Respecting his judgment, James thought, well, maybe there's something to this, gosh, I'll have to leave my family and my friends. But then he realized that Burroughs was drunk. In a letter to Brian Geeson, in which the emotions of the moment made him sound more desperate than he was, James deplored the drinking, which was getting worse. In spite of his success and his travels and his active life, Burroughs went through cycles of depression and application, of exhilaration and dejection, through which ran the continuous threads of alcoholism and flatly irrational behavior. He rarely ended the night without making himself drunk, and more often than not, dull and repetitive and obstinate as well. He would spend the afternoon reading and writing, and then at 6 he would start drinking. Often he got drunk on just those evenings when he should have stayed sober, that is, when someone he liked was coming to dinner. It was like a child's overexcitement at the anticipation of a party, followed by premature fatigue and slurred, bull-headed, one-sided conversation. When he saw this man he loved and admired reduce himself nightly to a travesty, to a pitiable avuncular figure that his guests had to humor, James felt frustrated and broken-hearted and helpless. He was managing expenses, he was answering letters, he was working with agents and publishers, he was arranging speaking tours, he was giving Burroughs 1,000 attentions and services, as well as his daily company, his own life force. But now he felt at his wits' end because it seemed to be getting out of control. He knew that he was only a 23-year-old kid from Kansas and that Burroughs was a world-famous man of letters, but there was no point in going on as master of ceremonies for a juggler who dropped the pins. But then, invariably, something happened to shake him out of his pessimism, and right about then Burroughs was invited to take part in a reading in Berlin, under the auspices of the Akademie der Kunst, where he joined up with Allen Ginsberg and Susan Sontag, the well-known panelist, as well as with Fred Jordan of Grove Press and his English publisher, John Calder. Susan Sontag had had a mastectomy in 1975, and Allen questioned her tactlessly, as was his habit, "So did you have it completely cut off? And how's your love life?" "Not so bad," Sontag said. "In fact better than before. I'm getting a lot of propositions." Burroughs was embarrassed. The conversation made him think of people who sleep with hunchbacks for good luck. But it turned out that Susan Sontag was eager to talk about her cancer. Fred Jordan said Samuel Beckett was in Berlin to direct the German production of Endgame and that he was going over to see him late that afternoon, and Sontag said she had always wanted to meet him, and they all ended up going. Jordan said they should bring their own liquor, as Beckett would offer none, and they brought a bottle of whiskey. Beckett had a sparsely furnished duplex overlooking the Tiergarten, the zoo, and received them cordially, the famous face, all in plains like a Juan Gris collage, emerging from a turtleneck. But Burroughs could see that he had no genuine interest in any of them. He had decided to make pleasant conversation for 20 minutes and that was it. It was as if they had entered a hiatus of indifference. Allen, shameless as always, asked Beckett, who had been Joyce's secretary, whether Joyce had ever composed any songs. "Yes," said Beckett, "Joyce had written some lyrics to music by Schubert." "Sing it for us," Allen asked, and Beckett, to Fred Jordan's surprise, did, singing about 3 verses in a thin Irish tenor. Too bad no one had a tape recorder, Fred Jordan thought, to capture this curious literary musicale. Burroughs reminded Beckett of their last meeting in Maurice Girodias's Grande Sévérine, when they had argued about cut UPS. Trying to bring a little animation into the conversation, Burroughs said the Berlin Zoo was one of the best, with nocturnal creatures in their natural habitat. They even had flying foxes. Beckett nodded, as if willing to take his word for it. He did say that he hated literary discussions. It was a great bore to be asked, "What is your connection to existentialism?" Burroughs in the old Beat Hotel days had devised a method for getting rid of people who dropped in, by visualizing them outside his room. Beckett had an even better method. As the afternoon turned into evening and his apartment got dark, he neglected to turn on any lights, and pretty soon everybody left. 19. Billy. 1974 to 1981. Abandoned by his wife in Atlanta in 1974, Billy Burroughs adopted the life of a derelict, drank himself into a stupor, and bemoaned his fate. Somehow, he reflected, he had gotten hooked on Karen, who had exposed in him a streak of masochism, and who had cemented a vampire hold on him that would last for 7 years. She had introduced him to her incredibly vulgar and kind parents, who played the songs of Camp Judea on the stereo, and driven him to alcoholism, and been incredibly unfaithful, and then dumped him. Self-pitying, but lucidly so, Billy wrote in his diary that he was always good for at least a half a day of damp wormy doom and gloom. "Man, when I get feeling properly sorry for myself, really into it, that's like one of my main poor me if only I'd snivel and moan trips. I can easily do a whole night and most of a morning on that number. And it's stupid." Another source of poor me thinking was his mother's death, about which he regularly reminded his father, writing him in the spring of 1974, "My nagging trauma Joan's death nags insistently. I want it out. Cannot quite let go in meditation or exercise. How to go about it? 6 to 7 sessions careful hypnosis. Billy hitched to Santa Cruz, which was known for its large hippie population, living on the taxpayers' money. But he was too depressed and apathetic even to apply for welfare. He slept under bridges on cardboard and found food in garbage cans. One day he found a piece of rope, which seemed to him an omen that he should hang himself. That night he was sitting on a curb with the rope in his pocket when a young woman with golden hair sat next to him and said, "You're coming home with me tonight." What the hell, Billy thought, I can always hang myself tomorrow. The one thing about Rolling Stones, they rolled when they were pushed, and he rolled to Georgette's apartment. Georgette Laroy, vet's assistant of Basque descent, collector of strays, flower child, and faithful consultor of the I Ching. The next day, Billy hit the streets because he felt scummy, his head hurt, his feet stank, and he didn't love Jesus. But Georgette went looking for him, and found him, and she was angry. Like the song goes, thought Billy, first she hit me, then she bit me, then she threw me in the truck and said, "You go in with me." So he went, and for a while it was party time. But drinking made her sick, she was hypoglycemic. She finally told him not to bring booze if he was coming over. So he would sit by a stream and chug a lug to his heart's content before knocking on her door. Georgette was soon hip to that and put him into the Santa Cruz Detox Center on Christmas Eve 1975. Billy spent horrible hours staring at the Christmas tree. Just the tree. When he got out he started drinking again. He had a job as a cook and was supplementing his income with pilferage on the one hand and general assistance on the other. In exchange for the welfare, he promised to do 62 hours a month of public work. Georgette took him to see a doctor, who told him, "Well, my young friend, you have a liver the size of Baltimore." Not without a trace of pride, Billy checked back into detox scared, this time. The opportunity arose in the spring of 1976 to go to Boulder, where he could be a sort of assistant teacher at Naropa and do a few readings under the sponsorship of Allen Ginsberg. He wrote his father on March 8, "Long ago I promised myself something exceptional by the time I was 30 and I've certainly not found it, so it must have something to do with something as simple as my filing system." By April, Billy and Georgette were in Boulder, a part of the Naropa community. Billy read from a work in progress at one of Allen's classes, and Allen wrote him a check for $25 as a teaching fee. What a Jewish mother he was, thought Billy. He looked a lot better shaved, with all those little facial muscles moving. Billy gave a reading in a room at the Boulder Hotel, where he went through the unavoidable experience of being heckled by Gregory Corso, doing his usual shit-stirrer number. "What kind of sentence is that? You ain't the writer your father is, Billy boy. Is that a stanza?" And other interruptions. Then, for good measure, Gregory told a Buddhist astrologer who was there with a pretty girl, "I'm going to fuck your girlfriend in the ass," adding, "You're Jewish so you won't mind." Then he smeared the avocado dip over his own face and shirt like an ointment. Naropa was supposed to be a haven of serenity where poetic sensibilities could find expression, but Gregory disrupted all that. Billy tacked up little notes offering to help people with their writing efforts, but there were no takers, which was a bummer. Fortunately, Georgette had a job as a highway flag waver. She came home covered with grime and bought a bag of powdered milk to take a bath in, saying it made your skin all silky. It was clear to Billy that she wanted to be touched, but he told her that the milk bath was decadent and made no move to touch her when she emerged from the bath. He thought of Karen when he was too drunk to fuck her. She showed up 4 hours late one night with a $100 tip. He would never be able to forget, he wrote in his diary, that he had driven the woman he loved to vengeful whoredom. Billy was finally writing again, and he drank nothing stronger than Coca-Cola. His plan was to walk in the mountains so that he would be wiry by the time he was 30, and then he would get rich and live in uncalled-for surroundings. James Grauerholtz wrote from New York that he and Burroughs were arriving in July and that he would set up some father and son readings. "Two things bother me about reading with Bill," Billy replied. 1. I'm almost as shit scared of large numbers of people as I am of airplanes, and 2, I really am nobody and as yet haven't done anything worthwhile. I'd feel like a sprig of parsley. To this Burroughs Sr. replied, in his best paternal we writers must be practical tone, writing is a very depleting, exacting, dangerous and underpaid profession, and the most basic and vital advice that I can give to any young writer is, pay attention to your finances. In the words of Wilson Misner, don't turn down any money. It seems now that in order to survive we must become performers as well, and peddle our wares like purveyors of snake oil. At the same time, readings can be fun, when seen as performance, and I am looking forward to our joint readings at Santa Cruz and Berkeley. How is your health? Take care of yourself, hasta la vista. How is your health, was a very good question, while taking care of himself was the last thing Billy Burroughs knew how to do. One night in May, he woke up with a lump in his throat, feeling nauseous. He felt his way to the bathroom in the dark and spat into the toilet. This is no ordinary regurgitation, he thought, it's grainy and thick. Flicking on the light, he saw that the toilet bowl was red. I must have had tomatoes for dinner. Georgette said it was blood and that he should go at once to the hospital. Billy didn't want to go. He was scared. Here he was getting along all right at last, it wasn't great but it was tolerable, and out of the blue came something like this, like something in a monster movie. I'll be fine in the morning, he said. Georgette drove him to the emergency room at Boulder Community Hospital. The nurse on duty asked him to fill out a form as lights danced in front of his eyes. What seems to be your problem, she asked. By way of reply, Billy deposited a pint of blood on the white linoleum floor. The next thing he knew he was a mass of tubes, bottles, and bags. When a nasogastric tube was pushed down his throat, out of irrational fear he bit the doctor's hand. You do that again, you xenophobe, the doctor said, I'll stitch you to the goddamn floor. The bleeding was stopped by applying ice packs to the neck to freeze and constrict the hemorrhaging veins in his throat. His damaged liver was unable to receive the blood that flowed into it, so that the backed up blood went into reverse and broke through in the first place where the veins were weak enough not to be able to withstand the extra pressure, which happened to be the esophageal varices, the little veins in the gullet. You could lose a lot of blood that way. It was the way Jack Kerouac had died. When Burroughs arrived in July, he talked to the doctor who had treated his son, who told him that only 3 things could result in the kind of hemorrhage Billy had suffered. 1 was a perforated ulcer, 1 was cancer of the stomach, and the 3rd was cirrhosis of the liver, which was Billy's problem. The doctor drew a diagram to show how the blood, unable to flow through the liver, backed up. On August 21st, there was a party in Allen Ginsberg's apartment, and at one point Billy came out of the bathroom and said to James Grauerholtz, Jim, you better look at this, something's wrong. James saw that the toilet bowl was filled with blood and showed it to Burroughs and Allen. They decided to take Billy back to the Boulder Hospital. The doctor there, Dr. Ewing, told them this was a life and death situation that he did not feel competent to handle. As it happened, 30 miles away in Denver, at Colorado General Hospital, there existed the world's only surgical unit capable of performing liver transplants, and it was run by the man who had pioneered the operation, Thomas Earl Starzl. Starzl came out of the small Iowa town of Lamars. His father was a local newspaperman and his uncle Frank Starzl became general manager of the Associated Press. Tom Starzl went to medical school at Northwestern, where he decided he didn't want to become the kind of house-calling GP he'd known back home. He wanted to be right up there on the frontier of medicine, and break new ground, becoming the medical equivalent of the astronaut with the right stuff. He chose the infant discipline of organ transplants, and began at Northwestern to attempt kidney and liver transplants on dogs, developing new surgical techniques. These were operations where you couldn't go by the book, because there was no book. Starzl had some success, and one of his canine patients survived 12 years with a borrowed liver. The results with dogs were encouraging enough for Starzl to advance to humans. Kidneys were fairly simple, for there was a backup system. If something went wrong with the donor kidney, you could put the patient on a dialysis machine. Starzl performed his first successful kidney transplant in 1962, on an identical twin, with the other twin as the donor. This was at Colorado General Hospital, where he had come to run the surgery department and start up a transplant unit. Starzl came to think of surgeons who did only kidney transplants as technically minor league, and concentrated on the liver, where the problems were formidable. There was no backup with liver transplants. If the donor liver failed, the patient died. Techniques had to be developed for the preservation of the donor liver, which also had to be compatible in blood type and size, although Starzl had once transplanted the liver of a 4-year-old child into an adult. But if you transplanted an adult liver in a child, when the abdomen was closed, the oversized liver pressed down and squeezed off its own blood supply. Over the years, by finding the proper cold solution to inject in the donor liver and packing it in slushed ice, doctors were able to preserve it for 12 hours, which allowed donor livers to be shipped from city to city. Once the donor liver was on hand, the operation could begin. Removal of the diseased liver was the most dangerous part. It had to be severed from the arteries, veins, bile ducts, and ligaments that held it in place, and then literally thousands of collateral blood vessels had to be tied off to keep the patient from bleeding to death. Many of these tiny blood vessels were hard to locate, as they were clustered in the layer of fat between the skin and the muscles of the abdominal wall. So that this was a process that could take a surgical team as long as 10 hours, and during that time a single error could kill the patient. Another risk was the drainage of bile from the gallbladder, which was normally processed by the liver, so that the surgeon had to perform a secondary operation linking the gallbladder directly to the intestine. A liver transplant operation was a maze full of lethal traps, not the least of which was the danger of cardiac arrest from trauma. Once the new liver was installed and tied up to all the arteries, veins, ducts, and ligaments, with the added obstacle of a frequent disparity in size, a whole set of postoperative problems arose, with the danger of the body rejecting the new liver. Most transplant patients, if left untreated, would have a rejection crisis, and would die of raging fevers, kinking of the hepatic arteries, septic hepatic gangrene, or a number of other more or less arcane medical malfunctions. The treatment was large doses of corticosteroids, which had hazardous side effects, including hypertension and feelings of depression and rage. The worst side effect, however, was that the corticosteroids, in lowering the body's ability to reject the new liver, lowered also its ability to combat outside infections, making the transplant patient a prey to all sorts of viral and bacterial invaders. Being alone in his field made Dr. Starzl seem distant. He was extremely reticent to talk about himself or his work. At times he took on some of the mad doctor attributes of Burroughs' Dr. Benway, like life imitating a parody. Here he is one day in his office, on the phone to another doctor, sounding like a dealer in spare body parts, say, "That kidney you sent me from Tampa was 72 hours old. It was as hard as a golf ball. You know, with the proliferation of transplant units, half these guys don't know what they're doing. That young girl I operated on last week, they sent me a class 4 liver instead of class 1. I couldn't even close her up." Starzl's first attempt to replace a human liver took place at Colorado General on March 1, 1963. The child patient bled to death on the operating table. Between March and July of that year, 3 more attempts failed, the patients dying within 23 days of the operation. This dismal record led to a 3-year moratorium. Liver transplants were still in "they said it couldn't be done" country, beyond the realm of reality. In 1967, Starzl tried again. There were 2 more failures, and, finally, on July 23, he operated on a 1.5-year-old girl who survived the transplant and lived for 13 months. The more liver transplant operations Starzl performed, the more the survival rate rose. From every failure, useful lessons could be learned. By the time in August 1976 that Billy Burroughs was admitted to Colorado General, Starzl had performed 111 such operations, and about 35 of the transplant patients had survived. At that time, Tom Starzl was 53 years old, a shade under 6 feet, lean and wiry and athletic in the tense, ever-alert manner of a shortstop. There was no gray in his straight brown hair, and his narrow face, tanned in the winter by skiing and in the summer by bicycle riding in the Rockies, looked boyish. But on closer inspection, you could see that it was lined with creases and furrows, as if each of the 111 operations had left its mark. The image of glowing and energetic good health had also to be balanced against a 3-pack-a-day smoking habit. The overall impression he conveyed was that of a pressure cooker. So much was held in and kept compressed. If you lifted the lid, scalding steam would come hissing out. In a way, Billy was in luck, like a man dying of thirst in the desert who happens upon a soft drink stand. Practically next door, he had the superstar of surgeons, the only man in America who could perform a liver transplant. Colorado General was the state-of-the-art center for liver treatment. And in addition, the transplant ward was federally funded by the National Institute of Health in view of its path-breaking research, so that the care Billy received, which would eventually add up to about $250,000, would be billed to Uncle Sam. It would not cost him or his father 1 cent. In other ways, however, he was not so lucky. When he was admitted to Colorado General and was given a preoperative physical examination, the nasogastric tube produced coffee grounds, that is, gastric secretions mixed with old blood owing to the bleeding from the varices into the esophagus. An arteriogram, or X-ray of the liver vessels, was performed. This is done by inserting a catheter into the artery and then shooting a whitish dye into it to make it opaque, so it shows up on the X-ray. Retrograde flow was observed, that is, blood rejected by the liver and flowing backward through the portal vein, until it backed up in the esophagus. From May to August, there had been 5 hemorrhages. Since the transplant unit did not have a donor liver on hand, it was decided to perform a portacaval shunt, an operation to bypass the flow of portal venous blood to the liver and prevent backing up. But in doing that, the blood was no longer detoxified by the liver, it went directly from the portal vein, which carried blood from the bowels to the liver, to the vena cava, which went from the liver to the heart, that is, it was being pumped out of the heart and going right back into the heart, bypassing the liver and reducing the pressure on the venous system, so that his esophageal varices would not be constantly exploding. A surgeon at Colorado General Hospital told Burroughs, "The shunt is just buying a little time. There is a chance that sooner or later he will bleed to death." The portacaval shunt was performed on August 23. This is a fairly routine procedure, but after it was over, Billy's liver function deteriorated rapidly. He fell into a liver coma and did not regain consciousness. To keep him alive, he had to be hooked up to a life support system. His lungs were medically paralyzed and he was placed on a breathing machine. Later it was discovered that his liver had died because it had become devascularized, no blood was reaching it. This was because the dye used to make the X-ray of his hepatic artery had expanded and weakened the artery wall until it split open, like a bulge in the inner tube of a bicycle tire. Thus, the medical team, in X-raying his hepatic artery, had destroyed it, killing his liver, a mishap that occasionally occurs in performing arteriograms. The venous blood was bypassing the liver due to the portacaval shunt, and the arterial blood, which had been reaching the liver through the hepatic artery, was cut off as a result of the arteriogram. Starved of blood, Billy's liver died. When Burroughs came to see his son, he found it hard to stay in the room. The presence of death was too overpowering. He lay there puffy and yellow, his face partly masked by the breathing machine. The only thing that might save him would be a liver transplant, but they had no donor. There was talk of termination. The only heartening note was a visit from Trungpa, who told Burroughs, "To live or die, either one is good. I think he will live." His was an optimism that no one else was advancing. Trungpa was not a doctor, but he was a spiritual healer with considerable experience in life and death situations, and Burroughs clutched at the straw he offered. Someone at Burroughs' side wanted to read a passage from the Tibetan Book of the Dead, an encouragement to the dying to continue on their peaceful route to the great beyond. Damn it! Burroughs exploded, thinking of L. Ron Hubbard's engram theory. Don't read that thing to him, he's in a fucking coma and he might listen. Billy Burroughs remained in a coma for 6 days. He later remembered the sensation of swimming in deep space. He had flipped off the side of a boat, in the same way that Lloyd Bridges used to do it in Sea Hunt, except that he had flipped back thousands of miles. On the 6th day, Saturday, August 28, a doctor told Burroughs, "There is no chance of recovery from the coma and there is no donor." They might as well have told him flatly that Billy was dead. On the 7th day, Sunday, August 29, a 25-year-old woman named Virginia Woyen was admitted to Colorado General with a tumor on her carotid artery. She died that very day of a stroke, and it was decided to use her liver for Billy's transplant. She was young, the size was right, and she was the same blood type, A. By 7:30 that evening, Virginia Woyen's liver had been harvested, a 2-hour process, and Burroughs and Karen, who had flown in from New York, were summoned to Colorado General as next of kin to sign releases. A liver transplant is a very risky operation, Dr. Starzl advised them. You're playing big poker. There's a 30% mortality rate on the table. But in this case, you really stand to gain something. The papers were there to be signed, but Karen started reading the fine print. She wanted to know the name of the donor, and was told, "We're not allowed to give out that information." She looked some more and asked, "What's this?" "It's a permission to use an experimental drug," she was told. When she started hemming and hawing, Burroughs blurted out, "For God's sake, Karen, just shut up and sign it." They're waiting. Dr. Starzl, who had recently operated on a 3-year-old boy with a liver flown in from Los Angeles by commercial airliner, prepared to operate again on the night of August 29, 1976, and Virginia Woyen's misfortune in having been admitted to the hospital and dying there became Billy Burroughs' last chance at life. Burroughs and Karen and James went up to the waiting room of the transplant unit, on the 8th floor. Doctors with beepers fixed to their pants pockets bustled in and out. Over a door, there was a plaque from a grateful patient, "Thanks, you really make miracles happen." A doctor, discussing a kidney transplant on the phone, said, "They all wear out eventually." On the walls were photographs of transplant babies, and one of Dr. Starzl pitching on the hospital baseball team. James snatched a few hours of sleep lying flat on the linoleum floor of the waiting room lounge. Starzl preferred patients under 40. The older they were, the harder it was for them to withstand the immunosuppression medication. Patients with an advanced malignancy were hopeless and shouldn't even be given transplants since they only added to the mortality statistics. There might be a chance with this one, since he was only 29, and aside from his cinder of a liver, seemed fairly healthy. Truly, it took extraordinary dedication to destroy your liver while still in your 20s, for the liver was virtually indestructible, the body's largest and quintessential organ, performing so many duties, storing carbohydrates and fat, making changes in protein, secreting bile, eliminating toxic substances. The heart was only a pump, but the liver was an incredibly intricate piece of machinery. The heart was to the liver as a bagpipe was to a symphony orchestra. Billy was wheeled into the operating room at around 9 p.m. From the nipples to the groin, his chest and abdomen were swabbed with tincture of iodine in alcohol. Dressed in his work clothes, a blue surgical suit, white face mask, and close-fitting white cap, Dr. Starzl reopened the incision used for the portacaval shunt and extended it, which gave him very good exposure. He noticed that the portacaval shunt was all right, but that the hepatic artery pulse was difficult to feel, which was not surprising, since the artery had been split open by the dye used in the arteriogram. The next and critical stage was the removal of the diseased liver. It had to be isolated and lifted out of the patient's body in such a way that he did not bleed to death. In Billy's case, the problem was simplified, in the sense that his liver, already dead, was receiving no blood. But Starzl had to sever and ligate the major veins and arteries, using clamps to stop the flow of blood. He performed the secondary operation, connecting the bile duct to the intestine. Removing Billy's liver, he noted that it weighed about 3.5 pounds, and had a peculiar pink color with black spots, indicating a possible genetic abnormality. Later, when it was sectioned, it emitted large quantities of air bubbles. Then there was a careful inspection of bleeding points, and a great many small veins had to be located and tied up. Once this was done, Starzl inserted the young woman's liver in Billy's abdominal cavity and began the delicate task of joining up the new liver's veins and arteries with Billy's, a task complicated by abundant bleeding, in spite of the clamps and ligatures, because the liver produced most of the clotting factor in blood, and with Billy's liver failure, his blood did not clot. Starzl lined up the portal vein of the donor with Billy's portal vein, cutting the donor vein to get the right fit, so that there would be a minimum of tension and twisting. After the tie-up, the portal venous blood was allowed to flow through the donor liver, which was achieved in the remarkably short time of 2 hours and 5 minutes after the start of the operation. Then, looking through a loop at the magnified arteries, Starzl trimmed the donor liver's coeliac, abdominal, artery to a similar size as one of Billy's gastric arteries, which he chose as a replacement for his dissected and useless hepatic artery. At this point, 1.5 hours later, the new liver was re-arterialized and began to take on the glowing brown color of a normal liver. At this stage of the operation, when the worst should have been over, a serious problem arose. The donor liver had been lacerated during its removal from Virginia Woyan's body and was now bleeding profusely. To stop the bleeding took many hours of patient effort and a quantity of transfused blood that surprised Starzl himself, 21 quarts. But with the help of an infrared, sapphire-headed coagulator, the bleeding was finally brought under control. Then all that remained to be done was to close the abdomen with continuous layers of silk thread stitches, and make a stab incision above the belly button where the long latex limb of the T-tube, installed for the drainage of bile, could emerge from the body. At around 11 a.m. on August 30, 14 hours after it had begun, the operation was over. This was appropriately called heroic surgery. It was heroic for the surgeon and his team of 2 assistants, who were able, through a combination of great technical skill and inspired improvisation, to keep the patient alive while a large and unwieldy organ was installed in his body, not unlike the installation of an automobile engine leaking gallons of oil. And it was heroic for the patient, who survived the trauma of a life-saving though ghoulishly indefinite stay on the operating table. When Billy came out of his coma and made blurred eye contact with the masked face of the operating surgeon hovering inquiringly over him, he came out angry, and his first words to Starzl were "fuck off." He had in effect died and been brought back to life, a prospect that at first did not appear inviting. He later reflected that he would have been happy to go. In fact, he had seen his grandmother, who had said, "We've been waiting for you, dear." But, as he reconstructed it, the holder of the key told him that his didn't match, and that he wasn't getting out that easy. "Go back and get the key, the right one," he was told, "and while you're at it, straighten out the mess you made." The average postoperative hospital stay for a liver transplant patient was 3 weeks, but Billy remained at Colorado General for more than 4 months, because of complications. He was not an easy patient. There was a school of thought that the personality profile was important in the selection of transplant patients, but in the case of Billy there had been no time for psychological evaluation. R.Y. Calne, the Cambridge surgeon who had, after Starzl, performed the most liver transplants, and who had edited a book on the subject, firmly held that some patients were unacceptable. "A positive psychological approach is essential," he wrote, "if recovery is to occur after the formidable trauma of a transplant operation. You had, after all, lost a part of yourself and been given an alien organ in exchange that your body was busily trying to reject. It was a distressing fact that you were alive only because someone else had died. A strong motivation was essential to withstand the physical and psychic complications. A stable personality is a prerequisite, wrote Dr. Calne, as those patients who lack the maturity and ability to cooperate with staff members in their treatments will become difficult to manage postoperatively. Family support is of the utmost importance. The side effects of steroid medication would result in angry outbursts, non-cooperation with treatment, refusal to have blood tests, and suicide attempts. A large burden would be placed on the family in maintaining a patient's stability. Now Billy Burroughs was a notoriously unstable personality, who had narrowly missed drinking himself to death by the age of 29. He did not have the maturity to cope with day-to-day life, much less with the trauma of a liver transplant. His family situation was the opposite of supportive, with a shadowy father who in the past had rarely been around. Billy was highly ambivalent about having been brought back to life. The steroids he was on, prednisone and imurin, made him by turn depressed and enraged. In terms of personality profile, Billy was exactly the sort of person who should not have been given a transplant, and yet, in a life and death situation, such caveats went by the board. Billy became the terror of the transplant ward, insulting the nurses, throwing his food tray on the floor, and shitting in bed instead of using the bedpan. Several times he was so belligerent he had to be straitjacketed. The nurses would hear a fracas in his room and say, "Oh, that's Billy throwing his food around. Well, this time he can just go hungry." In his normal moments, Billy tried to come to terms with his condition, and with the woman's borrowed liver that had brought him back to life. At first he called it an alien piece of meat. Then humor prevailed and he began calling it Virginia, and saying, "Virginia and I have hit it off real good. We're growing very attached to each other. We're talking about getting married." He identified with the young woman donor, who was roughly the same age as his mother had been when he was born, and who had given him rebirth. In his hospital bed, Billy rolled the I Ching, and it came out splitting apart, which confirmed him in the belief of his fragmented identity. Billy had plenty of family support at first. His father elected to remain in Boulder and came daily to visit. Karen and Georgette were at his bedside, outwardly caring female presences with undercurrents of rivalry. Visitors arrived daily from the Naropa community. Medically, Billy seemed to be doing quite well. Psychologically, one minute he was fine and the next minute he felt like crazy horse, and then the feeling went away. He felt well enough in the last week of September to do physical therapy, but was too weak to lift the little 1-pound barbells, and didn't like getting worn out in front of the sympathetic lady. But physical therapy soon became impossible because of a lump on his right hip which grew to the size of a softball. Billy had a clear understanding of his postoperative dilemma. He knew that the steroids were necessary because when alien tissues were placed in a body, they were treated by that body as an infection. All the antibodies rushed to the scene to attack the invader. To avoid this reaction, which would result in rejection and death, the steroids were administered to kill off the antibodies. But the steroids made the body less resistant to infections. If you so much as stuck your head out the window, you'd catch a cold. Billy was so full of steroids that he was placed on reverse isolation. Anyone who came into his room had to wear a mask for fear of exhaling germs. Now, as a result of his zero resistance, he had developed this painful lump and a fever. A couple of specialists were sent to investigate. They stood over him disagreeing as to whether it was arthritis or rheumatism. Then, late one night, Starzl was walking the ward and came in to take a look at Billy's softball. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he ran into the hall with his white coat flapping, shouting, "Get in here! Get in here! I've made a wonderful discovery. It's an abscess, get me a needle. I'm going to ASP irate." Starzl returned with a needle that seemed to Billy the size of a bicycle pump, rolled Billy over, and jambo. Then, in an apologetic voice, he said, "That's curious." But inspiration struck again, and an even bigger needle was brought in. It must be the emergency fire hose from the hall, thought Billy, and it was Jambo. Again. This time Starzl managed to draw out a small amount of pus, and said with satisfaction, "There you are. You can operate tomorrow." On October 3rd, Billy was on the operating table once again. To get at the abscess, they would have to open him up from the quarter-sized hole where the T-tube stuck out under his breastbone, down to his groin, or, as Billy put it in his chats with his new liver, down to where your Mount of Venus would be, Virginia sweetheart. The anesthesiologist blew up 3 of his veins trying to get him to sleep, and was muttering in Spanish while the surgeons ribbed him, "Hey, Pancho, what's the matter? Hurry up, we're late for lunch." When Billy awoke in his bed on the ward, a pint of pus had been drained from a massive abscess in the lower left pelvic pocket, and his fever had gone down. He looked down the length of his body and was horrified to see that they hadn't closed him up. He had a large, gaping, open wound 3 inches across and a foot long. He'd been gutted like a pig for a barbecue. When one of the nurses came to tend to his new excavation, she lost her cool and exclaimed, "Oh, my God." And it took a lot to draw an exclamation from one of the transplant nurses, because 8 North, Government Experimental Transplant Ward, was like an ongoing MAS*H episode, with patients dying all the time, and a kind of war zone attitude, with nurses wearing blue jeans and flipping coins to determine who was assigned to the room of a dying patient, and visitors sleeping on the couches, and patients like Billy being allowed to smoke, with no one asking what. And the doctors themselves affected a hardened attitude. They had seen it all, like pretty 8-year-old Gretchen rejecting her new liver and literally turning quince yellow and withering up and dying within days, and they weren't going to show any emotion. Billy had asked Dr. Thomas, one of the surgeons on the ward, "Will you admit to being driven by compassion?" "No," he replied, "I just like the work. If I was driven by compassion, I'd be a pediatrician." You don't have to be driven to be compassionate. Billy's abdomen was left open because it had to be irrigated 3 times a day. One machine ran 2 liters of saline solution through his insides and another machine sucked it out with loud noises, like someone trying to get the last drops of an ice cream soda through a straw. It wasn't painful, because those slimy, bulgy things called guts didn't have effective pain sensors. There were no nerve endings on the intestines, which had not been designed for airing. But Billy had the unpleasant feeling of guts being handled, of the nurse lifting up his intestines to squirt water under them to the accompaniment of vacuuming noises. He didn't want to see it and he didn't want to hear it, and he played Janis Joplin and Doc Watson on the tape recorder his father had brought him while they did the irrigation, thinking, just 2 more songs and they're through. After the irrigation, the hole had to be packed with non-stinging iodine-soaked gauze. Billy asked the nurse how deep the hole was, and she said deeper than she could reach without pushing the gauze in first. And she had long fingers for a little lady. Every day when they pulled out the old gauze caked with dry blood, it felt like red-hot barbed wire coming out. Glenda, the tough nurse, not the one who'd said, "Oh, my God," called his wound the bird bath and told him to stop feeling sorry for himself. Bravery, she said, was needed, not self-pity. But Billy's attitude following the abscess operation did not improve. The steroids made him crazy and mean, and he tore to shreds the magazines the nurses gave him. When he wanted attention, he threw the ashtray across the room. He got so paranoid that he told Georgette that he was a guinea pig and that they had given him a monkey liver. "They've got a place in the basement where they do experiments on animals," he said. "They've got a 2-headed dog down there." When Georgette replied that they were trying to save his life but he was no help, he accused her of being an agent for the hospital who had come to him in the name of love to pump him for information. Once, in the middle of the night, he ripped the nose tube off and staggered down the hall, gaping guts and all, his life support machinery trailing after him, looking like a walking junkyard, and saying, "I wanna take a goddamn walk," and had to be forcibly restrained and placed under sedation. And yet, there was a poster on the ward that said fury is a sign of life. Billy was definitely in a state of fury. The failure of a match to light on the first strike was enough to get him going. When he couldn't reach the call cord for the nurse was enough. He stopped shaving, and began to look like a youngish Howard Hughes, with the beard and the disheveled, bewildered air. Life on the ward seemed to Billy just a series of humiliations designed to prove what a subhuman he was. One day Starzl came by with two visiting foreign colleagues, who observed him as they would have the Elephant Man. One of them asked, with a tone of faint disapproval, "How do they become so hirsute?" What he was really saying, thought Billy, was, "Do all your freaks get so hairy?" He felt like replying, "Yes, the entire ward is funded by a government program to grow beards on Indians." And then good old Starzl said, "Say, Billy, would you mind opening your pajama top so I can point out a few specific scars?" And Billy did, showing the scars that he hated, because he thought of himself as a monstrous, disfigured creature, and that he hated anyone else to see. And as he lay there, with his open wound, and his ugly, livid scars, Starzl lost himself in conversation with the visiting doctors on a completely unrelated matter, and they all swept out of the room without a word or a nod, leaving him gnashing his teeth and buttoning his pajama top, and feeling like a child's toy top. When he glanced at the nurse, before whom he had been humbled, he saw that she was looking at him with honest outrage. She knew how he felt, and he said, "Hirsute, my foot," making foot rhyme with hirsute, which cracked her up. By now, getting into November, Billy's liver functions were normal. He was being kept in the hospital only for the treatment of his abscess, which had to be aspirated again on November 28. There were fewer visitors now, and Karen and Georgette were gone. It had been like a soap opera at first, with both his wife and his girlfriend in attendance and Billy with tubes up his nose. At first it was all sweetness. There was a feeling of reverence that this miracle had taken place. But then Georgette began to feel that she couldn't compete because Karen was more beautiful. Then Karen had to go back to New York. Finally Georgette went back to Santa Cruz. The I Ching had not prepared her for nasogastric tubes and immunosuppressants and a paranoid madman who thought he had been given a monkey liver. "I don't feel you know how to give love," she told Billy, "because love to you means sadness and pain." By this time, Billy was familiar with life on the ward, which he saw as a lottery. This man will live, the man next door will die, the child down the hall has a chance. And it looks like I'll learn to dance, he thought, but first I will have to pay the piper in a big way. With his intestines still out in the open and being flushed 3 times a day, a piece of his colon got infected, and a little hole, or fistula, formed, leaking feces. 2 attempts were made to close the fistula, but each time it reopened. It was interesting to Billy how each remedy brought a side effect. The arteriogram had killed his hepatic artery. The steroids had weakened his immune system and caused his abscess. The cleansing of his abscess had brought on a colonic fistula. But Billy could not be kept indefinitely on the ward, and on January 22, 1977, he was discharged. His liver function was normal, his abscess was gone, and his fistula was under control. He would live in Boulder where his father and the Naropa people would look after him, and come to the hospital 3 times a week as an outpatient. The hospital's social services department arranged for him to collect $179 a month in welfare. When Billy was discharged, his friend John Steinbeck, Jr., the son of the writer, came to get him. After spending 6 years in Vietnam on a TV crew, Steinbeck had settled in Boulder. He had from the start felt a kinship with Billy, the kinship of being sons of famous writers, and the kinship of wretched excess. John, like Billy, had gone on epic drunks. John, like Billy, would burn out his liver, and would have to stop drinking, which his liver appreciated, returning to its normal size. Steinbeck was sure that Billy already had several strikes against him at birth. Just as the fetus of a junkie is born with a heroin habit, just as the fetus of an alcoholic is born with something called fetal alcohol syndrome, which can lead to growth retardation and brain damage, the fetus of an amphetamine addict will display abnormalities. Billy had tried to grow his fetal brain cells in a swirl of benzedrine eucalyptus amniotic fluid from his mother's habit during pregnancy of mainlining the soakings from nose inhalers. The first liver cell he ever owned had been put to indentured servitude even as it tried to mesoderm its way into mere helpfulness. So that Billy's bile buster, thought Steinbeck, was a product not only of what he had done to it but of what his mother had done to it. Billy was in a cranky mood, complaining about his doctors. He had a wound above his belly button that wouldn't close, a fistula where he was shitting out of the middle of his chest. It was like having an asshole in your chest, thought Steinbeck. And the scars. He looked like he'd been hit by an 80mm howitzer. Billy was in pain, and the doctors wouldn't give him any Percodan. What is this aspirin bullshit, he asked Steinbeck, and why the fuck shouldn't I drink? The first thing he wanted was a six-pack. Steinbeck surmised that the main purpose of the new liver was to allow Billy Burroughs to enjoy a few more rounds of beer. What else did he have? He went on at some length about how repulsive he would be to women. Who would want someone who smells like me, he asked, who would want me but a stump freak? Steinbeck understood the way Billy felt. They'd brought him back, and he hadn't asked to be brought back. Billy walked around thinking, this hurts, that hurts, why should I mow the fucking lawn, let's just get out of this game. At the same time he had no patience with Billy's self-pitying streak. Steinbeck had seen people run through the jungle tripping on their own entrails, he wasn't impressed by wounds and the smell of shit, and when Billy started whining, John would say, see ya later, stinkbag. And Billy would vanish, feeling hurt, but soon he'd be back, giving you one of his empathy check glances, and telling you how he'd lost his Tibetan good luck charm. He was loopy as hell, Steinbeck realized, but you couldn't say, so what? He was always making these weird connections, like saying, look, I picked up this piece of paper today that says Timex, and your watch is made by Timex. Steinbeck realized that it was theistic, it was about his maker, who hadn't done that great a job, so that Billy had to keep trying to make some sense out of it. To him, the world was a pun, but it wasn't playful, it was desperate. And finally, friendship with Billy was exhausting, because he forced rejection. Whatever you gave him, he wanted more. Until you'd say, I can't, and he'd say aha, I knew it. But Steinbeck never quite gave up on Billy, for they both fitted into the constellation of famous fathers and troubled sons. A room was found for Billy at the Boldredo Hotel, and the Naropa community rallied around. Everyone was trying to help, to find him a typist, to give him a ride to Denver. Anne Waldman, the mother of Naropa, one of those purposeful Aries women, who ran the poetry school and who was living at the time with the writer Michael Brownstein, kept an eye on Billy and invited him over for dinner. She had seen his father change during the months of Billy's hospitalization, this tough old bird becoming weepy and remorseful, in complete contrast to Robert Bly's description of him as just a green-skinned reptilian. And she saw that Billy was troubled, with his scavenger, magpie quality, spending his days rummaging through trash cans for clothing and talismanic objects. Perhaps, she thought, it was a way for someone without heritage or heirlooms to grasp the fleeting world. It seemed to Michael Brownstein that Billy had a grudge against the doctors who had saved his life and the system that had given him free medical care. He walked around with a level of pain that was incommunicable. They called it heroic surgery, but they should have called it ironic surgery. For the irony was to have to take drugs that would allow your body to accept your new liver but that also tampered with your immune system so that you became vulnerable to every other illness. Billy was like the character in the Edgar Allan Poe story The Pit and the Pendulum. Would the rats eat him or would the pendulum slice him to pieces? Not that Billy helped his situation. He was walking around with a six-pack all the time, like an announcement that he was determined to burn out his second liver just as he had burned out the first. It was suicidal and he knew it. He endlessly complained about his digestive tract and yet he was hooked on Twinkies and French fries. He became insufferable because he exhausted your reserves of goodwill. When his father had to go back to New York, Billy called Brownstein to get his telephone number and then he called again to say, "Man, it's just, I dunno where it is and maybe if you came and talked to me I wouldn't lose it because it's lost, man, I wrote it down on some phone book and now I can't find it." "Come on, man," Brownstein said, "get it together, can't you write down a phone number and stick it in your pocket? This is ridiculous." Billy could not take the slightest criticism, and thought Brownstein was being censorious, as if he was saying, "Why don't you just go away and stop trying? You'd be much missed for 5 minutes, or, when are you going to stop trying to ride your father's coattails?" He sought out people who were warm and caring and non-judgmental, like the Naropa student from British Columbia, Virginia Smith, who drove him around when he went rummaging, and marveled at what he picked up: a broken antler, a torn painting, a strange doll with big eyes, which Billy claimed moved and followed him around his room. One night early in March 1977 she went to see him and he said, "I'm glad you're here because I've only got an hour left." She grabbed all his pills and his razor blades and his hunting knife and threw this little bag of self-destruction under the seat of her car and drove Billy to his father's apartment, and the two of them sat up with him all night, listening to his grievances: the pain, the confusion, the steroids, people weren't treating him right, the whole bit. They got him through the night, but Burroughs wondered what was next, and on March 10 he wrote Dr. Starzl that Billy was suicidal. Burroughs had told Billy that it was due to the prednisone, and he hoped that Dr. Starzl could reassure Billy that such was in fact the case. On March 11, Billy was readmitted to Colorado General. He was in severe pain because the fistula kept slipping out of place and leaking mucus and feces. An operation was performed to close the fistula, but after 5 days it reopened. In the hospital, Billy again expressed suicidal thoughts, and the nurses kept him up all night talking. He was also hallucinating, saying that the doll he had found talked to him. Dr. Starzl referred him to Dr. Richard Warner, the young, genial, Kansas-born psychiatrist who worked with the transplant patients. Dr. Warner saw Billy regularly over the next 4 years, and came to know him as well as anyone. He saw a young man who was panicky and upset, to whom this second chance at life was a burden. Billy saw only the dismal aspect of his situation, which was real enough. There had been an invasion of bodily integrity, and Billy was having major difficulties with the whole notion of the transplant and of his station in life. He felt that he was not completely male, since he was carrying around a woman's liver. There were frequent references to Virginia, and Billy said that he was planning to move to the state of Virginia. Since Virginia was in him, he would also be in Virginia. He wore an earring with a picture of the Virgin Mary on it, as protection for Virginia. Dr. Warner did not want to make too much of the process of feminization, which may have been Billy's little joke. It was like the natives of New Guinea making up stories for Margaret Mead. "Well, fellas, what'll we tell her today, that we bury our young after the full moon?" Billy's real worry was not being feminized but being disfigured. He said that the idea of disrobing in front of a woman was terrifying. "What are they gonna think when I take off my t-shirt?" he asked. He was worried about letting a woman get a look at his scarred stomach with the openings for the fistula and the T-tube. He said he had tried it once, and the woman had left the bed smack in the middle of everything, saying she couldn't stand it. Billy said he felt hideously ugly. He called it the Frankenstein syndrome, the feeling of having been pieced together. He called himself a pieced-together human slab. Why couldn't he have a straight scar like the others instead of this canyon with a bulge in it, he wondered. A secondary theme that contributed to Billy's depression was his ambivalence about his father. He had never laid to rest the matter of his mother's death. So that at the same time that he would have willingly killed his father, he yearned to be loved by him, but that never materialized. He could not break through his father's remoteness. The one great disappointment of his life was that he had never been able to engage his father's full attention. There was always an entourage of hangers-on insulating him, whom Billy described as the faggots around my father. The only one he held in any esteem was Allen Ginsberg, but the others were rivals for his father's attention. About James Grauerholtz he had mixed feelings. James was useful, he could get things done. But when James was protective of Burroughs' interests and had to deny Billy something, he became infuriated. For Billy, people were often reduced to whether they facilitated or obstructed his access to his father. Billy was unable to reconcile the image of his father's literary success with his total lack of success in dealing with him. Here was an accomplished man, highly regarded in the literary world, lionized, who knew nothing about how to conduct himself with his own son. His inability to connect made Billy lash out against him. He would say that some of his father's work was fraudulent, that the cut-up method was a pile of shit, a reflection on the man's inability to deal directly with his thoughts and feelings. What in the world was this man about? Billy could not grasp it to save his life. His father was impenetrable. And yet Dr. Warner could see that beyond the transplant and the father-son dilemma, there was something actively self-defeating about Billy Burroughs. Why did he have to look so awful, unshaven and unwashed and wearing clothes out of trash bins? Why did he steal the magazines in the waiting room, so that Dr. Warner began to worry whether what was on his desk was safe? Why was he unable to handle the slightest responsibility? Dr. Warner assigned him to write a poem a day, but Billy didn't deliver, saying, "I can't write poems on demand, you need to be inspired to write poems." But that wasn't the point, whether they were good poems or not, Dr. Warner just wanted to see him engaged in something. At one point Billy talked about being a watchman in a dump. He could sit there and read and watch the world go by. That was about as high an aspiration as Dr. Warner could hold for Billy. When he started answering ads to work in daycare centers for children, Dr. Warner thought, "My God, I hope no one hires him. I certainly wouldn't want a child of mine entrusted to him." He didn't have to discourage him, though. The marketplace took care of that soon enough. Billy was released on March 23, but was readmitted from May 24 to June 1 for reasons that were not strictly medical. He was suffering from anxiety, and Dr. Warner put him on Valium, and his mood improved. He also had to straighten out his financial arrangements with the social worker, Ursula Schaffer. The transplant ward had become a second home, a place he could check into when the world got to be too much. Mrs. Schaffer, a kindly widow, spent many hours trying to help Billy, but it was a strain. She recalled a typical scene when Billy had lost his food stamps. "Don't come back here until you've got some food stamps," she said. "But I don't know where the office is," he said. "I'll show you where it is." "I don't have any money to get there." "I'll give you car fare." He went out and got lost and came back, and she drove him there in her car. Billy Burroughs, she thought, would have tried the patience of a saint. Back in Boulder, Billy did a couple of readings, where he showed up drunk. His fistula was leaking. His T-tube was leaking bile over his clothes and sheets. He thought of himself as a walking bile geyser. He was going off his bird waiting to be finished. He thought a lot about women, and wondered whether he would ever spend the night with one again. He would be 30 in July, 30 going on 70. At Anne Waldman's 4th of July party, Billy met the 43-year-old West Coast poet Joanne Kiger. Joanne represented the distaff side of the counterculture. The daughter of a naval officer, she had grown up as a Navy brat, constantly on the move. She joined the mid-50s San Francisco scene, ingesting deeply of that mixture of fun, pills, alcohol, and megalomania, when North Beach was host to many poets, some great and some who thought they were great. She married one of them, Gary Snyder, traveled with him to Japan, and studied Buddhism and Zen meditation. Her poem Places to Go summed up the half-realized aspirations of so many of the questers in the movement, including Billy Burroughs, who did not know what they wanted nor ever got it. At the party, Joanne noticed Billy Burroughs trying to light a firecracker, but it wouldn't light, and he said, "Ah, it's not going to make it." She had heard stories about his odd behavior, how he had pushed a baby carriage with a dead pigeon in it through the lobby of the Boldredo Hotel. Joanne's heart went out to him. Alan, the old matchmaker, told her that Billy had no place to stay and asked if he could spend the night in her apartment in Varsity Manor. "Fine," she said. She was ending her summer course, and was winding down physically and emotionally. She brought him sheets and sat on his bed and told him that he was tired and needed sleep. But when she touched his forehead, he felt a definite spark in her fingertips. It had been so long since he had held a woman, and this lady was a beauty, tall, blonde, long-legged, with a freckled body, a husky voice, a lovely smile, and clear blue eyes. He sensed that she wanted to be taken rather than play the seductress, but he was full of misgivings. She had, however, seen his scars and fistula and had not screamed and run for cover. Billy rolled over to her, afraid he might be making a mistake but glad to see that he hadn't, and awed by the pleasure he felt. Her hips seemed to be a separate living part of her, existing only as a means of sending pleasure for her face to express, all pearly teeth and starry perspiration in the moonlight streaming through the window. They lay in bed and talked about Buddhism, and Billy asked, "So, what's a bodhisattva?" In the near dawn, curled under the sheet and facing away, and not seeming a day over 16, she said, "A bodhisattva's a man who puts his joint out for his old lady when he doesn't really want to." Then Billy said he was hungry and would bring her back an orange. He left her sleeping, but did not come back, that day or the next. When he saw her again, it was only for a moment in Alan's apartment, and she gave him a diagram of where she lived in Bolinas, north of San Francisco, with her phone number. When she was gone, Alan asked him with a touch of prurience, "How did it go the other night?" "Very nicely," Billy said. "We talked a long time. She's really a fine lady." On August 30th, Billy was readmitted to Colorado General for nearly a month, to have the infected piece of intestine removed. After 3 days of bowel preparation regime, the operation took place on September 2nd, and a piece of colon about 1.5 inches long was dissected under the abdominal wall. The wound healed slowly, because Billy was still on steroids, and to speed up healing, a piece of pigskin was grafted onto his stomach to close the opening. Now Billy was part woman and part pig. Discharged on September 26th, he decided to go to Santa Cruz and retrieve Georgette. He looked a bit better now, with the fistula closed, and his night with Joanne Kiger had awakened the hope that he could have a normal life with a woman again. Borrowing $100 from a Denver friend, he boarded the California Zephyr. Billy loved trains, and the morning hours brought him true pleasure: the flash of small-town highway stoplights, bums sleeping under newspapers on benches, cigar smoke in restrooms, and the whip of the wind between the cars combined with the gasp of steam hinges. Billy felt so good that he found himself in the bar car, having the first of many beers. At the hospital they had told him to avoid alcohol at all costs. But one thing about drinking was that once you started, you couldn't believe it was bad for you. So he continued during the many miles it took to get from Denver to Santa Cruz. And now Billy was sitting on the couch in Georgette's Santa Cruz pad, and Georgette was kneeling, looking up at him with her hand on his knee, and saying, "Listen, Billy, I don't know how to tell you this, but I have some heavy news for you." Something cold and tearful formed deep inside Billy, not to be let out, and he asked, "What's his name?" "Felipe," Georgette said. 13 cents, Billy said. 13 goddamn cents the letter would have cost you. "I thought a letter would have been too cold," Georgette said. "Letters aren't as cold as the highway, goddammit," Billy said. Felipe arrived, a shy young Mexican, and suddenly Billy felt apologetic, and said he was sorry his timing was bad, and they got drunk together, and Billy tried to trade earrings but didn't succeed. The next day he got a ride north on a motorcycle, burned a hole in his ankle from the heat of the muffler, scored some heroin in San Francisco, and collapsed. When Billy turned up at Joanne Kiger's in a taxi from San Francisco, which she paid, she was glad to see him. She was touched by the mixture of lost soul and grandiose aspirations. Billy had told her he wanted to ride a white stallion like Trumpus. She invited Billy to move in with her but soon realized she had made a mistake. All he did was sit around and drink and play Neil Young's Southern Man all day long. She told him not to drink in the house, and the woods were littered with blue and white Colt .45 cans with a bull's head on them. She was not prepared for his steroid-induced rages, which anything could set off. Once he was cooking a pork roast, and when one of Joanne's friends asked if she could help, Billy blew up and yelled, "It's my pork." Joanne realized that people who were ill devised strategies to get their own way, because they knew that you didn't want to upset them. It got worse and worse, with Billy losing his temper with everyone who came around. It was like living with an ongoing emergency, like a forest fire. One day she was sick to her stomach and threw up, and she realized that having Billy around was affecting her health. She had been too ambitious in thinking that she could handle it, and would have to find a way to get rid of him. She would tell him that Bolinas was too remote for his medical care, and that the rainy season was about to start. One day, after he had been in Bolinas about 2 weeks, she took him to the Children's Hospital in San Francisco for a blood test, and waited for him in Gino and Carlos at the bottom of Telegraph Hill, where she ran into Gregory Corso. "This is terrible," she told Gregory. "I don't know if this guy is trying to kill himself or what, I can't handle it." Soon Billy turned up, and Gregory asked, "What are you making this poor lady cry for?" Billy agreed to go back to Boulder, where Joanne promised to join him in January for her semester of teaching. When Billy returned to Boulder in mid-October 1977, having been rejected by 2 women, he was drunken and quarrelsome. Burroughs and James Grauerholtz wondered what to do next. James threw the I Ching and came up with number 39: obstruction, difficulty, and trouble. The second line he threw was "The King's Minister meets with difficulty upon difficulty, but through no fault of his own." On the evening of October 15, they were having dinner in Burroughs' Varsity Manor apartment when Billy flew into a rage. He became so furious that his voice came out as a high-pitched hoarse whisper, like someone speaking out of a voice box. When he started throwing things, James dragged a screaming and kicking Billy out the door and down the hall to the fire escape. Billy went limp and said, "Don't throw me over, man." He thought James was going to dump him off the 4th-floor fire escape. James sat him down with a post between his knees, his legs dangling over the side, and they talked, and they were both upset. Billy knew that his father was thinking of taking him to Boulder Psychiatric Hospital. "You've got to cool out, settle down, man," James said. Billy began to whimper, "Don't institutionalize me. Please, man, don't ever do that. I've been in institutions all my life and I don't have much longer to live. Please, dear God, don't put me in another one." James hugged Billy and went back to the apartment, pouring himself a straight vodka. He threw it down and said, "Oh, shit." Billy had watered the vodka. The next day, October 16, they drove him to Boulder Psychiatric in Allen Ginsberg's old Volvo, telling him that commitment was voluntary and was only for 3 days. But on the 3rd day Billy escalated by breaking a chair when he couldn't find his cigarettes, and they kept him in another 2 days against his will. Billy threw the I Ching and came up with the number 18 hexagram, "Work on what has been spoiled by your father." When James came to see him, wearing his customary tennis shoes, a scowling Billy said, "I don't like people who wear sneakers and I don't like people who are sneakers." When Billy was released from the Boulder Hospital on October 20, Burroughs decided to take him to Colorado General. Before they left, Billy said, "I'm really broke. Look, here's your passport and your October welfare check for $179, James said. There's a bank 8 blocks away over the library bridge where you can cash it. Billy went out and came back half an hour later saying he had lost the passport and the check. Look, Billy, what happened? An exasperated Burroughs asked.
I don't know, Billy said.
Well, you left here with it?
I know, but I don't have it.
Did someone pick your pocket or what?
You mean to say you think I threw them away?
Billy asked.
I think exactly that, his father said.
He took Billy back over the route, and went down to the river where it passed under the bridge, thinking that Billy had dumped check and passport in the drink, but he couldn't find anything, for the current was fairly strong. This, however, was the incident that convinced Burroughs that the situation was hopeless. Billy resented him so much that he would throw away his own money and passport in order to create a problem. At Colorado General, Billy was admitted October 21 and 22. According to his medical record, this 30-year-old white male is admitted for evaluation following 1 month of heavy alcoholic intake. A year after the initial transplant, he was on his way to destroying his second liver. He was admitted again, from December 14 to 31, for further treatment of his alcoholic problems. Sent to Dr. Warner's psychiatric unit, he was evicted for refusing to cooperate, and was diagnosed as suffering from chronic alcoholism and sociopathic personality disorder. For the rest of the holiday season, they kept him on the transplant ward. Thus, in the year 1977, Billy had been admitted to the transplant unit 5 times for the continuation of his treatment. In January of 1978, in the second year of his transplanted life, Billy was given a room in one of Naropa's Buddhist residences, Yeshe House, but soon began to spend much of his time at the Boulderdew Hotel, where Joanne Kiger was staying. In the middle of winter, Joanne noticed, Billy had no coat, and she wondered who was going to support her to support him. She was teaching a class called Lineage to the Pacific, about American poets who had traveled to India and learned about Buddhism. She sponsored Billy to teach a course on American dialects, but soon realized that he was in no condition to teach. Occasionally she saw glimpses of this other, pre-operation person, but too often he was in a steroid-fueled frenzy. Once he cooked a chicken, freezing the tidbits he liked, the giblets and heart and liver, but then he lost them, and went around weeping, "I worked so hard, and I gave of myself, and now look what's happened." Joanne had a poet friend named Bill Benton who was coming to Naropa to give a reading, and the very mention of Bill Benton made Billy hysterical, even though there was no romance. On the day of Bill Benton's arrival, Joanne took him into the Boulderdews little bar for a hamburger. Suddenly Billy appeared, glowering, and put his cigarette out in the middle of Bill Benton's hamburger, and knocked the vase of daisies off the table. After that, Bill Benton was afraid to read, no telling what Billy would do. Joanne was mightily vexed. She had invited Bill Benton, so that Billy's hostility was an insult to her. In addition, she had just met someone whom she envisaged as a possible boyfriend, and thought of her life as open, since she saw no future with Billy. She went out drinking on the night of the aborted Bill Benton reading, and came back to her room around midnight, and there was Billy curled up in her bed. And she was so pissed off that after wrecking the reading he was lying there like a sleeping angel, and that she could see no way of disentangling herself from him, because he had the power of his temper and his transplant, that she went on a great Irish bananas trip. "Okay, Billy," she said, "this is it," and she started throwing the contents of the room out the window, with a running commentary, "Here go my clothes, here goes the lamp, here goes the chair, here go my books." The room was on the 3rd floor and the stuff fell into a little courtyard. Joanne felt elated, because she had turned the tables on Billy. Now she was the angry one while he was meek and subdued. When she had thrown out everything she could lift, she said, "Let's go downstairs now." They took a big plastic bag and climbed over a cement wall into the courtyard and hauled everything back up to the room, which was a complete wreck. The next morning the hotel management told her she would have to leave and pay $100 in damages. "Did you throw your typewriter out?" Allen Ginsberg asked her the next day. That would have been the ultimate sign of madness for a poet. She said she hadn't, but that she had felt forced to make a violent statement, for otherwise Billy's violence would always exceed hers. Joanne now realized that she had been suffering from a case of idiot compassion for someone she couldn't take care of. He hung out with the winos and the street people who had, like him, a burned-out understanding of life. What is his father doing? Joanne wondered. She began to think of Burroughs as some kind of monster who had somehow caused Billy's self-destructive behavior. When she saw him, all she could think was, "What did you do to your poor son?" She felt an inhumaneness in the man. And yet at no other time in his life had Burroughs made more of an effort to be a father to Billy. He had remained in Boulder most of the time since the transplant in order to look after him, and had regularly provided him with money. He felt love and compassion for Billy, but knew at the same time that Billy resented him so deeply that he was capable of self-destructive behavior in order to hurt him. Burroughs would try and talk to him, but there was always a block, as if what Billy really wanted to say was not accessible to him. And this inability to communicate was aggravated by the medical complications of the transplant and by his drinking, so that it had become a vicious circle. Was it Euripides, Burroughs wondered, who said that man causes himself more trouble than is ordained by the gods? Billy was about as self-destructive as a human being could be. There was an added complication, which was that since the summer of 1977, with James Grauerhaltz spending much of the time in New York, Burroughs had a new amigo. Cabell Hardy, Naropa student and would-be writer, had moved in with him in the role of impeccable boy. Lean and handsome in an angular way, Cabell had grown up in Richmond, Virginia, the son of a naval officer who called him Stony, perhaps because he didn't talk until he was 6 years old. When Burroughs asked him why, Cabell said, "I couldn't be bothered." He became a junkie and supported his habit by peddling his ass in drag in the streets of Richmond. One night he was on a corner as a car slowed down, raising his slit dress, when out jumped his father, who said he wanted nothing more to do with him. Busted for pushing, Cabell spent about 8 months in jail, where he placed himself under the protection of a more powerful convict, who then owned him sexually. Burroughs reflected that being physically attractive had its drawbacks. He had always felt unattractive, and envied those whom everyone wanted. But imagine a really beautiful kid in the fucking jailhouse. He became a commodity, bought, sold and traded. Would he have wanted to be a beautiful boy? No way, Jose. As always happened with the impeccable boy, there was some slippage. Cabell Hardy started out by making himself useful, and cooking meals, but soon tired of the housewife role. He stayed out late with friends his own age, and brought his girlfriend back to the apartment, which was the one thing Burroughs could not abide, having already experienced it with John Brady. When Cabell was around, he became domineering, like the servant transformed into the master. He had a mean streak, which he took out on Billy. Burroughs, who hated quarrels, did very little to stop him. When Billy came around, Cabell Hardy acted like a bouncer. If he screamed at his father, if he made a scene, if he was given money and complained it wasn't enough, Cabell Hardy would take him by the arm and walk him out. "You're sponging off your dad," he said. But what Billy saw was that Cabell Hardy was living with his father and getting far more from him in terms of attention and affection than he was. If Billy wanted to sleep over, Cabell would find ways to humiliate him, telling him he smelled, and pulling the pillow from under his head, saying, "You don't deserve this." It should also be said that much of the time Billy and Cabell got along fine. They kidded around, and traded hats, and took dope together. Cabell Hardy could understand Billy's problem, having been disowned by his own father. But his first loyalty was to Burroughs. After the bust-up with Joanne Kiger, Billy took a Valium overdose and had to have his stomach pumped out at the hospital. Ideally, thought Burroughs, he should have had a round-the-clock nurse. Once again, he was admitted to Colorado General from February 2 to March 5, 1978, for social rehabilitation. He was diagnosed as alcohol dependent, and a biopsy of his liver showed alcoholic hepatitis. Alarmed by the diagnosis, Burroughs suggested to Dr. Starzl that if Billy was placed on a maintenance dose of morphine, he might stop drinking. On March 14, Dr. Starzl wrote Dr. Warner that all things considered, I think it would be better to addict him to a non-hepatotoxic drug such as morphine rather than permit him to burn out his new liver. I am in favor of the plan. Providing Billy with a bi-weekly supply of morphine. And you know, this kind of controlled addiction works well in Britain and permits many street users to return to an active life. Billy, said Dr. Starzl, was a deeply disturbed but very worthwhile young man. Dr. Warner had misgivings about the hospital supporting a morphine addict. This was the first time such a thing had ever been tried. But he went along with it at Dr. Starzl's insistence, and began to notice that Billy did stop drinking, and that the morphine was less destructive than alcohol. The only problem was that Billy would lobby for increased doses, and Dr. Warner had to hold the line. The morphine seemed to work, and Billy did not have to be admitted to Colorado General for the rest of 1978. In October, a young filmmaker named Howard Bruckner, who was working on a Burroughs documentary, came to Boulder with James Grauerholtz and shot some interesting conversations between Billy and his father that were not used in the finished film, interesting because they showed Billy being tentative and apologetic, while his father made pronouncements, always knew better, and set himself up as the voice of reason and expertise. In other words, the usual father-son scenario. Your room looks incredible, James said. It's like a carnival in here, Billy said. Plants. I have to feed my spider. Where'd you catch him? Burroughs asked. In the bathroom. That's where they hang out, Burroughs said. Billy had stopped drinking, and said, last time I went into a cocktail bar in an airport I got my passport and everything else ripped off. Got into a dice game with a guy. Your passport? Burroughs asked. Yeah, it was in my knapsack, and every time I would win playing dice he'd buy me another drink, and by the time I thought I was really lucky he'd ripped off everything I own. You should watch out for casual meetings with strangers in airports, Burroughs said. Well, that was the first time and the last. Billy mentioned his fear of flying, and his father said, who gives a shit whether the plane crashes or not, I don't. Why worry about it? Driving is much more dangerous than flying. Those damn oak trees don't give an inch, Billy said. I never give it a thought while I'm on the plane, Burroughs said. If it crashes, it crashes. I just get this awful feeling that there's nothing down there but air, and the stewardesses are also, you know, veneered and confident, like everything's just fine. They scare me half to death. The conversation turned to Billy's book, Speed. Speed is bound to be made into a movie at some point, James said. At one point, Billy said, there was a film crew that wanted to make a movie out of it, but Peter Mattson, the agent for Billy and his father, screwed it up. They wrote and said they'd give me $25,000 and 10% of the box office. Pete said, until you've been in the business as long as I have you can't appreciate the shoddiness of this proposal. And that was $25,000. It still gives me lower back pains. I've been hearing from Peter about film proposals, Burroughs said, and he does not turn them out of hand at all. He says, will you please make this solid? Do you want an option or what do you want? He would never turn down $25,000. Definitely not. He would say, precisely what do you want, an opinion? But he would not just say no, I don't believe that at all. Well, I can show you the letter, Billy said. It was the phrase incredible shoddiness that stuck in my mind. The shoddiness may have been that they weren't about to put up any money. You can hear about $25,000, but you want to see it? Boy, do I, Billy said. Commenting on his operation, he said that for a long time I thought I'd died and gone to another planet where everyone was conspiring to do me good. You know that Dylan song, from the east down to the west I see my life come flashing, went through all that kind of stuff, down through the childhood homes, had drinks of water from high school fountains. This is of course a classic experience that many people have who have come back from the dead, Burroughs said. Complaining about being back. They want to stay there and some officious fuck says you've still got this to do. The classic thing again is that if you're really going out you're supposed to meet people that you know. But I complained about meeting people that I didn't know. And some of them don't have white robes on, Burroughs said. Chariots. Billy said. They're all very reassuring. We're glad to see you, you're among friends. From the afterlife, the conversation turned to Christianity. Christianity institutionalized killing and torturing people, Burroughs said. You would not have someone saying kill a queer for Buddha or kill a Jew for Buddha. Christianity has the worst record in the world for atrocities, from the Inquisition to the conquistadors to Hiroshima. It is one of the evilest goddamn things in the world. Well, man, Billy said, that depends on what kind of concept you've got of Christianity. I mean, everybody sees Christianity as this wimpy kind of thing. Somehow, I don't feel like that's true. One thing I've been exercising is who gets a dime or a quarter. You know, when I'm walking down the street, with all these spare changers. And it's getting to be fun, you know, if they got a dog, or they're a couple, or this guy's got a more honest attitude. One guy came up and said, "Gimme a fucking quarter, I'm a wino." He got his quarter real quick. That's an old technique, Burroughs said. You shouldn't fall for it. This goes back 40 years. Listen, I'm not bullshitting ya, I don't want a meal, I want a drink. It's old. I know, but I can tell the difference. This guy had literally got himself up from some cardboard. Go to work, you should tell them, Burroughs said. I took one look at him, Billy said, and I said, man, get all the wine you can get. It was advice that Billy soon started following himself. Despite the morphine, he began to drink again in the final months of 1978. The situation was deteriorating at Yashay House, an old boarding house with 16 rooms, 5 bathrooms, and 7 refrigerators. There were hours for meals, and hours for kitchen duty, and rules for keeping the rooms clean, but Billy violated all the standards of community living. His room was like a dumpster, full of the junk he scavenged in garbage cans. It was not merely untidy, it was chaotic. He presented himself as a social outcast, who was beyond conforming. He refused to do kitchen duty, left loose tobacco all over the dining room from his roll-your-own efforts, drank the milk of another boarder and denied it, and sat by himself at the cable spool table in the rear patio downing 40-ounce bottles of cold .45. At night he cruised the cupboards in the roach-infested kitchen. Boarding house warfare erupted, in the form of notes on the refrigerator door. Finally, Billy was asked to leave, on the grounds that Yashay House was for Buddhists only. The problem of where to go was solved when he developed another abscess and was admitted to Colorado General from December 15, 1978, to February 6, 1979. They told him they would have to open him up another 2 inches. At this rate, Billy thought, he would be back where he was 2 years ago, having his intestines irrigated 3 times a day. He'd been hoping to find a woman to share his borrowed time. The whole idea was to have a presentable torso. But now he would leave with scars as gruesome as those he came in with. Billy was overcome by the complete hopelessness of his situation. He was in for surgery to repair the aftermath of surgery. It was a catch-22 dilemma, with no end in sight. He began to think that his theme song should be "I Don't Wanna Be Me." And so they opened him up again, and again he had a large abdominal wound that would not heal. Each day, there was a painful procedure where the doctors collected blood from internal bleeding in a colostomy bag. One of the nurses came in while this was being done, and the doctor asked, "Did you come to watch this delicate procedure?" Yeah, big delicate procedure, Billy said. Ha, ha. He developed a paranoid dislike of the doctors. He was under the impression that some of them felt he was taking up a bed unnecessarily. Why were they checking his pupils to see if they were dilated? Sometimes he couldn't tell who was with him and who was against him. When two nurses came in and one said to the other, "Can I talk to you for a second?" and they both left the room, he suspected they were talking about him. The one exception in Billy's eyes was the top man himself, Dr. Starzl, whom he had misjudged. Even though Starzl was stingy with pain medication and seemed indifferent to his patients' comfort, Billy felt that he really cared about his physical condition. One day Starzl came in to check his wound, found it filled with pus, and bawled out the nurse. Since Billy had to deal with the nurse every day, he didn't want her to feel offended, so he defended her, saying, "It was really clean this morning." "Well, it's filthy now," Starzl said. Billy wondered what he would do when he was released from the hospital. He had no place to stay. His father and James were back in New York. He had no food stamp card. He would have to trudge to the different bureaus in the snow. Billy had had enough. He wanted to hang himself in the shower. But Ursula Schaffer, the social worker for the transplant unit, found him a studio apartment a block from the hospital, and had him put on aid to the needy and disabled, which meant $200 a month and food stamps. Now, living in Denver, away from his friends and his father, the focus of Billy's life became the hospital. It was the source of all his misery, but also his true home, for he had no other. He was required to come in 3 times a week for his morphine, but in fact he came every day, to chat with Ursula Schaffer or take a shower. She knew that he sold food stamps to buy wine, she could smell it on him. She also knew that he was alone a great deal, so she got him a television set, but it was stolen. The hospital meant both comfort and humiliation. Once he came into Dr. Starzl's office when Starzl was unwrapping a gift from a grateful patient. "No," he said. "Oh, my. Not another watch." Turning to Nancy Barfield, his assistant, he asked, "Do you need a watch?" "No, I've got one," she said. Looking at Billy, so scruffy and obviously destitute, she added, "Besides, that's a man's watch." Starzl caught her look, snapped the box shut, and said, "Well, I have no use for this one. I think I'll just put them all away. It's a shame to see them go to waste." Billy wondered whether he had been brought out of his coma to learn the real meaning of suffering, loneliness, and regret. He knew that he could not go on much longer. He had no one to turn to in any real way. He sat in his apartment, listening to the dripping of the kitchen faucet. There were no more hands to hold, no more beers to drink. Instead, he was always found wanting, "I talked with your landlady and we both wonder if you're able to take care of yourself." People moved away from him on the bus and stared at him in the street. Ever since the fluke of science had brought him back to life, it had been downhill all the way. His inclination to write was flagging. All he did was poke around in garbage cans, which was fun/despair, finding porno mags and baby shoes, and make lists of do's and don'ts. Stop imitating your father. Go to hospital. Remember that clean persons attract clean persons. Solve yourself, Billy, you're too good to waste. In late May 1979, Billy wrote his father to ask him for money to buy a car. "I need approximate, brace yourself, $500 for a dependable vehicle. I'm afraid I can hear your sigh of exasperation, but I wouldn't have asked if it wasn't imperative." Burroughs replied on June 3, "Now suppose you have a $500 car. What next? Where are you going? What about your welfare check and your hospital checkups and your medication? What are you going to do about morphine habit and avoiding alcohol? The question is not the $500 or paying me back. The question is just what do you want to do and where do you want to go? The days of moving around from one place to another are pretty much a thing of the past. and sooner or later you have to decide where you want to stay. This sensible reply from his father provoked in Billy an excess of pure hate and rage, and for the first time he put down on paper his long-buried feelings. "Father, I wouldn't be on goddamn welfare if I hadn't spent most of my life doped up, beginning with an attempt to understand you impossible man. What in God's name are you anyway with your wretchedly evil entourage of bullet, gun, and mayhem freaks? I'm 31 years old and it's none of your goddamn bother where I'm going," did you answer a 4-year-old child whose mother you had just murdered when he asked, "Where are you going?" "And I have news for you, pal, 2 things. As far as you and I are concerned, you have signed my death warrant. And yes, it is a question of the $500, you don't impress me a bit with all this be careful bullshit, you could care less, and your fucking wallet is full of blood. All my life I've tried to experience you as something approaching a human being. By God in heaven, you blew it if you think a car is what's behind this, and I know you do. You only prove my point. Last words. I've been fighting against real hunger at times when you and XYZ sat happily chomping steaks, smoking pot, snorting cocaine, and giggling among your evil selves not 2 blocks from where I lived on 1 potato a day for 3 weeks, and your idea of being helpful was to buy your son, which title I formally disavow as of Sunday, June 7, 1979, a pair of fucking blue jeans. You got it now, buddy. Thank your well-fed ego that the world doesn't know you as a person dying in Denver does. God's mercy on you and your blood-bought money, your cursed from birth offspring. P.S. From one who has intensely studied your work all his life, let it be known that in this one's opinion, everything since Naked Lunch is tripe of the worst con artist type as far as art goes. That's your only kind con. Having released his cry of prednisone-fueled rage, Billy thought twice about sending it. Burroughs, having turned him down on the car, began sending him money with some regularity, $100 a month, half the allowance he had for so many years received from his parents. But he reasoned that if he sent Billy any more, he would hand it out to winos in the street. Basic to Billy's state of mind was that he felt physically so rotten. Here it was nearly 3 years after the operation, and he was always in pain. Each morning he awoke with severe stomach pains. He was in a state of chronic fatigue. Just making it to the 7-11 wore him out. In medical terms, it was 2 steps forward and 3 steps back, and in 1979, he was admitted to Colorado General 4 times, once in December and January for his abscess, then from April 23 to 27, for chills and vomiting, which were diagnosed as the flu, then from June 21 to 26, for another operation on his leaking fistula, and finally from July 25 to August 3, for another operation on his most recent abscess. His abdomen was being opened and closed so often it might have been a manhole cover. Billy had hoped that he would get well, but finally realized that there was no getting well. He had survived only to suffer grotesque humiliations and indignities. As long as he was on steroids, he would keep getting infections, and they would keep opening him up. After all, he had been in a coma for 6 days, during which his liver had not filtered the impurities in his blood, and the bacteria had proliferated in his abdominal cavity, for which he continued to pay the price. That November of 1979, Billy had been in Denver less than a year, but was already sick of the place, which had to do with the constant presence of the Rocky Mountains in the distance, constantly saying, "I'll be here long after your little mess is newly buffaloed prairie." He longed for the sleep of the conscience-free and the weary. But he picked up when he met a compassionate young woman who was not put off by his scars and who slept with him. It was the first time since Joanne Kiger, and he cried and shook and trembled, and felt he was back on the planet. The improvement in his romantic life prompted him into activity, and he wrote his father that December that he was job hunting steadily. Buses, 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 mountains of dimes gobbled up by Ma Bell. Latest prospects, 2 shots at working with crazy kids. Got turned down at the hospital for insufficient background for a janitor job. What did they consider background in the complex world of broom pushing? I don't know. But then one night Billy had his new girlfriend over to dinner and forgot to turn off 2 burners on the stove. The next morning he was awakened by the sound of splintering wood. His door was being broken down by 5 firemen who charged into the kitchen and turned off the gas. Then they opened all the windows and turned on a fan to clear the air, and Billy nearly froze to death. He was evicted, which he felt was very unfair, because he always paid his rent on time, and had once stopped a knife fight in the hallway, at great risk of personal injury. Once again, the infinitely patient and tolerant Ursula Schaffer came to his rescue and helped him find another small apartment. In early 1980, Billy moved into his new place, a studio at 756 Colorado Boulevard south of Hatcher's drugstore. Everything was going wrong. The plumbing was backed up, and the handyman wouldn't fix his curtain. Out of food stamps, he was reduced to eating cold ravioli out of the can, not having the strength to boil water. He had fallen asleep smoking and burned a hole in his mattress, which would come out of his damage deposit. He was too broke to buy paper and had to write on envelopes. In every letter to his father, there was the same refrain, "Ho, you thought you'd get by one letter without $. When he asked for money for stamps, he got back a sarcastic reply, "Here's the $2 you so desperately need." When James called him self-pitying, Billy was thrown into a steroid-induced rage, writing back, "I've been goddamned long enough without people I love slapping me in the face with a wet fish. If you were in my position I wouldn't hit you with such a phrase." What was it all about but tinker to Evers to chance? He had gone too far, beyond psychiatrists, social workers, beautiful women, drugs, mind control, delusions of grandeur, the birds of the field, and the passage of time. How ridiculous the survival game really was. As the James Brown song said, "Baby, it's getting a little cold outside. I wonder do you know what I'm talking about?" Billy began calling James Grauerhaltz collect late at night to say that he was going to commit suicide. "I'm a mess," he said, "women don't like me, I'm a failure, I'll just do it, it'll be easier for everybody. I've got it all worked out." James spoke to Dr. Warner, who said that Billy refused to be responsible for his actions and tended to attribute omnipotence to others, and then when they did not live up to his expectations he would blame his condition on them. Burroughs thought of having him in the bunker, but it would be a nightmare. He'd start hanging out with the Bowery bums, and Burroughs would have to go out and find him at 3 in the morning. There were sound reasons for keeping him in Denver where his medical connection was established. He got away with murder up there, they had infinite patience with his irresponsibility, he could check in anytime, use the hospital like a hotel. Burroughs came to Boulder that summer of 1980 to teach and spend some time with his son, who moved up from Denver to Boulder but had a hard time finding a room because he was so disheveled, with a ragged beard and long disorderly hair. Billy was sick of hearing "I'm sorry we just rented the place, I'm really sorry," but did nothing to improve his appearance. He could, however, crash at his father's, for Cabell Hardy was no longer around, having outworn his welcome. On August 29, after a Chinese dinner, they went back to Burroughs' place, but he turned in early because he had to catch a plane to New York the next day. Billy wouldn't see the old flub for another year, and wanted to tell him that he knew that many a time he'd been more than a pest, but he couldn't get it out. The next morning, before Billy had wiped the sleep from his eyes, he and Alan loaded up the trunk of the car and Burroughs was gone. Billy did not go to the airport because his father did not like goodbye scenes, he was embarrassed by displays of emotion. He was a rather unfortunate man to say the least, thought Billy. As it turned out, it was the last time that father and son would see each other. That fall, there was a bombshell on the transplant ward. Dr. Starzl resigned to start a transplant unit at the University of Pittsburgh Health Center. Billy wrote Starzl, "I just read of your resignation. I can only say that I felt as if a lifelong friend just died. Could you possibly reconsider?" But Starzl did leave, and Billy lost his protector. From October 2 to 23, he was admitted to Colorado General for the last time, for an operation to correct the occlusion of his bile duct. After Starzl's departure, Billy lost his status as mascot of the transplant ward. His morphine dose was drastically cut, and he was discouraged from coming to the hospital except when required. Then, in November 1980, a friend from Billy's childhood re-entered his life. Tina DeBakey, formerly Barnum, who had had a teenage crush on Billy when they were both at school in Palm Beach, had returned to Palm Beach after a failed marriage to the son of the heart transplant surgeon Michael E. DeBakey. On November 14, 1980, she wrote Burroughs, "I am writing in an attempt to locate your son, Billy. You will not remember, but I met you once many years ago at your mother's house in Palm Beach 1964. You were there for your father's funeral. You ran outside to see the Goodyear blimp. I have been told by previous classmates here that Billy is dead. I would appreciate your letting me know if this is so, and if not, if there is any way I could get in touch with him." Burroughs sent Tina Billy's Denver address, and they began to correspond. Billy wrote her on December 17 that he was working on an account of his operation that would do for hospitals what Jaws had done for beaches. Being back in touch with Billy made Tina remember her fondness for him when he was 16. Partly out of a wish to reenact a childhood fantasy, partly from a need to return to more carefree times, she invited him to visit her in Palm Beach. The invitation seemed providential to Billy. He would escape the awful Denver winter and the chilly post-starsal atmosphere at the hospital. He would return to the scene of his childhood, the one place where he had been really happy, taken care of and loved by his grandparents. He could sit in the sun and work on his book, and, who knows, maybe a spark would be struck between himself and Tina. For Billy, a return to Palm Beach meant eureka. Sweet bird of youth. Tina expected to see Billy as he had been in the 8th grade, cute and lively and full of mischievous fun. When he got off the plane in late December, she saw a gaunt, long-haired, bearded, stooped, squalid-looking bum who looked more like Charles Manson than the boy she remembered. She knew at once that he shouldn't have come. He belonged on the Bowery in New York, not on Worth Avenue, but she felt responsible for him. She found a furnished apartment at 126 Peruvian Avenue and paid the first month's rent, $600. It was the high season. She took him to see a doctor, who drew her aside and said, "He doesn't belong here." She took him to the barber for a shave and a haircut and bought him some new clothes. Billy stayed 3.5 weeks, and those 3.5 weeks were hell. Tina was working in a real estate office and would check in on him 2 or 3 times a day. He spent most of his time sitting in his room, drinking and crying, and saying, "I'm going to die." Tina was overcome by melancholy and hopelessness. She realized that there was no place for Billy. She had a brother called Skipper who was retarded from birth, and who had been placed in a home, where he was happy with kids like himself. But where could Billy have been happy? In a home for transplants? She understood something about transplants, having been married for 7 years to the son of Dr. DeBakey, who didn't seem to understand the implications of what he was doing to him. She thought, the heart was just a muscle. It was clear to Tina that the shock of the transplant and the steroids had made Billy emotionally disturbed. He couldn't handle being on his own. He couldn't even shop or cook a meal. Out of compassion, and to prove to him that he wasn't repulsive, she slept with him. But then he became possessive. One time she dropped by with a friend, and Billy wrote her an angry note, "Because you decided to get drunk with that gorilla you dragged in, yourself stumbling over the heater. I told you I'd work on that book with the sincerest intentions and, God, what nerve, you sat right down and practically spat in my eye, you don't want to work on the book." Well, God damn it, right then and there I started thinking, I can write you straight under the table. Then you proceed to drink my wine and tell me to be patient. And then you leave after that silly monster pipes up with Tina and I just came by to take your temperature. Just as he had with Joe and Kiger, Billy was burning down a situation where a caring woman wanted to help. He was making himself impossible to be around. When he mentioned going to see George von Hilsheimer, the director of the Green Valley School, whom he liked and admired, she urged him to go and stay with Hilsheimer for a couple of months, and then come back to Palm Beach in the summer when the rents dropped. At the end of January 1981 she put him on the bus to Orlando. The bus driver looked at this unshaven and glassy-eyed creature who seemed to be having trouble walking, and asked, "Are you sure he's going to be all right?" Barely able to get the words out, and knowing how false they sounded as soon as they were uttered, she said, "Yeah, he's going to be all right." Billy was running out of people. His father didn't want him, the girl who had once loved him didn't want him, but Hilsheimer made a point of never turning away a former student. George von Hilsheimer was living in a big house in DeLand, where he practiced therapy, the Green Valley School having shut down. When Billy called, he said, "Come on over and stay a while." He wanted to take a look at this creature who had someone else's liver in him. The very thought of it made him fume, for he hated the gee-whiz doctors. They did all this fantastic hardware and then dumped the guy into the street. It was emblematic of what was wrong with the whole medical establishment. He would like to see one transplant who was living a decent life. The emphasis was on the miracle itself rather than on life after the miracle. When Billy arrived, all of Hilsheimer's opinions of heroic surgery were confirmed, for he was obviously in trouble. First of all, he looked like a tramp. And then, when Hilsheimer offered him a glass of very good wine, he just swilled it down, without even bothering to appreciate the bouquet. Nonetheless, Hilsheimer sensed that Billy had no one to turn to, and that Billy thought of him as a father figure, and may have been seeking him out because he was cold and blunt and hard as nails. So he invited Billy to sleep on the living room couch. The next day Billy took a walk around DeLand and got lost. Hilsheimer went looking for him and found him passed out, leaning against a dumpster. Drops of blood were dripping from his face like perspiration. "Sometimes my pores open and I just bleed," Billy explained. The next night Billy came in drunk and broke a window and cut himself. Hilsheimer had no patience with drunks, having had an alcoholic mother. But Billy explained that he was drinking because he was off morphine. A couple of days later, Hilsheimer was sitting around the kitchen table with some friends. Wanting to use Billy as an example for a point he was making, he said, "This creature in the next room." Overhearing the remark, Billy was offended, and insisted on leaving at once. "Billy, come on," Hilsheimer said, "there's no need to leave now, it's raining, and there won't be a bus for hours, and you'll have to sit outside in the rain under an overhang." "I've got to go," Billy said. He would not stay a minute longer if that was what Hilsheimer thought of him. Hilsheimer drove Billy to the bus station, and if truth be told, was relieved to be rid of him. Sometimes you got the feeling with a sick person that if you cared enough you could bring him around, but with Billy he didn't get that feeling. A couple of hours later, the police called, having picked up Billy, but Hilsheimer wouldn't take him back. "This man has had a liver transplant," he said, "and he's dying, and there's no way I have the capacity to help him. He should be hospitalized." Hilsheimer had read once that if you were at the bottom of a well and could see just a little patch of blue sky it would still be worth being alive, but he wondered. The police took Billy to the West Volusia County Hospital, where he was admitted on February 1, 1981. He remained in the hospital for 16 days, suffering from pneumonia, hepatitis, possible scabies, and lice. His clothes were so dirty the hospital wanted to burn them, but it upset Billy to lose the shirt he had bought in Alaska and other memorable articles, so they cleaned what they could. Francis Lewis, the West Volusia Hospital social worker, notified James Grauerholtz and Tina DeBakey, who sent money. In addition, Tina sent a bouquet of jonquils, which noticeably improved Billy's morale. When Billy was discharged, Francis Lewis found him a room at a big, rambling, run-down former resort hotel called the Landmark, and opened a bank account for him. Every day, the neighborhood community center brought him meals on wheels. One of the nurses, who had seen him reading the Bible, invited him to go to a Pentecostal church service 2 days after his discharge. She reported that he cussed through half the service and then got up and left. Billy was now completely isolated and withdrawn. He had stopped taking morphine. He had stopped taking the steroids. He accepted, indeed welcomed, the inevitability of liver rejection and death. His body was not one that he wanted to be in. His mind was stringing disconnected thoughts that sometimes made him burst out laughing. He remembered Morrison's cafeteria in West Palm Beach, where his grandparents used to take him. There was an old man at the entrance with his eternal chant, Miami Daily News Papabaluo streak. Over and over in the warm twilight air there was something timeless about it. He remembered a conversation he'd had with Allen Ginsberg over the relative value of waxed and unwaxed dental floss, when thousands of people out there thought every comment Allen came up with was a cosmic utterance. He wanted to bash a state trooper for a coal miner. He wanted to go to the Texas border with a bazooka and shoot down one of those helicopters that transfix wetbacks in a beacon of light. On March 2 he walked to the bus station to pick up several boxes of new clothes that Tina DeBakey had sent him. The landlady scolded him for not taking a taxi. That evening, standing in front of the mirror over the sink, he shaved his head. No one would ever call him hirsute again. As he looked at himself, as bald as a Buddhist monk, he thought of driving a serrated carving knife through his face and going to the doctor and saying, "This is the only way I can convince you that the pain I feel is worse than this." Billy tried to focus his thoughts, vomiting at dawn. Unwarranted fear. Pouring perspiration at the approach of sleep. A terror of waking. A terror of retiring. Pain and exhaustion. Salting my food with tears. He knew what he wanted on his tombstone, raised his fist and lightning struck it. Billy went walking in the night. Shivering with weariness, he stumbled into a ditch by the side of the road and lay down in it as if in a bed. With the first light of dawn, a passerby found him and took him to the hospital, where he died at 6:35 a.m. on March 3, 1981. The cause of death was acute gastrointestinal hemorrhage associated with micronodular cirrhosis. Virginia had left him after giving him life for 4.5 years. Billy was 33 years old. His remains were cremated in DeLand and his ashes were scattered in the Rocky Mountains in Colorado, at the site of a Buddhist center. His father thought it was remarkable that he had lived more than 4 years with a borrowed liver, drinking the way he did. Obviously, it was just a general collapse of the whole system. When he found Billy's angry unsent letter among his papers, he was puzzled. Why did Billy say that his wallet was full of blood, as if he were a merchant of death or an evil old tycoon whose money was tainted? As for that business about Billy eating potatoes when he was eating steak, it was a complete fabrication. Burroughs petitioned the court to administer Billy's estate, which consisted mainly of unpublished manuscripts. But Karen Perry, from whom Billy was still not divorced, tried to block the petition, writing the court on April 20 that Burroughs was father to the decedent in name only. "I was Billy's father for 33 years, Burroughs responded, "and she his cohabiting wife for only 6. I never rejected or abandoned him, although our relationship, and our lives, were troubled. I maintained contact with my son throughout his life." Karen's allegation that I never supported the decedent financially, psychologically, or emotionally is absolutely untrue. I have done all I could to assure that his needs were provided for. Since my return to New York in 1974, after living 25 years abroad, I have provided thousands of dollars for his financial support. The court granted Burroughs' petition. It was impossible, James Grauerholtz thought, not to observe Billy's ineradicable wish to punish his father, which coexisted with his heart's desire to love and admire and be close to him. Another child, even one orphaned at the age of 4, might have healed his own soul by rejecting and denouncing his father at a much younger age. The tragedy was in the impasse that prevented father and son from fully opening up to each other. The same set of parents, Moat and Laura, raised them both with the gospel of restraint. Some things are unforgivable. The man who killed your mother cannot be forgiven, no matter if he is your father and no matter how much you want to forgive him. No one can say that William Burroughs killed his wife and got away scot-free. He was fortunate that a Mexican jail sentence was not added to the nightmare that he would live the rest of his days. If there was ever a man who had the right to sink into heroin addiction and alcoholism, and descend invisibly to the bottom of society, there to die, it was he. But he did not descend, he picked himself up. It was Billy who descended, and it was Billy who died. 20. The Bunker. 1976 to 1981. The years from 1976 to 1981 were overshadowed for Burroughs by his son's illness and death, but in the meantime his life went on, and he moved back and forth between Boulder and New York, and continued to write in the white and windowless environment of the bunker, and gave readings and saw his friends. On June 3, 1976, there was a great feast at the bunker in honor of Allen Ginsberg's 50th birthday. James Grauerholtz was distressed when amid all the fellow-feeling and congratulation a quarrel erupted between Allen and John Giorno over the covers of poetry albums that John had begun to produce. It was pathetic, thought James, to see them both descend to the level of personal insult, with Allen screaming abuse and John uptight and hurt and defensively babbling, "Okay, James, Allen has just said that you and William hate the album covers." "Yes," Allen interrupted, "and John just told me that you think I don't know anything about music and that I'm an embarrassment." Then after some more verbal sparring Allen lay back, absorbed in his thoughts, feeling good after having let out all his spleen, and feeling self-important because of his "stop anyone who disparages the beat movement" in the 1970s attitude. In the 70s the beat movement was pretty much a memory, the granddaddy of the present punk scene, which had come out of the teenage garage bands of the late 60s, with their emphasis on adolescent nihilism and boredom. Iggy Pop and the Stooges and the New York Dolls were seen as the standard bearers of the true garage band sensibility, which evolved into punk rock. The punk scene flourished with the coming of age of the first generation raised on the concept of nuclear annihilation, the Soviets having announced in 1950 that they had the bomb. In distressing times, extravagant fringe groups emerged, such as the Increastoyables during the Reign of Terror, who wore foppish clothes and disorderly hair in a style called chevre à la victime. In the same manner, the punk subculture stressed various forms of sartorial excess and eccentric hairstyles. The idealism of the 60s had evaporated, and the protest movement had died with the end of the Vietnam War. Punk had started as a movement of disaffected teenagers. So you were a 15-year-old in Topeka, Kansas, sitting at home in the dark, and the warm summer air was wafting through the screen doors, and the tornado warnings were out, and you were listening to the Talking Heads, and you knew that a very different life was within range. Then it spread to New York, and became the downtown scene, with its performance artists, clothing designers, and filmmakers. The music headquarters was CBGB, Country, Bluegrass, and Blues, which was on the Bowery, right up the street from the bunker. On St. Mark's Place there was a punk boutique called Manic Panic. In 1976, Punk magazine appeared, with its "Why Bother Weary All Doomed" sensibility, which was very Burroughsian. Punk's special issue, Mutant Monster Beach Party, was also Burroughsian. There was, however, something essentially self-defeating about punk, which prevented it from becoming a mass movement like the hippies. The punk rude and ugly style was a reaction against flower power, and a need to go beyond the excesses of the Beats and the hippies in both appearance and behavior. For a young person to go punk while living with his or her parents entailed heavy disapproval, so that the punk scene was necessarily limited to cities where extravagance was accepted. In addition, punk was aimless and leaderless, less a movement than a collection of hairstyles. It was as if they were saying, "We have inherited the counterculture, but we don't know where to take it." So, in the arts, you had the artists/merchandisers, led by Andy Warhol, the art world's answer to McDonald's, with his gift for total banality. It was Warhol who backed the Velvet Underground, who took the romanticizing of drugs to a new level of silliness. Their song Heroin has a user pushing a spike into my vein that made him feel like Jesus's son. Well, thought Burroughs when he heard I'm Waiting for the Man, another of their songs, the one thing a drug addict would not do is chase black women. Like characters in a Burroughs novel, punk figures adopted pseudonyms, some of them taken from his novels, such as Johnny Vortex and the Inferential Kid, and sometimes not, such as Lydia Lunch and Pat Place and Rockets Regler, who offered a dissenting opinion to the prevalent junk punk scene with his observation that the people who glamorize heroin are the true pornographers. The whole scene was a travesty, and yet Burroughs was a sort of totemic figure for the punks because of his own history as a junkie. Here was this recognized author of venerable years and conservative mien, and he was a junkie, too, man. Burroughs seemed to validate the taking of hard drugs. It was like daddy giving you permission. Burroughs himself had been off junk for years, but was forever identified through his writing as an addict. Junk was nothing but trouble, as he was reminded in a letter from his London friend, the writer Alex Trocchi, who had been burned by another figure from his past, the older but no less irresponsible Mikey Portman. You may have heard from the grapevine, wrote Alex, that Mikey nearly got me crucified for supplying him with heroin. Since then my heart is a dried prune to all junkie pleas. Alex Trocchi and Mikey Portman both died in 1983, Alex of pneumonia and Mikey of a heart attack at age 39. Burroughs was by now an established figure in New York, so established that for the first time in his life he had tax problems. He was treated, he thought, with deference. An IRS agent, Miss Rhoda Guskins, made a house call to help him sort out his records. Then, in May 1977, the Village Voice arranged a meeting with Tennessee Williams in the Elysee Hotel. Both writers had been born in St. Louis, and they had met in Tangier in 1960, introduced by Paul Bowles. Burroughs had once borrowed from Paul a copy of Ten's first collection of stories. Being on junk at the time, he dripped blood all over it while injecting himself, and Paul was annoyed. It should be quite a collector's item, Burroughs now told the bibulous and garrulous Tennessee. They discussed the line between fiction and autobiography, and Burroughs said, "When someone asks me to what extent my work is autobiographical, I say every word is autobiographical and every word is fiction." They reminisced about fellow writers, and Burroughs recalled Graham Greene saying, "Of course Evelyn Waugh was a great friend of mine, but we never talked about writing." In 1977, the scent of movie deals was in the air. Elliot Gould wanted to buy the last words of Dutch Schultz and play the lead. That didn't work out, but something more solid came into view that March with the reappearance in Burroughs' life of the man he called the wheelchair financier, Jacques Stern, the polio victim who was in one of his temporary periods of affluence. Through a Cayman Islands corporation he had formed, called Automatique, he proposed to pay $20,000 for a year's option on Burroughs' first book, Junkie, to make it into a movie. He further proposed to hire Terry Southern as screenwriter and Dennis Hopper as director and star. It seemed to James Grauerholtz that with his $20,000, Jacques Stern would be buying himself a year's worth of delusions, for Terry Southern and Dennis Hopper had the two worst reputations in Hollywood. Terry's fondness for dope was legendary. He had a standing joke with Burroughs about a potion called Brompton's Mixture, which combined cocaine, morphine, alcohol, cherry syrup, and water. As for Dennis Hopper, after scoring in Easy Rider, he had gone off to the Andes to make the last movie, a production blanketed in cocaine. He had a habit so bad that the bridge of his nose was misshapen and discolored. He used to say that he could hear the telephone wires talking to him. He had just finished shooting Apocalypse Now, and reported that Marlon Brando had refused to act opposite him, so that in their scenes together each interchange was filmed with the other actor absent. Dennis was the frenetic character in Apocalypse Now, in cowboy hat and boots and faded jeans. But apparently the money was real, and there was always the chance that the movie might get made, even though the presence of Southern and Hopper would make it unbankable as far as backers went, so James went along with the deal. One day in March, at the apartment of Jacques Stern's lawyer, Joe Bianco, a roly-poly prodigy who had made a fortune in commodities by the time he was 23, Burroughs, Hopper, and Southern were each handed a check for $20,000 and went to a French restaurant to celebrate. "We'd better cash these fast," Burroughs said, "'cause it's all we're likely to see." Then there was a big party at the house Jacques Stern was renting on Gramercy Park, with caviar and champagne, and James got a glimpse of what it was like to have lots of money while being completely disorganized. There was no furniture to speak of in the living room with the exception of a grand piano, and the waiters looked like bit players in a Bela Lugosi movie. Jacques had 2 orderlies helping him in and out of his wheelchair. He constantly cussed them out. The party was one vast shooting gallery. Joe Bianco had never seen drugs done so openly. Stern was rolling rapidly back and forth across the living room in short spurts, the only cripple James had ever seen who could pace in his wheelchair. Then one of the orderlies handed him a hospital syringe with about 60 ccs of liquid cocaine in it, and he stuck it into his wrist and injected part of it, letting the syringe hang there like a leaf, and he started raving that he was going to get Samuel Beckett to play the part of Old Ike, and then he got on the phone with the needle still hanging from his wrist and started shouting, "Get me Paris Samuel Beckett." And then he was talking into the phone as though he was connected with Beckett. "Hello, Beckett, this is Jacques Stern. You've read Junkie, by William Burroughs." "Yes, right. I want you to play Old Ike in a movie we're shooting." "What do you mean, you don't want to?" "Well, fuck you, you old fraud," and resoundingly hung up. Jacques often called famous people, but Joe Bianco caught him once talking to a dial tone. It was demented, but the money was real. For the next 2 months they worked on the script and held continuous meetings, and James could see thousands of dollars going up various noses. Dennis Hopper was particularly trying, with his irrelevant posturing. They would be working on a scene, and Hopper would suddenly jump up and say, "I'm from Dodge City, Kansas, man, and when I was a little kid I used to be, like, in my bedroom, man, and I'd look out the window, man, and there'd be a train goin' by, and a whistle, man, you know what I mean, man, a whistle, and that whistle was blowin', man, it was blowin', and none of what he was saying had anything to do with the script, and the others would roll their eyes heavenward and wait for the stirring reminiscence to end." Terry Southern in the meantime was ensconced in the Gramercy Park Hotel with a bevy of attractive lady typists, some of whom used only their index fingers, and was trying to impress Stern with the Hollywood technique of colored pages to show which rewrite he was on, but to James's sorrow, he was throwing in a lot of scenes that weren't in Junkie. He had a cocktail party scene where businessmen were standing around saying things like "My company recycles used condoms," and "Yes, we're into bogus penicillin," which had nothing to do with the book. The opening scene was a red mushroom cloud, which was then seen to be blood going into a syringe that a junkie was injecting into his arm. "What can happen to your script is not to be believed," Burroughs wrote Brian Geeson on May 24. "It's like you came back from Istanbul and there was a Dolly bent watch right in the middle of your picture. You write a part for James Coburn and you wind up with Liberace." By that time, the expected West German financing had collapsed, leaving Jacques Stern with a budget of $1,930,522 that he could not meet. Stern's solution was to announce a different star daily. He had signed Jack Nicholson, he had signed David Bowie. Then he would call his collaborators and heap upon them torrents of abuse. He told James he was a meddler, conspiring to keep Burroughs out of the project and split the posthumous take. "If I ever have the displeasure of seeing you again," he said, "I will make it unlikely that anyone shall see you again." He called Burroughs and said, "I hired you as an actor, not a writer, so get out of that role. What have you produced? One trunk. That's where you get all your shit. Haven't done much since Naked Lunch, have you?" Burroughs just let him rave and then said, "Look, Jacques, I don't want to listen to any more of this," and hung up. Stuart Meyer, who was around the bunker a lot, said that Jacques Stern had broadened his emotional range, because for the first time in his life he wanted to kill a cripple. Stern threw money your way, and he threw headaches your way. Once he called Stu at 5 in the morning because his wheelchair batteries were dead. "Why don't you call the elevator man?" Stu asked. "Because he's a CIA agent," Stern said. The flower of Stern's abuse was reserved for Dennis Hopper, whom he held responsible for losing the financing. When Dennis arrived 45 minutes late at a meeting in a suite at the Hotel Carlyle, Jacques Stern refused to speak to him, and sent him snarling messages from an adjoining room through Joe Bianco, which Bianco toned down. Annoyed with Bianco, Dennis said, "Hey, you know, man, I got friends in Arizona, they carry guns, man," to which Bianco replied, "We're not in Arizona, Dennis, we're in New York, and the person with friends in New York is me." Jacques finally wheeled himself into the room, and Dennis said, "I'm sorry you feel that way, Jacques," to which he replied, "You're not sorry, you're through. Finished. Fired, you miserable ass. Now get out," with his long bony finger quavering imperiously toward the door. Dennis stomped out, which Jacques couldn't do, but the next day, the two of them were happily snorting powder together. Burroughs grew weary of Jacques' manic behavior. He claimed he had a 4-picture deal, that the French Minister of Culture was his bosom pal, and that the French Film Board would finance all his projects. The truth, Burroughs wrote in the same letter to Brian, was that the Baron de Stern is an incorrigible fuck-up. He can be relied on to fuck up any project in which he is involved. After he fired everybody 4 times with a torrent of abuse, we went to a lawyer and gave Joe Bianco control of production. Terry Southern in the meantime was getting his expenses paid at the Gramercy Park Hotel, with all the perks, and referred to Jacques Stern as a grand guy. Really a grand guy. Behind Burroughs' back, he and Jacques wrote a script that Terry took to Hollywood to flog, as though it had Burroughs' endorsement, whereas Burroughs thought of it as blending the worst features of Terry's sophomoric humor and Jacques' bad Italian surrealism. James was furious. It was enough to make him blow his lunch over the railing. He didn't think Terry's slapstick ha-ha did ya get it humor had any business in this movie. Terry was afraid to admit that mooching off Jacques for pot and speed and coke wasn't the same thing as writing a script that played. He was showing indications of his true nature, thought James, but this fit of pique did not interfere with a warm friendship that has endured. And then in March 1978 the option ran out and it was all over the rushing around to these half-assed meetings, the white nights, the easy money, the dinners at 1 Fifth Avenue, and the telephone ravings. For a year, thought James, they had lived in the kingdom of illusion, each with a different agenda. He and William had genuinely wanted to make the movie. Dennis Hopper wanted to finance his cocaine habit. Terry Southern wanted to rehabilitate his reputation as a screenwriter by piggybacking on Burroughs. And Jacques Stern wanted to create havoc. Stern remained in New York, except that now he was broke, and Burroughs had to bail him out on more than one occasion. Once he was summoned to a restaurant where Stern could not pay the bill. In 1979, he landed on Burroughs' doorstep at the bunker after starting a fire in his hotel lobby. Will you right out into the gutter where you belong," the manager said. He arrived with all his stuff in laundry bags, and was carried up the stairs by the cab driver, whom Stern started insulting, and who said, "Listen, don't get smart with me or I'll drop you." He gave Burroughs the name of a woman to call, but the woman said, "I cannot have this man here." Stern commandeered the bunker, racing around in his wheelchair like a giant insect. After a couple of days, Burroughs couldn't stand it, decided I'm going to walk out on this whole situation, and left for Narrowpaw. In spite of the junkie fiasco, and the fact that none of his books had been made into a film, Burroughs was infiltrating popular culture in odd and various ways. In Seattle, Washington, a women's fashion boutique called Nova Express opened. Clemson University in South Carolina asked him to write something for the 50th anniversary of the publication of Look Homeward, Angel, by Thomas Wolfe, an author with whom he had little in common. The University of Minnesota had a Burroughs Club, whose only purpose was to further the appreciation of his work. Newsweek wanted him for my turn. Playgirl wanted him for his turn. Quest wanted him to go to Guatemala. The gay magazines Blue Boy, The Advocate, and Gay Sunshine wanted him for interviews. Patti Smith asked him to write lyrics for her songs, which he did, thinking, why not grab a piece of the punk action, and which went like this. My husband and I. The old school tie. Hyphenated names. Tired old games. It belongs in the bog. With the rest of the sog. Pull the chain on Buckingham. The drain calls you ma'am. Bugger the Queen. One has the feeling, Burroughs wrote Paul Bowles, of being in the middle of something here, I don't know just what. Why, I was made an honorary citizen of Austin, Texas, by the mayor himself. Faithful to Tangier, Paul replied, you apparently decided to experience the rigors of the decaying culture surplace. I can believe it would be instructive, but I can't conceive of its being enjoyable. Then Paul proceeded to describe how life in Tangier had deteriorated now that it was no longer an international zone. Jane had died in Malaga in 1973. The muezzins now had loudspeakers at the tops of the minarets, so that the calls for prayer awakened everyone within 2 miles. They used to last a minute or two, and now they lasted 25 minutes. You could no longer find imported food in the market. There was no running water in his apartment. He had to take care of the illnesses of his servants, Fatima's liver and Abdwahaid's appendix, and of the various scrapes of his bad-tempered friend Mrabet. Several score of workmen were banging away across the street, building a new lycée for students who would wreck it as soon as it was up. The German tourists shuffled through the streets in close-packed groups, as if expecting a savage attack. He couldn't keep warm in the winter, since the doors of his apartment reached only to within an inch of the floor, and the windows had been built off-kilter, and the wind blew in. He could not leave Tangier, having been arrested as a spy the last time he had traveled to another city, and having had to wait 5 hours in the office of the military commander of Tetuan. He was afraid to leave Morocco, as he had been told he would not be readmitted. He couldn't even go to Gibraltar. It was like a form of house arrest. If those were the pleasures of life in Tangier, thought Burroughs, Paul could have them. But that was Paul, he wasn't happy unless he had something to worry about. He wrote Paul that in New York, there were no gendarmes pounding on his door. As for Boulder, to which he had returned in March of 1978, it was bland and innocuous, a middle-class town with no slums or minorities. Beautiful blonde boys everywhere on looks but strictly decorative rather than functional. To Alan Anson, who had been expelled from Venice again, just as Burroughs had been forced to leave Mexico and other venues, he wrote, if only we could create a composite country, codeine pills from France, the liquor mart from Boulder, police from New York, boys from remote underprivileged areas, and of course all the local culinary specialties. Isn't one important feature the unquestioned right to remain? One always pays for that. One always paid, that was the rub, and Burroughs still found himself from time to time in a cash crunch. The one advantage of places like Tangier and Athens was that they were cheap. That May, the checks started bouncing all around him like crystal skulls in a Mayan ball court. The wolves were closing in. He was about to be stripped of his credit cards when he was rescued thanks to loans from friends, his Grove Press royalty statement, a payment for a reading, a German contract, and some money from Gallimard, his French publisher. In the words of the immortal bard, Burroughs reflected, let us repair and order well the state that like events may ne'er it ruinate. That summer of 1978 he and James went to Los Angeles to visit the set of the movie Heartbeat, which was based on Carolyn Cassidy's account of her triangular affair with Neil Cassidy and Jack Kerouac. As they drove to their motel, the Tropicana, Burroughs observed, the sky is thin as paper here. The whole place could go up in 10 minutes. That's the charm in Los Angeles. At the Universal Studio in Culver City, the set was a tract house in San Francisco with 50s furniture and kitchen and canned goods with 50s prices. The scene they were shooting had Jack, played by John Hurd, coming home drunk with a black woman and trying to smuggle her past Carolyn to the attic room. The clowning, thought Burroughs, was uncannily realistic. At lunch with Nick Nolte, who was playing Neil, he asked if there was any psychic contact, and Nolte nodded, and Burroughs felt Neil sitting there in his cheap 1950s suit with the sleeves pulled up. That was what acting was all about, thought Burroughs. You had to open yourself up to possession by the character. After lunch, he watched a scene where they learn that Allen Ginsberg's book of poems Howl has been seized by customs, and Neil says, all it's going to do is make him famous, the poor bastard. Allen had not wanted his name used, because, for one thing, of a fictitious scene in a Thai restaurant where they had him shouting, "Waiter, there's a turd in my soup," so his character was called Ira Streicher. Nonetheless, as Burroughs watched the scene, the past hung in the air. There were multiple takes, and at one point, the director, John Byram, broke his absorbed indifference to the visitor's presence by saying, "And you think you've had chaos in your life, Mr. Burroughs?" The visit to the set started Burroughs thinking that in Jack Kerouac there had been a lifelong incompatibility between his uneasy surface presentation of a nice, regular American who liked beer and mom and TV and baseball, who worked as a brakeman and wanted to settle down with Carolyn Cassidy, and the spy in his body, the writer whose status as a regular guy is belied by an obsessive need to write about it. Who had killed Neil Cassidy, Burroughs asked himself. The character that Jack made of him in On the Road, Dean Moriarty, killed Neil Cassidy. He had died of exposure. And who had killed Jack Kerouac? A spy in his body known as Jack Kerouac the writer. At this point, James Grauerholtz was going through another crisis and decided to spend some time in San Francisco by himself. He had now been with Burroughs 4 years, and periodically got upset by the frustrations built into the job. As long as he worked for Burroughs, he would not be able to pursue his own goal of a career in music. There were also periods of heavy drinking when James, himself no teetotaler, could not bear to be around him, and left notes such as this: "It breaks my heart to see you drink yourself into an insensible stupor. If you wish to die, perhaps it were better you killed yourself outright. You said to me once, about Kerouac, if a man wants to drink himself to death, there's nothing you can do. It hurts me very much either way. Do what thou wilt, and do you really want to present this sorry spectacle of a mumbling, incoherent, and repetitive old man? What to do?" James didn't want to just leave, which would be disloyal. Burroughs depended on him in 100 different ways. He would have to groom someone to take his place. Fed up with New York and its distraction factor, James thought of moving to Lawrence, Kansas, where he had gone to college and had friends. It would be like a return to innocence. He could continue to manage Burroughs' affairs from Lawrence until a replacement was found. The question was, would he be a nobody, living in Burroughs' reflected glory, or would he be somebody on his own? In the meantime, he would do one final thing to elevate Burroughs' name even further. It happened that not long before the trip to Los Angeles, a Columbia professor named Silvero Latringer had approached John Giorno about organizing some sort of homage to Burroughs, bringing together European and American academics for a series of seminars. Latringer saw Burroughs as they did in France, where he was acclaimed as a philosopher of the future, the man who best understood post-industrial society. Giorno discussed the idea with James, and they saw it more as a gathering of the counterculture tribe which would enshrine Burroughs as its leader. There would be seminars, but there would also be music and entertainment, and star attractions. It would be something to cap the decade, a memorable New York event. James wanted to call it the Nova Convention, which Giorno at first didn't like because it reminded him of the car put out by Chevrolet, but he went along with it. And so, over the next months, they organized the Nova Convention. On the Los Angeles trip, James obtained some seed money from Tom Forcade of the magazine High Times. In the Palace nightclub in Paris, Brian Geeson ran into Keith Richards of the Rolling Stones, who admired Burroughs and said he would like to be a part of it. Giorno, who was designing the poster, was happy to hear that, and headlined Keith's name, because he was a big draw. Volunteers were recruited to help put the show on the road, among them a 115-pound bundle of sometimes irritating energy by the name of Victor Bockris, who looked like an adult foundling. English-born, Victor was the son of scientists, his father being a professor of physics and his mother a laboratory technician working on leukemia research. He moved to New York in 1973, attracted by the lifestyle of people who lived on the Lower East Side and didn't have jobs. With a friend named Andrew Wiley, Victor started an interview team. The idea was that they would be dapper and businesslike, and wear Brooks Brothers pinstripe suits, and carry rolled umbrellas and attaché cases, and that Bockris and Wiley would become as eminent in their field as Abercrombie and Fitch were in theirs. In early 1974 they arranged to interview Burroughs, but when he first saw them he thought they were CIA agents. Trying again, they invited him to dinner and did their nice cop/tough cop interview routine. Describing the shooting of his wife, Burroughs said, "Well, it was a shaky gun," to which Wiley replied, "Maybe you had a shaky hand." James deleted so much of what was in the drunken interview that it was unpublishable, and there were other problems with an interview that Mick Jagger would not release, so that in 1975 Bockris and Wiley came to an acrimonious parting of the ways. They had become known for their access to celebrities, calling up 35 of the famous and asking them, "Do you believe in love?" or "What does Nixon think about just before he goes to sleep?" Bockris saw the Nova Convention as a means of further incorporating himself into the Burroughs entourage by running errands and being generally helpful. He was able in this way to make the transition from journalist to familiar, and soon Burroughs was fondly teasing him, "May I make a suggestion, Victor? I think it would be a very good idea if you would remove the phrase and stuff from your vocabulary." The Nova Convention took place on November 30, December 1, and December 2, 1978, with the principal performances being held on the last 2 days at the Entermedia Theater, on 2nd Avenue and 12th Street, which had in the 50s been the fabled Phoenix Theater. Attending were an odd mixture of academics, publishers, writers, artists, punk rockers, counterculture groupies, and an influx of Bridge and Tunnel kids drawn by Keith Richards, who made the event a sellout. Acting as mistresses of ceremonies were 2 diminutive young ladies in top hats and tails, Julia Hayward and Laurie Anderson, who was soon to win fame as a performance artist. Brian Geeson, who had been flown in from Paris to perform one of his cut-up poems, was horrified at seeing these 2 terrible cunts dressed up like men. Laurie Anderson was John Giorno's discovery. He recognized her raw talent and sense of purpose. She was, he said, a ruthless whippet, totally dedicated to the task at hand, and didn't drink or smoke pot. Someone told Giorno, "You know, Laurie Anderson's dimples? Well, William Burroughs is the other side of her dimples." All went well that evening, with performances from Anne Waldman, Ed Sanders, Allen Ginsberg, John Cage, and Merce Cunningham. On Saturday afternoon, there was a panel moderated by the conceptual artist Leigh Levine, including Burroughs, Timothy Leary, and Robert Anton Wilson, during which Burroughs gave what amounted to the convention's keynote speech. "This is the space age," he said, "and we're here to go. However, the space program has to this day been restricted to a mediocre elite, who at great expense have gone to the moon in an aqualung. They aren't really looking for space, they're looking for more time, like the lungfish and the walking catfish weren't looking for a new dimension, they were looking for more water. It is necessary to travel. It is not necessary and becoming increasingly difficult to live." That was what he loved about Burroughs, thought Leigh Levine. He allowed for some level of mystery in human life, he accepted that not everything was known. It was amazing to Leigh how Burroughs could be on the one hand like a provocateur and on the other like your grandfather. He was a Midwestern moralist with a few peculiar habits, conventionally dressed, not given to flash or flip, very prim and proper. He had a sometimes Archie Bunkerish view of the world, as when he had told Leigh that painters made too much money and were ripping off the public. It was paradoxical that this man who was associated with the Beats and their abandoned living was one of the most conservative persons he had ever met. Lay felt that the Nova Convention, this broad counterculture coalition of the old established avant-garde and the new punk scene, had crowned Burroughs king. In the heat of enthusiasm that afternoon, someone was at the English publisher John Calder, had jumped up and nominated him for the Nobel Prize. To the counterculture Burroughs was what John Kennedy was to the liberals. He embodied its values and summed it all up. When you said Kennedy, as when you said Burroughs, it was a magic word. Saturday night the Intermedia Theatre was packed, largely with young people waiting to see Keith Richards. There was a small hitch, however, which was that Keith Richards had cancelled. He was having problems as the result of a heroin bust in Toronto, and his office convinced him that appearing on the same program with Burroughs was bad publicity. But the show had to go on, and the composer Philip Glass, playing one of his repetitive pieces on the synthesizer, was thrown to the wolves. The disappointed kids who wanted Keith Richards shouted and booed. Then Brian Geeson went on amid cries of "Where's Keith?" and found himself hoping that the riot would not start until he had done his brief turn. In a last-minute effort, James Grauerholtz had recruited Frank Zappa to pinch hit for Keith. He volunteered to read the talking asshole routine from Naked Lunch. But as Zappa was preparing to go on, Patti Smith had a fit of pique about following him. James did his best to make peace, saying, "Frank has come in at the last minute, and he's got to go on, and he's doing it for William, not to show you up." Patti Smith retreated to the privacy of her dressing room, and Zappa got a big hand, because that's what they wanted, a rock star. Still, no one had explained Keith Richards's absence, and it was Patti Smith who gamely bit the bullet. She came out in a fur coat and a pair of genuine iguanaskin cowboy boots. When she announced that she was going to tell a story, a heckler shouted, "Tell it to the iguana." For Patti Smith, every performance was like a bullfight, the ultimate confrontation, as well as an act of love-making with the audience, which she sometimes achieved by masturbating on stage under a fur coat with a slit pocket. In 1976 she was doing something of the sort in Tampa when she fell off the stage and broke her neck. Soon she was back at CBGB's Out of Traction, back in action. On this occasion, she did the heroic thing, telling her audience, "I know you guys came in to see Keith. Well, Keith ain't here. He's in a plane right now between LA and Toronto. He asked me to tell you all that if anybody wants their money back they can come and get it right now." And she pulled some bills out of her pocket, but there were no takers. Although ill with bronchitis and running a fever, she hadn't stood them up. She couldn't sing, but she noodled around on the clarinet. In the meantime, Burroughs was backstage waiting to read, and smoking joints with Terry Southern and Victor Bockris in his dressing room. Marcia Resnick, a photographer of the punk scene, dropped in and sat on Terry's lap. "She'd be much safer sitting in my lap," Burroughs said, and Bockris stood on a shelf across the small room to take a picture of the great misogynist with a cute punk chick in his lap. At that moment James walked in, and in his best Nurse Ratchet manner asked, "What is going on here?" Bockris fell and spilled his wine all over Burroughs. By that time, the audience had quieted down, and John Giorno read without too many interruptions, and Burroughs went out and read to a warm welcome. Afterward, there was a party at Mickey Ruskin's, at One University Place, which featured a big aluminum washtub filled with Guiana punch, vodka and Kool-Aid, and Burroughs made some appropriately sardonic remarks about Jonestown, which was then in the news. Abby Hoffman, who was wanted by the police, attended in disguise. Later in the evening, Tim Leary got pied by Aaron Kay, the professional pie thrower, who had Mayor Cook and Andy Warhol to his credit. Burroughs told him that being pied by Kay was a sign that one had arrived. Leary took it well, saying, "Kay is wired to pie like a crow is to fly or a mole to dig." James thought the Nova Convention had been a resounding success. The media coverage was extensive and appreciative, hailing the event as a high point in the punk, new wave movement, the attendance was standing room only, and Burroughs, after so many years of obscurity and exile, was recognized as the leading figure in the counterculture. Perhaps the success of the Nova Convention was an example of the way the avant-garde had refined the modern consciousness, a bit like the monks preserving the classics in the Middle Ages. But now that the social freedoms pioneered by the counterculture were available to everyone, what was its purpose? Its leaders had gone from being outcasts whose works were banned to successful literary men who were wined and dined and decorated. The great maw of American society, with its capacity to ingest and tame its enemies, had absorbed the counterculture. As an example, Allen Ginsberg had been elected to the Institute of Arts and Letters, and in February 1979, he was awarded the Gold Medal for Literary Merit by the National Arts Club. Attending the award dinner, Burroughs was amused to see that the little old club ladies were shocked when he read Cocksucker Blues. If they could have taken their medal back, he thought, they would have. But the very fact that Allen could read the poem in the dignified Gramercy Square headquarters of the club was proof that the literary outlaws were being mainstreamed and co-opted. They had brought about changes in the culture, and the changed culture was now willing, nay, eager, to adopt them. Burroughs, however, maintained his avant-garde credentials with books like The Third Mind, a defense and explanation of the cut-up method, written in collaboration with Brian Geeson, which Viking published in 1978. The idea for the title came from a book called Think and Grow Rich, which said that when you put two minds together there is always a third mind. It was also a reference to a line by T.S. Eliot, "Who is the third that walks beside you?" which referred to the hallucination of two Arctic explorers, who imagined that a third person was with them. While at Grove, Dick Seaver had for years kept the boards for collages and graphics in his office, and every time he looked at them it made him think of Burroughs' theory that 1 + 1 = 3. He didn't know how they could publish this huge oversized book that would cost $30. But then Seaver had moved to Viking, and started his own imprint, Seaver Books, with his wife, Jeanette, and decided to bring out The Third Mind, but with only a few illustrations. In March 1979, James moved to Lawrence, telling Burroughs he needed a change of scene. It would not be a break. It would be a sabbatical, and he would continue to manage Burroughs' affairs. James felt trapped in his role. He had closed so many doors. He wanted once more to experience a broad range of possibilities. He had to get away from New York and the entourage and the bungled projects like the junkie film. He needed a sense of renewal. Now Burroughs was alone in the bunker, missing James, and still faced with the ongoing nightmare of Billy's transplant. The vacuum that James left was filled by several friends. John Giorno, who lived in the building, took on some of the duties of looking after him, often cooking dinner. He was a benign and unobtrusive presence that Burroughs appreciated. He was like a cat, thought Giorno, expecting the food to be there at a certain time. Then there was Victor Bacchus, who moved in with his come-see-the-bear dance routine. Victor brought around celebrities to meet Burroughs, acting as introducer, go-between, and master of ceremonies. John Giorno provided the bread, and Victor Bacchus the circuses. He would call and say, "I'll be over at 6 with some corned beef and Bianca Jagger." It was in a sense a useful function to fulfill, for Burroughs was entertained, and Victor became to some extent the arranger of his social life. On the other hand, Burroughs was expected to perform at Victor's evenings, and to be ever more outrageous. Victor was of course motivated by fondness for Burroughs, as well as self-advancement. As Stu Meyer put it, Victor may have been an opportunist, but he was a helpful opportunist. A disciple of Warhol's techniques in From A to B and Back and other books of unrelieved verbatim transcription, Bacchus had a book project of conversations with Burroughs and whoever else happened to be around, often through his arrangement. Published by Seaver Books in 1981, it was called With William Burroughs, Report from the Bunker, and was a useful chronicle of that period of Burroughs' life. On one occasion, Victor brought around Christopher Isherwood, and when they went into a Bowery bar to call Burroughs to be let in, The author of Mr. Norris Changes Trains said, "Oh, my dear, it's so Eugene O'Neill. I mean it's just so absolutely the Iceman cometh." Victor brought around the wildlife photographer Peter Beard, to whom Burroughs gave a fanciful explanation of his missing finger. "How did you lose your finger?" Beard asked. "Oh, an explosion," Burroughs said. "Nearly blew my whole hand off. But I had a very good surgeon." "Was that a gun explosion?" Bacchus asked. "No, it was, chemical potassium chlorate and red phosphorus." "What were you doing with it?" Beard asked. "Chemicals," Burroughs said. "I was 14 years old." "Did you feel any pain?" "Oh yes, I did. The doctor had to give me a morphine injection which he said was almost an adult dose. Yes indeed, I've been addicted ever since." In fact, Burroughs had remained unaddicted since arriving in New York in 1974, but with James gone, that situation, too, was about to change. For in 1979, inexplicably, heroin suddenly became plentiful and inexpensive in the streets of New York. You could find it on every corner, at $10 a dose instead of $30. On Rivington Street, right across from the bunker, there was a major dealer known as Dr. Nova, after Nova Express. Among the punk crowd, it was cool to be a junkie. Many of the punk musicians were on heroin. And now that the bunker had become a gathering place for all sorts of punk scene people, heroin made its appearance there. Offering heroin to Burroughs, the patriarch of junk, seemed a natural thing to do, like offering an apple to Johnny Appleseed. As noted in Stu Meyer's journal, it wasn't long after James's departure for Lawrence that Burroughs started chipping. On March 13, he noted that Burroughs was on a health food kick, smack and steak, shoot some smack and chew some steak. Burroughs was staring vacantly at the wall and saying, "Nothing comes out of the clear blue sky. You've got your memory track, everything you've seen and heard." On April 7, Stu noted that Burroughs was using heroin again for the first time in many years. Finding roaches in the kitchen, he snapped at them with a towel, saying, "Mother of God, kill them, they're an abomination." Stu was glad to be in the daily company of the doctor, as he called Burroughs, even if the occasion was caused by heroin. The truth was, the doctor was uncomfortable on this planet and junk relieved him. He wasn't basically atrocious enough to be well adjusted, and he had a certain contempt for the insect servants, as he so diplomatically referred to earthlings. Dispirited over his son's inability to make a life for himself after his transplant operation, Burroughs was back on the junk time he had himself so eloquently described, when your whole day revolves around scoring and shooting up. When James came to visit in June, he saw at once what was going on. Not only had he lost a lot of weight, but his junkie friends would arrive and go into a room with him and close the door. Also, James noticed a serious outflow of cash in his Citibank account. It saddened him to find this pathetic scene that was focused entirely on junk, with those awful dispiriting junkie conversations. "It wasn't as strong as last time, man," or "this is kind of head stuff, man," or "remember that stuff we had last week," or "that other guy gives a better count, man." But after all, James thought, I'm not his nursemaid. When he did try to say something, Burroughs was very defensive, and James went back to Lawrence. So life at the bunker continued, with runners bringing glass sign envelopes, and assorted visitors, some well-known and some obscure, shooting up. One of the young regulars was badly beaten for stealing steaks to finance his habit, and another passed bad checks. Burroughs rarely went out, except that on September 14, Frank Zappa, who wanted to produce an off-Broadway musical based on Naked Lunch, took him to see Best Little Whorehouse in Texas. It was a soft audience, thought Burroughs, they laughed at everything. On October 25, according to Stu Meyer's journal, someone brought around cocaine, and Burroughs said, "Put it away, we don't have to feed every vacant nostril in town." On November 30th, Stu and Burroughs got high together and Stu presented the idea that Fagin in Oliver Twist was really a hero because he was keeping all these kids from starving to death. But Burroughs said his reasoning was too twisted, it was like trying to make a hero out of Iago. On New Year's Eve, there was a party at John Giorno's, with hashish brownies, of which Burroughs and Stu took ample portions. They did some heroin to hold them while waiting for the brownies to hit. Other guests arrived, and Burroughs smoked joints and drank vodka. Stu was amazed at the amount of drugs and booze Burroughs could handle without apparent ill effect. After all, the man was almost 66 years old. Burroughs, however, held that there was no medical evidence that the use of opiates damaged the health or shortened life. De Quincey, an addict for 40 years, had lived to be 74. It was the failure of addicts to observe rules of hygiene that did them in. During dinner, a visiting Swiss publisher, Karl Laszlo, started choking on a piece of steak and fell on the couch gasping. Burroughs thought they would have to improvise a tracheotomy with a kitchen knife a la Dr. Benway, and Anne Waldman started praying. Allen Ginsberg said, "Call an ambulance," but Burroughs thought, "Try to get an ambulance on New Year's Eve." Someone tried the Heimlich maneuver, squeezing the diaphragm to force the food up, but that didn't work, and Laszlo was gasping for breath and turning blue in the face. Then they tried the reverse Heimlich above the diaphragm, and the piece of steak loosened and went down. After a short rest downstairs in the bunker, Laszlo returned, joking that it is not nice to die at a party, it is nicer to die at home. By this time, Burroughs had finished the novel he had been working on since 1974, Cities of the Red Night, and had sent a typescript to Brian Geeson to look at. Brian urged him to delete a couple of phrases that he felt would be construed as anti-Semitic, to which Burroughs replied, "As regards the Jew jokes, there is no basis to assume that opinions expressed by a writer's characters are the opinions of the writer. You have a Nazi character, he is going to talk like a Nazi. Look at my other books, Naked Lunch, all a Jew wants to do is diddle a Christian girl. Nova Express, take your ovens with you and pay Hitler on the way out. Nearly got the place hot enough for you Jews, didn't he? Exterminator, and I want to say this to followers of the Jewish religion. We like nice Jews with Jew jokes, so watch yourself Jewboy or we'll cut the rest of it off. In cities, Hitler Jugend boys sing and the dance that they do is enough to kill a Jew. Well, what would one expect from Hitler Jugend boys?" Burroughs told Brian that he had full confidence in his editor, Dick Seaver, who had paid a $25,000 advance. He was, second to Beckett, the most prestigious author that Seaver had brought to his new employer, Holt, Reinhardt and Winston. Anyway, he wasn't writing for the Book of the Month ladies and would lose his present readers if he tried. He was not trying to be a commercial writer, he was trying to be the best writer. He wasn't going to change a scene to sell books or get a review in the New Yorker. Concession was the thin edge of a very thick wedge. At the same time, he assured Brian, he wasn't an anti-Semite at all. With Reagan and these born-again assholes putting in their 2 cents worth, he wrote, us minorities have to stick together. He recalled his embarrassment when someone had said about the New Yorker, smart bunch of kids run that mag. Went to school with them. It took him a while to register that the person had said yids, not kids. From Paris, Brian lamented his lack of success. He didn't have a dealer for his paintings. The art dealers told him he was too avant-garde. They were interested only in art objects they could sell over the phone. On the poetry scene, he wanted to see his songs published, but didn't know who to turn to. His problem was that he didn't work nearly hard enough at his various careers. Any one of them would be flourishing if he devoted full time to it, but he didn't and things slipped away. He should work only at paintings, but went on writing instead. In the bunker, Burroughs was still on heroin, an old junkie with a translucent skin and collapsed veins. Allen Ginsberg tried to connect him with boys, but Burroughs said, "Why would a good-looking kid want to make it with me? I look like something out of Bergen-Belsen." He was back to staring at his big toe, the sluggishness, the lack of interest in anything but the next shot. Addiction was a horror and a bore. He thought of De Quincey's struggle to reduce his laudanum intake to 1 gram a day, which he called weaning from laud. As De Quincey had long ago observed, opiates defeat the steady habit of exertion. Except that in Burroughs' case that was not quite true, for he had started working on his next book, Place of Dead Roads, and found that he could work quite well on heroin. In fact, he worked better with it than without it. Early in 1980, a young man named David Dalton asked Burroughs to contribute an article to a book he was editing to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Rolling Stones. Burroughs agreed, even though he didn't much like their music and thought Mick Jagger was arrogant. But when he got it down on paper, my God, it was dull. Rock and roll music is a sociological phenomenon of unprecedented scope and effect, that sort of thing. Burroughs confided to Victor Bockris that the article didn't work, and Victor, who continued to bring people around, most recently David Bowie and Joe Strummer, the lead singer for The Clash, said he would arrange a dinner at the bunker with Mick Jagger, so that Burroughs could chat with him, and that he would also ask Andy Warhol and the photographer Marcia Resnick. March 9 was the evening of the great face-off between Jagger and Burroughs. Andy Warhol arrived first, soon followed by Marcia Resnick, who began setting up strobe lights, as though she was shooting a movie. Victor told her to stash her lights or she would wreck the evening. Mick arrived in a chauffeur-driven Lincoln sedan with his future bride, Jerry Hall, and another woman. They sat down at the conference table in the bunker's large main room, as Mick fidgeted with suspicion. "What is the purpose of this dinner?" his eyes seemed to be saying. It soon became apparent that he knew nothing about David Dalton's project, so Burroughs brought up his name, to which Warhol responded, "Oh, he's one of my best friends." Glancing warily around, Mick asked why Marcia Resnick was taking pictures. "I'm documenting the event," she responded. Informed about Dalton's book idea, Mick suggested that it could just as well be Andy's 20th anniversary, since Andy must have been doing something for the last 20 years. Bockris, trying to get the evening back on track, said, "I think it would be nice to have dinner regardless of this misunderstanding," to which everyone agreed. "Bill's so great," Andy said, "I'm trying to find some young boys for him." Burroughs then attempted to explain to Mick what he had in mind. His article would say that a book could sell hundreds of thousands of copies, while pop music immediately reached millions of people. Mick, in his surly way, said that television and movies were more effective than rock and roll. Burroughs said that rock music, like the Cultural Revolution, was concerned with confrontation between the performer and the audience. Mick said he thought that was passé. "Aren't you actually paid to confront your audience?" Burroughs asked. "Isn't that what you're doing?" Mick wasn't buying it, and asked, "What is this cultural revolution you're talking about?" Gripping the arms of his chair, and speaking with slow deliberation as if to a backward child, Burroughs said, "Do you realize that 30 or 40 years ago a four-letter word could not appear on a printed page? You're asking what cultural revolution? Holy shit, man, what'd you think we've been doing all these years?" "He's young enough that he doesn't think about it," Andy said. "A lot of people don't think about it." "Pop music was one of the key things in the whole cultural revolution," Burroughs persisted. "Every time they got busted for drugs we got that much closer to decriminalization of pot all over the world because it was becoming a household word." Looking supremely bored, Mick asked, "Is there a phone in this joint?" When he returned from his call, Victor desperately tried to keep the conversation going, asking, "Well, Bill, when did you last see the Rolling Stones?" "Mick's farewell in England at the Roundhouse," Burroughs said. Perhaps recalling that Burroughs had declined to attend his wedding, Mick said rather pointedly that they had only met twice since and had spoken on neither occasion. "I wouldn't say that, Mick," Burroughs said. Then Victor said that Andy had recently been shot and that Burroughs had once shot someone, and Mick asked, "Who did you shoot?" and Burroughs said, "I haven't shot anyone right lately, Mick." Been on my good behavior. Mick got up and said he had to go, and there were perfunctory handshakes and farewells. He had stayed all of 15 minutes. Good riddance, thought Burroughs. He was convinced that Mick had bent over backward to be as obnoxious as possible, pretending to know nothing about the project, as if he was being tricked into something. It was the petulant paranoia of the superstar. In his dull normal mind, he must have equated Burroughs with junk, and since Keith Richards had already had too much publicity in that department, he didn't want Burroughs writing about the Stones. So he had made very sure that he would sabotage the project, and in that he had succeeded. Well, that was one article he wouldn't have to write. A disappointed Bacchus turned on Marcia Resnick. Marcia, you weren't supposed to be taking photographs during the conversation. How can people talk if someone is running around taking photographs the whole time? Burroughs in 1980 continued to find relief in heroin. That April, according to Stu Meyer's journal, he was high one night in the bunker and going on about how fucked up the white race was. They were the only ones who had an army before they had an enemy, he said. The Indians weren't ready but the Anglos were. It was the old game of castle keep. Addiction did not prevent him from giving readings, however, since in most cities he could score, and on April 9 he met James Grauerhaltz in Los Angeles. James was in one of those hexed periods where everything goes wrong. In Lawrence, he had broken his jaw in a fall from his bicycle, and it had to be wired shut for 4 weeks. At his father's place in Coffeyville, he had crushed the tip of his left index finger moving some limestone rocks. In Los Angeles, he reached into his shaving kit and nearly cut off the tip of his right index finger on a loose razor. But all that was trivial compared to his father's collapse. Alvin Grauerhaltz, pillar of the community, vice commander of the American Legion, one-time candidate for lieutenant governor of Kansas, suffered a complete nervous breakdown in February 1980 and was admitted to the psychiatric ward in the Veterans Hospital in Topeka, where he remained 9 months. It developed that there had been some kind of misappropriation of funds in 2 estates that he was managing, and 2 charges of felony theft adding up to $30,000 were filed against him upon his release from the hospital. The trial took place in Coffeyville in the summer of 1981. The attempted defense was insanity, which in Kansas is not a winning strategy. Al Grauerhaltz was convicted, his appeal was rejected, and at the sentencing in 1983 the district judge took a harsh view of his continued refusal to admit that the money had been deliberately stolen. Al insisted that he had borrowed it and intended to replace it. This broken man in his 60s was sentenced to 2 to 6 years in the state pen in Lansing. He served 6 weeks before a new lawyer obtained probation, and is now living in West Texas, still on probation, and sells encyclopedias for a living. The father-son role was reversed. At the age of 28, James became his father's legal guardian, and had to show him the love and guidance one would show a child. He wrapped up his father's law business, liquidated his assets, and returned the $30,000 to the 2 estates. It was a harrowing time, and, as he put it, in spite of the ancient family conditioning, the bile turbines were on full throttle. He felt that he was being pulled apart like taffy, with his father in Topeka, Billy Burroughs in Denver, and Burroughs in New York, each with his critical problem, claiming his attention. Caught up in his father's crisis, James was not monitoring Burroughs' heroin addiction as closely as he would have liked. As Stu Meyer put it, we started taking it, and when the smoke cleared we were on the nod. James was away and the mice were playing. If he had been there none of this would have happened. We needed a stabilizing factor. We fucked up our cash flow. I was a partner in a printing business, and that came to an end, and so did my marriage, and the walls came tumbling down. In what would be remembered as the wild summer of 1980, things got completely out of hand. One night Stu Meyer and Burroughs were out with some Italian heroin dealers in a revved-up red Mustang. The driver was high and the tires were screeching, and Stu was thinking, this is great, there are guns in the car and an ounce of heroin, and old Dominic is doing 70 miles per hour through the East Village, and I'm gonna read about it tomorrow in the Daily News, under the headline Author Arrested with Drug Dealers. So Stu said, take it easy, you'll upset Bill, but Bill was looking out the window and smiling contentedly, not upset at all. It was far too dangerous for Burroughs himself to score in the battle zone of Alphabet City, Avenues A, B, and C, so that Stu and other friends attended to that. Jim Prince, a boyish 25-year-old would-be writer who had become a bunker regular, was sent out on numerous missions. He was slightly built but gracefully feline in a preppy way. Prince would find a message on his answering machine in Burroughs' unmistakable twang, "AHH, the electricity's out, I need 3 light bulbs," which meant 3 bags of heroin. Prince would bring over the smack and Burroughs would open the door before he knocked, saying, "I felt you coming from downstairs." His veins had receded through age and addiction, and he only had 2 good ones left, one in his hand and one in his foot, and since it was his right hand, Prince had to inject him. He didn't mind doing his hand, but every once in a while he would have to do his foot, which made him feel like Nurse Prince. After he'd had his injection, Burroughs would come alive again, and be quite warm and affectionate, and then he would lapse into silence and just sit there and stare. Alphabet City was a jungle, with literally dozens of competing drug crews working out of abandoned buildings. The best time to score, Jim learned, was between 7 and 8 in the morning, where there was a busy traffic of customers on their way to work. He would wait in line with Wall Street types in 3-piece suits, sanitation workers with their garbage trucks parked outside, and mailmen wheeling their canvas bags, all scoring for heroin and cocaine. You got to know a crew, but then you'd hear that down the street the product was better, or they gave a better count, more for your money, and you tried that. One evening Jim went down to score 2 bags, dressed as usual in a sports jacket, shirt, and tie. He walked through a hole in the wall into a room where 5 guys stood in a semicircle. One of them said, "That's him," and the next thing Jim knew, a half-Hispanic and half-Oriental dude dressed in white pants, white shirt, and white bandana had wheeled around and given him a karate kick in the chest. Jim knew that it was all too easy to get killed in a case of mistaken identity, so he picked himself up and started running. He was in fair shape, because before taking heroin he had been running 5 to 10 miles a day. He felt them close behind, he could sense the fingers trying to grab him, and he didn't stop running until he got to First Avenue, the demarcation line between the drug jungle and the rest of the city. Another time, trying out a new crew, he gave his money to the cake taker and was told to climb 6 floors to the roof of the building and walk across a plank to the next building. He found himself on a plank 16 inches wide and 10 feet long, crossing over a 6th-floor drop to concrete and broken glass, the plank trembling beneath his sneakers, and on the other side he was handed the machine-tucked and sealed glass sign envelope of beige powder. He brought the envelope back to Burroughs, who took out the spoon where he cooked the powder, squirted in the water, shot up, and dabbed his hand with cotton. He saved the cottons, saying that if he was ever caught short, at least I got a cotton shot. On the 4th of July, according to Stu Meyer's journal, at a party in the bunker, Burroughs was stoned and made a rambling and disconnected toast, sounding like one of his cut UPS, "I'd like to take this moment to thank George Washington for the utterly bestial strategy of attacking on God's birthday. If you can't win, why play, and if you can't be horrendous, find another game. All right, gentlemen, line up neatly and commence firing." War was a gentleman's game in those days, not like now when it's just an excuse to depopulate areas for moneyed interests. Then it was off to Santa Fe for the D.H. Lawrence Festival, where he was one of the honored guests. At the panel Burroughs was on, the long-winded Leslie Fiedler held the floor, saying that Lawrence had no followers. Burroughs couldn't get a word in, and finally Allen Ginsberg interceded, saying that Burroughs had a point to make. Burroughs said that he had been very influenced by Lawrence's book on Mexico, The Plumed Serpent. His voice dripping with sarcasm, Fiedler said, "I always thought you have been more influenced by Edgar Rice Burroughs than by Lawrence." Well, thought Burroughs, Fiedler's novel, Back to China, had been described by a reviewer as a mire of baloney. Then in August, Burroughs left with John Giorno to attend an international poetry festival in Italy, which was being held on the sands of Castel Porziano near Ostia, the ancient port of Imperial Rome, and which turned out to be a reunion of the counterculture abroad, with Allen Ginsberg, Gregory Corso, Brian Geeson, Anne Waldman, and Leroy Jones. Poets had arrived from all over the world, with Yevtushenko representing the Soviet Union, and were put up at a seaside hotel. The Italians had built a big wooden stage on the beach, with lighting towers, and an estimated 35,000 attended, sitting in the dunes facing the ocean. There was a carnival atmosphere, with vendors circulating through the crowd, and meat grilling over spits. The audience, however, soon grew restive. When an 80-year-old Sicilian poet went on at tiresome length, there were cries of Bastante, enough. With the non-Italians, there was the added problem of translation. Yevtushenko wisely read in Italian, but when Brian Geeson took stage center and read his British bards abroad, John Keats died in Rome, waiting for money from home, he was heckled. Burroughs kept it short, just 2 minutes, which, with translation, came to 4 minutes, and got a good hand. But by the time Giorno came on, the audience had begun filling empty beer cans with sand and hurling them on stage like grenades, and he found himself ducking as well as reading. Then a Russian poet got up and said, "All flags are shit except for the flag of the Soviet Union," which prompted some right-wing disruptors to carry a cauldron of soup onto the stage, as they shouted, "Minestrone, non poesia." Peter Orlovsky, who was known for his strength, single-handedly removed the cauldron amid catcalls, thrown bottles, and fistfuls of sand whipping across the stage. A full-fledged riot was about to erupt when Allen Ginsberg leapt to his feet and with outstretched arms intoned a ceaseless Om. The audience picked it up and calmed down, the multitude was pacified, and the evening was saved. The next day the festival wound up without incident, except that John Giorno suddenly felt the stage begin to tremble and ran to the edge and jumped off, 12 feet into the sand, as it collapsed in a pile of wood and broken glass. It was like a wild scene in a Fellini movie. After the poetry festival, Burroughs went to St. Louis to film scenes of his childhood with the documentary filmmaker Howard Bruckner. Visiting Pershing Avenue, he found an intact 1920s time pocket, with even the posts at Hortense Place that he used to jump from as a boy still the same. His brother, Mort, joked that now that he was wearing a pacemaker he had given up weightlifting. Filmed by Bruckner, Mort said that he had never read his brother's books, finding them gratuitously offensive. When Burroughs was back in the bunker that September of 1980, the heroin problem had to be faced. For some time, a friend of Victor's named Ira Jaffe had been urging him to go on the methadone program. Jaffe, a counselor for the New York State Division of Substance Abuse Services, was convinced that methadone was a solution for Burroughs, because he could take his daily dose and lead a normal life, and not be trapped in the addict subculture, where you were on junk time, and everything was related to scoring and shooting up. Also, with the stuff off the street you never knew what you were getting. It wasn't healthy for a man of Burroughs' age, and too expensive for a man of his limited means. So every time he saw Burroughs, Ira Jaffe mentioned the methadone program, planting the seeds and waiting for them to grow, even though Burroughs insisted that he wasn't addicted, he was just chipping, shooting up occasionally. Methadone was a synthetic morphine invented by the Germans during World War II, when their access to the Turkish opium fields was cut off. You could no more fight a war without morphine than without ammunition. So that in a sense the Third Reich rested on a solid methadone foundation, not to mention the fact that Goering and Goebbels were users. They called it Dolofine, after the Führer's first name. In the 60s, doctors Vincent P. Dole and Marina Swander began treating addicts with methadone, and put together a program that was adopted by the federal government. They found that addicts could be weaned from heroin and morphine by being put on a maintenance dosage of methadone. Critics said all they were doing was replacing one form of addiction with another, which was true in a sense. But when addicts were offered a controlled, low-cost maintenance program, they were removed from the evils of the drug subculture. Under maintenance, they could go to their jobs and take care of their kids. Jaffe kept lobbying for methadone, and at one point asked Burroughs to speak at a workshop at a substance abuse conference at grossing Earths. In New York State, there were 500,000 addicts, but only 35,000 were on methadone. In the 60s, Burroughs had once said that going from heroin to methadone was like switching from whiskey to port wine, but now, at the workshop, he said that methadone was a viable form of treatment. In mid-September, Burroughs wrote Brian Geeson, "My habit is becoming a bit of a problem and I may go on a very exclusive and discreet maintenance program. Whatever the cost, it has been worth it to stop drinking. Drink has been for me a real curse, and what a relief it is not to wake up not remembering how I got home or what I said last night. Of course, ideally I should be able to put down both junk and alcohol." The exclusive program that Ira Jaffe found for Burroughs was the methadone clinic operated by Dr. Harvey Carcuse. What a name for a drug abuse doctor, thought Burroughs, at 27 East 92nd Street. Dr. Carcuse had an illustrious clientele that supposedly included a U.S. senator and a network anchorman. He catered to a whole stratum of attaché case junkies. You could after all be an addict and a gentleman, De Quincey had contributed to Tory journals. The beauty of methadone maintenance was that it was cheap, $28 a week, and it wasn't time-consuming, for all he had to do was go to the clinic for his weekly dose. Also, it gave you a nice buzz. You could feel it in the back of the neck and the thighs, and it lasted about 6 hours. The only side effect was that it cut down your sex drive, which to Burroughs didn't matter that much anymore. Thus came to an end the nearly 2-year run of The Bunker Follies, a comedy drama with a resident headliner on daily display, a supporting cast of street junkies, cameos by famous players brought around by stage manager Victor Bacchus, a shooting gallery set, and an enticing aura of illegality. Burroughs settled down once again to a quieter life of writing and occasional readings, having had his last fling with Lady H. In October, he went to Lawrence for a reading that James had arranged, and got a standing ovation when he spoke out against Jerry Falwell and his moron majority. He was taking every opportunity to castigate the born-agains. He found that he liked Lawrence, a small college town surrounded by hills and rivers almost exactly in the geographical center of the country. It was calm, it was quiet, it was cheap. You could live on $300 a month. He was staying in an apartment in a rundown, dead-end street by the railroad tracks, with weeds growing through cobblestones, and vacant lots, and houses that had an air of partial occupancy. There was no noise except train whistles. He adored the ghostly, deserted atmosphere, which prodded his imagination. He would write about the different species that inhabited these semi-vacant houses. Some were odor eaters, while others were eye eaters, that is, they ate images, a car accident for an appetizer, while excreting a slag heap of old photos. He would be quite content to settle down in Lawrence, he thought, and even looked at a house with oak floors and paneling, 3 bedrooms and a big modern kitchen, on a third of an acre lot with 4 big trees, for the reasonable price of $29,000. Yeah, he wrote Brian Geeson, that place in Kansas could be a nice spot for old age, feeding your goldfish in the evening in the garden pool, bats and fireflies. Back in New York in November, he wondered what would happen now that Reagan and the moron majority were in. All ruinous disorders follow us disquietly to our graves, in the words of Shakespeare. The snippy old black queen at the methadone clinic said, "We'll just have to wait and see what happens." The new year, 1981, found him in the best shape he had been in for some time. He was off heroin, he had some money in the bank, and Cities of the Red Night was about to be published. He wrote Alan Anson on January 28 that he was living in one of the most congenial locations I have ever inhabited. "I call it the bunker because there are no windows and the walls are 3 feet thick, and 3 doors between me and the street with an armed guard downstairs during the day. I keep fantastically busy. In addition to writing, I make about 20 reading appearances a year with miscellaneous talks and lectures to piece out the odds. Things like that I wouldn't do unless I needed the money, but I enjoy doing it, and it is no doubt good for my character, like cooking. As the reviews of cities started coming in, however, he was irked by what seemed to be the betrayal of a former friend and ally, Anthony Burgess, who, writing in the Saturday Review, said that Burroughs' cupboard of symbols is not well stocked and he becomes rather monotonous. When we have pederastic thrusts on every page, we soon begin to yawn. Sexual strangulation is a recurrent, and soon boring, theme. What Burroughs needs is a theology. Blake was a far greater fantasist, and he demonstrated that no poet is big enough to create his own. That bastard Anthony Burgess, who has become a fucking Catholic, gave me a terrible review, he wrote Brian Geeson. Maybe I'll get to review his next book. M.R. Burgess seems to be as inexhaustibly prolific as a warren of rabbits. But what has happened to the freshness and humor that made A Clockwork Orange such an exhilarating experience? To balance Burgess, there was an excellent review from another prominent English writer, J.G. Ballard, who called him the first mythographer of the mid-20th century, and the lineal successor to James Joyce, to whom he bears more than a passing resemblance. Exile, publication in Paris, undeserved notoriety as a pornographer, and an absolute dedication to the word. His novels are the first definitive portrait of the inner landscape of our mid-century, using its unique language and manipulative techniques, its own fantasies and nightmares. Cities of the Red Night was the first of a trilogy of novels written in straight narrative style, and linked by one central idea: the author, dissatisfied with the state of mankind, would rewrite history, inventing a society more to his liking. As Burroughs put it, I parachute my characters behind enemy lines in time. Their mission is to correct retroactively certain fatal errors at crucial turning points in human history. It was a brave attempt to write himself out of the human condition, which he felt was intolerable. The Spark for Cities was a thriller by James Jones, set on the island of Spitzai, which Burroughs had visited in 1973, called A Touch of Danger. Burroughs liked the detective story form, which was adaptable to any quest, and he thought up a private asshole called Clem Snide, who was on a missing person case. Then Stephen Lowe came along with his research on gay pirates, and this became another strand in the book. For there had been, in the 17th century, a Captain Mission who had established a short-lived libertarian colony on the island of Madagascar. This was just what Burroughs was looking for, in his yearning to recapture the right to live where you want, with companions of your choosing, under laws to which you agree. So the adventure of a band of homosexual pirates, in their ship the Great White, a reference to Melville, became a parallel plot to the story of Clem Snide. A third theme was that of the cities themselves, imaginary cities located in the Gobi Desert 100,000 years ago, the names of which were magic words that Brian Geeson had once taught him, saying, if you want to get to the bottom of something, you should repeat these words before going to sleep. The city of Wakdas is in the grip of a cholera epidemic, which turns out to be a virus that is sexual in origin, very much like the present AIDS epidemic, although Burroughs wrote the book before there was any talk of AIDS. In Tamagis, a walled city of red adobe, there are nightly public hangings. B'Adan, the oldest spaceport on planet Earth, has been taken over by gunslingers, while the city of Yaswada is a matriarchy run by a hereditary empress. The red night of the title is caused by a falling meteor, which lights up the sky and causes mutations in the inhabitants. To indicate that he was now writing in a mainstream narrative tradition, Burroughs opened the book in the style of a Graham Greene novel. Farnsworth, the district health officer, is the typical Greene protagonist, the bad Catholic with a mission he doesn't really believe in. He was a man so grudging in what he asked of life that every win was a loss, one of the rare instances of a psychological observation in a Burroughs novel, which are notable for their lack of character development. As Burroughs puts it, they don't develop, they are just there. They are mythological characters, fairy story characters. So with a tip of the old fedora to Graham Greene, Burroughs appears to be signaling that he is at last writing a conventional novel with characters and a plot. But the Graham Greene opening is a trompe-l'oeil, for soon the novel starts time traveling, and we are back in 1702, with Noah Blake, the son of a Boston gunsmith, who has signed on with a pirate ship. This is one of the things that boys do in adventure books, they leave home and go to sea. It is as though Burroughs' view of human freedom had been fixed at an early age, by reading books like Treasure Island and 2 Years Before the Mast. Along with time travel, there are various instances of cloning and identity switching. The young man that Clem Snide is looking for instance, is found decapitated, but his missing head later turns up on the body of another character. The book switches back and forth between the pirate community in 1702 and the contemporary detective story. The pirates establish an outpost in Panama, where they fight the Spanish colonial power and govern themselves under a set of articles: no man may be imprisoned for debt. No man may enslave another. No man may be subjected to torture. No man may interfere with the sexual practices of another. No man may be put to death except for violation of the articles. Clem Snide, in the meantime, hot on the trail, discovers that the missing person case is part of a diabolical conspiracy to wipe out the planet with a virus. We are living in dangerous times. Eventually, characters from past and present mingle in the mythical cities, which are at war. There is not only time traveling but space traveling, to such an extent that some of the characters get star-tanned. The book ends with the destruction of the cities of the Red Knight. The only survivor is Audrey Carson's, the author's alter ego, who can write his way out. The author's point of view, as stated repeatedly by Burroughs, is that of the old man of the mountain, Hassan I Sabah: nothing is true, everything is permitted. Every taboo that is broken, every act of outrage that is committed, is a justifiable act of insurrection against a bankrupt system of morality. Whatever his characters are doing, Burroughs seems to be saying, the actual conditions on the planet, created by the villains and morons in power, are worse. Is it possible to write one's way out? Can a book alter reality, or find the escape route? Burroughs ends on a melancholy note. All that he has been able to do is blow a hole in time with a firecracker. Let others step through. Into what? Bigger and better firecrackers. Better weapons lead to better and better weapons, until the earth is a grenade with the fuse burning. I remember a dream of my childhood. I am in a beautiful garden. As I reach out to touch the flowers, they wither under my hands. A nightmare feeling of foreboding and desolation comes over me as a great mushroom-shaped cloud darkens the earth. A few may get through the gate in time. Like Spain, I am bound to the past. And yet, despite its gloomy conclusion, Cities of the Red Knight is certainly the most compelling and inventive of Burroughs' books since Naked Lunch. Reading it is not unlike playing a pinball machine, with the various characters being flicked hither and yon by the flippers, and bouncing off the brightly lit posts, and taking unexpected routes, and finally vanishing down the chute at the bottom on the machine, as on the glass screen above it the different settings light up in garish cartoon colors. Dick Seaver, who published Cities for Holt, Reinhardt and Winston in 1981, thought it was a major book, and spent a lot of time on it with Burroughs and with James Grower Halts, who did a major editing job. Seaver liked working with Burroughs, who never pulled rank or showed off his erudition. He could have enlarged his audience tenfold had he been willing to make concessions. Middle America was not going to put up with all this homosexual stuff and the hanging scenes. And yet, Seaver was sure that one day a whole generation of academics were going to have a field day with his books. Already one critical study had been published, The Algebra of Need, by Eric Mottram, and Jenny Skirl, a professor at Skidmore, was working on another one. Cities sold 20,000 copies in hardcover, which was very good for Burroughs, and fellow publishers, who were not habitually generous with their praise, wrote to say congratulations on having brought Burroughs back to life. There had been a feeling in the publishing world that Burroughs was in hibernation, even though he kept producing books during his New York years, In fact, he produced so many that Mary McCarthy told Brian Geeson that he was writing too much. In the 70s, there was a scattering of short works published by small presses. Cobblestone Gardens, Cherry Valley, 1976, which was drawn in part from the first draft of Naked Lunch, and in which he addressed his feelings about his parents in the cut-up style. Apuk is Here, Calder, 1979, a Mayan caper in which the evil Mr. Hart discovers the lost books of the Mayans in his search for immortality and murders his fellow explorer to keep the secrets to himself. Blade Runner, a movie, Blue Wind, 1979. A science fiction screenplay exploring the coming medical care crisis, which showed Burroughs at his most Archie Bunkerish. It's about plain middle-class middle-income Joe, the $15,000 a year boy, sweating out 2 jobs, IRS wringing the moonlit dollars out of him to keep the niggers and the spics on welfare and Medicare so they can keep their strength to mug his grandmother, rape his sister, and bugger his 10-year-old son. The Book of Breathing, Blue Wind Press, 1980, a short text showing that there is no relation between a word and its meaning, and illustrated by Robert F. Gale. Burroughs was asleep in the bunker on March 3 when James received the call that Billy was dead. James waited until he was up and dressed and had taken his morning tea before breaking the news. It was not a surprise. Billy had been one of the walking dead for some time. Burroughs got up and went into his room and closed the door. He hardly had time to grieve before leaving on a strenuous 3-week publicity tour through Indiana, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Missouri. Aside from book signing events, he and John Giorno read in punk rock clubs, where the audiences were small but enthusiastic. That summer of 1981 Burroughs spent 6 weeks in Lawrence with James. He liked the town even more on his second visit, in contrast to the bustle and expense of New York, and began to think again of settling there. One day the temperature dropped 10 degrees and the sky turned green-black like the sky in El Greco's view of Toledo. It was a Kansas twister. He listened for tornado warnings, ready to head for the basement with a sledgehammer and a crowbar, as the radio advised in case you were trapped, but the tornado did not touch his neighborhood. It struck Gaslight Village, a trailer camp on the outskirts of town, and took out the Kmart at 31st and Iowa. Hailstones the size of lemons fell on his porch. In mid-August, he did a 2-week teaching stint in Boulder, where he found His Holiness drinking on top of an ulcer. Then there was a 2-week gig in Los Angeles and San Francisco with Laurie Anderson, whom Burroughs considered a remarkable performer, and who promised to become the only genuine pop star to have come out of the avant-garde. When they got back to the bunker in September there was a notice in their mailboxes that rents in the building would be doubled. Burroughs was paying $355, which would climb to $710. Giorno, according to his custom, which was to set problems aside for a time, put the letter away. But that afternoon, James came to tell him, "We've made a momentous decision. William and I have had a long talk about the rent increase and we've decided it's the will of the gods. And William is going to move out to Lawrence." Giorno thought it was a mistake to make such a snap decision. Burroughs should have asked himself, "What is threatening me?" and found a way to deal with it. Giorno went on a rent strike, and the increase was declared illegal, and the rents were frozen. So for Burroughs it was premature to say that he was leaving New York because it was too expensive when he could have stayed for the same rent. The truth was, Giorno thought, that James wanted Burroughs in Lawrence. In New York, James was a small fish in a big pond, and he was happier out of the city, and he wanted Burroughs out of the city, too. John felt bereft. It had been a joy to have Burroughs there, and it was a disappointment to lose him. But at the same time he realized that Burroughs, approaching old age, was carrying the idea of the expatriate to Kansas. He would make it his own, as he had done with Tangier, Paris, London, and so many other places. He was moving back to his native Midwest and the virtues of small-town life. After living out of a suitcase he wanted to own a house and land. He was 2 years away from 70, and in your 70s you slowed down. The bunker in the last 2 years had been the scene of endless amounts of heroin and cocaine, so that going to Kansas was the correct move. James was the nanny and Stu Meyer and Victor Bacchus and James Prince were the tempters, and, as in any morality play, the nanny had won out over the tempters. Before leaving for Lawrence, Burroughs had one final performance to attend to. He had fans among the Saturday Night Live writers, one of whom convinced producer Dick Ebersol to let him read on the program. But in dress rehearsal, Ebersol found Burroughs boring and dreadful, and ordered that his time slot be cut from 6 to 3.5 minutes. The writers, however, conspired to let his performance stand as it was, and on November 7, he kicked off the show, sitting behind a desk, the lighting giving his face a sepulchral gauntness. "The hospital lavatory has been locked for 3 hours solid," he read. "I think they are using it as an operating room. Nurse, I can't find her pulse, doctor. Dr. Benway, cardiac arrest." He looks around and picks up a toilet plunger, and advances on the patient. "Make an incision, Dr. Lymph," he says to his appalled assistant. "I'm going to massage the heart." Among writers, Burroughs had positioned himself as the great outsider, but on the night of November 7 he had reached the position where the actress Lauren Hutton could introduce him to an audience of 100 million viewers as America's greatest living writer. 21. Lawrence. 1981 to 1988. When Burroughs moved to Lawrence at the end of 1981, he felt sure he had done the right thing. The first house he rented was in the country, and that was fine, even though he did not drive, for James did the shopping, and he had his cat Rusky and the great outdoors for target practice, and was happier than he had been in New York. The one thing he missed was his old friends, and in May he wrote Brian Geeson, who was settled in Paris, urging him to come to Lawrence. "If you were here," he said, "James and I could get bookings for readings and talks. After all, we've been doing it for 8 years. 6 or 7 readings and you can realize few thou enough to look around. We could set you up here for half the price of NYC. I know you think of Kansas as Nowheresville and think I am caught up in nostalgia. Really it is the other way around. The whole concept of place is dead and it's nostalgia to cling to it. Time was every creative person had to be in Paris, London, New York, etc. That's all over and done with. Went out when the jets came in. I am the cat that walks alone. And to me all Hiltons are alike. It simply isn't worth paying double to be in NYC. So I found a place that is cheap, comfortable, and where I can work." All this prattle from John Giorno and Felicity Mason, an old friend of Brian's, about me being an urban person. Neither of them hit on the important fact about urban living, the continual stream of second attention awareness. Every license plate, street sign, passing strangers, are saying something to you. Brian replied that he had told people he had come to Paris to die and now felt he had to live up to it. He was getting to be one of the old Parisians, sought after as a witness, like the people in Warren Beatty's movie Reds. Financially, Brian added, "I am in ruins. Everyone I know sneers at me, saying, 'You always say that.' If I do, it's true. I'm spending the last of the Swiss money from the sale of the Burroughs archive. What I am writing now will never sell. I am short of breath and take some pills which make my hands shake. I am deeply depressed. Despite all this, I have the gall to be forming a group with young Raimuncho Mata, the rock and roll musician son of the Chilean surrealist Mata, on guitar." Burroughs could sympathize with Brian, for in 1982, despite the money saved by living in Lawrence, he, too, was broke. That summer he was so short of the ready that he had to hawk his Colt .45 for $200. Then Peter Matson bailed him out with a $2,000 loan, and his editor Dick Seaver came through with a $5,000 advance on the whole trade paperback edition of Cities of the Red Night, which was pure largesse on Seaver's part, as no advance was due. Later that year, Seaver advanced $12,500 on signature for Place of Dead Roads, with $12,500 more due on delivery. There was other money from a lithographic collaboration with Robert Rauschenberg and from retroactive Social Security benefits. Burroughs was able to make the down payment on a one-story house he had bought on Leonard Street for $36,000. His monthly mortgage payment was only $300. But there was never enough money, what with keeping himself and James and the office, and in the fall he hit the road again for readings. Back in Lawrence in November 1982, Burroughs moved into his house, feeling like a true member of the Midwestern tax-paying middle class with his front porch and his backyard and his almost an acre lot on a quiet tree-shaded street. He caught up on his correspondence, which consisted largely of the odd requests that people make of those they consider famous. There were quite a few letters beginning, "Please excuse me if I allow myself to make a claim on your precious time." A fifth grader from East Sandwich, Massachusetts, asked for a class report, "Do you believe in God?" J. Shannon, a graduate student at Concordia University in Montreal, whose assignment was to write one of the beats and get an answer, said, "I keep imagining you in a male whorehouse in Tangier or superciliously studying your sock somewhere." "No," Burroughs replied, "I do not live in a Tangier seraglio fanned with ostrich plumes by nude Arab youths. I live in a small house on a tree-lined street in Lawrence, Kansas, with my beloved cat Rusky. My hobbies are hunting, fishing, and pistol practice." One fan addressed his letter to the master of all puss. Raymond Longley wrote from England, "You are truly God and I have been rewarded," to which Burroughs replied, "You got me wrong, Raymond, I am but a humble practitioner of the scrivener's trade. God. Not me. I don't have the qualifications. Old Sarge told me years ago, don't be a volunteer, kid. God is always trying to foist his lousy job onto someone else. You gotta be crazy to take it." Just a tech sergeant in the Shakespeare squadron. There were requests for interviews, some refused, some granted. One interviewer, Charles Platt, reported that Burroughs turns out to be almost as difficult to talk to as I feared. He is polite and perfectly willing to tolerate my presence, but many of his remarks are dismissively brief, as if the questions bore him. He smokes a succession of Players Navy-cut cigarettes, moves his hands and arms in awkward nervous mannerisms, fidgets in his chair, and several times gets up, walks to and fro, then sits back down again while he continues talking. He's nearing 70 and the years show in the lines in his face, but he has a powerful assertive voice. Typically, he makes a brief categorical statement, then stops and regards me with his pale eyes as if waiting to see if I really intend to ask any more dumb questions. Burroughs had come to Lawrence for peace and quiet, as opposed to the commotion and menaces of New York, but that February of 1983 he discovered that Lawrence had menaces of its own. A few blocks up the street was the campus of Haskell Junior College, which had a student body of Indians. People who lived near Haskell built high fences, and posted signs that said no trespassing or police will be called, because when Uncle Milty's bar closed at 11:30 they wandered forth flown with beer and insolence, and if you left your door open some Indian would wander in and ask, "Where's the party?" and the next thing you knew he'd be looking through your refrigerator for beer. Everybody in the neighborhood had a drunken Indian story. One cold night at around 11:30, he was in bed when there was a knock on the door, and when Burroughs opened it a crack, this huge brawny Indian, who was obviously feeling no pain, shouldered his way in and asked, "Where's your daughter?" "I don't have a daughter," Burroughs said, "you must have the wrong address." "I'll just check it out," the huge Indian said, licking his lips and throwing wild glances around the room. "Oh, Jesus, this is bad," Burroughs thought. "If I have to, I'll go into the bedroom and get my gun, and I'll say, 'Look, don't make me use this,' and if he says, 'I'm gonna take that gun away from you and shove it up your ass,' I'll shoot him in the leg." "Look, I don't have a daughter," Burroughs repeated. "Yes you do," the Indian drunkenly insisted. "No," Burroughs said, "my daughter and my wife died years ago." In fact, his stepdaughter, Julie, was married and living in upstate New York, but Burroughs had not been in touch with her for years. I'm just an old man alone with his cats. The Indian focused his eyes for a good look at this stooped, frail old man in pajamas with wisps of whitish hair over his ears and sagging pouches under the eyes and said, "Hey, you are old, Dad, you're gettin' old all right." "Yes, yes," Burroughs said, playing the part of the ancient. "Yes, I'm just an old man alone in his house." Soon the Indian became so apologetic he was almost in tears. As he left he said, "Let's shake hands," and they did some sort of slap me five, hand in hand out hippie handshake, and then the Indian was gone. His parting words were, "Remember we're out there and you're in here." The next day Burroughs had a deadbolt installed. No sooner was the Indian incident forgotten than Burroughs was shaken by the death of his brother, Mort, at the age of 73, and he flew to St. Louis in February with James for the funeral. He had seen very little of Mort over the years, and they disagreed on every subject, and Mort couldn't read his books, but Burroughs experienced an undeniable physical impact. There were about 12 people at the funeral, and they all recited the Lord's Prayer. He couldn't stay for the burial because he had a plane to catch, but he wrote Miggy about his belief in an afterlife. It did tend to cheer people up, he found, coming from such an improbable source. He refrained from adding that visits from the dead were not always an unmixed blessing, and that death did not necessarily mellow a shrewish nature. Mort's death brought back the guilt that Burroughs felt about his family. "My parents gave me a hell of a lot," he reminded himself, "and I gave them fuck all. There's no use pussyfooting around when you know you've been a miserable bastard. My mother always knew when I was on junk, but she never lectured me, except to say, 'You look terrible, you look just like your Uncle Horace.' When he came into the room it was like somebody else had just left." At 202 Sanford Avenue when Billy was arrested, drinking old fashions with mother each day at 4. I walk out to the end of a sandy road by the sea to wait for 4 o'clock. One day mother came in with a bag full of paregoric bottles just lying around for the narcs to find. I took the bag to Lake Worth and threw it in with a stone ballast. Outside the house waiting for a taxi to the airport. My mother's kind, unhappy face. The last time I ever saw her. Really a blessing, she's been ill for some time. Too late. One night in Price Road I went down to the icebox, wretchedly unhappy, no sex no work. Dad was there eating something, I could hear his inner voice pleading for love and I looked at him with cold hate and I saw him wither under my eyes and I muttered, "Hello." Looking back now I feel an ache in my chest and I reach out, "Dad, Dad, Dad." Too late, always too late. Mistakes too monstrous. Anyone who has not made such mistakes, young lawyer never botched a case, young doctor never killed a patient, I trust them little in the commerce of the soul. Another death that affected him at that time was that of Tennessee Williams. How pointless and undistinguished to have choked on a bottle cap, he thought, no doubt he was lying on his back with his head tilted back. He remembered Tennessee in Paris, saying he was desperately ill. They had told him at the American hospital in Paris that he had hepatitis and mononucleosis. "I have never heard of either of those disorders," he said. "Really, 10, Burroughs said, "at age 30, you've never heard of hepatitis? Or mono, the kissing disease?" In Rome, he complained that he spoke no Italian. Burroughs told him, "All you have to say is dubvi, where you headed, and quanto costa, how much?" 10 was such a histrionic queen, always dying and writing "the jig is up" in his journal. But you had to admire his enthusiasm for the pleasures of the flesh. Redheads have that wonderful skin full of pearly tints. It gave him something to live for. Tommy would not turn over, but one evening he smiled sheepishly and said, "M.R. Williams, if you'd like you can bugger me tonight." On the Queen Mary, 10 and Truman went down the first-class corridors and picked up the gentlemen's shoes set out for shining, mixing them up and setting them doors from their proper places. On April Fool's Day it rained like the biblical deluge, and his basement, where he had stored 150 boxes of papers and books, was flooded. But in Lawrence people helped one another, and half a dozen friends showed up for the rescue operation, with the result that only 31 boxes were soaked. In May, Burroughs went to New York to be inducted into the American Academy and Institute of Arts and Letters. He had finally made it at the age of 69. Now he would be able to listen to Virgil Thomson snore. As Somerset Maugham had once pointed out, longevity was the most valuable attribute a writer could possess. He just hoped he wouldn't overdo it, like Maugham and Churchill, who had lived into their senile 90s. So come drunks and drug takers, come perverts unnerved, receive the laurel given, though late, on merit, to whom and wherever deserved. Parochial punks, trimmers, nice people, joiners, true blues, get the hell out of the way of the laurel. It is deathless and it is not for you. What a métier was writing, Burroughs reflected. My attic room in St. Louis opens onto a New York loft, from which I step into a tangier street. We writers are tidier, we fade out in firefly evenings, a prom, and a distant train whistle. We live in a maid opening a boiled egg for a long ago convalescent. We live in the snow on Ian's grave falling softly like the descent of their last end on all the living and the dead. We live in the green light at the end of Daisy's dock, in the last and greatest of human dreams. Beckett gave me the greatest compliment by saying, "Well, he's a writer. This means the real job of exploration. Someone who has been there and brought it back. You have to write in present time so that what you write actually happens. Not like Mishima writing about harakiri and then doing it. Anybody can write and then he shot himself and shoot himself. I'm talking about someone who writes and then he was shot and is himself shot by someone else. Hemingway chose his life. Mom chose his life. I chose my work. What I would give now to go back and be a war correspondent in Vietnam. I was too busy writing. I missed my chance for real action and danger which I never had. Well, there is just so much of the real stuff the muses can wring out of you, and when they have got it all they leave you with nothing. Was it worth it? I don't know. So Gilmore, you want to be a great writer? All right, I will tell you why you never will be. The reason you can never be a great writer is because you're a check dodger. Remember at the San Remo you invited some people to our table and stuck me with the check? Remember the bar where you kept ordering drinks and then walked out? You think you can get away with that shit? You pay or you get nothing. You can't dodge the muse's check. The muse don't like Welshers. A writer becomes a writer by paying. I gave it all I had and there's nothing left. What happened to Paul Bowles? He wrote out of his own fear and then the fear left him. Now it's folklore at best, at worst fake folklore. Well, Paul, we expected more of you after the sheltering sky and let it come down. A lot more. We didn't get it. What happened, Paul? Speak. Kerouac knew long before I did that the fictional version is the real one. But Jack, I'm not rich. You are in my book. He decided I had a trust fund and that was that. Can I perhaps then take a liberty and implant the memory of Rainbow Jack's French-Canadian bean soup? Under a rainbow, by a mountain lake, a lumberjack is holding up a can of soup, on the label of which the same scene is repeated. A picture of a picture of a picture, like barbershop mirrors. And now he has a park named after him. In San Francisco, where he continued to operate the thriving City Lights bookstore, the poet Lawrence Ferlinghetti reflected that Burroughs joining the Academy was another nail in the counterculture's coffin. Where was the counterculture in the meretricious, money-grubbing age of Reagan, the age of insider trading and children turning in their parents for drug use? The counterculture was by a pool in L.A., sunning itself. It wasn't with the rock groups or with Bob Dylan, who hadn't rocked the boat in a long time. Allen Ginsberg had become the establishment. He had a 3-inch thick volume of his collected poems about to be published by Harper & Row in hardcover. And he, too, was in the American Academy, hobnobbing with the Schlesingers and the Galbraiths. He was really at the top of the heap. It was the beatification of Allen Ginsberg. Alan was saying things these days like the Beat Generation was never political, and Ferlinghetti thought back to that day when he had gone to the first reading of Howl and been knocked out by it, and had sent Alan a telegram that said, "I greet you at the start of a great career." How could you read Howl without a political interpretation? When Alan came back from India he said that socialism had failed, and he made disparaging remarks about the Sandinistas in Nicaragua. Ferlinghetti could see that he and Alan had reached a parting of the ways politically. As for Burroughs, his worldview was post-Orwellian, it was based on international conspiracies, and he continued to be radical even though he wasn't overtly political. But when the two principal surviving beat writers joined the Academy, Ferlinghetti thought, it only served to prove Marcuse's view that the dominant culture in a capitalistic society has a tremendous capacity to absorb outsiders, to ingest its own dissident elements. Naked Lunch, once banned, was now on college curriculums. In other countries there was no free speech, while in America you could say anything you wanted but no one paid any attention. The radical artist went into the ring to slug it out with bourgeois society, and found that he was punching a tar baby, which unperturbed by his blows, stuck to him and enveloped him with its blandishments of success and fame. It was what Tom Wolfe and Joni Mitchell called the boho dance. Ferlinghetti had published the poetry of Allen Ginsberg and Gregory Corso in his pocketbook series, which had started in the 50s with Rex Roth and a bunch of writers that no one else would publish, but as the years went by, fewer and fewer manuscripts came in that could qualify. Ferlinghetti kept looking for something that would carry forward the so-called movement, but nothing came in, and finally he decided to end the series, because you couldn't publish a movement that didn't exist anymore. A friend of his, a tenured professor at the University of California at San Diego and a one-time colleague of Marcuse's, had been very active in the 60s in teach-ins and anti-war demonstrations, and in 1968 he was busted when he tapped a Marine recruiter on campus with a rolled newspaper. Now, in the 80s, he was still a boat rocker, and after reading something in the paper that infuriated him, he had spray-painted Reagan murderer on the side of one of the campus buildings, on his way to class, and some students came up and took the can of paint away from him and called the campus police. It was a total reversal of the generational roles, with the yuppie students turning in the counterculture professor. The campus police came to his class and said, "You're under arrest, will you please come with us?" and he told them, no, they would have to carry him off, so that his students could see democracy in action. In the story of his friend, thought Ferlinghetti, was summed up the life and death of the counterculture, from the end of World War II until the 80s, roughly a 35-year lifespan, with a glorious decade in the 60s. But now the work no longer shocked or disturbed, and there were no new dissidents, with the possible exception of the Vietnam vets, victims of Agent Orange and the like, in whom there was a seething rage that might express itself through the written word, but aside from that, one could say of the counterculture, rest in peace. Burroughs and Ginsberg did not agree with Ferlinghetti that by joining the institute they were being co-opted by the establishment. Ginsberg felt that he was infiltrating the institute as a subversive and could work within it to change it, to bring in friends like the poets Robert Creeley and Gary Snyder, and to obtain grants for hard-up friends like Gregory Corso. Burroughs did not recognize the existence of an establishment, and, as the great pariah of American literature, felt that any form of inclusion was an asset in helping him to compose the facade of respectability that he presented to the world. Thus, he was glad to belong to the Institute, and wore its purple and gold rosette in the buttonhole of his lapel on formal occasions. Norman Mailer, another boat rocker, recalled that when he had been elected he had written the Academy a nasty letter asking whether Henry Miller was a member, but the reply came back that Henry Miller certainly was a member. He came to understand that the establishment worked on the same principle as if you had 8 people living in an apartment, who gathered all their clothing together and tossed it into one huge bureau, and then you photographed the bureau, as though by the act of photographing it you were bringing order to its contents, and that was the purpose the establishment filled, just by everybody being there. Mailer was all for accepting awards and prizes, In fact, he was guilty of saying that Sartre should not have refused the Nobel, but at the same time you had to be aware of the price that once you joined the club some of the fire went out of you. James Grauerholtz thought that the process of co-option described by that guru of 60s radicals Herbert Marcuse was actually more of a two-way street. In the process of ingesting its rebellious avant-garde, society first got an upset stomach, and then took on aspects of what it had swallowed. It was ironic that there came a point in an artist's life when he seemed to be accepted, so much so that some of his old comrades accused him of selling out, while in fact he was barely accepted by the book-buying public, and could only survive by added exertions, still compensated at the avant-garde rates his publishers deemed adequate. After a week in New York for his induction and visits with friends, Burroughs was glad to be back in Lawrence that June. James, however, was going through one of his self-doubt phases. He was by then living with a friend from New York, Ira Silverberg, a young man with a pronounced social gift. He later worked the door of the VIP room in the Limelight nightclub and became head of the publicity department at Grove Press, who was taking classes at the university. On July 2, 1983, James wrote Danny Bloom, with whom he had remained friends, "I went through a period of panic over my life commitment to William yesterday, but then came to realize that an investment's an investment, and it were premature to bail out before the time were right. Bill is in good shape all in all, working and writing madly day and night." Having gotten that off his chest, James was ashamed at having described his relationship with Burroughs as an investment. What he meant was not investment but involvement, both psychic and emotional. Even though he sometimes felt trapped, he knew that the higher you climbed a hill, the more you could not give up and go back down. You didn't quit near the top. And in any case, Burroughs was family, he wasn't someone you could leave. The biographer had expected flat prairie on the 40-mile drive from the Kansas City airport to Lawrence that summer of 1983, but instead there were rolling hills planted with corn and cows grazing in green pastures. The biographer thought of Burroughs as essentially a city dweller, needing the seedy underside that cities produce to feel at ease, the Bowery in New York, the Beat Hotel in Paris, the Saco Chico in Tangier, and could not imagine him in a college town of 50,000, having assumed that Burroughs detested the neighborly, homespun, small-town aspects of Midwestern life. Of course, Lawrence did have a literary tradition of sorts. Frank Harris, the author of My Life and Loves, one of the great autobiographies in the Chaucerian vein of ribald frankness, had arrived there in 1873 at the age of 18 and remained several years, making it the site of his first amorous escapades. The black poet Langston Hughes had grown up in Lawrence from 1909 to 1915, arriving when he was 7 to live with his grandmother on Alabama Street, at the foot of the hill where the university stood, and leaving when he was 13. Frank Harris discovered sex in Lawrence, and Langston Hughes discovered segregation. Black schoolboys could not join the Boy Scouts or swim in the YMCA pool or play on school teams, and the Petit Theater on Massachusetts Avenue had a sign that said "No colored admitted." And now Burroughs had settled there, after a lifetime of roaming the cities of the world, and had bought a house and land. On the first of his many trips to tape Burroughs in his new home, the biographer wondered what kind of mess he had got himself into agreeing to write a book about a friend. The biographer knew that in his work he was capable of suspending all personal feelings and of approaching his subject with a clinical attitude. He would go where the material took him, without trimming or hedging or leniency. He knew in any case that Burroughs wanted an honest book. The truth coin would not tarnish in his hand. He viewed his past with detachment and bafflement, wondering what had possessed him on occasion to act the way that he had, but was disinclined to present a sanitized version, as if hoping that absolution might follow confession. The biographer had known Burroughs since 1972, when he had met him in London through Brian Geeson. There had been an immediate current of sympathy, reinforced over the years. There was something self-invented about Burroughs that the biographer found appealing. He did not derive from any previously existing model. If you asked yourself who he was like, as a writer and as a man, you could not find any comparable person. his humor, his ideas, always provocative, however wrong-headed they might sometimes seem, the tone of his discourse, his way of presenting himself to the world, were entirely his own, entirely original. Burroughs was refreshing in an age of mass-produced personality types, bogus conviviality, buffoonery passing for wit, and conversation as flat as the sidewalk. One also sensed that his refusal to conform to a more acceptable social type, in the great American tradition of go along to get along, had been maintained at the cost of much suffering and loneliness. The biographer knew that Burroughs in his childhood had suffered a critical psychic wound. A child's innocence had been blunted and brutalized by an early experience. From that moment on, he had been convinced that others saw him as peculiar. Instead of trying to adapt to the norm, he adopted a call me a dog and I'll bark attitude. He would become what he was accused of being, with a vengeance, and turn his impediments into strengths. The sympathy between the biographer and Burroughs was not based on any similarity, for the two could not have been more different. In fact, when the biographer had interviewed Irving Rosenthal, who was still operating his commune in the Mission District of San Francisco, Rosenthal had told him that he was the wrong person to write about Burroughs because he was not homosexual. The biographer replied that one did not have to be a dwarf to write a book about dwarves. On Rosenthal's premise, Shakespeare could not have written Othello or Macbeth, and Flaubert and Tolstoy could not have written Madame Bovary and Anna Karenina. The biographer recalled something Norman Mailer had told him: Burroughs may be gay, but he's a man. What I mean is that the fact that he's gay is incidental. He's very much a homosexual, but when you meet him that's not what you think of him. You might think about him as a hermit, a mad prospector up in the mountains who'll shoot you if you come to his cabin at the wrong time. Or you can see him as a Vermont farmer who's been married to his wife for 60 years, and the day she dies someone says, "I guess you're going to miss her a lot, Zeke," and he says, "No, never did get to like her much." So that he's got all those qualities, and on top of it all he is very much a homosexual, but that's somehow not the axis. He also has that way that certain people in society act, very formal, which is a defense against indiscreet inquiry, when let's say they've been put in jail for 20 years and they come out, and you can never refer to it in their presence, you wouldn't dream of it. Burroughs had known his sexual orientation by the time he was 12. He also knew that he had no choice in the matter, any more than a heterosexual has a choice. Athletically inept, finding difficulty in making friends, rejected by his father from such male enclaves as the basement workshop, Burroughs fit the Kinsey Institute's definition of gender nonconformity in childhood as the single most important factor in future homosexuality. He was isolated from his father and his male peers, and his mother encouraged in subtle ways the feminine side of his nature. Starved for male affection, he started forming attachments to other boys in grade school, when he met Kells Elvins. It wasn't that he wanted to be that way, for it made life more difficult. But since that was the way he was, he accepted it. Nor did the biographer share Burroughs' misogyny, which at the bottom was probably an attempt to smother his own contemptible femininity. Born in his hatred of the secret, covered up part of himself that was maudlin and sentimental and womanly, misogyny was his form of self-loathing. One would never guess that this masculine, deeply reserved man was capable, in the act of love, of turning into a passive and sentimental female. Burroughs really did believe that women were useless and parasitic creatures, a blight on the planet, and that man must learn to clone himself and become independent from them. Love was a con put down by the female sex. At the same time, he had been married, and had loved his wife and slept with her and had a child. He had a small number of female friends. So that he was in the same position as the anti-Semite who insists that some of my best friends are Jews. He was anti-woman in the deepest sense, the biological sense, but in his day-to-day life he had cordial, friendly relations with women. And many women admired his writing, in spite of its occasional misogynistic outbursts. The biographer admired Burroughs' writing, even though he knew no one was batting 1,000. Most writers' careers looked like CAT scans. For the biographer, the high points were Junkie, Naked Lunch, and the trilogy, while the low points were the cut-up novels using the leftover material from Naked Lunch. The cut-up method was an interesting experiment, but it broke the standard author-reader contract, which was based on the writer's obligation to inspire belief in the story the reader was being told. Cut UPS could lead to stunning results, and introduced an element of randomness that made writing closer to life as it's lived, but were difficult to sustain for the length of a book without making the reader catatonic. The biographer also admired Burroughs' stance as a writer. In a society where freedom of expression was protected by the Constitution, the other side of that protection was that nobody gave a damn what you wrote. An American writer, free to turn out books that no one read, might actually envy a Soviet writer who was censored and imprisoned, for there was dignity and stature in being designated an enemy of the state. While in America, hundreds of college writing programs turned out graduates who produced novels and short stories that had about as much dignity and stature as paper napkins. Burroughs had restored dignity to the profession of writer. As he put it, there were writers who were bullshitters, making passes with no bull there, and writers who were bullfighters, in the ring with a real sword and a real bull. Burroughs really believed that writing was dangerous. It was a magical activity in which one entered areas where harm could befall you. He depended heavily on dreams and drug-induced trance-like states to sustain his writer's vision, deliberately placing himself in an area bordering on the irrational. He had to cross the border and come back, while knowing that it is not always possible to come back. The reality of the danger conferred dignity and importance to the writing. The degree of his dedication, the absoluteness of his commitment to his work, placed it on a high level of seriousness. He wasn't just putting pen to paper, he was taking the same kind of risk that a soldier in combat takes or a pilot in a frail craft, trying to break a circumnavigation record. He was the writer as psychic explorer, who has been there and brought it back. Burroughs had the courage to be a writer, that is, to pursue his own vision, however disagreeable and obscure it might sometimes seem. But here the biographer was in Lawrence, crossing the silty green crook of the Kansas River, and driving down the main drag of low brick and limestone buildings, Massachusetts Avenue. The biographer had previously written about men who were dead, whom he had never met. He knew what they looked like from photographs, and he knew their voices from recordings. It would be a blessing to work from life. The only disadvantage was that there would be no death scene, which would leave the book hanging in the air, without resolution. The biographer had an ugly thought which he immediately stifled. What if Burroughs were to die just as he was finishing up? Wouldn't that be convenient? No, don't even think of it. Turning left on 19th, and right on Leonard, he arrived at a single-story white-clapboard house with a front porch, on about an acre of land, with a garage and a vegetable garden. Burroughs worked on an electric typewriter at a desk in his bedroom, and there was a second bedroom, small bathroom, kitchen that opened onto a narrow screened back porch, and living room that was furnished with items from a garage sale: a $5 green imitation leather easy chair, a $10 black and orange couch with a sunflower motif and frayed tassels, worn through at the arms, a $3 carpet, 2 bookcases, and a round wooden table, used for meals, in one corner, with a lamp on it and 3 chairs around it. Burroughs at 69 had lost most of his hair, and was noticeably stooped, but he looked fit and had not put on any weight. With his warily knowing look, which seemed to say all supermarkets are alike, he might have been the dean of croupiers in a casino on the Nevada border. Sitting at the round table after making tea, and lighting up a player's navy cut, he said, with a hard look of his gray-blue eyes, as if divining the biographer's thoughts, "Ted, there's one thing that bothers me. How are you going to deal with the problem of a biography about someone who's very much alive? You've always had subjects who were dead before. I'm not even sick. There won't be any death scene." "William," the biographer said, "as a biographer I want resolution, but as a friend I want you alive." And those were words that he came to believe. The front door bell rang. It was George Cole, come to take Burroughs shooting at the target range in the basement of the community building in downtown Lawrence. Call was a strong-looking, straight-backed, white-haired man in his 70s, with the kind of open Midwestern face in which wrinkles have not completely worn away the traces of youth. A gun lover and an atheist, he was the Lawrence representative of the American Civil Liberties Union. George had a bumper sticker on his car that said, "When guns are outlawed, I'll be an outlaw." "I gave my daughter a .22 for her graduation," he said. "That's all I could sell her on. I said just fire 2 shots and even if you don't kill him you'll mark him so he can't say he wasn't there." Then it was off to the range, and Burroughs asked the biographer, "Do you want a cane?" "Not yet," he said. "I mean if you're attacked by dogs," Burroughs said. He was living with 5 cats, and had developed a hatred of dogs, against which he protected himself with canes, a sonar device called a dog chaser that emitted a high-pitched wail audible only to dogs, and cans of mace. "I gave the Airedale at the corner a squirt last winter," he said, "and he stopped right enough. Last I saw of him he was wiping his face in the snow." In a little cloth bag, he carried his German police pistol, his Colt .45, and his .38 Magnum. There was a stop at the Lawrence pawn shop and shooter's supplies for ammunition and a copy of Survive magazine. As they drove to the community building, Burroughs spotted a dwarf walking in the street and said, "I'll lean out the window and ask, who sawed off your legs?" But of course he didn't. It was his way of making up routines as he went along. In the community building, a high school basketball game was in progress. On the wall of the basement target range, rules were posted: you must have your headphones on at all times. Never place your finger inside the trigger guard while moving a gun. When you are finished shooting, remove the magazine immediately. Rack your gun. Good sound safety rules, Burroughs said as he put on his headphones. He stood with arms extended, holding the .38 with both hands, one eye shut, and the biographer noticed that his shoulders were exactly as wide as his hips. His upper body formed a narrow rectangle. The targets were placed and retrieved with a pulley system, and Burroughs' targets showed good close clusters. Back at the house, over drinks, there was a serious discussion about guns, concerning velocity, penetration, caliber, and the misstatements of know-nothing writers. He released the safety on his revolver, Burroughs said. "That's one you see all the time." "Of course, there is no safety on a revolver." "What about the movie that had a telescopic sight on a machine gun?" George Call asked. "That's like putting a telescopic sight on a garden hose." Gun lovers, the biographer reflected, were like other obsessives, from lepidopterists to ichthyologists, and could discuss their favorite topics ad nauseum. They justified their fondness for playing with guns as the need for self-defense. "I go out and shoot a few rounds in my backyard," George said, "and it does my soul good, and it warns the would-be hoodlums and intruders. You've got to defend yourself." Burroughs' other obsession, as the biographer realized that night when he tried to sleep in the second bedroom, was his cats. He had no scheduled feeding time for them, and all 5 seemed to eat at different hours, so that Burroughs was up several times during the night, keeping up a running commentary: "Here my little calico beast, oh, she's such a sweetheart. Yes, my little ginger beast, I know you're hungry, oh, my, look at this collar, it's either too loose or too tight." And so on. The biographer was astonished, for he had never seen Burroughs drop his emotional guard, and here he was talking to his cats in an unguarded, openly affectionate tone, a tone he found it impossible to adopt, except perhaps in one specific situation, with humans. The biographer wondered whether this was the last refuge of the misanthrope, on the order of Pascal saying late in life, "The more I see of humans, the better I like my dog." Or was it some form of atonement, a way of making up for the lapses of earlier days, when he had been unable to express his love for his parents, or his son, or his wife? The biographer could not help thinking that Burroughs had once been a torturer of cats, an activity he had described in Junkie, and now he was like the prize product of a behavior modification program, the perfect graduate of a Skinner school, the cat molester turned cat lover. When he was not feeding them or brushing them, he was playing with them. Such an affectionate little cat. When I stroke his feet, he turns on his back and puts his paws up to my face. When he had first moved to Lawrence at the end of 1981, Burroughs had lived in a stone house a few miles outside town, and inherited a pure Russian blue, whose sleek gray coat had bluish overtones, and whom he called Rusky. When he moved into the house on Leonard Street with Rusky in 1982, a stray cat started hanging around, but Burroughs wouldn't let her into the house. He fed her but hoped she'd go away. When she dropped 4 brown-orange kittens, Burroughs gave them away. Then in the winter of 1982 they had a cold wave, and when the mercury dropped to 20 degrees, Burroughs let her in, haunted by the idea of finding a frozen corpse on his back porch. He called her Ginger, and soon Rusky and Ginger committed an indiscretion, and Ginger dropped 4 more kittens, 2 of which Burroughs kept, calling them Calico and Wimpy. Ginger went whimpering from room to room, looking for the other 2 under the couch and bed. Then one day James was downtown and heard a cat crying, and when he turned around a tiny black cat jumped into his arms, and he brought it to William, who called it Fletch. Burroughs thought of cats as psychic familiars. Once wild, they had been recruited by the ancient Egyptians to kill the rats in their grain storage bins and were domesticated. They could, Burroughs felt sure, perform psychic reconnaissance missions, and they could put a receptive person in touch with the level of subverbal awareness in which they operated. Also, they could act as screens or representations of people in the past. In this sense, each of his cats was someone from his past life. Rusky, for instance, was Kiki. Just as when he had seen Nick Nolte on the set of Heartbeat he had felt Neil Cassidy right there, when he picked up Rusky he could hear Kiki saying, "D-Jam, William, 2es loco, leave me alone, you're crazy." Once he slapped Rusky, as he had once slapped Kiki, for jumping on him and waking him up. Sometimes Rusky moved away from his hand as Kiki had, saying, "You shame me, William, I am not a child." Ginger was like an old madam, sleepy and self-indulgent. You could imagine her eating Turkish candy by the pound and sprinkling the red velvet sofa with powdered sugar, like Pantapon Rose in the St. Louis whorehouse on Westminster. In Wimpy, there was a lot of his poor father, with his pathetic need for affection, and of Billy, with his dependent, helpless nature, while Calico was like Jane Bowles, his mother, and his wife, Joan, ethereal and delicate. Fletch was a sort of mischievous brat cat desert boy, like a character in the Wild Boys, ill-tempered and moody, prowling around the house, jumping on the table, going out, looking around, not entirely tame. As in many families, there was a problem cat, in this case Rusky, the best loved, the first. When Fletch arrived, Rusky went from being friendly and happy to being miserable and hostile. He pissed on Burroughs' bed, and one day when Burroughs was packing for a reading, Rusky pissed on his two-suiter. If Burroughs was in the living room with Fletch, as soon as Rusky came up from the basement Fletch would start hissing. It became a daily drama, with Rusky the marauder against all the other cats. Ginger's neck was torn open, and who could it have been but Rusky? Burroughs took Ginger to the vet, who kept her on antibiotics for 2 days and billed him $117. The bills on those cats were something enormous. Rabies shots, and vaccinations for feline leukemia. Then Rusky came in soaking wet and caught pneumonia and was in there for 3 days, and that cost $100. Then when Calico had her first litter, that cost $74 for delivery. Burroughs spent more on the cat's health than on his own. It was with cats as it had been with people. Rusky represented the deterioration of the impeccable cat. Burroughs finally turned Rusky over to some friends who lived in the country. He was basically a country cat, and away from the other cats he could work out his ill temper. Not long after, Wimpy disappeared. Burroughs canvassed the neighborhood with a photograph and put ads in the paper offering a $50 reward. For weeks, he put out food where Wimpy had last been seen, a couple of blocks up Leonard. If I could commit a miracle, he asked himself, what miracle would I commit? To get my Wimpy back. He thought of the Wordsworth poem Michael. An old farmer had a son, Michael. They were building a wall together, but Michael ran away to London. Many times the old farmer went out to the wall, and never lifted a single stone. Now that was sublime, even though it was on the edge of the mawkish. Well, he still had Fletch and the other two. He had to keep his ears alert for Fletch sounds, and got up during the night to heat up his food, while Fletch rubbed against his leg. Pieces of sleep, he thought, I keep dreaming and waking up and dreaming, and suddenly I'm in Mexico DF, I had to sign in on my bond every morning at 7, you could go back inside if you were 15 minutes late. Some of them signing with thumbprints, or con man signatures with a flourish. In jail, I pulled myself together. Necesita mucho calma y resignation, the guard said. Through the rains and sunlight of Colombia, and the eternal customs and passport inspection through silence of the deep rainforest and bird calls of the Indian hunters to the end of the road towns of Pucallpa and Maco. In a clay cubicle an Indian boy squatting naked on a mat, sunlight through wooden grids in the window, brown animal eyes. No, it is not to me you do this thing. And the mustached truck driver who threw a knife with marvelous accuracy. We came to the land of the Delta people who speak in little bird calls. And the nightingales sang in Berkeley Square. God, what a dreary interlude. The hangovers, the dead-end hopelessness. Looking for bodies on the downs, an old English custom. Gibbons, Connell called his boys, tailless apes. Well, gibbons are dangerous animals. Best thing to do if you have a gibbon for a pet is to give it to a zoo. God, it was cold on those sleeping porches in the big house. Get down and waddle like a duck. Where the balsam breezes blow. And a vast mushroom cloud darkened the earth. Corner of Pershing and Walden, mild jerk of leaves, a squirrel with an acorn in its teeth, the veiled prophet, floats in the hot summer night, yellow glow of lights, pink cake with cardboard round the edges, gray sky. Old Sarge with his hula dance. I'd like to see some moa of Samoa. Jane Bowles got up a petition to save the trees in the Grand Saco and Madame Port refused to sign, saying, "Jenai pa de opinion." When I got a dose I went to the drugstore and bought penicillin and the practicante shot it into me on the spot. They took pride in their work. One practicante threw the needle like a dart then slipped the vial on. One would slap one buttock and inject the other one to fool you. The winking green crosses of the Paris pharmacies. Quail in the market, a piece of pork fat tied across their breast. In the hotel next to the Pont Royal when the maid came in she scattered my breakfast all over the carpet. Vous prenez le monde, monsieur. Les Halles on first solo trip in 1932 when I was 18. I asked the cab driver into the cafe for a drink and he was talking about the Stavisky riots et tout d'un coup Burroughs, a sound like ripping cloth then you know it's serious. The Beat Hotel in 1959 was the best time we all thought we were interplanetary agents involved in a deadly struggle it seemed real enough at the time. There were casualties, quite a number. We were getting messages, making contacts, everything had meaning. Well, there isn't any transport out. There isn't any important assignment. It's every man for himself. So here I am in Lawrence, Kansas, like the honorary agent for a planet that went out light years ago. In the fall of 1983 Burroughs and Grauerholtz left for Europe on a whirlwind tour 5 countries in 8 days, Finland, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and Holland. In Amsterdam they shared the bill with Richard Brodigan, whom Burroughs met in the hotel bar, a tall overweight guy wearing a floppy hat, who was very drunk in that somnolent way of people who habitually drink a quart a day. His characteristic expression was a crinkling of the brows as if trying to decide whether something that had been said to him had an undercurrent of malice. He seemed sad and uncomprehending. When he excused himself to go to his room, Burroughs was startled to see him crawl away on all fours. The readings took him away from his writing and his study of mutation, but they were a necessary chore because money was tight. He would be 70 the following February and there was no relief in sight. So now at the age of 70, he thought, I have to read in nightclubs to eke out a living. Ah well. I feel that one should know how to come down in the world. Perhaps I will end up in a boxcar by the river living on collard greens, eggs from the neighbors, and catfish. It's the same old show with the life drained out of it. Burroughs came to New York in October for the premiere at the New York Film Festival of the documentary that Howard Bruckner had been putting together since 1978. It had started as a 20-minute final project at New York University Film School, and later Bruckner filmed in London, St. Louis, and the Bunker. As he sat in the box on the night of the premiere, with Burroughs sitting behind him, Bruckner thought, what if he hates it and pushes me out of the box? But Burroughs congratulated him on a good job, and the film went into theatrical release in 1984 and was bought by the BBC. Burroughs was again in New York for his 70th birthday on February 5, 1984, the proverbial 10, and a seated dinner for 170 was given in his honor at the Limelight Club, organized by Ira Silverberg and attended by such luminaries as the singer Sting, the writers Terry Southern and Kurt Vonnegut, and the poet Allen Ginsberg. Frank Zappa sent 24 long-stemmed roses. Burroughs enjoyed the festivities, but when he was back in his room in the small hours of the morning and lit a last cigarette before sleep, the echo chamber of his mind turned to the past. What will life be like at 70? In Tangier, packing for the boat, the whistle in the harbor, we have 20 minutes. Chaque jour dans le métro. I can't find my ticket. John de Chadens turned to me and said, I don't want my days changed. They did not fully understand the technique and in a very short time almost wrecked the planet. How I loved the movies. The Phantom of the Opera. The scene where she comes up behind him while he's playing the organ and pulls his mask off. Feast your eyes. Before the movie there was a big raw-boned fellow singing Sailing On, Sailing On. The full misery of the human condition hits me when I think of that long-ago singer. I remember the Texas Farm, the Wind-Up Victrola, the records by Hoagy Carmichael, Talking is a Woman, Listening is a Man, Stan Kenton, and Low Flame by Dizzy Gillespie. Room 29 at the Empress Hotel overlooking the backyard, clothes on the line, leaves on the trees, it's Sunday, always gloomy in London, 3 shillings on the mantelpiece over the boarded-up fireplace, I am wondering when I can get more shillings for the gas meter, the pubs don't open till 7. All the old junkies, Dave Tercerero and his toothless mouth, Bill Garver, Hunk, Phil White, Mikey Portman, Alex Strokey he could find a vein in a mummy Pat Cole in New Orleans, with me when I almost ODD, took $20 out of my watch pocket, figured I wouldn't need it. You turned all blue so I thought you were dying and I took off. Gregory, he's really great, such resilience, gets beat up in a police van and worked over by the cops and comes right back laughing. A man has to fit in somewhere but I violated every rule. Not a Catholic like Green and Burgess, not a high Episcopalian pederast like Auden, not an atheist like Tennessee, not a Buddhist like Allen. What they have against me is that I have managed to hold myself together and remain self-contained. I dare. And I have no intention of stopping. All experience is an arc where through there gleams the untraveled world that recedes as I move. And at my back I always hear the Internal Revenue hurrying near. Old age is winter, the last test and the toughest. 9/10 of my activity is purposeless fidgeting around, lighting another cigarette, 9/10 deadwood weighing you down. House odds. How do we live through the dreary years of deadwood? It was inconceivable that Homo sap could last another 1,000 years in present form. People of such great stupidity and such barbarous manners. Even though he was 70, Burroughs saw during the days he spent in New York that young men were still willing to make themselves available, but he wasn't interested. What has happened, he wondered, to an activity that used to be an obsession, and suddenly, not a joy that time can give but what it takes away. All the boys I admired and never had at Harvard and Los Alamos. A feeling of being skinned and exposed and you can't stand for anything to touch you. One wonders, is sex really pleasurable at all? It may be simply converted pain and fear and anxiety. That is really what I meant by a dead road. Too old to cut the mustard. I got the money, honey, you got the time. Well, yeah, but all that sort of sexual interest has gone into my obsession with cats. Sometimes I feel I am an androgynous being that wants to give birth to a being half cat and half man. I wish it would happen. I want to break down the hybrid principle. Hybrids unlimited, cats with dogs, dogs with possums, God knows what. So many died in the saddle and don't want to admit it. Scott Fitzgerald died in the saddle with Sheila Graham, and Charlie Parker died fucking Helen Parker. Must be a great sensation. I still have my phantom fucks, they're so much better than the real ones, there's no comparison, baby. People don't like to talk about it, but I've done a lot of research. There's one woman who had visits from her husband after his death, and he fucked her better than he'd ever fucked her when he was alive. He also gave her some tips on the market. How about that? The best sex I ever had was with my phantoms. Unless you were very lucky with a real person, which few people are. Of innumerable orgasms with real people, I can only remember 3, one was with Jack Anderson, one with Ian, and one with Jimmy Cookson at the Empress Hotel, and just at the crucial moment a knock on the door. Telephone, sir. It was Kenneth Alsop's secretary to say he'd twisted his ankle and couldn't keep our appointment. Sex for me was always wanting to be someone else, to be the other person. That's the crucial factor in homosexual relationships, and you can't do it with a woman. When I was young I was so horny I'd get a hard-on if I saw 2 flies fucking. In my whorehouse days in St. Louis it was $5 for half an hour. I did all kinds of things, came between her breasts. Today it seems as inviting as a hamper of dirty laundry. In February 1984, the second novel in the trilogy, Place of Dead Roads, came out. The scene shifted to the American West at the turn of the century. Having written about 2 kinds of boyhood adventure heroes, the private detective and the pirate, Burroughs now focused on a third, the Western gunfighter. Partly, he was living out fantasies of danger and action, which arose from a sense of frustration that his life as a writer had been too sedentary and uneventful. Partly, he sought to reclaim models of masculine behavior for the gay community. As he had created gay pirates, he now created a gay gunslinger in the person of Kim Carson's. Why shouldn't gays have their masculine role models just as straights do, he seemed to be asking. It was yet another way of rewriting history to fit his own circumstances, by attempting to rehabilitate the limp wrist image. Kim Carson's was not your run-of-the-mill Western gunslinger. For one thing, he hated horses, their hysteria, their stubborn malice, and their awful yellow teeth, much as the young Burroughs hated horses when he had to ride one at the Los Alamos Ranch School. For another, Kim had to be the first gunslinger in Westerns to carry in his pocket a volume of Rimbaud's poetry. Kim's mother was into table tapping, as Burroughs' mother was, and his father's name was Mortimer, the name of Burroughs' father. So that we should not be surprised to see the descriptions of Kim fit the author, or rather the author as he sees himself, as an alienated and unlikable person, who must escape a planet where there is no place for him. As Bat Masterson put it, a man's got to fit in somewhere, and that was the trouble with Kim, he just did not fit. Kim is a slimy morbid youth of unwholesome proclivities with an insatiable appetite for the extreme and the sensational. He is everything a normal American boy is taught to detest. He was also given to the subversive practice of thinking. He was in fact incurably intelligent. Kim was the most unpopular boy in school, if not in the town of St. Louis. As a prisoner serving a life sentence can think only of escape, so Kim takes for granted that the only purpose of his life is space travel. Kim has never doubted the possibility of afterlife or the existence of gods. In fact, he intends to become a god, to shoot his way to immortality, to invent his way, to write his way. Kim considers that immortality is the only goal worth striving for. Place of Dead Roads is much more autobiographical than Cities of the Red Night, but it is a fantasized autobiography. In the course of rewriting history, Burroughs is rewriting himself as he would like to be the fastest gun in the West. The despised homosexual wimp becomes a great shootist, much like the before and after Charles Atlas photographs, in which the weakling who gets sand kicked in his face on the beach becomes a Hercules everyone is in awe of. Indulging two of his obsessions, the book is packed with gun lore and homosexual sex scenes. It is also, in the tradition of the Western, an old-fashioned tale of good guys and bad guys. The former are the Johnsons, modeled on the character in Jack Black's You Can't Win, that is to say all the people who mind their own business, honor their commitments, and provide help when needed. The bad guys are the shits, that is to say the traditional authority figures, who never mind their own business, who are always right, who make laws against victimless crimes, and who persecute those who don't agree with them. As a Johnson, Kim goes after the types who shit in the water supply and put needles and blades in Halloween fruit and candy. Grafted onto the Western genre are Burroughs' usual preoccupations with mutation and space travel. Man is like a fish about to exchange gills for lungs, but for some reason he is stalled and cannot quite make it. Burroughs wants to give him the final push, which he believes will come as the result of infection by a new virus. The antidote to the virus will help forge the new man, who will have thoughts and behavior patterns that are not imprinted or pre-recorded. Everything we have been taught, says Kim Carson's, all the conventional feelings, do not apply. Time is running out, for mankind and for the author. 70 When Place of Dead Roads was published, Burroughs was having his own intimations of mortality. Death is everywhere present in the novel, not only in the gunfights but seeping through every page of the text. Burroughs is fascinated by last words, uttered when a man knows he is about to die. General Grant, circuits in his brain flickering out like lightning in gray clouds, said this to his nurse, "It is raining, Anita Huffington." Billy the Kid stepped into a darkened room. Behind him, gun in hand, sat Pat Garrett. "Queen es. Who is it?" Billy asked. The answer came from the barrel of Garrett's gun. It was Death, in person. "What," the author asks by implication, "will be my last words? Or anyone's?" The book ends as it began, with a shootout in the Boulder Cemetery on September 17, 1899, between Kim Carson's and the gunman Mike Chase. Both men are killed, but not by each other. They have been killed by single rifle shots fired from a distance, one in the back and one in the chest. Place of Dead Roads was reviewed in the New York Times by Anatole Broyard, who imagined Burroughs reading from it to the Institute of Arts and Letters he had just joined. What would they do as he detailed the book's indistinguishable acts of sodomy, its gloating over sadistic killings, its repeated evocations of excrement? Would they applaud, burst into tears, or sit there and nod? "There are so many nearly identical couplings and killings," he wrote, "that more than once I thought I'd lost my page and read the same passage over again." For a celebrated author to publish a novel as poor as Place of Dead Roads, Broyard went on, requires a degree of collusion or encouragement on our part. He must have a certain confidence in our credulity, must assume that bad taste is a good bet, that age cannot wither nor custom stale the appeal of an established reputation. There's a French proverb to the effect that we deserve what we inspire. What we ought to ask ourselves is whether we want to go on inspiring books like Place of Dead Roads. There was a mild corrective in the more positive review by Perry Meisel in the Sunday Times book section on February 19. "Naked Lunch," wrote Meisel, prophesied the wider fate of the American sensibility well into the next 2 decades. By the time the counterculture of the 1960s had succeeded the beats, license had become the law, and Mr. Burroughs had become a principal avatar of the liberationist aesthetic he helped create. In conclusion, However, Meisel saw Burroughs as emblematic of the decline of the postmodernist avant-garde. Never refute or answer the critic, thought Burroughs. Do not let the critic teach you the cloth, as they say in bullfighting circles. Never charge the cloth even if the critic resorts to misquotation. Writing prejudicial reviews was an exercise in black magic. Reviewers were like the assayer of scribes under the ancient Egyptians, who was assigned to impose a uniformity of style. The reviewer could draw disagreeable associations by implying that the book was completely unimportant without saying exactly why. Burroughs wanted to put a curse on all the assayers of scribes, but curses were tricky, they could bounce back and bounce back double. They had to be very casual, like Nixon saying about his opponents, they should have problems. Jane Bowles was always talking about putting just a small curse on the beatniks in Tangier, so they would go away. I don't want to kill them, she said, I just want to make them a little sick. Burroughs could imagine the scene with the assayer of scribes. This afternoon he has delivered his latest review to the office. A perfect job of demolition and he knows it. The effect is disquieting, gathering to itself a legion of negation. A feeling that someone is at the door. He steps to the peephole, the hall is empty down to the elevator. He slides the deadbolt and opens the door. A small black dog slithers in without a sound, brushes against his leg as light as wind. When he tries to find the dog it is nowhere to be seen. He complains to the doorman, how could an unauthorized dog slink into the building? Some time later, Burroughs heard that Burroughs had been shifted from his job as daily reviewer to a job as editor for the Sunday book section, where he would write an occasional column, but few reviews. Well, I guess my curse hit, he said. There must have been plenty out on him. It's amazing he lasted as long as he did. As the single most important thing about Graham Greene was his viewpoint as a lapsed Catholic, the single most important thing about Burroughs was his belief in the magical universe. The same impulse that led him to put out curses was, as he saw it, the source of his writing. All my writing comes from the psychic thing. You have satoris, you have enlightenments. I couldn't write a word without them. You sit down and a light turns on and you see a set or a character. In other words, writing a novel is like watching a film. I transcribe it. That's the way the writing of fiction is done. You've got to put yourself into a state where the projector is on, which is known as inspiration. Or, as Hemingway called it, juice. That July, 1984, Burroughs left for Naropa to give a series of lectures with Allen Ginsberg and Norman Mailer. To Mailer, Burroughs looked older, he walked with a cane and a pronounced stoop, but he was still amazingly intact, and impressive in a crazy way. He was not someone you would mess with, because he had blind guts. It seemed to Mailer that Burroughs in his writing had destroyed his own future, because he had done so much to advance the threshold of shock, so that now, when you read the new stuff, as interesting as it was, the element of shock in it was routine. Like Burroughs, Mailer had assumed that sex was the last frontier. But with hindsight he saw that they had occupied the last frontier much too soon, and that now they had a bunch of suburban developments on that last frontier, making it very hard to write interestingly about sex. There was a superficial sophistication about it that didn't exist 25 years ago, but no great comprehension. Ginsberg and Burroughs mixed it up in the unembarrassed way of old friends, with Allen saying, I think Bill has abandoned the storyline. I haven't abandoned the storyline at all, Burroughs responded. My last two books have had very definite, elaborate storylines. But you're coming to it late, Allen said. Because now you're trying to write a bestseller. I am not trying to write a bestseller. Burroughs said. Allen, don't you realize that someone cannot just sit down and write a bestseller? Bestsellers are written up to the limit of a man's ability. The public may be stupid, but they will immediately see the insincerity of a book that was written to be a bestseller. Bestsellers are like a successful assassination, Mailer said. Only the badly conceived ones ever work. If you conceive a novel too well, you're going to be out of fashion, because the fashion must have been already hanging around long enough in one place for you to have conceived it that well. You can't write a bestseller because that implies more control of the immediate literary universe than anyone has. For Mailer, sharing the podium with Burroughs was an ordeal. It was like being on the same bill with W.C. Fields, because the kids loved Burroughs. Every time he opened his mouth they fell on the floor laughing. He'd say something like, "Well, it's goddamn chilly in the morning," and they would all whoop with laughter. It was because he was authentic, Mailer reflected. No one was authentic anymore, and here was this guy who was absolutely what he was, who hadn't been influenced by anyone. But their styles were so different that Mailer felt they irritated each other, even though they always treated each other with respect and courtesy. And Mailer kept thinking, "Let me out of here so I don't have to worry about what this phenomenon is going to say next." The summer of 1984 was one of wrenching change for Burroughs, for he left his editor of many years, Dick Seaver, and his agent of many years, Peter Matson. That spring in New York he was approached by the enterprising 37-year-old agent Andrew Wiley. The Harvard-educated son of a Houghton Mifflin editor, Craig Wiley, Andrew had spent some years in the downtown/drug/counterculture New York scene before launching his agency. One of his clients was Allen Ginsberg, for whom he had arranged a 6-book contract with Harper & Row. Wiley thought that the same kind of deal could work for Burroughs. He knew that Burroughs was broke, and a multi-volume contract would give him some financial stability. He flew out to Lawrence for a 3-day visit and went over Burroughs' inventory. It seemed to him that one high point of the deal would be Burroughs' early unpublished novel, Queer, which he had said he would never release, but now he relented. Another high point would be several volumes of correspondence. At any rate, Wiley ended up putting together a 7-book proposal, and on the basis of that, Burroughs dropped Matson. In the subsequent negotiations, considerable animosity developed between Wiley and Dick Seaver, so that it's probably better to present each of their accounts, Rashomon style. "I went to Holt to see Dick," Wiley recounted, "and I said, 'We're working on a 7-book proposal.' Dick said, 'I've worked with William for 25 years, and I know he doesn't want to publish Queer, and as for the 2 volumes of correspondence, in my experience collected letters don't sell. I was at Viking when we published Joyce's letters, and they didn't sell. I will send you a proposal for 7 books, I told Dick. What we have in mind is a large commitment.' When he got the proposal, Dick said he was not interested in 7 books, he reduced it to 4 books, which I said was too low. This became a big problem. It got quite heated when it came down to the wire. In any case, his offer was not the best, and we moved to Viking. The key to it was that Dick would not believe that William had changed his mind about not publishing Queer. It was the attitude of a publisher who has had long experience with a writer, an attitude not shared by a new publisher, who was perfectly ready to believe that Burroughs would publish Queer, and who agreed that the correspondence was some of his best work. Of course it was natural for Dick to be furious, and of course my attitude was going to seem bad, but I was being asked to accomplish something for a writer and I had to accomplish it. Dick had a long and distinguished career in publishing and did wonders for Burroughs, and I understand why he was angry. Dick said, "I've been asking Bill to publish Queer for 20 years, and what was left unsaid was, and now this young asshole comes in to sell it to me." But the big thing for me was to learn that William was broke, and I asked myself, what can be done to remedy the situation? The solution was to draw on his written inventory to get a large advance for a multi-book deal that would comprise Queer, Western Lands, Interzone, an early version of Naked Lunch, 2 volumes of correspondence and 2 volumes of nonfiction. I was having dinner with Peter Matson shortly after the publication of Place of Dead Roads, Seaver recalled, and he said, "I have to tell you that Bill and I are parting company." And I said, "That's too bad," because I felt Peter was very capable, and did his best for him. But Andrew had gone out to Lawrence and done a hard sell on Bill and painted a glowing picture of how he could do 10 times better. And Bill's vulnerable, quite frankly. So Andrew came to me and said, "Look, I'm going to try and sell the collected works." And I said, "That poses a rather serious problem. A, I think it's premature. And, B, a lot of these works are owned by various publishers, Grove, Seaver Books, Holt, small presses, and all you can do is hardcover editions because the paperbacks already exist in various forms, so I don't think that makes a lot of sense." I said, "Let's do a multi-book contract on the mass of material that hasn't been published. Come up with what you think makes sense, talk to Bill, and we'll draw up a contract to get him some money right away." The next thing I knew, Andrew was taking this around town to 5 or 6 publishers, my idea, and seeing who he could pit one against the other, and I was furious. And I had a very strong conversation with him, and he said, "We're closing, it's too late to do anything." I wasn't even sure I wanted to go to this closing. I don't play games, life's too short. But the day before the closing, a Thursday, he called me. He was looking for $150,000 for a 5-book contract, and clearly none of the other publishers had responded to his demands. I said, "Look, I'm not happy with the way you've handled this. I think it's frankly atrocious, to the point that I don't even want to make an offer, but I go back 25 years with Bill. We really have been through thick and thin. I have carried the flag when people said it's going to land you in jail. And then people said you're going to sell 1,500 copies, you're going to lose thousands of dollars, which I did. If I'm pissed, it's because I don't think a relationship like this should be summarily dismissed." This said, "Let me go put my numbers together and I'll call you tomorrow morning." He said in his nasal voice, "Well, remember, tomorrow is the closing," which put me off again. But I came back and called him and we struck a deal. I think it was $140,000 or $150,000. At 5 minutes to 12 he called and said, "I have another offer, you don't have to match it." "What do you mean, you have another offer?" I asked. "We struck a deal." "I'm sorry," he said, "but that's what happened." I said, "Fuck you," and then I called Bill, who said, "Look, I put myself in the hands of this man and I can't go behind his back." I said, "I'm not asking you to go behind his back. I just think this is not the way to do it. I think you should talk to him and we should try to work it out." Andrew called me back and said, "We're not going to do anything, this is it." All I could do was regret the end of a long relationship and reflect that Andrew was not one of my favorite people. In his role of advisor, James agreed that it was time to shake things up, and get rid of the old guard, who because of their long association kept invoking preferential ties of loyalty. As for Burroughs, he felt bad about leaving Seaver. It was an age-old, insoluble problem, and he hoped they would remain friends. He had thought about it a long time. Reluctant to leave, he had hoped right up to the end that it could be worked out. He told Wiley to give Dick preference even if it meant less money, but 1/3 less was too much, and he realized that the time had come to move on. Now that it was done, he looked for reasons to justify his decision. "Dick, you're telling me to be loyal to you," he thought. "You're telling me that because of me you've become a cynic, when the point is that you've been publishing my books for years and paying me very little money. Why shouldn't I take as much money as I can get? Loyalty is not a one-way street. It does not mean that the publisher can exploit you. You paid the minimum you could get away with. You want it on a business basis, you've got it on a business basis, now I'm trying to get the most I can get away with. It's like authors were tenant farmers or house niggers. He's getting 50 cents a day and he's very happy with it, he only works 12 hours. What the hell, I don't feel one twinge." It wasn't true that he didn't feel one twinge, but to say it helped him overcome any nagging feelings of disloyalty, and made him convince himself that he had done the right thing. The 7-book deal with Viking was announced in the New York Times on November 23. Gerald Howard, the Viking editor who had signed up the books, said that Burroughs has had a sort of pop star persona over the last decade or so. He's much beloved by rock stars, for one thing, and by people on the leading edge of various cultural trends. But my belief is that Burroughs is, in fact, a literary figure on the order of Yeats or Ezra Pound, and that as time goes by he will be seen and accepted by the establishment. Viking paid a total of $200,000, or about $28,000 per book, while the English deal with Penn was for £45,000, for a total package of about $250,000, spread over 7 books and 7 years. It was a financial turning point for Burroughs, who was able to pay off some debts and maintain a surer footing on the slippery slope of upward mobility. By the time the 7-book deal was announced, Burroughs was visiting Arizona State University, having reached the level of eminence where his manuscripts and correspondence were collected by research libraries. The competition among universities for the papers of important authors was lively. There was more demand than there was supply, because the older universities like Harvard and Yale, and the universities with an aggressive acquisition program like Texas, had schemed the cream. They had a lock on the Henry Jameses and the Emily Dickinsons and the T.S. Eliots, so that the younger universities had to shop around for the papers of living writers. One such young institution, Arizona State University, in Tempe, barely a quarter of a century old, wanted to upgrade its library and go after something major. It was part of the rivalry with the University of Arizona in Tucson, like improving the football team. A dealer put ASU in touch with a corporate and securities lawyer from Cleveland named Robert H. Jackson, who was also a collector of rare books and manuscripts, and who happened to own an important Burroughs archive, which was appraised at $200,000. Arizona State bought it for $100,000, with the other $100,000 as a gift and tax write-off. The urge to acquire had superseded all caution. Arizona State was a very conservative place, with rock-ribbed Republican alumni who would have been horrified by Burroughs' books. As one librarian put it, in the understatement of the year, Burroughs is a man who might offend local sensibilities. For Arizona State to collect the papers of William S. Burroughs was about as incongruous as the University of Tel Aviv collecting the papers of Ezra Pound. And yet the race to build up an important collection was uppermost, so that a sizable Burroughs archive ended up in the Sun Belt, on the campus at Tempe, among the tanned and pampered students whose fathers gave them sports cars and private planes as graduation presents. When Burroughs came to Tempe in November 1984 to read and pay a courtesy call, he was given a mixed reception. The attitude of the library seemed to be, "We're not fans, but we understand why we should collect him." At the reading, one student walked out, saying he could not understand the drunk, mumbling old man, but at the end he got a standing ovation. Over the Christmas holidays, the biographer returned to Lawrence for more taping. On the evening of his arrival, he found Burroughs in a cheerful mood, cooking a stew and conversing with his cats. Burroughs described his theory for running a small town. What would you do with 15,000 people? There would be a triage. You would designate certain people to work out their destinies, and put the others in an accident pool, with so many deaths from this and so many deaths from that. You could expand that to take care of the whole planet, because there's only 1 in a million that's worth a shit. In a biological mutation, only a small fraction is going to make it, most of them will go down the drain. The human line is running out, just like the dinosaurs ran out, and we have to mutate. On Christmas Day, 1984, Burroughs and James and the biographer were invited to dinner at the home of Pat and June Barelli, in Mission Hills, Kansas City. Pat Barelli was an ear, nose and throat man who had married James's Aunt June. There were 4 generations of Grauer Haltzes, Palks and Barellis at the dinner, ranging in age from 11 months to James's 94-year-old grandfather, John Palk, who was there with his 86-year-old wife, Viola. They had been married 68 years. Grandpa had been raised in Oklahoma when it was Indian Territory. Most of the time he seemed to be sleeping in his chair, but when a photograph of his son and 3 daughters was passed around he woke up and said, "Someone asked me, 'John, how many children have you got?' And I said, I've got one old man and 3 old ladies. I can't tell a lie, can I? Well, said Burroughs, I'm 70, I'm a member of the club. But Grandpa, reluctant to grant Burroughs membership, insisted on calling him Sonny. After the turkey with the oyster stuffing, after the rack of lamb, after the yams and the mushrooms and the peas and the cranberry sherbet and all the other dishes that were like a dream of well-prepared abundance, the biographer said goodbye to Grandpa, who gave him a firm handshake and said, I want to live to be 100 because very few people die at that age. 6 years from now, ask Jamie if I'm still around. Grandpa was 98 on May 5, 1988. But his wife, Viola Woolford Polk, who had been a formative influence on James, passed away, in October 1985, at the age of 89. In January 1985, the biographer went to Paris to see Brian Geeson, who was not well. It was during the Great Cold, when the metro stations, which normally shut down at 1:30 a.m., were kept open for the closhards, bums, to sleep in. Brian was wheezing and coughing, a low growl rising from his throat, but his emphysema did not stop him from smoking. I don't sleep more than 20 minutes at a time, he said. From his 4th-floor apartment on the Rue Saint-Martin, he looked out at the exposed yellow and blue intestines of the Beaubourg Museum, a model of the falsely new. He looked out the window, seldom going out, and drank bourbon, and smoked hashish, and received the willing listeners of his by now familiar tales, how he had been done out of his restaurant in Tangier, how the Marchesa had taken a shine to him. His mood swung from a feeling of despondency, in which he went into his I am a flop I am a failure routine, to one of grandiosity, in which he said, I'm a star in Paris. A living legend. Once the capital of the avant-garde, Paris was now a cultural backwater, where Brian could still function on the Princess Circuit. My dear, Anne of Bavaria and I are competing for the favors of a beautiful boy, while warming his hands at the brazier of socialist culture. He called the Ministry of Culture about his promised decoration, and performed little verbal pirouettes for the minister, Jacques Lang, and worried that at the last reception he had forgotten to kiss Madame Lang's hand. He ingratiated himself with the purchasing committee for the Ile-de-France Museum, all 8 members of which arrived to look at his work but purchased nothing. He sold his surrealist drawings to the Beaubourg, the ones that André Breton himself had removed from the walls at the exhibit of 1935. He lobbied for a studio from the city of Paris, or for a dinner invitation. He was so caught up in the politics of culture that there was little time left for producing the work. It was I must call the ministry today, and does Jacques Lang like me? And yet there was a genuine gallantry in Brian, who despite his failing health and his doubts about his position in the arts, maintained an enthusiasm for life amid its disappointments. He grumbled and groaned, but he didn't want to miss anything. In June 1985, the biographer was back in Lawrence, where he found Burroughs in one of his despondent, it's the end of the human line moods. All the political and social chaos we see now reflects a much deeper biological crisis, he said. The life expectancy is way below what it should be. Most animals live 4 or 5 times the length of time it takes them to reach maturity. A cat is mature at 2 years and lives to 15 years. Our counterfeit species is vaster than empires, and more slow. What would be the point in keeping most of them alive anyway? I would gladly get rid of a whole streetful of people to save one Kalyuga, the incomparable gliding lemur in the rainforest of Borneo. I'm not committed to the human species. I want to move into space. I can't tell you how utterly unhappy I am here. I can hardly stand it, my life is a torment, I just wonder how anyone can feel as awful as I do and live. The biographer told him that in spite of his pessimism, he loved life, and Burroughs replied, I love life, but not the one I have. Then, after an excellent fettuccine dinner cooked by James, he stood up and announced, you're quite right, I do love life, and I love my cats, which is the same thing. A friend had given him a patented wishing machine that he was trying out, a small, plug-in appliance consisting of 2 copper plates, between which were placed a photograph or a nail paring of the person to be wished for. According to the friend, the wishing machine had been used by the Department of Agriculture in experiments to get rid of pests, with a 90% kill ratio for Japanese beetles and a 70% kill ratio for corn borers. Burroughs had used it successfully to get rid of a growth on Ginger's lower lip, sitting in front of the machine for hours and formulating his wish without words, in silence, and thinking of himself as a surfer of wishing, riding on the wish as a surfer rode the waves, until Ginger's growth disappeared. He now had a photograph of Brian between the plates, and was working on relieving his emphysema. He saw a great future for wishing machines, when millions of people would have them, and their wishes would be coordinated by a television announcer. All you good people who wished for Mrs. Potter in Peoria, now listen here all you wishers, Mrs. Potter reports that her arthritis is much better. Of course you couldn't wish for something for yourself, that was just asking for trouble, but Burroughs thought there was no limit to it, and was planning to try it on someone with cancer or AIDS. It was sympathetic magic, the power of group concentration. In July, there was a Burroughs week at Naropa, and Burroughs and James returned to their old haunts, an apartment at the Varsity Manor in Boulder. At dinner the first night, Gregory Corso brought 2 bottles of Mumm's Cordon Rouge, complaining that it was extra dry and not brut. Reminiscing, Alan said that Jack Kerouac used to call him Jew boy. Alan took it for a while, but finally had enough, and said to Jack, "You eat shit out of your mother's cunt," which shut him up. Alan said that many of Burroughs' disputable opinions, such as his comments about women, were deliberately outrageous probes written as black humor, but once they were on the page in print he had to defend them as gospel. Burroughs nodded, and said he liked the kind of writer whose style you could recognize in a few words. He could recognize Jane Bowles in one sentence, he said, in the story about the man who ran an alligator farm, but there was no security in the alligators. A recognizable style, however, was not necessarily good writing. Look at Dryden, who had written the most breathtaking conceit in the English language when he commented on Lord Hastings' smallpox, "Each little pimple had a tear in it to wail the fault its rising did commit." The next evening Burroughs had dinner at the home of Anne Waldman and her poet husband, read by. Burroughs was godfather to their 4-year-old son, Ambrose. His approach to small children had not changed over the years, he still seemed to think that they liked to be scared, and so he came on as a sort of bogeyman, telling Ambrose, "I'm going to take you to the mountain." Ambrose, who in the past had run off in tears when faced with this threat of abduction, had now reached a stage of maturity where he refused to be intimidated by the elderly gentleman with his cane and 3-piece suit, and replied, "And I'm going to kick you in the penis." The next day there was a panel with Burroughs, Ginsberg, and Corso, which turned into an exercise in nostalgia as they went time traveling back to the days of the Beat Hotel. "Henry Michaud came to see us," Gregory recalled, "and what do? We piss in the sink, we don't go out and piss in the hall, all right, that's the lazy man's way. So he gets very bourgeois uptight, our friend the poet." "I didn't piss in the sink," said Burroughs, "always proper." They were having problems with the microphone, and Burroughs, the old hand, told Gregory to stay 6 inches away from it. "The size of my dick," Gregory said. That was Gregory, turning every occasion into buffoonery. Several members of the Naropa faculty thought it was a poor example for the students. But no one attempted to silence Gregory, who went on in the same vein, "Remember Guy Harloff, the Dutch painter who was fucking Kay Boyle's daughter? Everybody had to take a shit in those old French toilets where you had to squat, and he used to miss the hole, and you'd go in there and say, 'Oh my goodness, it's Guy Harloff again with his big ass.'" Burroughs told about visiting Celine, who looked like an old concierge, all covered with shawls. "That's where I blew it," Gregory said. "I had to fuck that dumb cunt that day, Jules Dassin's daughter, and what am I gonna do, fuck her or go and see this bitter old man?" Then Alan and Burroughs were recalling Kerouac's visit to Tangier in 1957. "He had an American reaction," Burroughs said. He thought it was dirty and didn't like Arabs. Did he have any Arab girls? Alan asked. Yes, I think so, but it wasn't very successful, Burroughs said. Two old queens talking about fucking again, Gregory said, there they go. Truth and finkery are very close, watch out. You could say this for Gregory, his street urchin style was still intact. He had avoided ingestion by the establishment, and remained an outsider, unfit for polite society. In that sense, he was closer to the original spirit of the Beats than the two others, who now fitted better into the award recipient, may we have an interview, poet laureate mold. In November 1985, Burroughs and James and Michael Emerton, his new amigo, left for Paris to see Brian, and Burroughs signed up for a reading in Amsterdam to defray the expenses of the trip. Brian's emphysema was so bad he had to take oxygen, but when James lit a cigarette he pleaded for a puff. He had been taken up by a hashish smuggler who called himself James Kennedy, but whose real name was Jim McCann. In the 70s, McCann had played the green card. Under cover of helping the IRA, he had set up his dope smuggling runs through Ireland. A Belfast boy known as his Nibs, McCann spent some of the money he made on art. He gave Brian $4,000 a month, against a large, 10-panel work in progress called Calligraffiti of Fire, so that Brian could afford a male nurse. Back in New York for a few days, Burroughs went strolling in the East Village and was quite happy to play his part as grand old man of the counterculture. On the corner of 8th Street, a cab driver waved and shouted, "Hey, Burroughs," and he waved back. In the St. Mark's bookshop, Queer, which had recently been published to favorable reviews, was in the window, and when he went in to sign a few copies, the manager said, "It's our biggest seller." When he went into a luncheonette for a sandwich, the waiter who took his order said, "Wow, you're a genius," and a man at the next table chimed in, "How does it feel to be a genius?" "Oh, I'm used to it," Burroughs said. Queer was an important early work, written in the same repertorial style as Junkie, detailing the author's obsession with Eugene Allerton while living in Mexico. Both books were about scoring, of one sort or another. In a new introduction, Burroughs asked himself why he had wanted to chronicle such painful and unpleasant memories. He decided that writing was a way of achieving immunity from the events described, as well as further similar events, like a vaccine. Writing was also his way of fighting back against the ugly spirit he felt possessed him, causing the death of his wife. In a cut-up he made in Paris years later were the words "raw peeled winds of hate and mischance blew the shot." At first, he thought the words referred to blowing a shot of junk, then he realized that it was the shot that had killed Joan. That night John Giorno made dinner for Burroughs, James, the biographer, and the painter Keith Haring, who said he had almost been tarred and feathered at his opening by disgruntled and envious East Village artists. Burroughs said he was having trouble with his eyes and would have to have a cataract operation. He could no longer go to target practice, he didn't see the target. He showed the biographer some recent letters from readers. "Mr. Burroughs," one asked, "does your obsession with weapons indicate a basic insecurity?" "It sure does," Burroughs said. "Like all people at this time, I'm terribly scared. What's a man without a weapon, faced by a deadly attack?" Another reader asked, "Do you consider yourself a religious man?" "My reply is," Burroughs said, "do you consider Einstein's field theory a religious statement?" Then it was back to Lawrence and his beloved cats. Now that Rusky was in the country and Wimpy had vanished, he was down to 3, Ginger, Calico, and Fletch. In a journal entry on March 13, 1986, he wrote, "I am in a panic. Fletch attacked me. I had gone to sit on the couch. He came over, got into my lap, and suddenly began to whine and attack me viciously. I slapped him with the medical thriller I was reading. He hissed and went down into the basement. Whatever possessed him permeates the house with a smell of menace and evil. Would anyone sitting on that couch at that moment have been attacked in the same manner? Don't know. I sense that he is sick physically and perhaps in some chronic pain. I stand in deadly fear of his anger. Of any anger? The fear is in my chest, gray-black like underexposed film. On April 16, 1986, Burroughs saw in the paper that Jean Genet had died, and remembered their assignment for Esquire at the 1968 convention. Harold Hayes had called him a thief, and he had said, "But of course. Genet was a great person, an incredible person." He and Beckett were the two 20th century novelists who would definitely last. In the last 10 years of his life, he didn't write, he was a barbiturate addict. There was the French language, he said, and there was myself, and I put one into the other, and it is done. He lived in small hotel rooms. He was used to jail cells and didn't want a big place. If someone recognized him, he moved out the next day. He wanted to be anonymous. Genet said he was protected by his age, his white hair, and his money. All the old friends were dying. Burroughs could take as his own the words of Tennyson's Sir Bedivere, "And I the last go forth companionless." A visit from Alan Anson, a gay Falstaff, large and jolly in spite of his own health problems, cheered Burroughs up. Alan had a spot of uremia. His daily 4 giant martinis had caused him to fall off a bar stool. Off the booze, he had a definite awareness of the closing of the shades, and felt that he was slipping into geriatric petulance. But he thought Burroughs looked great. With his longevity, he was on the way to becoming the George Burns of the counterculture. Burroughs told him about a young friend named Dean Ripa, who caught rare snakes in Africa and sold them to zoos. "He arrived on my doorstep with 8 very venomous snakes," Burroughs said. "A Gabon viper, one of the evilest looking creatures I've ever seen. 4 feet long and weighing 30 pounds. Instead of squiggling along like most snakes, this thing walks on its ribs like a caterpillar, and the final thing is they growl like dogs. They have a head the size of a small shovel, huge fangs, and a terrific amount of venom." Another was the green mamba, 6 feet long, with a neurotoxic venom. "Sounds like the adventure of the speckled band," Anson said. "They were all in the back of his car, and he's got a little heater in there. He has to keep them at a temperature of between 75 and 80 degrees. I couldn't have them in the house because of my cats, so we took them out to Fred Aldrich's where there's a gas heater, and he put the snakes through their paces. He has a special instrument like a concave cane, so if the cobra came at him he could push it away. If I give you the word, get out quick," he said. He lost his best friend to a snake bite. That evening over dinner, Burroughs told of a theory he had read about in the National Enquirer, advanced by Dr. John Seale of London, to the effect that AIDS was a man-made virus derived from the Vena virus that occurs in sheep, and that was being grown in Soviet laboratories to wipe out the people of the free world. "Where did that virus come from?" he asked. "From a Moscow laboratory, where else? It was developed by Soviet scientists as a biological weapon of war. This whole AIDS thing is a scenario right out of Williams' writing," James said. "The virus of sexual frenzy in the Wild Boys." Anson had in common with Burroughs that he, too, was a true original, whose opinions were not derivative. When the biographer asked him what Burroughs' motive had been in a certain incident, he replied, "We don't want to get into the situation of Goethe's biographer, who quoted Goethe as saying, 'I only fell in love 5 times in my entire life,' and then added a footnote saying, 'The master here in error was.'" Later in April, Burroughs and James went to Germany and he gave readings in Berlin and Bremen to overflow crowds. They then spent 4 days in Paris with Brian, who knew he was going to die soon and was surrounded by a small circle of helpers. In his moments alone with Burroughs and James, Brian was open about his fear of death. He wept, and said he was terrified. A tumor in his side, which had not yet been diagnosed but was clearly cancerous, was causing him great pain. His emphysema was worse, and he was on oxygen at almost all times. He had, however, finished the pen and ink drawings for a short book by Burroughs called The Cat Inside, which was to be published in a deluxe edition of 250 copies. They spent a few days in New York on the way back to Lawrence, and on May 2, at dinner at John Giorno's, Allen Ginsberg, who had seen galleys of the cat book, offered editing suggestions, saying that he should not describe someone as a well-known Kansas sculptor, because well-known sounded like magazine prose. Nor did he like the phrase where Burroughs described Rusky's disappearance and said he was depressed and in pain. What did he mean by in pain? Distraught over Brian's decline, Burroughs exploded, "Don't you know what in pain means? Don't you realize that I love my cats more than you love any of your fucking lovers? Any of your fucking lovers?" Allen did not rise to the bait, having found serenity through Buddhism. The talk turned to Brian, who had written John Giorno that he was thinking of suicide because he was in such pain from emphysema. Someone with Alzheimer's disease had just jumped off the top of the Bobarg across the street, which had given him ideas. Burroughs said that he had never in his life contemplated suicide, which probably made him some sort of a freak. It would be far better to run amok, which, by the way, came from the Malay amok, to engage furiously in battle, going out fighting and taking some of the bastards with you. But if you were talking about how you might do it, he wouldn't take pills, cause often they didn't work, or fall off a building, cause he was afraid of heights and you might land on a ledge. He'd blow his brains out with a shotgun the way Hemingway did. In June, Allen Ginsberg, the spirit of youthful irreverence, reached the advanced age of 60. He looked strong and fit, but complained about high blood pressure and kidney problems. In addition, Peter Orlovsky was acting up and had to be sent to various places for psychiatric help. As always, Allen was in the eye of the cyclone, managing the whirling circles of his life, his teaching job at Brooklyn College, the publication of the annotated edition of Howl, exhibits in New York and Texas of photographs he had taken over the years, and helping Peter and down and out friends like Harry Smith and Gregory Corso. Allen had become the curator and guardian of the Beat movement. In July, Brian Geeson was diagnosed as having lung cancer, on top of his colostomy and his emphysema. His doctor did not give him long to live. John Giorno, who was traveling in Europe, went to Paris and saw him on July 3. Propped up on cushions, emaciated and ravaged, wheezing and coughing, Brian lay there like a half-demented diva, singing his last act aria of self-pity, and still obsessed by his two phobias, women and Jews. All the trouble in the world is caused by women and Jews. Moses, Christ, Marx, Freud, and Einstein. Burroughs wanted to be at Brian's side, but could not leave Lawrence before the beginning of August, because he could scarcely afford the ticket to Paris at full short notice prices, and because there seemed to be a little more time. The biographer called Brian on Wednesday, July 9, and told him to hang on until they got there in the first week of August. "That's too late," Brian said. "I'm going out on Saturday." On Sunday morning, July 13, his male nurse arrived at the apartment on the Rue Saint Martin and found Brian dead in his bed, of a heart attack. He was 70 years old. Burroughs was grief-stricken, and guilt-ridden that he had not gotten there on time. Poor Brian. At least he had gotten his decoration and been made a Chevalier of the Order of Arts and Letters. He had worried that he had wasted his career. The publishers said he was a painter. The gallery owners said he was a writer. For Burroughs, Brian was the only man he had ever respected, a regal, impeccable presence without a trace of pretension, the only authentic heir to Hassan-I Sabbah. Brian could never be a faker or a coward. As it turned out, his illustrations for the cat book had been their final collaboration. Felicity Mason, another of Brian's closest friends, flew to Paris to make the funeral arrangements. She had known Brian since 1952, when, intrigued by his looks and manner, she had joined him at the café table where he was sitting in the Jma el Fna in Marrakesh. It turned out that they had been born a year apart in adjacent English villages, and that each had a sibling who had died. Brian decided that Felicity would be his new sister, and so she had remained for 34 years, weathering Brian's petulance and tantrums as the price to be paid for his brilliance and charisma. As for his sexual tastes, she saw nothing wrong with men liking men. She liked men herself, and had written about her busy sex life under the pen name Ann Cummings, and understood just what men saw in each other: good, hard cocks. While women were all soft and smelled like beauty salons. Because of the Bastille Day 14th of July holiday, Felicity could not arrange for Brian's removal to the Père Lachaise cemetery until Thursday, July 17th. On that day, it was bright and sunny, and street musicians were playing in front of the Beaubourg when the hearse pulled up at 135 Rue Saint-Martin. A small band of the faithful followed the coffin from the apartment to the hearse, including the friends who had attended to his needs in the last days, and who recalled that even to the end, hooked to his oxygen tank, he had held court and cracked jokes, and establishment ladies from the museums in whites and greys. Felicity laid 2 sprigs of white orchids on the coffin as a last farewell, and gave a luncheon for 12 in a little restaurant in the Beaubourg neighborhood that Brian had liked. At the cemetery, there was a backup at the crematorium, so that Brian had to lie in cold storage on standby, which he would not have appreciated. Finally, on Tuesday, July 22nd, he was cremated, as the music of Hajuka he had loved so well was played. Kennedy/McCann, the dope smuggler/art collector, took custody of the ashes. Matilda, Duchess of Argyll, gave a post-cremation reception. To the end, Brian had remained on the princess circuit. It happened that Maurice Girodias, one-time head of the Olympia Press and now pursuing other interests, had recently moved to a penthouse apartment in the Ménilmontant section of Paris, with a direct and unobstructed view of Père Lachaise. Alerted by friends, he was on his terrace watching the crematorium, looking out over the endless rows of little white gravestones between clumps of leafy trees, where Oscar Wilde and so many other famous men were buried. The crematorium, a vaguely oriental cupola with 2 short, round chimneys sticking up like animal snouts, was practically under Maurice's nose, and he saw it every day when he tended to his geranium boxes. The crematorium had been built as a monument to freethinkers after the French Revolution, a practical implement of the rationalist creed, an alternative to the Christian superstition of interment, announcing with each puff of smoke, "There is no life after death." It was a fitting end for Brian, who had believed only in himself, thought Maurice. It was also an egalitarian end, reducing men of high and low station to the same diminutive pile of ashes. And yet it seemed to Maurice that in this as in every other aspect of life there was an order of precedence, so that when a body was cremated, the puffs of black smoke were wispy and hesitant in the case of a nobody, and fuller and more abundant in the case of more prominent corpses. This impression lasted only for a moment, however, for the puffs of smoke were soon dispersed and carried away by the wind. When the puffs that had once been Brian went up, Maurice looked away. In Lawrence, Burroughs was in a deep depression, where the smell of death clung to everything. Pale horse, pale rider, where are they now? Mikey Portman entwined with my brother, Mort, I had to laugh even to think of such a thing. What are you in front of decent people? Stardust on each hurricane warnings out. 2 adolescents, both of us using the copper basin pubic hair dust of the dead before I met Kerouac in the peony-filled field. Who has provided for these needs? $2 extra. Interesting theory from the shopkeeper. Wanna get screwed, skinny. Michael Winkler of Lima, Ohio, age 6, first case in medical history to recover from rabies. Garver got the job, is he dead, too? Oswald's mother reminding Johnson, you would not be president except for my son's act. The alley behind McPherson, where are you today, Prine Hoxie? Kells and Kiki in front of the Café Central, where are you today? Kells in a dream, saying, I was beaten in handcuffs. And Rex Weisenberger. If you do, mother, I will cut the legs off the dining room table. And Dave Kammerer, rocks in his pockets, at the bottom of the Hudson. And Anthony Balch burning the pound note. Just an old man with his memories popping. On the way to the Greek restaurant on Moscow Street we passed our Paddington digs and I said, "Oh, there's where we used to live," and Ian snapped, "I don't want to be reminded of our life together. We commit daily crimes against people by the fact of being alive." "What about your brother?" Brian asked at the Beat Hotel, and I burst into tears realizing the emptiness of Mort's life and my own responsibility. And Billy with his room full of empty paregoric bottles, and mother mixing cocktails at 4 in the afternoon. And Gene angered in Menninger with his decorticated body. Oh yes, I was slight, but a slight build is an advantage in the long run. And Henry Beck, who helped me get married in Athens, died of Malta fever. Ilse would be in her 80s, she must be dead, though I heard she was living near Zurich. And when the Jew boy asked, "Would you rather be a live coward or a dead hero?" Masek just looked at him. Rusky killed the birds, brought them in, and dropped them on the kitchen floor. At Los Alamos I threw a dead rabbit into the pig pen and they ate it, hair and all. Hogs will eat anything. I look back on the things I've done, asking myself, what in the hell did you do that for? What was in your mind? Were you crazy or something? What possessed you to do such a stupid, destructive thing? Don't you realize that if you'd hit the glass you'd have endangered those people sitting on the couch? My past is an evil river. When I drove to New York from Harvard with Bill Gilmore and Richard Stern, it was night, and Stern was going 70 miles per hour through intersections. "Richard, you are scaring me to death," I said, and he replied, "Are you worried about meeting death? Well, you won't meet him with me." "For sure I won't," I said. "If you don't slow down I'm going to get out of this car." He slowed down. "The tide is coming in from Hiroshima, you dumb earth hicks. Sovki put. Your death is always with you. You don't have to run around looking for it." In the fall of 1986, Burroughs pulled himself out of his depression and resumed work on Western Lands, the last volume of his trilogy. He saw friends again, and attended the monthly meeting of the Lawrence Cat Club in the Fairgrounds building. He wanted to propose the construction of a no-kill cat shelter, but that was not on the agenda, and instead he had to sit through a demonstration on showing your cat how to hold it and show it to the judge at cat shows. If your cat scratches the judge, that doesn't help. In December, Burroughs finished Western Lands, and he and James came to New York for a festive week of dinners and parties. Many old friends came to a birthday party for James, including Allen Ginsberg, John Giorno, Barney Rossett, Stuart Meyer, and Howard Bruckner. On Sunday, December 21st, as Burroughs and James were in the bunker packing for their return to Lawrence, Allen Ginsberg and Lucien Carr arrived, both bearded like the wise men of old. Lucien was still in Washington with his news agency, which had gone through a change of ownership. The new president had called him in and told him, "You have an iron rice bowl," a Chinese expression meaning that he would not, like so many others, be fired. Allen recalled that when he had visited the English department of a Chinese university, half the faculty were ideologues appointed during the Cultural Revolution, who did not speak a word of English. When Allen was invited to a faculty meeting, the Iron Rice Bowl contingent was not in attendance. Why bother, since they were tenured for life? Whatever happened? Lucien said he was on his way to the hospital to visit his 88-year-old mother, who had suffered her third stroke in a year. He poured himself some old overhold in a teacup, and Burroughs shuddered. He frowned on daytime drinking. "But William," James said, "you have advanced the hour of the sundowner farther than anyone I know." "Not this far," he said. "The sun is over the yardarm," Lucien said. Lucien and Allen left, saying goodbye to Burroughs, three old friends who went back 40 years to the Columbia days, and whose lives were still intertwined. In Lawrence, Burroughs finished Western Lands, which was due to be published in December 1987. Perhaps, he thought when it was done, it was his last book. There were times now when he felt he could no longer write. "I cannot express myself through writing anymore," he said. Writing was a part of his life that was over and done with. Western Lands was his finale, his sign-off, his last hurrah. He was leaving the stage and there would be no encores. He remembered what Jean Genet had said, there was the French language and there was me and I put one into the other and now it's finished, c'est fini. For him, it was the same, c'est fini. Or was it? In spite of what he said, there were days when he sat down at the typewriter and jotted down dream sequences or memories. It wasn't quite over as long as he had the recording urge. November 5, 1986, journal entry, I was a bit junk sick. I had also smoked a joint, and suddenly the sex desire comes over me and I go into the bathroom and jack off standing up. A gentle touch and Ian is behind me, fucking me. Just drop your pants, Bill, and let me fuck you. The feeling of merging and a click in my throat and I suddenly feel whole. May 1987 Dream Notes, Junksick in Tangier. I am going to show James the most horrible street in Tangier. A ship. Ian neglected me. In Morocco Jacques Stern was a drug clerk. I had an RX for chloral hydrate which he didn't want to cash. My time in Tangier with Billy was strained and hollow. Like the time he called long distance after an accident from the hospital. I could hear him but he couldn't hear me. I kept saying, "Where are you, Billy, where are you?" All my family and intimate relationships tend to be strained and off-key. Affection denied when needed or supplied when unwanted. Holding in my hand a limestone fragment I picked up at a Greek ruin in 1973 with John Brady, it was a testicle. In lieu of writing, he turned to painting. Not only the gunshot paintings he had experimented with on wood panels, but works on paper reminiscent of the calligraphic paintings of Brian Geeson. He knew nothing about painting, but these were accomplished works, and he felt that Brian's hand was guiding him. What he was trying to do was put time into the painting, which he called the Big Bang technique. The pictures moved and changed, he found in them hidden faces and scenes. When he painted he felt a pleasant vertigo, a falling into the picture. So that he spent hours not only painting but looking at his paintings, and divining their hidden language. He gave his TV set to James, he no longer had any use for it, I'd rather look at my paintings. He did very few readings now, although in the summer he still went to Naropa to teach. He was there in July 1987 for a week, and found that the other guest lecturer was an old friend, the psychiatrist R.D. Laing, whom he had known in London in the 70s. Laing was then at the height of his fame, as the author of Knots and the Divided Self, and the head of a therapy center in which he encouraged his patients to accept and come to terms with their mental disorders. He told them to get inside their madness, to go through it and come out the other side. As usual, Burroughs had an apartment at the Varsity Townhouse, where his friend from New York days, Stephen Lowe, had joined him. One night they invited Allen Ginsberg and Laing to dinner, and Laing showed up with his attractive young girlfriend, Margaret. Laing seemed to have been drinking, and recounted a run-in he'd had with Allen's friend, Peter Orlovsky. "If I'd had my Glasgow pub buddies here," he said, "we wouldn't have put up with that shit." Burroughs started talking about mandatory blood tests for AIDS, and how it was another form of government control, and as he spoke, Laing slumped down in his chair, as though returning to the fetal position. Suddenly he began shouting at Burroughs, "Talk to me! Talk to me!" "Oh, Ronnie," Margaret said, "quit winding people out." Then Laing turned to Burroughs and said, "You're stupid." "What?" a startled Burroughs asked. "You're stupid," Laing replied. "I beg your pardon, Ronnie, I've been called many things in my life, but stupid wasn't one of them." "What do you mean by stupid?" Steve Lowe asked. "You're stupid," Laing said, "because you have all the information any one man can have, because you love your cats, and because you're innocent and naive." "That's ridiculous," Steve said, "you're undermining the terms." Laing seemed not to hear, he was somewhere else, and he was saying, "The sky's too blue, the ocean is too wet, the snow is too white." God, thought Steve, Mad Gregory was a blessing compared to this lunatic. Then Lang said, I'm an agent, and we're still in telepathic control. What deterioration, thought Steve. Once a brilliant man, and now look at him. He had taught others to come out the other side, but where was he? Physician, heal thyself. Margaret rose from the table, and a few minutes later said, Ronnie, the taxi's here. Lang jumped up in Pavlovian reaction and Burroughs saw him to the door, saying, Good to see you, Ronnie. That was Burroughs, thought Steve, unflappable and unfailingly courteous. It would have been so easy to trade insults with Ronnie, to say something wounding. People thought Burroughs was some kind of monster, whereas in fact he was a gentleman, in the best sense of the word. In December 1987, Burroughs came to New York in his dual capacity as writer and painter. There was a publication party for Western Lands at the Gotham Book Mart and a signing at B. Dalton on 8th Street and 6th Avenue. And who should Burroughs find sitting in his chair at Dalton but Herbert Hunk, also in his 70s, one of the last survivors of the post-World War II Times Square scene. Hunk looked pretty good, considering it was miraculous that he was still alive, with all the drugs and booze he had ingested. At Dalton there were so many people online for the signing that they ran out of books and had to cut the line, like a movie line, sold out. If you live long enough, Burroughs said, you become the grand old man of letters. Then there was a show of his paintings that opened on December 19 at the Tony Shafraza Gallery on Mercer Street. Shafraza was an Iranian painter-turned-dealer who had made his reputation in the art world by defacing Guernica. He had walked into the Museum of Modern Art where Picasso's huge painting was hanging in the lobby and had written a message across it with a can of red spray paint. He had meant to say kill all lies, but in the excitement of the moment it came out kill lies all. At the opening, there was a big crush, television cameras, celebrities, the downtown people, the art world, and Burroughs wearing a gray double-breasted suit. The gunshot paintings were upstairs, including the one that the Institute of Arts and Letters had turned down for its 1983 exhibit of new members' work, and the watercolors and drawings were downstairs. James, still the starstruck Coffeeville bumpkin, pointed to a bright orange gunshot painting and said, Bianca Jagger put a reserve on that one. There's a party afterward at the Canal Bar. A select group. Madonna's coming with Matt Dillon, and Chris Stein and Debbie Harry will be there. Burroughs' comment on the difference between painting and writing was painting is a hell of a lot easier than writing. It was gratifying to be able to turn a senior citizen hobby, Irving Berlin at the age of 100 passing the time with his watercolors, to profit. In May 1988 Burroughs passed through New York on the way to Europe for gallery shows in Antwerp, Amsterdam, and London. They're all pre-sold, he said. It's the only way to go. He looked thin to the point of anorexia, an indication that James Grauerholtz was not in strict attendance, for when Burroughs was left alone he forgot to eat. He had also rolled back the hour of his first drink, which had once been 6 p.m., to 3:30, threatening to turn the sundowner into a sunriser. The talk in the media about the legalization of drugs was like a vindication, for he had always said that if drugs were legal there would be no drug problem. You do it gradually, he said, like a prescription drug, with plenty of controls and safeguards. Just by having a standardized product, you'd be saving hundreds of lives. Perhaps he would see it in his lifetime. They could start with marijuana, which was no more addictive than nicotine. Who killed Kim Carson's and Mike Chase? The answer was divulged in Western Lands. They were both killed by Joe the Dead, a hideously scarred character, blind in one eye, with a stump where his left hand should be, the victim of an exploding safe. Joe the Dead is described as a natural outlaw, dedicated to breaking the natural laws of the universe. A specialist in evolutionary biology, he intends to crack two biological laws: 1. That hybrids are permitted only between closely related species. 2. That an evolutionary step requiring biological mutation must be irretrievable and irreversible. Joe the Dead is a monstrous, inhuman character who has brought back strange knowledge from the grave. His only lifeline is the love of animals. Cats see him as a friend. From one book to the next, Burroughs had killed off one alter ego, Kim Carson's, and adopted the guise of another, Joe the Dead. For his purpose in Western lands was to write his way out of death, to immortality. The Western lands of the title have nothing to do with the American West. They are, according to the ancient Egyptians, the lands beyond death that a few can reach after a perilous journey, and after crossing the Duad, the river of excrement. Western Lands is another quest book, but this time the quest is not space travel or mutation, but some form of life after death. The road to Western Lands is unpredictable. Today's easy passage may be tomorrow's death trap. The obvious road is almost always a fool's road, and beware the middle roads, the roads of moderation, common sense, and careful planning. As in the previous books, the sets and characters go through quick changes. In his quest for the Western Lands, Burroughs resurrects Kim Carson's and adds another character called Neferti. There are flashbacks to the Weimar Republic, the Russian front, and the fall of Berlin. Like a series of false starts, these are not the way to the Western Lands. Kim moves to Tangier, and to Uruguay. Why, he wonders, did the Egyptians need to preserve the physical body in mummy form? It had to be because of women, who are parasites feeding on men's bodies. However, if the Western Lands could be reached by the contact of two males, the myth of duality would be exploded. Burroughs sees two roads to the Western Lands, through the love of danger and through homosex. But danger is a monopoly of the insensitive and non-creative, while homosex has been dealt a deadly blow by AIDS. Western Lands is an account of a trip beyond death, a metaphor for the artist's longing for immortality. Written in an elegiac tone, it flashes back to scenes of Burroughs' childhood and early life, the house on Pershing Avenue. Inside he stumbles on a heap of toys. One Christmas after another in layers. A crust of broken ornaments crunches underfoot like snow. He imagines finally reaching the Grand Hotel de Morts, where he sees Ian Somerville, vague and wispy and cool. A curious combination of a mathematician and a cold, bitchy woman. He is in the land of the dead, where the silver coins that are the legal currency reflect the qualities the pilgrim has displayed during his lifetime. Cat coins are for cat lovers, kindness coins are for those who were helpful without consideration of payment. There are courage coins, integrity coins, and truth coins. Coins cannot be counterfeited or stolen, they tarnish and blacken in the wrong hands. But have Burroughs and his characters reached the Western Lands? As Joe the Dead moves about the house making tea, smoking cigarettes, and reading trash, he feels a pain that he cannot locate in bodily terms. It isn't exactly his pain, it's as if some creature inside him is suffering horribly, and he doesn't know exactly why, or what to do to alleviate the pain, which communicates itself to him as a paralyzing fatigue, an inability to do the simplest thing like fill out the driver's license renewal form. The thought of sitting down and doing it causes him the indirect pain that drains his strength, so that he can barely move. As the book ends, they have been unable to cross the Duad. I want to reach the Western Lands, writes Burroughs, now speaking in his own voice, but he is prevented from doing so by the river, down which flows all the filth and horror, fear, hate, disease, and death of human history. And then he asks himself the question that indicates the failure of the quest: how long does it take a man to learn that he does not, cannot want what he wants? He has spent 30 years trying to write his way out of the human condition and must finally accept that it cannot be done. He has come to the end of words. The book ends with the phrase heard every night in English pubs: "Hurry up, please, it's time." The end is approaching, and the Duad is unpassable, but the writing itself will remain. 22. The final years. 1988 to 1997. When my book was published in 1988, Burroughs was in Chicago, where he was interviewed by a Tribune reporter who asked him what he thought of it. "It's awful," William said. This was not helpful, but when we spoke on the phone he was contrite. He hadn't meant that the book was awful, he'd meant it was awful to be faced with your life on the page. There was a process of dislocation from sitting at home in Lawrence and telling stories to a friend, to seeing it all on the page, on hundreds of pages, undisguised by cut UPS and other literary devices. Even though he had been a willing guide, helping me locate key figures in the book that I could never have found otherwise, he was horrified to see it in print, where it would be read by thousands. And so we remained friends, and I went out to see him in Lawrence. He had a fellow staying with him whose profession was capturing exotic snakes, and one of them had gotten out of its cage. We searched the house room by room, but never found it. I love lizards, I love turtles, I love snakes, but I draw the line at snakes on the loose, William said. Then there was the mandatory target practice with his shooting pal George Call, a retired iron worker, ruddy-faced and heavy in the chest, who wore overalls and a peaked cap. Our conversations are mostly limited to firearms, William said. George was a year older, but said, I call him the old man. He's got a lot more miles on him. We went out to a field where we hoisted paper targets and fired away, with the chiggers biting at our ankles. William was writing daily entries in his diary. He was proud of his memory. Look at the high school grads today, he said. 2/3 of them have no idea of who our allies were in World War II. They couldn't find France and England on a map. God Almighty, where are their heads? Grauerholtz now had a house of his own, but came by every evening for dinner. He was running William Burroughs Communications from a former law office downtown, where he stored the rapidly growing Burroughs archives. He handled William's mail and typed the edited drafts of his fiction output on his computer. It was William's habit to take unused material from one book and use it in the next, so that each book became part of an ongoing narrative. When working on Western Lands, William's last full-length novel, Grauerholtz incorporated unused material from Place of Dead Roads. He had assimilated Burroughs' voice and was able to stay on key in his revisions, acting almost as an alter ego. Western Lands was published in 1984, when Burroughs was 70, but far from emulating the old writer, who couldn't write anymore because he had reached the end of his words, William in his final years was a whirlwind of activity. He had advanced from the category of vilified outcast, as in the legal battle over the obscenity of naked lunch, to counterculture celebrity, sought after for readings, gallery shows of his shotgun paintings, and cameo appearances in films and on Saturday Night Live. In addition, he was now a titled celebrity, Commendeur d'Arts et Lettres in France and a member of the prestigious American Academy and Institute of Arts and Letters. He wore the rosettes in the lapel of his suits, saying, "They help you get through customs." Looking back on the years of dismissal followed by the years of fame, William quoted himself in the last words of Dutch Schultz, "So many good ones, and so many bad ones, that's what you get for trying." He came often to New York, and I recall one visit in 1985 when he came to dinner with Allen Ginsberg. My son Gabriel was there, having been suspended from Bard College for various felonies such as not turning in papers. I told William and Allen that Gabriel had decided not to return to Bard for his senior year. At once, these two veterans of the counterculture and antagonists of their country's institutions, one had graduated from Harvard and the other from Columbia, sat my son down and insisted that he must finish college, that his life would be ruined if he did not, that the only way to succeed in any career was to graduate, and that he would have a hard time raising a family if he didn't. In spite of their pleas, Gabriel did not take their advice. In writing a book whose principal actors were still alive with the exception of Kerouac, my life became entwined with theirs. I could never get Allen to sit down for an interview, not because he had qualms, but because he was as occupied and organized as the president of a firm, with meetings, readings, and travels. One day he told me he was flying out to Los Angeles to see his cousin, Dr. Oscar Janiger, a pioneer in psychedelic drug research, in particular LSD. He had introduced the Hollywood community, including Cary Grant, to mind-expanding experiences. I arranged to take the same flight as Alan, and I interviewed him for an uninterrupted 5 hours in midair. He was incapable of not being candid and articulate, and he had a prodigious memory. I had him to myself, and that was worth its weight in gold. I had a car waiting at the airport to drive him to his cousin's office in Santa Monica. He asked me to come inside to say hello, and as we went in, the actor James Coburn was leaving. Alan gave me access to his archives, which he kept in a room in his walk-up loft. I went there often, and I often saw the same derelict sleeping on the floor in the open kitchen. It was Harry Smith, the folk music anthologist and experimental filmmaker, now a homeless drunk. Alan had paid his bill at the Chelsea Hotel and given him a housing allowance, which he spent on booze, turning up at Alan's pad and passing out on the floor. Alan finally sent him to dry out with friends in Cooperstown. It was not an exaggeration to say that Alan's generosity was limitless. As he got older, more of his friends depended on him, and he was running his own private charity. The only one of my characters I had trouble with was pint-sized Gregory Corso, who made it a point of honor to be difficult. He then lived in San Francisco with his wife and child, and I chased him all over the Mission District, from bar to bar. When I found him, he agreed to accompany me to my motel, but only if we stopped at an Italian deli, where he ordered gorgonzola, salami, olives, bread, and 2 bottles of Chianti to loosen his tongue. Back in New York a year later, I was continuing my Corso interviews. I got a call from my doorman, "There's a gentleman coming up in the freight elevator." It was Gregory, carrying a log that must have weighed 50 pounds, though he knew there was no working fireplace in my apartment. It was, I guess, his way of expressing how cumbersome our interviews were. After each of our sessions he would borrow one of my books, which I never saw again. The climax of my relationship with Gregory came after my book was published in 1988. I went to a book party for a friend with my wife, Eileen, and my teenage daughter, Amber. Gregory was there, looking disheveled, and when we left, he followed us out and grabbed me by the lapels and started pummeling me. It seems that something in my book had displeased him. That's the trouble with writing about people who are still alive, they come after you. When he went into his rant, "You fucking shithole son of a bitch bastard," I moved him to the curb, because he was scaring my daughter. In 1986, I went to Paris for a final interview with Brian Geeson. He died in July, and did not live to see his paintings hung in the Pompidou Museum. A generation later came the retrospective at the new museum on the Bowery, largely due to the efforts of John Giorno, his admirer and close friend. Giorno still lives on the Bowery, in the one-time YMCA converted into lofts. It was thanks to him that Burroughs moved there after returning to New York. Giorno was the link between the Beats and younger painters like Jasper Johns and Robert Rauschenberg, whom Burroughs met when Rauschenberg was working on the poster for Earth Day. Burroughs remarked, "They did not fully understand the technique and in a very short time nearly wrecked the planet." Rauschenberg borrowed those words for his poster, which hung over William's bed in Lawrence. I was going there every other month to debrief Burroughs, who had gone on the methadone program. There was no methadone clinic in Lawrence, so I drove him to Kansas City to get his supply. At the clinic, fellow addicts waited to have him sign copies of Naked Lunch. Our interview sessions took place at William's round dining room table. I turned the tape recorder on, and William sat with his hands on his knees in a kind of trance and went into a stream of consciousness monologue. He worked himself up into such a state that a couple of times, at dramatic high points such as shooting his wife, he slipped off the chair and collapsed on the floor. In 1986, Eileen and I visited William together. Burroughs then was in his lemur phase, amazed at those slender, big-eyed primates with long bushy tails, found mainly in Madagascar. Our friend Daphne Hellman, to whom we had introduced William in New York, was a fellow lemur lover. She had been to Madagascar and brought back pictures, which she gave us for William. When Eileen showed him the pictures he was won over, and said, Wait just a minute. He went into his bedroom and came out with a stack of nature magazines with articles about lemurs, and told Eileen, they are kind to one another and they build their own families for life. I thought that was an odd remark, coming from someone with a misanthropic view of mankind. But as he aged, William began to show a mellow side. He told us, however, that he preferred lemurs to human beings, because they were so docile and gregarious. He was working on a book with an 18th-century hero, Captain Mission, who had a lemur as a pet. He read us a line, the lemur snuggled closer and put a paw to his face. The book, Ghost of Chance, with lithographs by the painter George Condo, was published in 1991 by the Library Fellows of the Whitney Museum in a limited edition of 160 copies priced at $1,800. Mass-market hardcover and paperback editions were published in 1995, also illustrated. Ghost of Chance saw a return of Captain Mission, who had first appeared in Cities of the Red Knight, where he was killed by British musketeers. In Ghost of Chance he is reborn on the west coast of Madagascar, where he has established Libertaria, an ideal community of free spirits with no capital punishment, no imprisonment for debt, and no interference with religion or sexuality. The ghost of the title is the Madagascar lemur, which Captain Mission protects against the Board, a sinister committee devoted to maintaining the superiority of human beings over animals. Captain Mission protects not only lemurs but all threatened species in the Garden of Lost Biological Chances, where the last Tasmanian wolf limps through twilight, one leg shattered by a bullet. The vengeance of the persecuted animals comes about with the help of the Museum of Lost Species, host to such creatures as the hare, one of whose victims with a cry, rushes into the bathroom, his face is completely covered, great clusters of hair sprout from his ears, from the palms of his hands, from the bottoms of his feet. And the hare is alive, all writhing and twisting with separate life. The hairs have grown through his cheeks and palate into his mouth and throat. In addition, the terrible literalists have put the word of Christ to malignant use. Now Christ says to some son of a bitch, take half your clothes, give him the other half. Accordingly lits stalk the street looking for muggers and strip themselves mother naked at the sight of one. Many unfortunate muggers were crushed under the scrimmage pile-ups of half-naked lits. Ghost of Chance gave Burroughs a chance to reprise some of his favorite fixations, with great gusto and a touch of tenderness toward lemurs. When Burroughs came to New York in November 1987, we had him to dinner. He had become a magnet, gathering iron filings from all the arts, some of whom we invited, until we had a list of 20. Eileen fixed a vat of seafood gumbo and ordered a couple of cases of wine and gallons of vodka. Late in the afternoon, Burroughs called asking if he could bring a Russian friend. A little annoyed at this last-minute addition, I asked, "What's his name?" "Yevtushenko," William said. The author of Babi Yar turned out to be the life of the party, with his boyar-like aplomb. The regulars were there, Ginsberg, Giorno, the painter David Budd, and Grauer-Haltz, who reminded Eileen of a monsignor in attendance to a bishop. Others were Alan Anson, an old friend and poet, as wide as he was tall, who now lived in Greece, the poet Michael McClure, and the actor F. Murray Abraham. Anson decided that everyone should recite a poem he was fond of. Yevtushenko jumped up and began trumpeting in Russian, and McClure followed with 20 lines of the prologue of the Canterbury Tales. It was a jolly evening, so jolly that I don't remember most of it. But Eileen recalls a conversation with Alan about her insomnia. "You need a mantra," he explained. He wrote one out for her, consisting of the complicated names of 6 lost cities in the Gobi Desert. She still has it close to her bed. At the time of our party, William was in New York for the vernissage of his debut show of shotgun paintings at the Tony Shafraza Gallery. In the catalogue text, William wrote, "What emerges from these creations is the testament that everything is alive." To critics who protested that Burroughs was invading the sacred territory of painting, Grauer-Haltz replied that he was expressing in visual terms what he expressed in words. Even though he had come to painting late and without training, he was using techniques that he had developed in the cut UPS many years ago. Firing a shotgun at a canvas and splattering the paint was the same game of chance as cutting up newspapers and rearranging them. As a respite from painting, Williams signed on in 1989 to write the libretto for a rock operetta by Robert Wilson, The Black Rider, The Casting of the Magic Bullets, to be staged in Hamburg, with songs by Tom Waits. It was based on Carl Maria von Weber's opera Der Verschütz, itself based on the Faust myth. In Black Rider, Wilhelm, a clerk, enters a shooting match to win the heart of Katchen, whose father wants her to marry a famous hunter. The demonic ringmaster, Pegleg, introduces the show with the promise that the blood will run like ribbons in your hair. To be sure of winning, Wilhelm makes a deal with Pegleg, who gives him 5 magic bullets but keeps the 6th for himself. Wilhelm wins the shooting match, but Katchen's father insists that 1 more bullet be fired. Wilhelm is forced to trade his soul to Pegleg for the last bullet, which flies into the heart of his bride-to-be, who falls down dead. The connection with Burroughs' own predicament was transparent. He often spoke of the night in Mexico City in 1952 as being possessed by an ugly spirit that had entered his soul. In a 1955 letter to Allen Ginsberg, he admitted that he had thought of writing about Joan's death, but had not, because I think I am afraid. Not exactly to discover unconscious intent. It's more complex, more basic, and horrible, as if the brain drew the bullet toward it. I was concentrating on aiming for the very top of the glass. 40 years later, in the libretto of Black Rider, he wrote, "Not all bullets fly straight, and once they've flown it's too late." In the stage directions, he said, Wilhelm aims and shoots. The bullet follows its own will. Katchen falls to the ground dead. All but Wilhelm leave. He breaks down, losing his mind. Burroughs flew to Hamburg for rehearsals with his translator Udo Brieger. Tom Waits was already there, haunting the waterfront bars and soaking up the atmosphere. Much of the pump organ music found its way to his keyboard. Waits liked to say, "It's the piano that's been drinking, not me." His lyrics, sung in English while Burroughs' text was spoken in German, wandered toward the Gothic, "Lay down in the web of the black spider, I'll drink your blood like wine." They were kept working in their hotel room by Wilson, who demanded endless revisions. At the opening on March 31, 1990, the applause was endless. Wilson kept yo-yoing on and off the stage at each ovation. Then the opera went on the road to Vienna in June and Paris in October. It was a triumph. In 1990, I heard from Paul Theroux, who had liked my book, "Burroughs' life is far more interesting than any of his work. He is like an alien mutant dressed up in an arrow shirt and a suit and a trilby. I should say that you'll get your deathbed scene soon enough. He will die in 2 phases, first a massive stroke followed by paralysis, then a rapid decline, violent and gnomic last words, and he will at last leave the building." Theroux's prognosis was prophetic. In 1991 Burroughs was 77, and the trip to Hamburg and exertion on the opera took their toll. In early May he collapsed and underwent a catheterization to find the source of his problem. Grauer Holtz wrote to me on May 8 in an effort to minimize the damage, he did not have a heart attack. He began feeling chest pains in early March, and with the cardiologist's okay, he went to Toronto to visit Cronenberg on the Naked Lunch set. But the pains worsened, even with nitroglycerin tablets, and 2 days after he returned, March 28, his doctor sent him to the hospital in Lawrence, where the non-surgical catheterization revealed dangerous arterial blockage. He was transferred to a Topeka hospital and waited over the weekend for a non-surgical balloon angioplasty, which was successful. He returned home on April 3, after 1 week's hospitalization. Meanwhile, he is pretty much back to normal. It's a good thing there wasn't an actual heart attack, because that could have led to muscle damage. He was headed for one, though. The whole episode was very frightening for him and me and all of us here. Burroughs wrote to me on April 10, I'm just out of the hospital after coronary bypass and a broken hip. No broken hip had been mentioned before, but am mending well enough, still very weak, but no chest pains. Cross fingers. In May, when Ginsberg came to visit, William was on a walker. He was, however, able to show Alan how he made his shotgun paintings, and they collaborated on a few. He explained that he used a 12-gauge shotgun. Ordinary rifles made a single hole and the paint leaked out. William was now showered with requests for exhibitions, but reflected that Brian Geeson's death had made possible his career as a painter. He would never have painted while Brian was still alive, not wanting to overshadow him, since the Burroughs name was far better known than the Geeson name. At an exhibit of his work that Burroughs attended at the Earl McGrath Gallery in Los Angeles, in September 1991, a young woman in a miniskirt rushed up and pumped his hand, gushing, "I love your philosophy." Burroughs had evolved from outcast to idol. Once banned, he was now courted and feted as a writer and painter and cult figure. His first show in 1987 at the Shafraza Gallery had sold out, and was followed by shows in England, Canada, Switzerland, and Italy, the prices going up with every show. He congratulated himself that he could knock off a painting in 20 minutes, while a book took a year or so. The media had finally caught up with him. When he appeared in a cameo in the movie Drugstore Cowboy, the film critic Pauline Kael observed that he had become a guest hipster. In the same garb he turned up on Saturday Night Live, where he was introduced as the greatest living writer in America. With the canonization of Burroughs came the commercialization of Burroughs, who appeared in Gap and Nike ads. Grauer Haltz cashed in on it, offering bullet holes by Burroughs t-shirts shot and signed by the man. A very limited quantity will be available, which have been shot and signed by the author. Sizes L and XL cost $50. Regular shirts are $15 with no bullet holes or autographs. While Burroughs was courted by those in the know, Main Street kept its distance, as expressed in a Q&A column in the Kansas City Star of October 16, 1994. Danielle Palermo queried, a recent Nike TV commercial features an old man in a suit and hat philosophizing on technology. My husband says the man is the author William Burroughs. Given the graphic nature of his work, I can't imagine that Nike would use Burroughs as a spokesman. Would you settle our dispute? The answer man, Walter Scott, replied, your husband is right. Burroughs appears in Nike's latest TV ad campaign, playing the part of a scientist. The choice of Burroughs by a company identified with health and fitness is strange indeed. While recuperating, William became engrossed in the 1947 sighting of aliens in Roswell, New Mexico. In their 1992 book, UFO Crash at Roswell, Kevin Randall and Donald Schmidt wrote that the bodies of 3 aliens had been discovered at the site, according to eyewitness Whitley Strieber. Burroughs arranged to visit Strieber and his wife in their New Mexico cabin. The aliens did not choose to manifest themselves while he was there, but Strieber said they might contact him at a later date. The fiasco with the aliens reminded me of the time in the 70s when William was taking a seminar in out-of-body experiences. The idea was that you could train yourself to leave your body and fly around to various destinations. I told him that I would be in the Hamptons that weekend, gave him the address, and proposed that he contact me there. On Monday, he told me, I flew over the street, but I must have taken the wrong number down. Back from New Mexico and still feeling the fatigue of his operation, Burroughs dwelled on the duality within himself. He had long been convinced that he was possessed by an evil spirit, which he described to a visitor, the well-connected Victor Bockris, who in the days of the bunker acted as a scout, providing celebrities daily, such as the Rolling Stones. Burroughs told Bockris, when I go into my psyche, at a certain point I meet a very hostile, very strong force. It's as definite as someone attacking me in a bar. We usually come to a standoff. Invasion is the basis for fear. There's no fear like invasion. I'll tell you one thing, you detach yourself and allow this to wash through you instead of trying to oppose it. You can't oppose something intellectually that is overpowering you emotionally. The evil spirit could be defined as a fear of death. In order to overcome it, this confirmed mocker of religion was able to make himself believe in God and Jesus Christ, which helped him heal the soul he now possessed. He was reading M. Scott Peck's Denial of the Soul, and agreed with the author that the soul was essential, and that the experience of dying, when the soul leaves the body, was a great spiritual adventure. He was refuting the conviction of a lifetime, going back to his childhood, when his dad had told him, there was a little dog, and his name was Rover, and when he was dead all over. As for Jesus, William now said, there's a spate of scholars who say that Jesus Christ never existed, but I think this is completely erroneous. Just as with Shakespeare, one person is writing, with Jesus, one person is speaking. The miracles bothered William, though, not because Jesus was incapable of curing the sick but because it was a mistake to upset the natural order of things. He'd seen too many phony healers, motivated by reprehensible self-glorification. And of course with Jesus, the church had a monopoly on miracles. Still he was open to attempting healing through religious ceremonies. In an effort to banish the evil spirit, William enlisted the services of a Navajo shaman, Melvin Betzelli, who lived in the Lawrence area. Ginsberg happened to be visiting during the week in March 1992 when the sweat lodge ceremony was conducted. Outside Lawrence, the big-bellied shaman dug a pit covered by a tent. Heated stones were placed in the center of the pit. Inside the tent, Alan sat naked, William was in shorts, and other friends were present. The shaman threw water on the heated rocks, and clouds of steam filled the tent. William and Alan choked on the hot steam and had trouble breathing, but felt better when the shaman threw coals into the pit. Then the shaman pulled hot coals out of the pit with his bare hands. He put some coals in his mouth, seemed to swallow them, then spat them out. The shaman touched William with a hot coal, but William felt no pain. The shaman prayed some more, to dismiss the bad spirits. Finally, overcome by the steam and the heat, William pleaded, "Open the door, some air." The shaman opened the door and asked those present to help the old man with the strong heart and clear head. Now that the bad spirit had been removed, he could live a peaceful life. William told Alan that the ceremony had impressed him deeply. The shaman had described the evil spirit to him as a winged and eyeless white skull, and William assumed that it must have been an acquisitive tycoon, perhaps thinking of his own adding machine for bears. The shaman confided that this was the worst case he'd ever handled, and that the tenacity of the evil spirit had almost overpowered him. The ceremony reinforced William's newly found sense of the sacred. Alan was also impressed and his mind went back over his long friendship with Bill, his adventurous spirit and stubborn iconoclasm, how he'd stuck by his writing in the face of hardship and derision, and how his work by now had been read by millions. In 1994, the year Burroughs turned 80, the Institute of Contemporary Arts in London staged a week-long tribute, a present for William Burroughs. Among the speakers was a Welsh scholar, Peter Swales, who had devoted himself to debunking the accepted version of Sigmund Freud's life and work. His connection to Burroughs was that in the course of his research he was given access to the papers of Paul Federn, a psychiatrist at the Payne Whitney Clinic in New York. It was Federn who had treated Burroughs in 1940 when he was confined there for a month after slicing off a piece of his little finger. Mortally ill in 1950, Federn shot himself in the head. Swales found in his archives 24 case histories using assumed names, and figured out the one that was Burroughs. Federn wrote that during hypno and narcoanalysis, Burroughs had episodes in which he would become a Chinese peasant on the Yangtze, or a redneck farmer in Texas, or a Hungarian dowager duchess. He called these episodes his routines, a concept he retained for his writing. In his talk at the Institute entitled Burroughs in the Bewilderness, Swales said he had contacted Burroughs and was invited to Lawrence to see him. Burroughs is now at an age where he has outgrown shame, Swales said. He has no regrets about the past. The period when he was at Payne Whitney Burroughs now called my dark ages. When he had bought a pair of poultry shears and cut off the top joint of his left little finger, Swales said, Burroughs presented the severed segment to his analyst, Dr. Herbert Wiggers, who panicked and had Burroughs committed to Payne Whitney, where he was diagnosed as a schizophrenic. Burroughs told Swales, analysis was not the answer. I went through about 6 analysts. I wore them out. After bringing out a book of letters in 1993, in 1995 Viking published the last volume in a 7-book contract, My Education, a collection of Burroughs' dreams and random thoughts. The title came from a dream where Burroughs is trying to get on a plane, but a woman at the ticket counter with the cold waxen face of an intergalactic bureaucrat refuses to let him board, informing him, "You haven't had your education yet." Many of the dreams in the 193-page book consist of Burroughs talking to his cats, or trying to get sex, along with some flying dreams, suitcase packing dreams, and dreams of being bullied by men in uniform. There were conversations with Geeson and Ginsberg. Geeson was the only man I have ever respected, Burroughs wrote. He had made available a method that allowed Burroughs to escape convention in his writing. Brian took on a 99-year lease in the collective unconscious and sent us back a series of datelined, bylined reports. Shocking passages were scarce, reflecting a more placid Burroughs in his 80s, unhurriedly observing a beach of coarse gray gravel or a cloud of fire. But the pessimism remained, what a horrible loutish planet this is. The dominant species consists of sadistic morons, faces bearing the hideous lineaments of spiritual famine swollen with stupid hate. Hopeless rubbish. The novelist and critic Will Self, a Burroughs admirer, wrote a review in The Guardian, "Why would anyone become sufficiently unhinged to imagine that his dream jottings were palatable for the public? What maundering egotism could give rise to a conviction of the importance of such minutiae? Dreams are as commonplace and boring as the average dreamer." However, Will Self went on, what Burroughs had in mind was an assault on one reading of the Freudian project. By describing his dreams, he short-circuited the possibility of interpretation by anyone else. This was essentially what Peter Swales had said in London. Burroughs was his own analyst, able to explain his own dreams. As Will Self put it, Burroughs is a writer who has given his psyche to literature to be used as a strange test bed. Looked at it this way, his odd politics, enthusiasm for firearms, militant homosexuality and cranky misogyny are a sinisterly accurate reflection of our own current obsessions. Burroughs has the courage of his own perversions, which makes him capable of still churning out more inspired apotheosis, apothegms, riffs, and tropes in any 10 pages than most writers manage in an entire volume. One example, I see a centipede about 3 feet long come into the room. It rubs against the door jamb like a cat and makes an indescribable sound of ingratiation. One passage in My Education showed that Burroughs was still smarting at having his life depicted in my biography. Ted Morgan's biography starts with a basic misconception, he wrote. Literary outlaw. To be an outlaw you must first have a base to reject and get out of. I never had such a base. I never had a place I could call home that meant any more than a key to a house, apartment, or hotel room. Such were the fanciful ramblings of an octogenarian. Artists have always been cast as outlaws. As Oscar Wilde, who like Burroughs went to jail, put it, there is no essential incongruity between crime and culture. Burroughs was legally an outlaw, after being deprived of his rights and imprisoned by a Mexican court for killing his wife. In 1996, an important exhibit called Ports of Entry, showing Burroughs' art and collages, opened at the Los Angeles County Museum of Art. It included his shotgun paintings as well as 70 collages made with Brian Geeson. At the opening, there was some grumbling among art historians that Burroughs, whose fame came from writing, should be granted such a prominent exhibition in one of Los Angeles's major museums. In November, the exhibit traveled to the Spencer Museum of Art on the University of Kansas campus in Lawrence. An article in the Kansas City Star began with the sentence, "William Burroughs is no longer shocking," and noted his ubiquitous presence in the popular culture. The newspaper's art critic, Alice Thorne, wrote that the work with Geeson sometimes approaches genius. At a symposium at the opening on November 2, various speakers extolled Burroughs. The writer and musician Richard Hell said of his writing, "It's like you can hear the wind whistling through his ribs." Allen Ginsberg was there and said the work was like the Zen finger pointing at the moon. He spoke of William's quest to escape the confines of the ego. Then a hunched figure wearing a fedora and walking with a cane appeared on the stage. He sat down and answered questions, moving his cane nervously back and forth like a pendulum. "What do you think of the internet?" "It's a step in the right direction." "Why did you pick Lawrence as a place to live?" "Lawrence won by default." "Why are you a member of the National Rifle Association?" "I'm a member but I haven't paid my dues. I just don't care about the negatives. If we shoot each other, too bad. What can I do about it?" "Who are your favorite authors?" "Shakespeare, Joseph Conrad, Franz Kafka, Graham Greene." "What phrase do you like of Shakespeare's?" "Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. A tale told by an idiot." Later, Burroughs told a reporter from the New York Times, "I'm very comfortable being the object of admiration. That's what's wrong with Salinger. He runs like a rabbit." The book editor of the Kansas City Star, George Gurley, wrote that Burroughs was like no other American writer since Mark Twain. He might have added, Missouri-born. Burroughs had moved from the margin of society into the mainstream. The sinister, drug-addicted, homosexual pariah who had shot his wife was shown in one of the exhibit's photographs with the basketball player Charles Barkley, though I doubt he'd ever watched a game. Allen Ginsberg had attended the symposium in spite of his chronic bronchitis and diabetes. He also kept up a punishing schedule of readings. When he came home he could hardly climb the stairs of his fourth-floor walk-up, and had to catch his breath on every landing. In 1994, however, a bonanza had come his way, allowing him to move into an elevator building. Columbia had long held his huge archive, but obtusely passed on buying it, and it went to Stanford for a cool $1 million. Stanford weathered the hate mail from old grads for having bought the papers of a known pedophile and a dirty-mouthed beatnik. For Allen, it was a you-can't-win situation, except for the money, for when he spoke at New York's Town Hall in June 1995, protesters harangued him for the Gap ad and for selling out to Stanford. Short of breath, he was diagnosed with a pulmonary embolism, but could no more be stopped from reading than Yehudi Menuhin from fiddling. In October he flew to London to read at Royal Albert Hall and was joined on the stage by Paul McCartney. Like William, Allen had attained, in the last years of his life, the fame of a rock star. Once they had been hounded as miscreants, and now there were college classes in beat writing. Even when told, in 1996, that his heart was failing, Allen was incapable of refusing invitations to read, and hopscotched to Prague, Rome, and Paris, where he was welcomed by President Jacques Chirac. Back from his travels, Allen did his usual summer teaching gig at Naropa University in Boulder, and stopped in Lawrence in November to see Burroughs. In New York, Allen moved into his new apartment, but his health did not improve. Hospitalized in March 1997, he called Burroughs and said, "The doctors are taking tests. They're trying to decide whether it's hepatitis or jaundice. They have a passion for tests." William thought his voice sounded weak. Then the doctors found cancer nodules in his liver and gave him 2 to 5 months to live. He called Burroughs and said, "I think much less." He had inoperable liver cancer. Allen said he thought he'd be terrified, but instead he was exhilarated. Discharged from the hospital on April 2, he went home and spent the day on the phone saying goodbye to everyone in his address book. The next day he suffered a massive stroke, and died on April 5, at the age of 71. The New York Times carried a front-page obituary, better coverage than he had ever gotten when he was alive. Allen's death was a blow to William at a time when his own health was failing. He thought about Allen's generosity, of all the money he'd given away to young writers and artists. Allen liked to introduce people to one another, as opposed to what William called the anti-pimps, who don't want people to get together. Burroughs at 83 was slowing down. On a typical day, he woke up early and took his methadone, then back to bed until breakfast at 9:30, lemonade and tea, toast and an egg. Then he fed the cats and read, mostly pulp fiction and gun magazines. In the afternoon, cocktail hour was 3:30, vodka and coke and a joint or two, then diary writing until friends came around 6. Bedtime at 9. William was smoking pot again, saying it was the only thing that cured the nausea that came with chills. Amid the old geezer grumbling and the rambling of a mind going soft, he maintained his anarchist spirit and looked for newspaper stories that reinforced his lack of confidence in the government, like the one about the 69-year-old retired minister in Boston. The cops kicked his door down, threw him to the floor, and cuffed his hands behind his back. He died of a heart attack, and of course they had the wrong address, and had to pay a big chunk of cash to his widow. Then there was the Ruby Ridge case. The feds came after this guy for sawing 2 inches off his shotgun, which called for, at most, a small fine. The feds shot his son's dog and shot the baby in his wife's arms. Then they shot the wife. Sure, he was a pain in the ass and a white supremacist, but the feds were completely out of line. This was a full-scale fascist government in operation. On August 2, 1997, just 4 months after Allen's death, William's heart gave out and he died at home, at the age of 83. He had told me years before that he did not want to be buried in the Burroughs plot in St. Louis with the family he scorned. He did not want to be buried at all, since burial implied a belief in the afterlife. He wanted to be cremated in Tangier and have his ashes dropped in the Strait of Gibraltar from the Moroccan coast at Cape Spartel. At the time of his death, however, Burroughs had embraced some form of religion, and James Grauerhaltz orchestrated an elaborate memorial and burial. On August 6, at Liberty Hall, a spacious old theater in downtown Lawrence, William lay in an open casket, wearing a velvet vest to which were pinned his rosettes from the American and French academies. More than 100 attended, ranging from close friends to those who barely knew the departed. Among the friends was James McCrary, a published poet who did various chores for Burroughs, such as cooking and typing. He thought of Allen's last visit when they had gone target shooting in the fields, with the mingling smells of gunpowder, vodka, and cowshit. And Allen preparing turnip stew, while William fed the cats. "Come here, Calico Jane, you little bitch." Then tasting the stew. "My God, this will not do." And sending McCrary out for lamb chops. McCrary was in the line that passed by the coffin, on the top of which William's hat and sword cane had been placed. He recalled William telling him that it was an old East Indian police cane, used to quell riots. "I have to be prepared," he said. Look what happened to Lennon. And Waldman, also online, thought the Undertaker had done a fine job. William looked luminous, peaceful, his forehead somehow lifting toward the future, if such a thing was possible. The tawny-colored Moroccan vest was a gift from Brian Geeson. She remembered reading Naked Lunch when she was 15. In Boulder, William had been teaching at the Naropa Poetry Program, which she ran, and it was amazing how prophetic he was. He was the sort of person who could meditate in front of a rock and make it explode. And recalled her first shooting lesson, lining up the cans in the Colorado hills and blasting away with a .22. George Laud, the professor at the University of Kansas who had introduced a freshman named Grauerhaltz to Burroughs writing more than 20 years ago, was also on the line. He thought back to one of the last times he had seen William, on March 26. They were drinking vodka and coke, and William asked George to roll a joint for him. "I'm old, my thumbs don't work." William was stoned and reading aloud from Mario Puzo's The Last Dawn. He wanted blood. He cut the guy to pieces. He cut off his cock and nuts and breasts. "That's power," William said. He kept filling his drink. He was in a despondent mood, having just learned that Allen Ginsberg was dying. William suddenly stood up and shouted, "Shoot the bitch and write a book." "That's what I did." "Did he just say what I think?" George had asked. "It's so out of character," Grauer-Haltz said. Not out of character to readers of William Burroughs, George had thought. Not out of character to Joan Vollmer Burroughs. George had gone over again on the 4th of July for dinner and fireworks. They passed the pipe and drank some brandy George had brought, though William stuck to vodka and coke. It was his last month on earth, George now reflected. He thought back to the day when William had said, "Shoot the bitch and write a book." Would being a murderer keep Burroughs out of the canon of literature? Grauer-Haltz was working hard to move him into the respectable column, reformed and cleaned up, but you don't get into the Western canon if you murdered your wife. After the fireworks in the backyard, William had walked George to the front door. He stood on the porch as George got into his van. George honked his horn and looked into the rearview mirror. He saw a hunched-over old man, waving. Grauer-Haltz's mother, Zelda, sang "For All the Saints Who From Their Labors Rest." Tim Miller of the University of Kansas Religious Studies Department delivered an invocation, asking those present to pick up the torch to maintain our basic human freedoms of lifestyle and self-expression. A gun and a joint were placed in the coffin, adding at least one illegal ingredient to the menu of pious invocations and hymns. Grauer-Haltz, who had been legally adopted by Burroughs, inherited the copyrights to all his works and would spend the rest of his life handling Burroughs' estate. He was now the head of a corporation, William Burroughs Communications. He thought back to his arrival in New York with his guitars in 1974. He had hoped to join a band, but instead became Burroughs' assistant. In the mid-80s he had seen William go through a period of deep sadness and depression as he reviewed his long catalogue of mistakes. This resulted in William's final 10 years being suffused with patience and kindness, though he never lost his salty side. He could blow up, but became far more patient and considerate. He knew he was heading for the land of the dead. People ask me, what was life with Burroughs like? And I say, compared to what? What other life did I have? The next morning, a white hearse led the motorcade and drove the 40 miles from Lawrence to the Bellefontaine Cemetery in St. Louis, where Burroughs was buried in the family plot presided over by William Seward Burroughs, stony-faced in a monument erected to his genius. Among the mourners, Patti Smith sang "Oh Dear, What Can the Matter Be," and Anne Waldman read the last lines from Western Lands. The old writer couldn't write any more because he had reached the end of words, the end of what can be done with words. Then men in hard hats lowered the casket in its metal outer casing into the Missouri earth. I prefer to remember Burroughs the brilliant anarchist, Burroughs the witty skeptic, Burroughs the fierce pessimist. His entire body of work was a sustained attack on the values of mainstream society and on all forms of control, from government to God. So instead of singing hymns and mouthing sermons, I would like to close with excerpts from William's last notes in 1997, when he was still struggling with his demons. May 12th, where did we go wrong? I figure the wrongness was always there. I feel the chill and grow old. So many terrible scenes. Deactivated, let it go. May 24th, so we start with the big, ugly American lie. Allen Ginsberg gnawed a hole in the lie, his was the howl heard round the world. May 26th, all governments are built on lies. Who are these anti-drug freaks? I have gotten so many excellent images from cannabis. May 31st, that vile salamander Gingrich, Speaker of the House, is slobbering about a drug-free America by the year 2001. How I hate those who are dedicated to producing conformity. Imagine the barren banality of a drug-free America. June 6th, it just does not come anymore. I guess I feel why go on. Burroughs was in the category of artist revolutionaries, unchangeable in their alienation, waiting for the world to come to them, who became icons late in life. His admirer J.G. Ballard lamented his passing and said, he was the most important and original writer since the Second World War. Now we are left with career novelists. Burroughs was dead, but books by him kept coming, thanks to the entrepreneurial assiduousness of the director of William Burroughs Communications. Grove brought out Last Words, the final journals of William S. Burroughs, in 2001. These were handwritten diary entries dating between November 16, 1996, and July 20, 1997, days before Burroughs' death. This bouillabaisse of recollections, written in short sentences and jumping from one idea to the next like cut UPS, mixed banalities with personal observations. Last night, vague dreams I was somewhere, couldn't stay long. I packed laundry bag with drawstring. Then, haunted by the death of Ginsberg, he wrote, I have an intense vivid feeling of Alan's presence. Outside in the leaves. I see him clear. Are you conscious, Alan? Amid recurring themes, the love of his cats. A vet had discovered a BB gun pellet in one of them, and Burroughs repeatedly muttered that he'd like to blackjack whoever put it there. He expressed his admiration for Mario Puzo's The Last Dawn. A hitman has to be cool. It's just a job. There were numerous repetitions, a sign of senility which Burroughs acknowledged, and why should old men not go mad? He was a witness to his own dissolution, but what does an evil old recluse do? Just sit and be evil. He was living out the legend of the ornery cuss raging against the drug wars, and every so often there came an image worthy of the early Burroughs, ultimate horror story, the centipede prick. As for his place in literature, I am a tech sergeant in the Shakespeare squadron. Grauer Haltz had become a prominent citizen of Lawrence, known not only for his business acumen and work ethic but also for his parties, to which he sometimes invited people he'd just met. Sometimes those parties got pretty wild. In November 2005, during an impromptu gathering in his backyard, a group of young skateboarders showed up. A member of the group, whose name was never revealed, beat Grauer Haltz unconscious. Witnesses told police that his assailant had referred to him as a fucking faggot. Grauer Haltz suffered brain trauma, broken facial bones, and facial nerve damage. His assailant told police that Grauer Haltz had sexually assaulted him. Grauer Haltz later told a blogger who interviewed him that he was suffering from retrograde amnesia and remembered only that his attacker had appeared out of the shadows. Friends later told him that the guy kept hitting him and shrieking vile curses that he was a faggot. He said that I was sexually assaulting him. He was very drunk and I had been drinking. It's not inconceivable that I might have verbally propositioned him. It was broken up, and I was led away staggering, and this son of a bitch grabs the glasses off my face, crushes them, and then punches me again, knocking me to my knees. I was taken to Kansas University Medical for surgery, because I had facial bone fractures around my eye socket. The bills were $50,000, but my insurance covered all but 10 or 12. They let the kid go. Evidently they believed the kid was the victim. Grauer Haltz felt that the police reaction was, what does the old queer expect if he makes a pass at a kid? He also felt that his reputation in Lawrence was tarnished. It's like they used to say, a kike is the Jewish gentleman who just left the room. Well, a queer is the gay man who just left the room. Grauer Haltz recovered, however, and in 2008 Grove Press brought out a book written by Burroughs and Kerouac more than 60 years before, but never published. This was And the Hippos Were Boiled in Their Tanks, based on the 1944 killing of David Kammerer by Lucien Carr, who stabbed him and threw his body in the Hudson. Carr turned himself in and served 2 years for manslaughter. Burroughs dismissed the book as not a distinguished work and did not want it published. An agreement had also been made with Carr, who went on to a career with United Press, not to publish it while he was alive. Grauer Haltz respected that agreement, but when Carr died in 2005, he went ahead, and wrote an afterword saying the book was an example of the latent talent of the two authors. In 2009, 12 years after Burroughs' death, The 50th anniversary edition of Naked Lunch was published by Grove in hardcover with the restored text and the jacket designed by Brian Geeson that had appeared in the 1959 Olympia Press printing in Paris. When published in America by Grove Press in 1962, the book was declared obscene at a trial in Boston. But that verdict was overruled by the Massachusetts Supreme Court, which said that the book had redeeming social value. In the intervening years, the book had gained the aura of a classic. Time magazine put Naked Lunch on its list of 100 best English-language novels from 1923 to 2005. The new edition included previously excised passages, an afterword, and an interview with Burroughs, in which he expressed his interest in aliens and UFOs. Every race and condition, he said, no matter how vile and horrible, must merge into new forms. In the light of the facts of ESP and alien life. This understanding that we are not alone will knock down our wall of misunderstanding. Reviewers said that the autoerotic hangings in the text still jolted, though they walked the line between cries of conscience and fetishistic pleasure. Distinctions were made between Ginsberg, whose beat sensibility was centered on Whitmanesque brotherly love, and the misanthropic Burroughs. The underlying theme of addiction, which Burroughs called the algebra of need, was seen as a metaphor for a number of destructive obsessions. Burroughs was praised for tackling topics that were still highly relevant, given the continued obsession with drugs and sex in our entertainment-soaked world. Some reviews suggested that Naked Lunch was a modern Pilgrim's Progress, looking fearlessly into heroin addiction and sexual deviance. Burroughs was said to have created a new mythology in which comedy is indistinguishable from fury. Others said the book was easier to read in the internet age, when we were accustomed to clashing images and ideas. Generally, reviewers saw the anniversary edition as proof of the book's influence. At first dismissed as a crackpot who wrote illegible nonsense, Burroughs was now seen as a prophet of American life in our time. As one reviewer put it, Burroughs shoved America headfirst into the bilge of its hypocrisy, its blood-soaked history, and the pepsodent smiling brainlessness of its consumer culture. Acknowledgements and sources. I am very much indebted to William S. Burroughs for giving unsparingly of his time, almost on a day-by-day basis, over the 4 years that this book took to complete, to James Grauerhaltz, for his continuously diligent and enthusiastic cooperation, and for his editing help, to Robert H. Jackson, for allowing me to examine the crucial Burroughs archives in his possession, and to my editor, Robert Cowley, whose skill greatly improved the book.